History's Strongest Husband Chapter 512 to Chapter 536. In an instant, Zhu Hongxue was completely stunned and lost all his ability to react. Not only him, but the other generals of the Sky Sea Pavilion's Blood Soul Army were also completely dumbfounded as they watched all the ancient arrows fall. What the hell was going on? The Blood Soul Army was extremely proud. All the previous battles were like a game to them. It could be described as a super-dimensional attack. Whether it was fighting the Bianxiao Army, the Prince Jin Army, or the Great Tribulation Temple and the Western Region Coalition Army, it was not like a normal battle at all. To describe it in modern terms, it really felt like playing a game on a computer. Of course, there were no computer games in this world, but when the Blood Soul Army destroyed the enemy, it really felt like a computer player killing an NPC. All human lives were just numbers in their eyes. They were so arrogant that they did not want to know who the enemy was because it was meaningless. Any enemy was a creature of a lower race to them. In front of the power of the ancient civilization, all armies were useless. But now, Xianxia had directly paralyzed their control center. How was this possible? This was the ancient energy control center. How brilliant was it? How profound was it? How did Xianxia know and paralyze it in one fell swoop? This completely subverted their worldview. This feeling was like a human suddenly seeing an ape speak. However, their shock did not last long because in the next moment, swoosh 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 swoosh, it only took 4 to 5 seconds for Xianxia's new artillery to cover a distance of 2,000 meters. More than 90 thermite cannons smashed down on the Blood Soul Army formation. Even at this time, the Blood Soul Army was still proud because they had already done experiments. Xianxia's cannons had 0 damage to them. Therefore, even as they watched the cannons fall, the 20,000 Blood Soul Army warriors still stood motionless. Even if the energy control center was paralyzed, they had to show the power and transcendence of the Blood Soul Army in front of Xianxia. Xianxia's cannons could not hurt them at all. Bang, 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 the sound of the explosion was not loud at all. There was no sound of thunder at all. However, it was very bright, even brighter than the sun. More than 90 thermite cannons exploded violently. The entire world seemed to have been lit up in an instant. This terrifying brightness made people unable to look directly at it. Flames with a temperature of more than 2,000 degrees Celsius burst out. A thermite grenade is about 1 kilogram and can destroy a car. And the thermite cannonball fired by Xianxia reached an astonishing 25 kilograms. What kind of power is this? Freeze! The 20,000 soldiers of the Blood Soul Army were like pine trees that were nailed to the ground, not moving at all. At the same time, they released powerful energy to resist the incoming shockwaves. However, there were no shockwaves, only shocking flames. In many videos, Xianxia clearly saw that a kilogram of thermite grenade could burn through a 50mm steel plate. On the other hand, the Blood Soul Army's alloy armor was much thinner. They used a secret alloy that was shockingly tough, but only a millimeter thick. The toughness of this alloy far exceeded that of steel, but unfortunately, its melting point was only a little over 1,000 degrees Celsius. The crazily exploding thermite sprayed onto the armor of the Blood Soul Army, and the high temperature of 2,000 degrees Celsius almost instantly burned through their armor. A series of terrifying roars came out. After the terrifying thermite burned through the armor, it burned through their bodies even more easily. Every Blood Soul Army warrior was very powerful, but they were also flesh and blood, and they couldn't withstand the high temperature of 2,000 degrees Celsius. Of course, their strength allowed them to not scream even when they were burned to death. There was only a loud roar and then they suddenly fell to the ground. Bang, 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 after dozens of flame flowers erupted. Dozens of square formations of the 20,000 Blood Soul Army were directly empty. All the Blood Soul Army soldiers that were blown up by the thermite had many holes on their armor, and molten iron was constantly dripping. And as long as their bodies were burned by the thermite, they were directly charred. The indestructible Blood Soul Army armor was completely ended. Hundreds of invincible Blood Soul Army warriors were directly burned to death and hundreds were injured. There was no doubt that the Blood Soul Army was truly powerful. After dozens of seconds, all the thermite burning ended. Many armors were still burning, but their formation was still motionless. The worldview of Zhu Hongxue and countless Blood Soul Army soldiers was once again completely subverted. What was wrong with this world? Shen Lang was just a mortal. How could he have a weapon that could pierce through the armor of the Blood Soul Army? He looked at the hundreds of corpses lying on the ground. Even when facing the million-strong coalition army of the Western region, it had never been so tragic. The ancient control core was still paralyzed, and all the ancient weapons had failed. But even without the ancient weapons, the Blood Soul Army was still invincible. Zhu Hongxue suddenly pulled out his sword and roared, "Charge, the Blood Soul Army is invincible." Then, all the Blood Soul Army charged quickly, and a stunning scene appeared again. Even when charging, this army was still moving at a uniform speed. It was a square formation before, and it was still the same now. Facing Shen Lang's thermite cannons, they should have scattered and run, but their pride made them maintain their original neat formation. Originally, the Blood Soul Army's speed would have been faster because their armor was assisted. But now that all the control centers had been paralyzed, their speed had slowed down, but it was still maintained at 15 meters per second. This speed was still amazing because each Blood Soul Army soldier carried more than a few hundred kilograms of weight. 15 meters per second, a speed of 2 kilometers per second would be enough at most 70 seconds. Therefore, Shen Lang only had 10 rounds of artillery bombardment at most. Faster, faster, faster. General Lanfeng's artillery army was completely focused, and their speed was at its limit. Just 7 seconds later, the second round of artillery bombardment began. Boom, 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 boom. A few seconds later, 100 thermite cannons smashed into the Blood Soul Army's running formation again. Once again, a flower of flames that was brighter than the sun burst out, and in an instant, the entire Blood Soul Army seemed to be burning. The armor of thousands of Blood Soul Army soldiers was burned through, and the terrible thermite flames drilled into their bodies, directly burning them into charcoal. Hundreds of Blood Soul Army soldiers fell to the ground, and the remaining hundreds of people were still charging crazily even though parts of their bodies were burned to charcoal. At this time, there was not even a scream. As long as they were not burned to death, they would continue to fight. Faster, 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 faster. Don't worry about the life of the artillery, don't worry about any risks. Open fire, open fire. The third, fourth, and fifth rounds of artillery bombardment continued. The terrible thermite cannons were frantically harvesting the lives of the Blood Soul Army. Zhong Shishir looked at the scene in front of her, and her scalp couldn't help but tingle. Was this pretty boy beside her that powerful? The Blood Soul Army was so powerful and amazing, but they were still slaughtered by him? Moreover, she was completely shocked by the Blood Soul Army's sense of honor. They clearly knew that Shen Lang's special cannons were so powerful, but they still didn't disperse, and still rushed over in a neat square formation. Not only that, as long as the thermite cannons exploded, a few people would be killed, but in the next moment, the Blood Soul Army warriors next to them would immediately fill in the gaps, always keeping the army square formation intact. This sense of pride and honor was simply crazy. 50 seconds later, the Sky Sea Pavilion Blood Soul Army was only 400 meters away from Shen Lang, and Shen Lang's 100 rifled cannons fired 8 times, overdrawing 800 thermite cannons and killing more than 6,000 Blood Soul Army soldiers. A distance of 350 meters. At this time, the two armies were within the range of each other's arrows. Because the ancient energy control center was paralyzed, the ancient bows and arrows could only be used with ordinary bows and arrows. Fire! The Blood Soul Army's general gave the order, and more than 10,000 Blood Soul Army soldiers drew their bows and arrows and shot. Fire! Following Princess Dola's order, 8,000 Amazon Legion and 4,000 Nirvana Legion shot arrows. Whoosh 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 whoosh, both sides shot a rain of arrows, and the scene became gorgeous once again. At this time, the gap between the two armies was revealed. Even with ordinary bows and arrows, the Blood Soul Army shot farther, more accurately, and faster. Both armies could shoot arrows in rapid succession. Shen Lang's army could shoot 8 arrows in 10 seconds, while the Blood Soul Army could shoot an astonishing 12 arrows in 10 seconds. Their shooting speed was 50% faster than Shen Lang's army, and their accuracy was even higher. At this time, the real killing began. The Blood Soul Army's bows were stronger, and their shooting skills were higher. Their arrows were also very powerful, with astonishing hardness and sharpness. But after all, the distance was more than 350 meters. At this distance, it was difficult to shoot through the armor of Xianlang's army, even if it was just ordinary steel armor. And Xianlang's army used hellfire arrows. Whoosh 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 whoosh. It was fine if it didn't hit, but once it hit, the arrowhead dipped in hellfire liquid would explode violently after hitting the armor, releasing a high temperature of more than 3,000 degrees Celsius, which was even higher than thermite. It easily shot through the armor of the Blood Soul army, and even more easily shot through their bodies. The incomparably powerful Blood Soul army fell to the ground in pieces. The massacre had just begun. Every Blood Soul army soldier was precious and powerful. Their casualties on all the previous battlefields were negligible. And when they encountered the thermite cannons today, Xianxia felt that this was the biggest casualty. He didn't expect the arrows of the Xianlang Legion to be more lethal than the thermite cannons. God? What exactly happened in this world? What did Xianlang do? But there was no time to think about it now. Charge, charge. As long as they rushed to the front of Xianlang's army, it would be victory, and it would be the Blood Soul army's turn to start the massacre. So the next scene was even more shocking. Both sides were clearly using cold weapons, but they completely played the effect of hot weapons. Both armies shot arrows wildly, and countless arrows crisscrossed in the air, dense and fast as lightning. Whoosh 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 whoosh. This was definitely a game for the brave. In the face of this terrible arrow rain, neither army flinched. Xianlang's army stood motionless and shot wildly. The Blood Soul army continued to run and shoot arrows, and their formation was still not chaotic. Countless people fell to the ground and died, but soon the surrounding Blood Soul army immediately filled in and maintained the original formation. Soon, the Blood Soul army rushed within 150 meters. At this time, even if Xianlang's army wore steel armor, they couldn't stop the Blood Soul army's arrow rain, and casualties began to occur. One soldier after another fell to the ground, and Xianlang's heart ached. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The arrow rain from both sides continued to shoot wildly. Boom, 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 boom. Xianlang's artillery, the last round of bombardment. 100 thermite shells exploded violently, once again bursting into dazzling flames. It was an incomparably tragic scene. Under the crazy arrow rain, the armies of both sides continued to fall. Xianxia's Blood Soul army formation was getting smaller and smaller. Every hellfire arrow of Xianlang was extremely precious. There were only 300,000 of them in total, but at this time, they were shot out like they didn't cost anything. 50 seconds, only 50 seconds, this crazy arrow rain only lasted for 50 seconds, and the 300,000 hellfire arrows prepared by Xianlang were all used up. Xianxia's Blood Soul army directly rushed within 50 meters. Throw. With the order, 1,000 warriors threw the thermite grenades. This was almost the last chance. Each thermite grenade was only about 1 kilogram, less than 1/20th of the thermite shells. Boom, 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 more than 1,000 flame flowers exploded. Fire. With General Lanfeng's order, the 500 cannons fired for the last time. This time, 100 rifled cannons fired armor-piercing bullets, and 400 smoothbore cannons fired solid iron balls. Whoosh 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 whoosh, 500 shells smashed out like a rainstorm. It was only a distance of 50 meters, but it was still very accurate. The armor of the Blood Soul army was very powerful, but it was absolutely unable to block armor-piercing bullets at this distance. Bang, bang, bang. The armor-piercing bullets directly pierced through the armor and tore the bodies of the Blood Soul army apart. However, their armor could block the solid rusted iron cannons, and they couldn't even penetrate it at such a close distance. However, the power of the iron ball's rapid movement was astonishing. It directly smashed the armor of the Blood Soul army, and the entire person was sent flying. His ribs were broken, and blood spurted wildly. Charge, charge, charge. Even if they lost their ancient weapons, the Blood Soul army was still invincible. As long as they rushed into the enemy's formation, it would be time for the Blood Soul army to slaughter. This was the belief of all the Blood Soul army. They succeeded. In the end, Xianxia led the Blood Soul army into the formation of Xianlang's army and pulled out their sabers. At the same time, The thousands of Amazon army led by Princess Dora pulled out their sabers neatly, the Nirvana army led by Cho Yao pulled out their Emo sword, and the skeleton army led by Gila pulled out their sabers. Kill, kill, kill. The Blood Soul army only had a few hundred people, but they directly rushed into the formation of Shenlang's army of more than 10,000. However, it was still like a comet crashing into Earth, releasing an extremely violent burst of energy. Zhong Yao suddenly pulled out his giant sword and roared, "Fight for His Majesty, kill!" Then, he led a few hundred elite warriors of the Zhong family and charged out. Zhong Shishir glanced at Shenlang and said loudly, "I'm going too." Then, she also pulled out her beautiful scimitar, urged her Fergana horse, and charged out. The big fool, who was originally protecting Shenlang, was now completely restless. "Go, go," Shenlang said. Immediately, the big fool waved a super black gold rod and charged out like a tank. For this distance of 2,000 meters, the Blood Soul army paid the price of more than 19,000 people. In the end, there were less than 1,000 people in front of Shenlang. Shenlang's army had almost 20 people against one person, and it should have been a one-sided massacre. But it was not. The battle situation was extremely anxious. At this time, the Blood Soul army had completely exploded with astonishing combat power. That saying was true. The Blood Soul army was still invincible even after losing their ancient weapons. Once they charged into the enemy's formation, it would be their moment of slaughter. The skeleton army was not their match, and neither was the Nirvana army, or the Amazon army. Even if they had to fight 1 against 10, the Blood Soul army would not be at a disadvantage. They were extremely strong, fast, and brave. Killing people was like cutting melons and vegetables. And if Shenlang's army wanted to kill them, it would be extremely difficult. Even a blade of more than 100 kilograms could not cut through their armor. Fortunately, Shenlang had top-notch experts in his hands. Especially the Amazon army, their officers were all top-notch experts. More than 100 female Amazon generals rushed to the front. Their blades were all made of manganese steel, and they were all dipped in hellfire liquid. Kill, kill. With a sudden slash, the entire blade was burning, releasing a temperature of more than 3,000 degrees Celsius. It could easily cut through the armor of the Blood Soul army and then cut their bodies in half. Fortunately, there were 2 battlefield bugs, the Big Fool and Cho Yao. In the Eastern world, the Big Fool was a battlefield bug, and he was still a battlefield bug. Gila was very strong, and so was Dora, but on the battlefield, they were still not as strong as the Big Fool. The black gold rod in his hand had already reached 1,000 kilograms. Waving this black gold morning rod, he rushed into the enemy and crushed them like a tank. Bang, 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 even the armor of the Blood Soul army could not withstand the Big Fool's black gold morning rod. It was directly smashed, and the brains inside exploded. The Big Fool killed his way through, plowing a bloody path, and then suddenly rushed in front of Zhu Hongxue. He stopped and turned a blind eye to everything around him. There was only Zhu Hongxue in his eyes. Zhu Hongxue slowly said, "Are you the future #1 in the world that the common people talk about?" "I'm the Big Fool." "Nice to meet you, Zhu Hongxue." Then, like a cannonball, the Big Fool rushed toward Zhu Hongxue, the black gold rod in his hand smashing toward Zhu Hongxue's head. Bang, there was a loud bang, and sparks flew. The Big Fool's body flew dozens of meters away. Zhu Hongxue calmly stood in place and slowly said, "You are very strong, but unfortunately not strong enough." The Big Fool suddenly stood up, and then with a thunderous roar, he rushed toward Zhu Hongxue again. His speed was even faster, and in an instant, he really was like a high-speed train. Bang, with another thunderous roar, the Big Fool's black gold morning rod smashed down again. However, Big Fool's body flew out once again, and this time, he flew even further. The Big Fool stood up again and rushed toward Zhu Hongxue fiercely. Then, he was sent flying again. 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 10 times, the Big Fool was sent flying again and again. When he finally landed, he vomited a mouthful of blood, and several of his ribs were broken. Zhu Hongxue still stood in place, not moving. "You are strong, but still not strong enough." The Big Fool roared and rushed over again, but his train-like body was blocked by a Xianxia hand. Qiu Yaoer looked at the big fool and said, I'll do it. Okay. The big fool nodded, then sat on the ground, panting, and vomited a few more mouthfuls of blood. Qiu Yaoer slowly walked toward Zhu Hongxue. A few years ago, she was not the strongest person Shenlang had met. After that, Shenlang met stronger people, such as Helen and the Amazon Queen. But now, Qiu Yaoer was still the strongest person by his side. Because in these years, Qiu Yaoer's combat power had increased by an astonishing amount. How have you been? How have you been? You've become much stronger these years. You too. I lost in our battle a few years ago, Qiu Yaoer said. Zhu Hongxue said, that battle doesn't count. Qiu Yaoer said, a loss is a loss. There's no reason to argue. All right. Qiu Yaoer looked at the saber in her hand. This was also a manganese steel saber dipped in hellfire, so she threw it away. This weapon was too strong, and she felt it was unfair, so she replaced it with her own ghost head saber. Wait. Zhu Hongxue said. Then, he took off the indestructible armor on his body, because this was also unfair. At this time, he wore a snow-white robe, and he was truly as cold as a mountain. His clothes were whiter than snow. Some people called him the most handsome man, and it was not without reason. He also threw away the saber in his hand and slowly pulled out a sharp sword. Everyone's gazes were focused on Qiu Yaoer and Zhu Hongxue. In the past, Xianxia was the strongest person by Shenlang's side. But now, he could only sigh. The world had changed. Were they outdated? Although they had not fought before, he knew that he was no match for Zhu Hongxue. Whether it was him, Shuiyin, or Princess Dola, none of them were a match for Zhu Hongxue. Please. Please. Qiu Yaoer and Zhu Hongxue fiercely clashed. Bang. 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 Actually, almost nothing could be seen. Only thunderous booms could be heard, and every time they exchanged blows, it was like a cannonball exploding. A huge crater appeared in the ground, and dust flew everywhere. 3 seconds later, a ditch over tens of meters long and several meters deep appeared in the ground. It was plowed out by the two of them. Then, even the ditch could not be seen. The strength of the two was too great, and they directly punched each other more than 10 meters into the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Nothing could be seen, only a series of dull booms coming from the ground. Then, walala, the ground in front of them caved in, forming a huge crater. Bang. Bang. The two figures fiercely shot up tens of meters into the sky. Then, the weapons of the two clashed violently again. Every time they clashed, it was really ear-piercing, and the sparks that shot out were almost a foot long. Every time they clashed, the two of them would be sent flying like kites. Hence, the two of them fought further and further away, and finally became two black dots in the sky. Shenlang thought that the battle between these two top experts would be decided in one move, but who knew that it would not happen? The two of them fought for a very long time. Most of them were outside of Shenlang's field of vision. Shenlang could not help but look at the people beside him. Where did Qiu Yaoer and Zhu Hongxue go? Don't look at me, I don't know. Xianxia said, Shenlang, did you sleep with Qiu Yaoer? Why are you still asking this question at a time like this? You really are not good enough for her, Xianxia said. Whether I am good enough or not, I have slept with her more than once, more than 10 times, more than 100 times. Xianxia stretched her swan-like neck, but she still could not see Qiu Yaoer. Will they come back? Xianxia asked. Shenlang ignored her. She is my idol. I swear I will become like her, Xianxia said. Still, no one paid attention to her. Xianxia waited for a long time and realized that Qiu Yaoer and Zhu Hongxue had not returned, so she turned to look at Shenlang and said, Shenlang, tell me the truth. Are you that white impermanence, the beast that tarnished my innocence? Zhong Yao spurred his warhorse forward and pulled the reins of Xianxia's Fergana horse without saying a word. Please forgive me, Your Majesty, Zhong Yao said. It's nothing, Shenlang said. Xianxia turned to her father and said, Why? Why do you have to apologize to him after he tarnished my innocence? Our Zhong family is loyal to him, but even a ruler has to be reasonable. Zhong Yao trembled and said, Your Majesty, please punish me. Shenlang said, nothing? Princess Dora and Hila could not help but look at Shenlang. Shenlang looked back. What are you looking at? Have you never seen scum before? After a while, Shenlang asked, where are they fighting? How long are they going to fight for? Princess Dora shook her head and said, I don't know. Then, she looked at Hila and said, did I offend Xiaoyao before? Hila shook her head and said, you didn't, but I said bad things about her. It should be fine. She won't kill me, right? They're back. Princess Dora said. As expected, Xiaoyao and Zhu Hongxue had returned. The sun was setting, and the two of them were more than 10 miles away. The sunlight shone on the two of them like two black dots on the horizon. Zhu Hongxue looked back at the battlefield. The 20,000 Blood Soul army had been completely wiped out, and he was the only one left. The invincible Blood Soul army was completely wiped out. He had lost this battle. Not only had he lost the battle between the armies, but he had also lost the battle between him and Xiaoyao. I lost. The sword in Zhu Hongshua's hand slipped, and before it even landed on the ground, it had already been completely shattered into pieces. Kill me. Zhu Hongxue slowly closed his eyes. Note, brothers, asking for monthly votes, asking for support. I drank too much coffee, and my heart is very restless. Xiaoyao looked at Zhu Hongxue for a long time, then said, I'm slightly better than you, but if you want to run, I can't stop you. No one here can stop you. Zhu Hongxue said, the winner lives, the loser dies. Why run? Xiaoyao said, there are a few questions that I'm not asking you, but on behalf of Shenlang. Zhu Hongxue said, all right. Xiaoyao asked, how many people have you led the Blood Soul army to slaughter? Zhu Hongxue said, I don't know. Too many to count. Xiaoyao asked, how did it feel? Zhu Hongxue said, I don't feel anything. It's like when I was young and I used boiling water to kill ants. I don't feel anything at all. Xiaoyao said, do you feel like you've been castrated? Zhu Hongxue shook his head and said, no. Xiaoyao, you are so powerful. Could it be that you still have feelings for mortals? Oh, right, you have feelings. Otherwise, you wouldn't have saved so many people. Xiaoyao said, your sins are far too heavy, so heavy that even if I kill you, I won't be able to get rid of them. Zhu Hongxue said, this is actually a false proposition. Xiaoyao said, what do you think of Shenlang? Zhu Hongxue thought for a while, then said, I didn't think about it before, but now I have to think again. Xiaoyao asked, what do you think of Ying Wuming? Zhu Hongxue said, he is a shameless person without any sense of honor. Xiaoyao said, have you ever wondered why you are so strong? Zhu Hongxue said, because of the Sky Sea Pavilion. Xiaoyao said, then why is Princess Ninghan so strong? I can tell you one thing. Ning Yuanxian once took Ninghan to visit Emperor Jiangli and betrothed Ninghan to Shenlang, even though Ninghan had not been born yet. His Majesty Jiangli said that this girl was not bad and could be his daughter-in-law, so His Majesty Jiangli gave Ninghan something very precious. There was also Ying Wuming. What right did he have to gain the favor of Stupa Mountain? Was it just because he was the crown prince of the new Qian kingdom? Because he was Emperor Jiangli's godson, he had also received Emperor Jiangli's favor. Next, I want to ask you, what makes you so strong? Zhu Hongshue's face twitched. Xiaoyao continued, why am I so strong? Why is the big fool so strong? What makes you so strong? Zhu Hongshue's gaze began to tremble. He had never been willing to delve too deeply into this question. Xiaoyao said, Ninghan is just a princess of the state of Yu. On the surface, you are Zhu Yong's son. What right do you have to be Zhuo Ci's direct disciple? What right does Ying Wuming have? To attain a status that's close to that of the Stupa Mountain's young lord? Zhu Hongshue's eyelids began to tremble, and even his breathing became hot. Xiaoyao said, Ying Wuming was well aware of all of this, and Ninghan has long since regained her memories. It's just that the two of them have no sense of honor at all. In that case, I'd like to ask you, do you not know anything about all of this? If Jiangli fell, the world would be full. This saying was practically the truth. Then I want to ask you, do you have a sense of honor? Of course, Zhu Hongxue had a sense of honor. Otherwise, he would have disappeared without a trace long ago. Chou Yaoer said, once upon a time, the Zhou clan adopted Jiang Li's special bloodline, Shui Chen. In other words, it was a bitter joy. In the end, the Zhou clan was exterminated. In the end, Skycy Pavilion came out and said a few words, and the Zhou clan's crimes were cleared. Moreover, many clans in the world had the right to use the special bloodline of Emperor Jiangli. It was only when Xianlang's identity was exposed that the Great Yan Empire once again banned the special bloodline of Emperor Jiangli. Zhu Hongxue stretched out his palms and looked at his own hands. Of course, he was not looking at how much blood he had, but rather at his own bloodline. Chou Yaoer said, "Your sins are too great. It is impossible for you to just kill yourself. Go back and think about my words. Think about what your roots are, and find your roots. Zhu Hongzhu is not a direct descendant of the Zhu clan. How did Zhu Yong give birth to such a powerful son like you? If you can understand all of this, then think about how to get rid of your sins. Xianlang originally wanted to castrate you, then cripple your meridians, destroy your brain, and raise you like a pig every day. But your sins are too great, and you are full of honor. So, farewell." With that, Chou Yaoer slowly walked towards Xianlang. Zhu Hongxue looked at the corpses of the Blood Soul Army soldiers, then at Xianlang. Then, he gently cut his own meridians with his finger and stared at the blood flowing out in a daze. Then, he walked towards the south. After walking for a few dozen li, a bird suddenly cried out in the sky. Suddenly, there was a cry in the sky, and a huge eagle descended from the sky. "Lost?" Zhu Hongxue nodded. "Got it. Let's go." The person on the eagle waved. Zhu Hongxue climbed onto the eagle's back. The huge eagle spread its wings and flew towards the south. A corpse of a Blood Soul Army soldier was placed in front of Xianlang. "They are clearly different from us. They have some of the characteristics of ancient humans, but not all of them. Their bones are very tough, even tougher than those of the Amazons. Their muscle density is very high, so they have astonishing explosive strength. Even their lungs are different from normal humans, so they can stay in a confined environment for a long time. This is very similar to the Amazons. Their facial features are a little strange. Their brains are more protruding and larger, so they have very strong perception. If the monk soldiers of the Temple of Tongtian are normal humans, then the Blood Soul Army is very abnormal." Xianlang looked at Shuiyin and Zhu Yao. "The two of you followed my father for a long time, and were even instructors of the School of Exceptional Geniuses. Then let me ask you. Does Emperor Jiangli have a large-scale bloodline transformation plan, or a plan to build a super army?" Shuiyin said, "Yes, but I am not very clear on this. Because after I pledged my loyalty to Emperor Jiangli, I still worked as an intelligence officer." Executioner Zhu Yao said, "Yes, Emperor Jiangli has a large-scale bloodline transformation plan, a super army plan. However, he often says that liberating civilization and bloodline power has to be done slowly. He can't be too hasty, or else it will bring terrible consequences. He even has to divide it into a 100-year plan, and push it forward bit by bit." Xianlang said, "In other words, his bloodline research is very advanced. However, he is worried about the consequences, so he does not dare to release it all at once. Instead, he wants to use a few generations to improve the bloodlines of countless people. The secret genius plan is only the first step in his bloodline transformation plan?" Zhu Yao said, "Yes. Actually, I've always had a question." Zhong Yao said, "Since these transcendent forces have such a powerful secret army, and they seem to obey Great Yan's emperor's orders, they can easily conquer the world. Why does the emperor use political means to unify the world? Why doesn't he send a secret army to conquer the world? Why doesn't he just send a secret army and destroy all the disobedient countries?" Shuiyin said, "There might be two reasons. The first reason is that these transcendent forces have obtained Emperor Jiangli's research results. That's why they are able to nurture a large number of secret armies. Originally, these transcendent forces' research on bloodlines was more focused on martial arts. Second, the relationship between Great Yan's emperor and the six transcendent forces is much more complicated than we imagined. The transcendent forces seem to fear him, as though he possesses something that can affect the fate of the six transcendent forces. However, 2 years ago, when His Majesty Xianlang was being hunted down, the White Jade Capital and the Xiankong Temple received the Emperor's decree. However, they only sent 2 small boats. Not a single person appeared. Xianxia said, "Can you understand it this way? Not only is Great Yan's Emperor the supreme ruler of the secular world, but he's also the supreme leader of the transcendent forces. However, he's trying to separate the secular world from the transcendent forces. He's also trying to suppress the transcendent forces so that they won't cross the border and invade the secular world." This was very obvious. Even Ming Yuan Xian had warned Stupa Mountain not to touch Xianlang. It seemed as though he could talk to Stupa Mountain and the Sky Sea Pavilion on equal terms. At that time, the world seemed to be operating under some sort of order. However, this balance seemed to have been slightly broken. The transcendent forces had gone from keeping a low profile to being ostentatious. They had crossed the line. "Rumor has it that Great Yan's Emperor doesn't know any martial arts," Zhongyi said. "Is this true?" Everyone looked at Shuayin. She used to have a close relationship with Great Yan's imperial family. Shuayin said, "Ever since I became sensible, I've never seen Great Yan's Emperor use martial arts. I've never heard of him having any martial arts either. Then how does he command the 6 transcendent forces?" Shuayin shook her head and said, "If we know this, we'll have solved half of this mystery. We'll even know the reason behind His Majesty Jiang Li's sudden death." Jiang Li's sudden death was the greatest mystery in the last few hundred years. He was so powerful, yet he suddenly died? Who in this world could kill him? Previously, no one had a clear idea of Jiang Li's strength. However, they did now. Look at Qiu Yaoer, Zhu Hongxue, Adolf, and Ying Wuming. However, to a certain extent, the source of their strength came from Jiang Li. Ying Wuming's strength was completely unknown. However, Xianlang had seen Adolf's strength with his own eyes. Moreover, he had only followed Jiang Li for a few decades. "How many casualties did we suffer?" Xianlang asked. 6,000. Dora gave a number that caused Xianlang's heart to palpitate. "The Blood Soul Army's arrows are too powerful. Even with steel armor, our army can't defend against them after 150 meters, Princess Hila said. Princess Hila said, "However, there is also good news. Most of our 6,000 casualties are injuries and not deaths. Many people can still be saved." Xianlang picked up the Blood Soul Army's armor. It was just a thin layer, but it was so indestructible. It was unbelievable. Did this belong to Sky Sea Pavilion or His Majesty Jiang Li? However, these armors now belonged to Xianlang. His army was collecting them all over the battlefield, and they were piling up like mountains. Although most of the armors were damaged, they could be repaired after being transported back to Golden Mountain Island. After wearing these armors, Xianlang would be invulnerable. Executioner Zhu Yao said, "Your Majesty, there's something I need to remind you of. When His Majesty Jiang Li was alive, he once mentioned a term, energy armor." Xianlang couldn't help but say, F*CK. Then, he ordered, "Not only do you need to collect all the armors, don't let any of the Blood Soul Army's corpses go. Bring them back and study them. Perhaps there will be new breakthroughs and gains." "Yes." Then, the thousands of skeleton soldiers began to collect the corpses. "Are you okay?" Xianlang asked. Qiu Yaoer said, "I'm not." Xianlang was shocked. "You're injured?" Qiu Yaoer said, "I haven't been able to fight for a long time. This battle has used up almost all of my strength. I need time to recover." Xianlang asked, "How much stronger are you compared to Zhu Hongxue?" 7%, Qiu Yaoer said. This answer caused Xianlang to be stunned. "How could it be so accurate?" Xianlang said, "Then is Zhu Hongxue Zhu Yao's son, or?" Qiu Yaoer said, "He can't be Zhu Yao's son. His strength doesn't just come from his inner qi, but more from his bloodline. If he relied on his inner qi, he wouldn't be able to fight me for a few hours. So he is the same as me. We were both nurtured by foster father." The foster father she was talking about was obviously Jiang Li. After getting this answer, Xianlang couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He had 2 guesses about Zhu Hongshua's identity. At first, he guessed that this person could be Zhu Yong's son, because none of Zhu Yong's children had such a strong martial bloodline. But then Zhu Hongshua's performance was too strong, and it didn't seem like Zhu Yao could have given birth to him. Of course, it could also be because of the Horizon Sea Pavilion's bloodline modification. In this aspect, the Horizon Sea Pavilion was extremely skilled. It even had a life research department. But Shen Lang also thought that if there was such an opportunity, it would be very precious. Why would it be Zhu Hongshua's turn? Now he finally understood. Zhu Hongxue and Ning Han were valued by the Horizon Sea Pavilion because of their powerful bloodlines. And this powerful bloodline still came from Jiangli. You've worked hard. Shen Lang said softly, do you feel uncomfortable now? Chou Yaoer shook her head. I don't feel uncomfortable. Shen Lang asked, then do you feel pain? Chou Yaoer said, not at all. Shen Lang said, since you don't feel pain or uncomfortable, then I want to sleep with you. Huh? Chou Yaoer opened her eyes and looked at Shen Lang. Are you kidding me? I just fought for a few hours and fought until I was half dead from exhaustion. You actually want to sleep with me? Fine. Chou Yaoer said, but this time, you have to do it yourself. I don't have any strength left. Fine, fine, fine. Shen Lang said. Half an hour later. Shen Lang said to Yu Yu, didn't you say you wouldn't move? Don't you have the strength? Chou Yaoer said, I got excited midway and couldn't help it. Did I hurt you? Shen Lang said, I'm fine. My bones aren't broken or scattered. Chou Yaoer stepped forward and kissed Shen Lang. This was the first time she had taken the initiative. Shen Lang, if only you had always been this weak and didn't have any martial arts, Chou Yaoer said. Shen Lang said, why? Chou Yaoer said, didn't the great Yan Emperor say that he didn't have any martial arts? But he became the ruler of the world and the leader of a transcendent force. Shen Lang said, what kind of logic is that? If I had martial arts, I would kill you immediately and make you howl like a ghost. Chou Yaoer said, perhaps there can't be anything too perfect in this world. If you have supreme intelligence, it's best if you don't have supreme martial arts. If you have supreme martial arts, it's best if you don't have supreme luck. Things that are too perfect might suffer the wrath of heaven. Shen Lang fell silent and then kissed Chou Yaoer's lips. Some people in this world were brainless, and some people were unwilling to use their brains. De Hu was brainless, but Chou Yaoer was very smart. She could understand everything, but she didn't like to use her brain. She thought of Jiangli and Queen Medusa. Both of them had disappeared. Thus, he would rather Shen Lang be crippled than have his daughter be too perfect. That way, he might be able to live forever. Shen Lang said, why don't we have another baby too? Chou Yaoer said, can you still do it? Shen Lang said, it's all because you were too ruthless. Otherwise, I could definitely do it. Hee hee. Chou Yaoer closed her eyes and entered meditation. Xianxia, what's wrong with you? What do you want? Your father can't bear to hit you? Do you think I can't bear to hit you? Madame Zhong said angrily. Are you trying to destroy the Zhong family? Xianxia said angrily, what did I say wrong? I'm telling the truth. Can't I tell the truth? Madame Zhong said, who asked you to tell the truth? What kind of lies are you spouting? What did you say about white impermanence tarnishing your innocence? What did you say about His Majesty Shen Lang tarnishing your innocence? Xianxia said, if that beast dares to do it, why can't I say it? He's a bastard who doesn't dare to admit it. Without another word, Madame Zhong went forward and pressed Xianxia onto the chair. She picked up a ruler and began to whip her buttocks dozens of times. Xianxia struggled with all her might, but she couldn't escape her mother's claws. Her buttocks were red and swollen, and she couldn't help but curse. You people from the Zhong family are shameless. Do you have to sell your daughter just to get rich? Can't you people from the Zhong family rely on your own abilities? Previously, you wanted to marry me off to the son of the great Yan Empire's Grand Prince. Now, you can't wait to send me to that scumbag Shen Lang's bed. The more she cursed, the harder Madame Zhong hit her. Zhong Yao wanted to come in to discuss something with Madame Zhong, but he heard his wife hitting his daughter from afar. His heart ached. Madam, that's enough. Get lost. Madame Zhong shouted. Then, Zhong Yao left. After hitting her, Madame Zhong said, Xianxia, do you know what you did wrong? I didn't do anything wrong. Xianxia said, can't I tell the truth? He's a scumbag. He's the scumbag who tarnished me. I can smell it. Madame Zhong said, even so, you shouldn't have said it in front of His Majesty Shenlang. You should have said it behind his back. You should have whispered it to countless people and let them know that His Majesty Shenlang once favored you. Huh? Xianxia was stunned. She looked at her mother in disbelief and even forgot about her pain. Was this world that complicated? Zhongyao knelt in front of Shenlang and kowtowed. Forgive me, Your Majesty. I have something that I don't know how to deal with. Please issue a decree. Shenlang soon knew what it was, but he still asked, what is it? Zhongyao said, Your Majesty once said that you want to exterminate the Shui clan. Shueli is my daughter-in-law, so. Shenlang asked, what do you think? Zhongyao said, of course, I have to obey all of Your Majesty's orders. I will divorce her first and hand her over to Your Majesty to punish her. However, she hasn't done anything wrong. After marrying into the Zhong clan, she even gave birth to a grandson and 2 granddaughters for me. Therefore, I can't bear to do this. Shueli, this girl, once had a grudge with Shenlang. She was engaged to Kaneki Satoshi, but she fell in love with Zhongyao's second son. That's why she ran to the Black Tortoise Count's mansion midway to cancel the engagement. Of course, she wasn't necessarily greedy for fame and glory. She was also born into a noble family. She and Zhongyao's second son were definitely childhood sweethearts. Because she liked the prosperity of the capital, she wasn't with the Shui clan most of the time. Instead, she stayed with concubine Zhong. Moreover, Shenlang punished her and made her wish she was dead. There were many people in this world who were either stupid or bad. Almost everyone in the Shui clan was bad, but Shueli was definitely stupid. Of course, as long as she was beautiful enough, her stupidity was cued in Zhongyao's second son's eyes. Shenlang said, since she married Xianxia, she's no longer a member of the Shui clan. Zhongyao kowtowed and said, thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. Shenlang said, now, the decisive battle in Yu City should be over, right? Of course it was over. The complete annihilation of the Blood Soul Army signified the end of this great battle of destiny. Shenlang said, so, next, we should enter the political process. I need an important minister to go to the capital to announce this victory. Zhongyao said, this is your minister's supreme honor. Shenlang said, go tell the Zhu clan and Ning Shao, order them to surrender unconditionally and release all those implicated by me, including the 2 generations of kings of Yu, Bian Shao, Zhang Chong, and everyone else. If they don't agree, I will exterminate every single member of the Zhu clan in the capital. Zhongyao kowtowed and said, your minister obeys. No news was good news, because Zhu Hongxue didn't permit anyone to watch the battle, even though they were only a few dozen li away, no one knew what had happened on the battlefield. Perhaps some people said that they could secretly send people to spy, but Zhu Hongxue said that anyone who came within 20 li of the Blood Soul Army would be exterminated. No one dared to ignore these words, because Zhu Hongxue regarded human life as grass. If he said he would kill, he would definitely kill. Ever since the Blood Soul Army went south, Zhu Hongzhu and Zhu Yong had been quietly waiting at the gate of Xuanwu. Sure enough, after just a few hours, a series of explosions came from the south. That should be the sound of Shenlang firing cannons. But it only lasted for a few minutes before the rumbling stopped. Zhu Yong was overjoyed, but he also felt that it was only natural. Because the Blood Soul Army was too fast, Shenlang couldn't have fired his cannons for more than a quarter of an hour before they reached him and were exterminated. After that, there was no more news from the battlefield. Father, go home. Everything is over. Zhu Yong said. Hongxue said that the battle would end in an hour, but in reality, it won't even be an hour. It will be over in half an hour. No news is good news. Shenlang's army has been completely annihilated. Hongxue has already left with the Blood Soul Army. He has gone to the west. Zhu Hongzhu sat there without moving. Father? Zhu Yong said. Wait, Zhu Hongzhu said. Zhu Yong said, once the Blood Soul Army moves, they will definitely eliminate the root of the problem. So Shenlang will not have any deserters coming to the capital. Everything is over. The Blood Soul Army will not send anyone back. Perhaps they have already left. Zhu Hongzhu said, let's wait. Zhu Yong said, should we send someone to check the battlefield? Zhu Hongzhu shook his head. No. Zhu Yong said, why? Although Zhu Hongxue leads the Blood Soul Army of Xianxia Pavilion, he is still my son. Do you think that if I send someone to check the battlefield, he will really be killed? Zhu Hongzhu said, don't send anyone, in case it is inauspicious. Inside the palace, the king of Yu, Ning Xiao, sank into an extremely tangled mood. On one hand, he hoped that Shen Lang would die, but on the other hand, he was unwilling to accept Zhu Hongxue's complete victory, because this meant that the Zhu clan would completely suppress him from now on. It would be best if Shen Lang and Zhu Hongxue's armies could fight until both sides perished. Impossible. Master Kongjing of the Tongtian Temple said. Impossible. Xu Tingyu of the Yinyuan Association also held the same opinion. Then they heard the roar of cannons from the southern battlefield. But it was over in less than a quarter of an hour. So fast? Ningyi was shocked. Master Kongjing said, Shen Lang is finished. Xu Tingyu said, Shen Lang is finished. From their point of view, cannons were Shen Lang's most powerful weapon. If Shen Lang could gain the upper hand, the cannons would roar for a long time. But now, in just a few minutes, it proved that the Blood Soul Army had already rushed into Shen Lang's army and started a massacre. Master Kongjing sighed and said, from now on, the state of Yu is the territory of the Zhu family. It is also the sphere of influence of Xianxia Pavilion. My Tongtian Temple can no longer touch it. The Yinyuan Association can get their hands on it, but their army can't enter the Yu kingdom. Xu Tingyu said, the Blood Soul Army is indeed powerful. Shen Lang is so powerful, but he only lasted for a quarter of an hour before being destroyed. Ning Xiao's face twitched. Could it be that from now on, he would have to curl up in front of Zhu Hongzhu and respectfully call him grandfather? How could he not be satisfied? But in the end, it was good news. At least Shen Lang was finished. Shen Lang is finished. Ning Jing and those Shen Lang survivors are all useless now. Ning Xiao said, can we kill them all? Xu Tingyu said, Shen Lang is finished. These people are worthless. They can go die. Next, Tongtian Temple and the Yinyuan Association sent 3 waves of spies to the battlefield to investigate. In the end, none of the 3 waves came back. Xu Tingyu laughed coldly and said, this Zhu Hongxue is really ruthless. He really killed when he said he would. Now the result is out. There are no surprises, no suspense. The sun had set. On top of the walls of the capital, Zhu Hongzhu was still sitting there quietly, looking at the setting sun on the horizon. Zhu Yong said, Father, let's go back. Zhu Hongzhu shook his head. Zhu Yong said, Father, the battle has long since ended. The Blood Soul Army has already gone far away. Before this, several waves of spies were sent to investigate the battlefield, but not a single one came back. Hongxue said that anyone who comes within 20 miles of the battlefield will be killed without question. Zhu Hongzhu looked at the top of the walls and found that it was densely packed with people. All of them were looking towards the south. All the commoners in the capital were waiting for the result. They were filled with anticipation, but they were also filled with fear. Even though no one made a sound, everyone was hoping that Shen Lang would win. But there was still no news from the south. The hearts of the people of the capital sank. Could it be that His Majesty Shen Lang had lost? Would there be no daylight again? This world was not afraid of despair. What was most afraid of was despair after hope, falling from heaven to hell. For some reason, Ning Yuanxian's words rang out in Zhu Hongzhu's mind. The sun had set, but it might rise again. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Don't be too ruthless in everything. But the sun had already set. When people grew old, they would become idealistic. What was Zhu Hongzhu waiting for? Was he waiting for news? From the south? No, that wasn't it. He was waiting for the sun to set, but there was no news. Because Jiangli represented the sun. His son, Shen Lang, was like a demon star. If he won this battle, he would become the new sun. The sun had already set. This was a good sign. The sun has set? Zhu Hongzhu asked. Zhu Yong nodded. It has. Zhu Hongzhu said, that's good. Let's go home. Yes. Then, under the protection of a few hundred warriors of the Zhu family, Zhu Hongzhu and Zhu Yong left the gates of Xuanwu and returned home. After returning home, Zhu Hongzhu sighed. This farce has finally ended. Everything is back on track. Zhu Yong said, then can we replace that madman, Ning Xiao? Zhu Hongzhu said, there's no need to rush. He is a lunatic. After Shenlang is destroyed, he will definitely not be able to control himself and do some crazy things. In that case, let him finish what he wants to do, lest he dirties our hands. Zhu Yong said, Father, do you think the king of Yu, Ming Yuanxian, is really crazy or just pretending? Zhu Hongzhu said, he is pretending. But he will soon stop pretending. With the fall of Shenlang, his hope will also be extinguished. He has completely given up. Ningjing has also given up. Bian Xiao, Zhang Chong, and everyone else has given up. At this time, a familiar voice sounded from outside. It was the spy from the Black Mirror division. Zhu Hongzhu Darren, an old friend wants to see you. Zhu Hongzhu's expression changed. He could barely breathe. A moment later, the former Marquis of Western Zhenzhong Yao appeared in front of Zhu Hongzhu. He bowed and said, Prime Minister Zhu, how have you been? Zhu Hongzhu trembled. Zhu Yong's face was pale. He smiled. What? Shenlang has been destroyed. Does Marquis Zhu want to change masters at this time? Zhong Yao said, the decisive battle in Tianyue City has ended. The 20,000 blood soul army has been completely destroyed. His Majesty Shenlang has obtained a complete victory. He sent me to pass an edict ordering the Zhu clan to surrender unconditionally. Otherwise, he will exterminate the Zhu clan of the state of Yu. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Zhu Yong roared. This is the ravings of an idiot. The blood soul army is so powerful. How could they lose? Zhong Yao said, this is the flag of the blood soul army. This is Zhu Hongshua's sword. Of course, only the hilt is left. But Lord Zhu should still be able to recognize it. Zhu Hongzhu looked at the flag of the blood soul army on the table. He then looked at the hilt of Zhu Hongshua's sword. His whole body began to tremble. It was as if he had Parkinson's disease. Then, his breathing became louder and louder. It was as if he was blowing a bellow. Hoo. Because he had to use all his strength to breathe. Only then could he expel the painful feeling of suffocation. After a long while. Pooh. Zhu Hongzhu suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood. His whole body fell to the ground. Note, today's update is 15,000. Asking for monthly votes. Asking for support. Benefactor, give me, thanks for the dream? 10,000 tips from the book Friend 2019042414561968. Father, Zhu Yong hurried forward to help Zhu Hongzhu up. He instinctively wanted to call for help, but this scene could not be seen by anyone. He desperately patted Zhu Hongzhu's back and chest, infusing his internal energy to help him breathe more smoothly. But he felt as if his brain was about to explode. He had never felt so overwhelmed in his life. It wasn't that Zhu Yong couldn't afford to lose. He had lost many times in the past few years, especially the battle between Ning Yi and Prince Jin. It had almost ruined the future of the Zhu family in the state of Yu, but it hadn't been as shocking as this time. The blood soul army of the Tianyasi Pavilion was almost invincible. It had swept through the millions of soldiers of the West region. Although Zhu Yong didn't know much about the allied forces of the West region, the monk soldiers of the Great Tribulation Temple were very strong. They had still been slaughtered by the blood soul army. But the blood soul army had lost to Shenlang? He didn't believe it. He absolutely didn't believe it. Lord Zhu, you don't believe it? Zhong Yao asked. Of course, Zhu Yong didn't believe it. Even when he saw the flag of the blood soul army and the hilt of Zhu Hongshua's sword, he didn't dare believe it. Zhong Yao said, this place is only a few dozen miles from the battlefield. You can see it clearly. His Majesty has ordered us to collect the corpses of the blood soul army. If you go now, you should be able to see it clearly. Of course, only Lord Zhu Yong can see it personally. The entire battlefield has been sealed. Any spy who enters within 20 miles will be killed without question. Zhu Hongzhuyu woke up. He waved his hand and said, Zhu Yong, you go see it clearly. Yes. Zhu Yong said. Zhong Yao said, Lord Zhu, be careful. Don't let anyone find out. The result of this battle must be kept a secret. Moments later, Zhu Yong quietly left the capital and ran towards the battlefield in the south. The battlefield was only a few dozen miles from the capital. He arrived in just 2 hours. The first thing Zhu Yong saw was the flag of the Blood Soul Army. 5 Blood Soul Army soldiers knocked their arrows and shouted, Scram, or we will kill without question. Zhu Yong was overjoyed. Didn't the Blood Soul Army win? Otherwise, how could he control the entire battlefield? What did Zhong Yao mean by that? Of course, he was not a fool. This thought had just surfaced in his mind. I am Zhu Yong, I am Zhu Yong. Zhu Yong shouted. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the 5 soldiers of the Blood Soul Army suddenly released their arrows. Whoosh 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 whoosh, an incomparably breathtaking scene appeared. The 5 arrows streaked across the sky with a bright blue light, directly shooting over 1,000 meters away. The ancient bow and arrow released a tail flame, like a meteor in the night sky. Poochie, Poochie, Poochie. Moments later, a series of miserable cries rang out. Several scouts who had come to spy on the battlefield were shot dead. Why would there be an ancient bow and arrow? Of course, it was because Shen Lang had repaired the energy control center, so the ancient bows and arrows were restored. But this seemed more like a victory for the Blood Soul Army. And these Blood Soul Army soldiers were, of course, Shen Lang's troops wearing the armor of the Blood Soul Army in disguise. He was prepared to kill people. Lord Zhu Yong? Please. Zhu Yong was allowed to enter the battlefield. After another 10 kilometers, Zhu Yong's body stiffened. His legs trembled, and he almost couldn't move forward. Because he saw a mountain of Blood Soul Army armor, and a dense number of Blood Soul Army corpses, all slammed into the carriage. This time, his last hope was shattered. Not only had the Blood Soul Army lost, but it had also been completely annihilated. Lord Zhu Yong is here? Zhong Yi came up and said, Do you want to see His Majesty Shen Lang? Zhu Yong really didn't want to see him. Shen Lang was a very despicable person. After winning, he still wanted him to be humble? That was completely impossible. He would definitely be shaking his head and wagging his tail. But now, Zhu Yong had no choice but to see him. Sure enough, Zhu Yong's guess was right. After entering the main camp, Shen Lang, dressed in embroidered robes and a golden crown, snuggled against the legs of a stunning beauty. He lazily looked at Zhu Yong as he entered. There was no need to act out this appearance of a fatuous ruler. Lord Zhu Yong, I trust you have been well since we last met. The river flows east for 3 years, and then west for 3 years. You didn't expect this, did you? Shen Lang sneered. When I fled in a sorry state, all of you celebrated. You didn't expect this day, did you? Zhu Yong's heart ached, but he couldn't help but ridicule Shen Lang. Could your despicable face be any more obvious? After a long while, Zhu Yong said hoarsely, Where is Zhu Hongxue? He left. Shen Lang said, He returned to Horizon Sea Pavilion. Zhu Yong couldn't help but be startled. He understood Zhu Hongxue the best. This was a person with a strong sense of honor and pride. He couldn't possibly run away. If he was defeated, he would either be captured or killed. Shen Lang said, Lord Zhu Yong, is Zhu Hongxue really your son? Zhu Yong's face changed dramatically. Of course he is my son. No one can deny this. Shen Lang said, He is the same as the big fool. Both were raised by my father. You, Zhu Yong, can't give birth to a son with such a heaven-defying bloodline. Zhu Yong said resolutely and decisively, There is no proof. Lord Shen Lang, don't say such things. Zhu Hongxue is my son. This is a fact that cannot be changed. This was the most important matter for Zhu Yong, and even for the entire state of Yu's Zhu family. If they lost the decisive battle in Tianyue City, the consequences would be terrible. For the Zhu family, it was almost a disaster. But it was not completely hopeless, because Horizon Sea Pavilion was still there. The destruction of the 20,000 Blood Soul Army was not a serious blow to Horizon Sea Pavilion. So as long as Zhu Hongshua's position in Horizon Sea Pavilion did not change, the Zhu family still had hope. But once his identity was completely exposed, the Zhu family would be completely finished. Shenlang smiled and said, "Lord Zhuyong, do as you please." Shenlang couldn't help but kiss the stunning beauty's leg. Then he lazily leaned on her small waist. "Lord Zhuyong, you are a smart man. You should know my purpose, right?" Shenlang asked. Zhu Rong naturally knew that Shenlang had gotten people to disguise themselves as members of the Blood Soul Army to seal off the entire battlefield. Wasn't it to make it seem as if the Blood Soul Army had obtained a complete victory to confuse Ning Xiao and everyone else? Wasn't it to save Ning Yuanxian, Ning Jing, and the others in one piece? If the news of Shenlang's victory was spread, Ning Xiao, the madman, was likely to do anything in desperation. This twisted madman could do anything. "Lord Zhuyong, will you cooperate?" Shenlang asked. Zhuyong said bitterly, "Yes." Shenlang said, "Will you accompany us in putting on a show?" Zhuyong said bitterly, "Yes." Shenlang said, "I have another condition." Zhuyong said, "Lord Shenlang, anyone can surrender, but the Zhu family will never surrender. We can be imprisoned, we can be exiled, but we will never surrender." Shenlang said, "Is that girl Zhu Ning married?" Zhuyong's face turned pale. He really couldn't understand a man like Shenlang. Was it interesting for such a big man to care about what had happened before? Shenlang said, "My Jin Mutsong is not married either. They are really a match made in heaven." Zhuyong bowed and said, "Goodbye." Shenlang smiled and said, "Have a safe journey, Lord Zhu. To protect your safety, I will send hundreds of Blood Soul Army to follow you home." When Zhuyong left the battlefield, Shenlang's army was still putting on a show. The ancient bows and arrows were still wildly shooting. Many people had come to spy on them. There were Ning Xiao's people, Ning Yi's people, and people from the Hidden Origin Association. Shenlang's fake Blood Soul Army didn't kill them all. He would leave 1 or 2 people to escape and have them bring the news back to their masters. In the latter half of the night, Zhuyong returned to the Prime Minister's manor. The hundreds of so-called Blood Soul Army soldiers also entered the Zhu family's manor. If the Zhu family didn't listen, they could easily kill them all. "Father," Zhuyong said, trembling. "No need to say anything." Zhu Hongzhu waved his hand. He had already calmed down these past few hours. He had gradually accepted this terrifying result. His hands trembled as he picked up his teacup and took a sip. He even felt that the heavens were too cruel to him. He was already over 80 years old. Why did he have to suffer 2 huge blows in a row? After a long while, Zhu Hongzhu said to Zhong Yao, "Zhong Ho, the tide really turns 3 years east and 3 years west. Now, the feng shui has turned back to your Zhong family." Zhong Yao said, "Prime Minister Zhu is joking. The future is still long." The decisive battle in Tianyue City was very grand, but for His Majesty, it was just the beginning. So when Prime Minister Zhu asked me if I was happy, I was definitely happy. "But you asked me if I was happy?" "Of course not. My Zhong family can only follow His Majesty. No matter what lies in front of us is heaven or hell, we can only follow." These were Zhong Yao's heartfelt words, and also Zhu Hongzhu's heartfelt words. The Zhu clan could not surrender to Shenlang, and Shenlang knew this very well, so he had never taken the initiative to persuade them to surrender. Sky Sea Pavilion's power was unharmed, so how could the Zhu clan surrender? Zhong Yao said, "Tomorrow's situation will depend on Prime Minister Zhu. Grand Prince Ning Yuanxian, Consort Bian, Emperor Ning Jing, and everyone else must be unharmed. Also, Ning Xiao, Ning Yi, Ning Luo, Shu Tingyu, and everyone else must be captured. This requires Prime Minister Zhu's cooperation." Zhu Hongzhu trembled and said, "If I cooperate with Shenlang, the Zhu family will lose all standing and reputation." Zhong Yao said, "You don't know that this is Emperor Shenlang's plan. You are also a victim. Besides, losing all standing and reputation is better than having your whole family wiped out, right?" He said it lightly, but it was like thunder. If Shenlang said he would kill the whole family, he would definitely kill the whole family. Zhong Yao continued, "Even if the Zhu family wants to escape now, it is probably too late, right?" Zhu Hongzhu trembled and said, "I know what to do." Zhong Yao said, then there are still some details that I need to discuss with Prime Minister Zhu to ensure that tomorrow's show is performed well enough. Lord Zhu, you need to make some preparations. I believe that Ning Xiao will send someone over very soon. Ning Xiao, who was in the palace, also received the news that they had sent over 100 scouts. Most of them had been killed by the Blood Soul Army's ancient arrows. So the result was already 100% certain. The Blood Soul Army had won, and Xianlang's army had been wiped out. Master Kongjing of Tong Tian Temple sighed and said, my Tong Tian Temple's power in the state of Yu ends here. Ning Xiao, you should go to the Zhu manor. King Yu Ning Xiao's face twitched. He couldn't help but look at Ning Yi and ask, when you called Zhu Hongzhu grandfather, how did you feel? Ning Yi said, what else could I feel? I said it from the bottom of my heart that day. Your Majesty, this is still good news. Xianlang is our greatest enemy. We should be happy that he is finished. Happy, we should be happy, Ning Xiao said. Master Kongjing said, go to the Zhu family now and show your humble attitude. King Yu Ning Xiao said, do they dare to abolish the Zhu family? When he said that, Ning Yi couldn't help but get excited. If the Zhu family abolished Ning Xiao, then would he have any hope? He was the most obedient prince of the state of Yu. Master Kongjing said, if you make them feel that they can't control you, then it'll be hard to say. Go visit Zhu Hongzhu before daybreak and show your humility. It'll be too late after daybreak. Around 3 in the morning, King Yu Ning Xiao secretly came to visit Zhu Hongzhu. Xiao greets grandfather. Ning Xiao respectfully bowed. Zhu Hongzhu's eyes were hazy from sleep. He said kindly, Your Majesty, if there's anything, just send someone to inform me. This old subject will immediately go to the palace to have an audience. How can a ruler come to see a subject? Ning Xiao said, no. This isn't a ruler coming to see a subject. It's a grandson coming to see grandfather. Zhu Hongzhu smiled. You have the heart, but the etiquette between ruler and subject must be observed. In the future, Your Majesty must not be like this. After that, the two of them warmly exchanged greetings for a long time. King Yu Ning Xiao couldn't help but say, I know that the Blood Soul Army won. I wonder what happened to Xianlang. Zhu Hongzhu said, tomorrow, the Blood Soul Army will enter the palace to conclude the Battle of Tianyue City. They will formally present His Majesty's head. This matter began in the state of Yu, and it will end in the state of Yu. When he said that, Ning Xiao was instantly excited, but also a little disappointed. Xianlang was dead? Beheaded, that was too much of a pity. Originally, Ning Xiao wanted to torture him to the point where he begged for death. He didn't think that Zhu Hongxue would directly behead him. But this was still a good thing. Even if he couldn't personally kill Xianlang, to be able to see his head was refreshing. Then what about Lord Zhu Hongxue? Ning Xiao asked. He's gone. Zhu Hongzhu said, tomorrow, only 3,000 Blood Soul Army will enter the capital to present His Majesty's head. So, Your Majesty, please make the necessary preparations. Ning Xiao laughed. Of course, Your Majesty must make the necessary preparations. All the civil and military officials, all the nobles must be present. They must come to witness this grand moment. Of course, Your Majesty's father is also present. He misses Xianlang dearly. No matter what, he must at least have a look. And all the rebel leaders of Xianlang. They must all come to witness this moment. From now on, they can give up. Zhu Hongzhu smiled but didn't speak. He would never say such words that added insult to injury. Ning Xiao said, oh, right. Grandfather, there is one matter that your grandson still doesn't know how to decide. Zhu Hongzhu said, Your Majesty, you must not say such words. You are the king of Yu. Everything in the state of Yu must be decided by your own will. King Ning Xiao said, since Xianlang has been destroyed, then there is no need to keep those remnants of his, lest they waste the wealth of the people of the state of Yu. Zhu Hongzhu smiled. This old subject will say the same thing. Everything will be decided by Your Majesty. King Ning Xiao said, Your grandson understands. The next day, the entire capital was incomparably oppressive. The sky was clear and boundless, but it was as if dark clouds were pressing down. The king of Yu had decreed that there would be a court conference today. No official could be absent. But the decree didn't say what was going on, but everyone could guess what it was. Ningqi walked out of his house in military attire. His face was like steel, almost without any expression. His mother, concubine Zhong, didn't make a fuss either because she had completely fainted. Even though there was still no news on the surface, everyone knew that the Blood Soul army had won a great victory. Shenlang's army had been completely destroyed. In less than an hour, the battle was over. Husband? I'm the daughter of Xianxia. Why don't you divorce me, or I'll take medicine and commit suicide, Madame Ningqi said mournfully. Ningqi was originally going to marry Zhu Ning as his official wife, but this marriage was left unsettled. Hence, Xianxia's daughter was still his official wife. Ningqi reached out and caressed his wife's face. He didn't say anything. This was because he didn't know how the situation would escalate to this level. He wasn't afraid of Ningxiao pursuing the matter, but of the great Yan Empire. The Xianxia clan had surrendered to Shenlang at the crucial moment. Even Ningqi's army had fled when faced with Shenlang. Hence, if the great Yan Empire wanted to settle the score, not only would his wife be killed, even his entire family would not be able to escape. Let's leave it to fate. Ningqi smiled. I will fight with all my might. But if I can't fight for a way out for you, don't blame me for being useless. Then, Ningqi mounted his warhorse and rode towards the palace. The sky was beautiful today. Even though the sun hadn't risen yet, there were no clouds in the sky. It was obvious that the sun would rise as usual. However, Ningqi only had one thought in his mind: from now on, there would be no daylight. The gates of Blackwater Terrace Castle slowly opened. Prison wagons came out one after another, and each wagon had a felon in it. Bian Xiao, Zhang Chong and his two sons, Li Sun, Li En, Ning Gang, Ning Qi, and the others. There were more than 100 prison wagons. All of them were the so-called leaders of Shenlang's remaining forces. After leaving Blackwater Terrace prison, Zhang Chong hurriedly closed his eyes. The sun hadn't risen yet, but the light was too bright. They had all been locked up in the dark prison for the past 2 years. They couldn't stand the brightness. Moreover, this was the first time Zhang Chong, Bian Xiao, Ning Gang, Ning Qi, and the others saw each other. Every one of them was emaciated. Their hair was completely white, and they looked as dry as firewood. Princess Ning Luo escorted these people into the palace. She was still wearing her mask. She walked up to Zhang Chong and said, Duke Zhang, I'm sure you miss Shenlang very much. You'll be able to see him soon, but only with his head. Zhang Chong's body suddenly trembled, but he didn't speak. Ning Luo said, Of course, don't be discouraged, because you'll accompany him to the underworld. After the court meeting, you'll be directly sent to the execution ground. You'll all be beheaded. You'll be buried with Shenlang. Zhang Chong's tears slowly fell. Ning Luo said, I'm very sorry. There's no last meal. Besides, your daughter, Zhang Chunhua, is now in Furious Tide City. She'll be with you soon. Of course, the premise is that she won't be sent to the musical house. Let's go. Escort them to the palace. Let all the executioners in the execution ground get ready. We're going to kill a lot of people today. Sharpen the knives. Ningjing walked out of the prison of the Imperial Clan Temple. This man was so stubborn. His eyes couldn't stand the stimulation of the light outside. Others had closed their eyes, but he had to keep them wide open. As a result, he was stung so much that his eyes were watering. His hair and beard were like weeds, and his whole body was skinny. But his hair wasn't white, just gray. Ningyi rode on the horse and sneered. Ningjing, you haven't said a word in the past 2 years, and you've been tough to the end. That's because you have expectations for Shenlang. You think he will definitely come back and save you. As a result, you're half right. He did come back. But, yesterday, his whole army was wiped out. His army of 20,000, which is said to be magical and powerful, was wiped out in less than an hour. This kind of king's return is really a big joke. But he has always been so pompous. Ning Zheng's face still didn't change, like an iron plate. Ningyi laughed and said, Ningjing, you still don't give up at this time? Ha ha ha, you're really the stupidest and funniest person I've ever seen. Others don't shed tears until they see the coffin, but you won't shed tears even if you see the coffin. Okay, let's go to the palace. Soon, you'll see Shenlang's head, ha ha ha. Ningjing was still expressionless as he walked towards the palace with the shackles on him. Ningyi said, "Fifth brother, after seeing Shenlang's head, you'll have to go directly to the execution ground. If Shenlang dies, you people will have no value. You don't have Ninghan to protect you like father. You'll also be beheaded. Do you have anything to say to me before you die?" Ningjing didn't even look at Ningyi and continued to walk forward. Ningyi was furious. He picked up a whip and whipped Ningjing's back. Pa, Ningjing, at this time, you're about to die, and you still dare to look down on me? You still dare to look down on me? King Yu, Ning Xiao, was dressed completely new today. From the crown to the king's robe, even the sword at his waist was new. After dressing, he walked to Ning Yuanxian's palace. A few palace maids were helping Ning Yuanxian bathe and change his clothes. As the Grand King, Ning Yuanxian had to participate in today's court assembly. In more than 2 years, this was the first time Ning Yuanxian had put on a king's robe and a crown. 81, 82, 83. Ning Yuanxian was like a puppet being dressed, but he still chattered on and on. Ning Xiao waved his hand and all the palace maids fled. When they saw Ning Xiao, it was as if they saw a ghost. Although some things weren't made public, the palace maids faintly knew that the corpses in the courtyard outside Ning Xiao's palace had already been buried to the brim. Ning Xiao squatted in front of Ning Yuanxian and said, Hey, father, stop pretending. This time, really stop pretending. Shenlang is dead. He was beheaded by Zhu Hongxue. Very soon, it will be sent to the palace. 85, 86, 87. Ning Yuanxian trembled as if he didn't hear anything. His eyes were so turbid that there was no light. Because he was too thin, the king's robe seemed especially big on him. The crown was also swaying on his head and had to be tied tightly with a rope. Otherwise, it would fall off at any time. As he counted, saliva kept dripping from the corner of his mouth. Ning Xiao said, Father, didn't I just kill a few palace maids that year? Why did you send me to Tongtian Temple to be a monk? We are all your sons. Why can others enjoy glory and splendor in the palace while I have to go to Tongtian Temple to be a grandson? And my mother, isn't she beautiful enough? Why can't you give her a title? Isn't she a spy of the Great Tribulation Temple? Isn't she a vixen? But you have already enjoyed her, and you still banished her to the cold palace. Aren't you too heartless? Of course, I'm absolutely not fighting for my mother. If you don't confer her the title of a concubine, my status will be lowly. Why do you treat me like this? Ning Xiao said coldly, Tell me, why? Then, Ning Xiao pinched Ning Yuanxian's nose and covered his mouth with a piece of silk. He said sternly, Don't pretend to be crazy. If you keep pretending, I will suffocate you to death. Soon, Ning Yuanxian's whole body was trembling. His face was red and his eyes were bloodshot. He would suffocate at any time. I'm sorry. I know I'm wrong. Ning Xiao let go of Ning Yuanxian and said, Come on. Your crown is crooked, and your face is covered with saliva. Ning Yuanxian coughed violently, and then continued to count. But he forgot where he had counted, and he was in a daze. Ning Xiao said, Royal father, you will see Shenlang's severed head in a while. At that time, you should give up. Why do you have to live such a tiring life? Otherwise, you can kill yourself later. This is poison. You have received it. After seeing Shenlang's head, drink it yourself, understand? Ning Xiao stuffed a small bottle into Ning Yuanxian's sleeve, patted his skinny face, and said, Hide it well. Do you hear me? By the way, don't you like to pretend to be crazy? Later in the palace, how about you pee your pants in front of all the officials? Then I will believe that you are really crazy. Come on, carry the Grand Lord to the court. It was the first time that so many people came to the main hall of the palace of the state of Yu. There were thousands of people. All the officials and nobles in the capital had come, and hundreds of the so-called remnants of Shenlang had also come. There was not enough space in the main hall, so many people stood in the square outside the main hall. It was an unprecedented court meeting. It was the first one in years. The Grand Lord, Ning Yuanxian, sat on the highest throne. His eyes were straight, and he kept talking and drooling. Ning Xiao, the Lord of Yu, sat on the throne below, and seemed to be anxious. Why hadn't the Grand Lord come yet? The thousands of officials below were divided into two groups. Some of them were full of joy and were celebrating. The Xinlang had lost, and the situation was finally stabilized. Finally, there would be no more changes. Everyone had become rich by licking the Zhu family's boots. Now, they could continue to lick the Zhu family's boots without any obstacles. The other group looked serious and gloomy. They looked at the crazy Ning Yuanxian with pain, and then looked at Ning Jing in the prison card outside, feeling heartbroken. Many of the officials had conflicts with Ning Yuanxian, but they had been loyal for decades. What kind of kingdom was the state of Yu now? There were no people in the court. They were all ghosts. And at this moment, bang, 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 bang. A series of loud noises came from outside, like firecrackers. Then, there was the sound of dense footsteps. They were here, the Blood Soul Army was here. Ning Xiao, the Lord of Yu, couldn't help but raise his head. All the officials turned their heads and looked out of the palace gate. 3,000 Blood Soul Army soldiers marched into the palace in an orderly manner. Their faces couldn't be seen because their bodies were covered in armor. Moreover, the armor of the Blood Soul Army was too unique, and no one could forge it. Only the Blood Soul Army soldiers could be so tall, and only they could walk with such a shocking momentum. Zhu Hongxue didn't come. Zhu Hongzhu and Zhu Ying led the way. In just a short while, the 3,000 Blood Soul Army soldiers arrived at the square outside the palace. Then, 1,000 of them entered the main hall. Wherever the Blood Soul Army passed, all the officials made way for them because their murderous aura was too strong. Ning Xiao, the Lord of Yu, stood up and said, "Prime Minister, you're here?" Instantly, all the officials in the main hall knelt down and said, "Greetings, Prime Minister." Note, the first update is here. I'll finish the second one after eating. Seeking monthly votes, seeking support. Last night's sleep was so bad that my eyes felt like they were going to explode. Greetings, Prime Minister Zhu. Almost all the civil and military officials knelt down in an orderly fashion. This was Zhu Hongzhu's pinnacle. Even when the Zhu clan was in control of the court, there was no such ceremony. But now, Zhu Hongxue's Blood Soul Army had defeated Xinlang. From now on, the Zhu clan could cover the sky with one hand. If the future King Ningxiao disobeyed, the Zhu clan could even depose him. After this battle, Zhu Hongzhu would be the ruler of the state of Yu. Ning Yi's kneeling was especially straightforward. He stared at Zhu Hongzhu with wide eyes, longing to receive the attention of his grandfather. In the past, Zhu Hongzhu would have reveled in this moment. But now, there was only endless bitterness. Everyone's respect and fawning was like a whip lashing against his body. It was like a thorn in his back. But this show had to continue. It had to satisfy a certain bastard's bad taste. Rise, rise. Zhu Hongzhu raised his hand. How can you bow to me like this in front of His Majesty? That's absurd. Only then did all the civil and military officials stand up. Then Ning Xiao walked down from his throne and helped Zhu Hongzhu. Prime Minister, please sit. Then he found that there was another person supporting Zhu Hongzhu. It was Ning Yi. Ning Xiao's heart froze. Ning Yi, do you still have any ideas at this time? Your reputation is extremely bad and you've lost an arm. You still dream of becoming the king of Yu. Just like that, two people helped Zhu Hongzhu to sit on a chair in the hall. How laughable. Their father, Ning Yuanxian, was slumped and drooling on his seat. They didn't care and ran over to show their filial piety to Zhu Hongzhu. In these 2 years of court meetings, Prime Minister Zhu Hongzhu always had a seat. It was at the very top of the hall but below the steps. Now, in order to curry favor, Ning Xiao had Zhu Hongzhu's seat on the steps. It was even closer to his throne. After Zhu Hongzhu sat down, Ning Xiao couldn't help but look outside. Where was his trusted eunuch Nian? Just now, he had sent this person to the Zhu manor to personally welcome Zhu Hongzhu into the palace. Now that Zhu Hongzhu was here, he had disappeared. Who was this eunuch Nian? Not only was he Ning Xiao's confidant, but he was also his bed partner. At least in this palace, he and Ning Xiao were much closer than he was to the queen. That was why eunuch Nian was fearless and did not care about etiquette. He thought of himself as Ning Xiao's favorite in the inner palace. Ever since Miao Juoqing inherited everything from the Great Tribulation Temple, their relationships had become so messy. Ning Xiao had already been open to both men and women since he was a teenager. Eunuch Nian and Ning Xiao spent a lot of time together, and their relationship almost surpassed that of a normal married couple. But at this time, Ning Xiao temporarily put this intimate male pet to one side. Returning to his throne, he respectfully said, "Prime Minister, shall we begin?" Zhu Hongzhu bowed from his seat and said, "Everything shall be as your majesty decrees." Ning Xiao bowed and then sat down. In a clear voice, he said, "Ministers, although there is no clear edict in today's court meeting, everyone knows what has happened. About a few months ago, a rebel returned with tens of thousands of pirates, claiming to be the return of the king. The thousands of officials below were silent. Ning Xiao continued, "The almighty emperor did not pay attention to this clown. This shows his trust in the state of you. It is our supreme honor. That is why the glorious mission of annihilating the Xinlang rebel has fallen to me. How much trust does your majesty have in us?" With that, Ning Xiao cupped his hands and bowed in the direction of Yan capital. The thousands of officials below knelt down neatly, but not to Ning Xiao, but to Yan capital. Some time ago, there was a so-called decisive battle in Tianyue City. This rebel, Xinlang, tried to overthrow the authority of the state of Yu. What was the result? Yesterday, not even an hour had passed since the start of the battle, and his entire army had been annihilated. My Yu nation had obtained complete victory. This spring and autumn period technique was truly amazing. It wiped away all of the previous failures and took all of the credit for the Blood Soul Army. Of course, even if the Blood Soul Army won, Skycea Pavilion would not care about it. This was because this army was nominally affiliated with the state of Yu. The hundreds of officials knelt down again and said, "Congratulations, Your Majesty." Ning Xiao said, "What does this great victory prove?" "What does it prove?" "Ning Qi, what do you think?" Ning Qi said, "The empire of Great Yan is invincible." "Yes, the empire of Great Yan is invincible." Ning Xiao said in a clear voice, "This is all thanks to your majesty. As long as your majesty watches over us, the army of the state of Yu will be invincible." This battle has further proven that Xinlang is merely a jumping clown. Let's not talk about him not being a match for His Majesty the Emperor. Even I do not have the qualifications to personally lead the army. Therefore, some of you should not blindly raise Xinlang's status. The so-called rebellion of the world refers to his shameless crimes and not his status. Some people say that the people of the state of Yu are all in Xinlang's hands. Others say that when Xinlang's army went to Tianyu City, countless people sent them off and cheered for Xinlang's victory. All of these are shameless and absurd rumors. In my Yu country, other than an extremely small number of rebels, all of the officials and citizens condemned Xinlang's rebellious actions without any hesitation, treating him as a shameless traitor. The loyalty of my Yu country to His Majesty the Emperor can be seen by the heavens and earth. Now, this farce is finally over. Xinlang's rebellion broke out in the state of Yu, so it ended in the state of Yu. Now, I can finally answer to your majesty. Then, Ning Xiao stood up from his throne and knelt in the direction of Yan capital. He kowtowed and said, "Your majesty, I did not let you down. I have wiped out Xinlang's rebel army. Long live Great Yan Empire, long live His Majesty." When he knelt down, Zhu Hongzhu also got up from his seat and knelt down. All the officials had just stood up when they knelt down again. They kowtowed and shouted, "Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty!" After the grand ceremony, Ning Xiao stood up and returned to his throne. After that, he sat down and said slowly, "Of course, there's still an extremely small number of traitors that refuse to realize their errors even until now, and they sympathize with and even pledge loyalty to Xinlang. Where would you place His Majesty's supreme dignity?" "Ning Jing." King Yu Ning Xiao shouted, "Come up here." Ning Jing slowly walked into the main hall in shackles. He was completely silent. Ning Xiao said, "Now that things have come to this, do you know your crime?" Ning Jing said, "I am not guilty." Ningjing said slowly, although you are a rebel, you are still my younger brother. On account of your ignorance, I can plead with His Majesty. As long as you say in front of all the officials that Xianxia is a rebel, everyone in the world has the right to punish him. I can let you off the hook. But if you continue to be stubborn and loyal to Xianxia, then your crime is unforgivable. Today, I will behead you in public to appease the people. Ningjing said plainly, Xianxia is my lord. This has never changed. I, Ningjing, only recognize the Jiang family, not the Ji family. How dare you? Shut up. Ningxiao said sternly, how dare you say such disobedient words in front of all the officials? How can you face the ancestors of the Ning clan? Ningjing is a rebel and deserves to be punished. He will be beheaded immediately. Then, Ningxiao shouted, Bian Xiao. The shackled Bian Xiao walked into the hall. He wasn't that skinny, and because his martial arts were too high, the tendons in his limbs were severed. Bian Xiao, do you know your crime? Ningxiao asked. Bian Xiao looked at Ningxiao disdainfully and said nothing. Ningxiao sneered, Bian Xiao, you have 1,000 people in your family. How innocent are you? The heavens have the virtue of cherishing life, and I do not wish to start a massacre. So as long as you admit that Xianxia is a rebel, everyone in the world has the right to punish him. The Bian clan will only kill you and not implicate you. How about that? Bian Xiao spat out a mouthful of saliva. Ningxiao's face twitched. He said slowly, Bian clan is guilty of following the rebel Xianxia. Their entire clan is to be executed. Zhang Chong walked into the hall. Ningxiao said, I will not repeat myself. Do you know your crime? Zhang Chong ignored Ningxiao and looked at Zhu Hongzhu. He said, Prime Minister Zhu, many years ago, I used to think of you as a role model for civil officials. I even made you my life's goal. Now that I think of it, it is a disgrace. Zhu Hongzhu pretended not to hear anything, as if he didn't hear anything. Shut up. You are at death's door, and you still speak so arrogantly? Ningxiao said coldly, Imperial decree. Zhang Chong's entire clan is guilty of following the rebel Xianxia. Their entire clan is to be executed. Zhang Chong is to be executed by 1,000 cuts. In the end, he looked at Ning Qi and said slowly, Duke Qi. Do you know your crime? Ning Qi bowed and said, This official is useless. Useless? Ningxiao sneered, I would like to hear how useless you are. Ning Qi said, In the battle a few days ago, my army of 100,000 was routed. One useless general exhausted the army to death. Ningxiao said, So you are not loyal to Xianxia? Ning Qi said, This official doesn't dare. Ningxiao looked at Ning Qi. In his view, Ning Qi's life and death were completely in his hands. If he said Ning Qi was guilty, then he was guilty. He didn't want to kill Ning Qi. After all, this person might be of some use against the Zhu clan. Ning Qi, I believe in your loyalty, King Ningxiao said. Ning Zheng's status is special. After all, he is a member of the royal family of the Ning clan. Others have no right to kill him. How about I give this task to you? You did not fight well in the battle a few days ago, so you need to express your feelings to the world. Otherwise, people will say that you sympathize with Xianxia's rebellion. The meaning of these words was very clear. If Ning Qi personally cut off Ning Zheng's head, then he was innocent. If he didn't kill him, then he was loyal to Xianxia. That was why the army of 100,000 collapsed without a fight. Here it comes again, here it comes again. Ning Qi's heart was in great pain. Ning Qi looked at Ning Zheng, then at Zhu Hongzhu. Finally, he looked at the tall and straight Blood Soul army. The Blood Soul army was too arrogant. Even Ning Qi hadn't met them personally, so he couldn't see any clues. More than 2 years ago, Ning Qi didn't want to kill Ning Yuanxian and Ning Zheng. That was why he gave up the throne and let Ning Xiao replace him. Ning Qi looked at Ning Yuanxian again. Father, you said that the sun might rise again after it sets. But where is the sun now? Where is it? Ning Qi used to be very smart, ruthless, and decisive. He showed amazing political skills and means. If it was more than 2 years ago, he might be able to see the flaws in all this. But now he had lost his direction and was completely confused. His eyes were no longer sharp. The only thing he could hold on to was the bottom line in his heart. More than 2 years ago, Ning Yuanxian and Ning Jing didn't kill him. This was the bottom line in Ning Qi's heart. Suddenly, Ning Qi sighed and said, "Your Majesty wants me to kill Ning Jing, but I can't do it." Ning Xiao said coldly, "Are you sure you can't do it?" Ning Qi looked up at Ning Xiao and said, "I can't do it." King Yu Ning Xiao said, "Draft an edict. Strip Ning Qi of all his titles and imprison him in the Imperial Clan Temple prison to await punishment." Then he said slowly, "Ning Zhang's identity is special, but his crime is unforgivable. Who will execute him? I can't do it myself, right?" Eldest Princess Ning Luo stepped out and said, "I will do it." Ning Yi's face twitched, but he didn't say anything. Ning Luo said, "As a woman, can't I execute the traitor in my family?" Ning Xiao said, "All right, then eldest Princess Ning Luo will execute Ning Jing personally." At this time, Zhu Hongzhu coughed lightly. King Yu Ning Xiao looked at Zhu Hongzhu, but he didn't dare to say things like "Prime Minister, take care of yourself." Wouldn't that be mocking Zhu Hongzhu's poor health? But he knew what Zhu Hongzhu meant. He wanted him to return to the throne of Shenlang. Ning Xiao said loudly, "Officials, in the decisive battle at Tianyu City, the state of Yu not only killed Shenlang's rebel army, but also beheaded Shenlang. From now on, the state of Yu will be at peace. All of this is due to the benevolence of His Majesty the Emperor. Long live the Emperor, long live the Emperor." Ning Xiao kowtowed once again in the direction of Yan capital. Zhu Hongzhu had no choice but to kneel again. The officials also had no choice but to kowtow and shout, "Long live the Emperor." After Ning Xiao stood up, he didn't sit back down. He shouted loudly, "Someone, bring the head of Shenlang." The few thousand people present were suddenly excited. Today's court meeting was finally reaching its climax. Everyone craned their necks. Shenlang had finally died. It really wasn't easy for him. Since a few years ago, this person had been creating miracles and subverting everyone's understanding. Now that he was dead, an era had come to an end. Many people present could finally be at ease. A warrior rushed in with a box in his hands. He raised his hands high into the air. Ning Xiao laughed loudly, "I have never seen Shenlang before. But today, I am going to see his head. I didn't expect it to be a dead man the first time I see him. Ning Jing, Bian Xiao, Zhang Chong, this is the ruler that you have pledged your loyalty to. Now that his head is in this box, you should give up completely." When Ning Xiao said this, he looked at Ning Yuanxian. At this point, Ning Yuanxian was still trembling and drooling. He sat crookedly on his seat. "Father, are you really crazy, or are you pretending to be crazy? But regardless of whether you are crazy or not, after seeing Shenlang's head, you should have lost all hope. Father, you're actually pinning all your hopes on such a clown. How ridiculous and laughable is that? Ning Yuanxian, you are a joke in this life, a complete joke. Now, all of you should open your eyes and take a good look. The Shenlang that you all saw as your hope and miracle is dead." Of course, Ning Xiao did not say these words out loud in his heart. "Open the box and let everyone see clearly. This is the head of the traitor Shenlang." Ning Xiao shouted. "Yes." The warrior replied. Then, he slowly opened the box and revealed the head inside. Ning Xiao instinctively wanted to kneel down and shout at the Yan capital that the great Yan Empire was invincible and that the emperor's might could shake the world. However, in the next second, he was completely stunned when he saw the head in the box. This was not Shenlang's head. This was clearly his lover, the person closest to him, eunuch Nian. Alright, Shenlang was also very helpless. This was because he really couldn't find a more ironic and weighty head. He had already killed Ning Xiao's eldest son once. All the officials present were completely stunned. They stared in disbelief at the head in the box. It was handsome, beautiful, and twisted. Wasn't this eunuch Nian who served King Ning Xiao? That arrogant and presumptuous eunuch Nian with a feminine charm, didn't they say that it was Shenlang's head? Where was Shenlang? At this moment, the young warrior who was holding the box took off his helmet, revealing Shenlang's incomparably handsome face. He turned 360 degrees in the main hall and said with a smile, "Ning Xiao, ministers, are you surprised? Are you surprised? Then, Shenlang waved his hand. All the 3,000 Blood Soul soldiers in the palace took off their helmets and revealed their original faces. They were all Amazonian female warriors. How were they Blood Soul soldiers? Everyone, are you surprised? Are you surprised? Then, Shenlang waved his hand again and another 1,000 people rushed in, carrying one huge box after another. Open! Following Shenlang's order, all the big boxes were suddenly opened, and countless human heads rolled out from within. They were all Xianxia Pavilion Blood Soul soldiers. The skeleton party's warriors used their fastest speed, and used close to 20,000 heads to pile up in the main hall to form 10 temples. The pyramids of human heads were dripping with blood and looked sinister and terrifying. Shenlang said again, "Everyone, are you surprised? Are you surprised?" There was dead silence. It was as if countless lightning bolts had struck down, directly shaking them out of their wits and causing them to lose all ability to react. This world was too crazy, too terrifying. The 20,000 Blood Soul soldiers of Xianxia Pavilion were all annihilated. How was this possible? This was the Blood Soul army that had annihilated millions of soldiers in the western region. It was one thing for Shenlang to create those miracles previously, but now he had actually annihilated the Blood Soul army? "Are you a human or a ghost?" Shenlang slowly walked in front of Zhu Hongzhu and smiled. "Master Zhu, what do you think of my performance?" Zhu Hongzhu's face trembled as he looked at Shenlang in pain and thought, "Didn't you say that you wouldn't force me to take a stand? Didn't you say that you would leave me with my last bit of dignity?" Shenlang said softly, "You don't want to cooperate? I will kill your entire family." Zhu Hongzhu trembled and said, "Good, very good." Shenlang said, "I acted well, why aren't you clapping?" Zhu Hongzhu's entire body turned cold. He really wanted to die on the spot, but he could not die now. If he did not cooperate, Shenlang would really kill his entire family. Clap clap clap. Zhu Hongzhu trembled as he stood up and clapped. The clapping sounded out, and there was actually an echo in the hall, making it seem so lonely. Shenlang then walked in front of Zhu Yung and said, "Master Zhu Yung, what do you think? Did I act well?" Zhu Yung's scalp went numb and he also began to clap. As expected of a smart person, he didn't even wait for Shenlang to speak and he already knew what to do. Shenlang said, "Aren't you going to kneel and clap?" Zhu Yung gritted his teeth and looked at Shenlang, his heart trembling. "Shenlang, do you really want to be so shameless? You didn't make me kneel last night, but now you want me to kneel?" "Of course, last night it was all my people, Shenlang." "Who did you, Zhu Yung, kneel for?" "And now the entire court is your people. I will only feel good if you kneel in front of everyone." "If you don't kneel, I will kill your entire family," Shenlang said in a low voice. "Ck your mother, can't you say something else? You are the Emperor of the East, aren't you a hooligan?" However, under the countdown of Shenlang's fingers, Zhu Yung slowly knelt down and began to clap. "Not bad, not bad," 2 people applauded. Clap, 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 clap. Zhu Hongzhu and Zhu Yung kept clapping, not daring to listen at all. Because if they moved a little slower, Shenlang began to show a threatening look and began to count down with his fingers, showing his shameless face. Therefore, they could only keep clapping, and the whole hall could only hear the clapping of the 2 people. It was so embarrassing, so painful. Clap, clap, clap. Then, there was a third clap in the hall. Shenlang frowned. Who was this? Who dared to clap? If I don't allow them to clap, who dares? Little bastard, are you done acting? A trembling voice came from the hall, full of infinite ecstasy and excitement. Everyone looked up and saw the highest king, Ning Yuanxian, clapping slowly on the throne at the top of the hall. Although his body was trembling, his eyes were clear and wise, without any sign of madness. Little bastard, I knew you would do this. I knew you would do this yesterday. I knew what kind of shit you were going to shit the moment you stuck out your butt. Ning Yuanxian clapped his hands while shedding tears. Shenlang forcefully blinked his eyes and did his best to stop his tears from flowing. He walked up the stairs and hugged Ning Yuanxian's body as he choked with sobs. I'm sorry, Imperial Father. I've come late. What Shenlang held in his hands were almost all bones, and he was shaking uncontrollably, which made Shenlang feel even more heartache. Not late at all, Ning Yuanxian said with tears gushing out, I am not dead yet, how can you say I am late? Son, you are too early. You should come back later and be fully prepared, so that you don't have to take such a risk. You took such a big risk this time, and I was almost scared out of my wits. Shenlang said with tears, I am afraid that if I am late, I will not see you again. Ning Yuanxian laughed and cried, you have underestimated me, and you have also underestimated Ning Jing. Shenlang hugged Ning Yuanxian for a few minutes, and then he stopped crying and let go of him, saying with a smile, Father, Ning Yan is pregnant again. We specially gave birth to this child for you and Mother Bian to play with. Good, good, good. Ning Yuanxian said, I will teach him to read and write in person. Your handwriting is too poor. Shenlang said in his heart, Father-in-law, our handwriting is almost the same. It looks good on the surface, but it is actually very vulgar. Of course, he thought so, but he gave a thumbs up and said, Father-in-law, your handwriting is really excellent. Ning Yuanxian's Parkinson's disease became more serious. Even if he did not pretend to be crazy, he could not control the saliva at the corner of his mouth. So Shenlang gently wiped the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. Well, I have been comforted by you. Ning Yuanxian said with a smile, I enjoyed the show today. I will go back to my room and have a rest. When will you go back to the new Tiao city? Take me and Mother Bian with you. I have been trapped in the palace for dozens of years, and I can go with my son-in-law to relax. Okay. Shenlang said. With a wave of his hand, someone immediately brought over a wheelchair. This was a brand new wheelchair that Shenlang had personally designed. Shenlang went forward and gently carried Ning Yuanxian into the wheelchair. Then he said to all the civil and military officials, please wait a moment. I will send my father-in-law back to his room to have a rest. I will be back soon. Li Sun, Li Sun. Shenlang shouted. A moment later, a figure ran in quickly. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. This was the former eunuch Li Sunday. His tendons and veins had been cut, and he had almost lost his martial arts. He could barely walk. He ran to Shenlang and Ning Yuanxian, knelt down, and kowtowed. Your Majesties, I am here. His thin face was covered with scars, and his smile was uglier than crying. Shenlang stretched out 3 fingers and said, they are the 3 Majesties. The eunuch Li Sun gently slapped himself and said, yes, yes, I am confused. They are the 3 Majesties. Then, Shenlang pushed the wheelchair and sent Ning Yuanxian back to his room to have a rest. Ning Yuanxian did not want to stay in the palace not because he was tired, but because he had already abdicated. From now on, he had nothing to do but to teach his grandson. When he returned to his room, Su Fei was sitting there in a daze. She kept wiping her tears and even sobbing. When the door was opened, she almost instinctively knelt down. She was too afraid of Ning Xiao, who was a beast. The next moment, she saw Ning Yuanxian, who was completely awake, and Shenlang behind him. She was completely stunned. She almost instinctively rubbed her eyes, thinking that she was hallucinating or dreaming. Shenlang looked at Su Fei with mixed feelings. This world was really a joke. Su Fei and Su Nan used to be his sworn enemies. However, Su Fei had been taking care of Ning Yuanxian for the past 2 years. Although she did not dare to fight against Ning Xiao and Ning Yi, she took good care of Ning Yuanxian. At least, he did not live a sloppy life. As for Su Nan, she had always been following Jin Jun and fighting for him, Shenlang. Su Fei, you have worked hard for the past 2 years. Shenlang said. Su Fei shook her head desperately. Then, she could not help but burst into tears. Ning Yuanxian said, Su Fei, I am hungry. Let's cook. Oh, okay. Su Fei glanced at Ning Yuanxian again and then walked toward the kitchen. In the past 2 years, she had always suspected that Ning Yuanxian was pretending to be crazy. But after a year, she did not doubt it anymore. She really thought that Ning Yuanxian was crazy because he always showed that he was stupid. Even in front of her, he did not show any flaws. Shenlang waved his hand and said, come, bring it in. After a while, a few female warriors came over with something that was sparkling and translucent. Shenlang scooped a mouthful and fed it to Ning Yuanxian. What is it? It is cold, elastic and soft. Delicious, delicious. Ning Yuanxian cheered like a child, as if it was the first time he had tasted something delicious. Shenlang said, I specially invented it for you. It is jelly. Then, Shenlang took out a painting and opened it in front of Ning Yuanxian. The person in the painting was Ning Yuanxian. Moreover, it was Ning Yuanxian from 2 or 3 years ago. He was delicate, young, mighty, and liked to show off. Although the face was blurred, Ning Yuanxian's temperament was very realistic. It was vividly drawn on the paper. Ning Yuanxian could almost recognize him at a glance. He even fell into the memories of 2 or 3 years ago. This was not drawn by Shenlang. It was drawn by a child. It was full of spirit and childlike charm. There were a few words written on the painting, Grandpa Xian. Which one of your treasures is this? Ning Yuanxian felt as if his heart was nourished by a sweet spring. He was infected by this painting and was filled with infinite beauty. Shenlang said, this was drawn by Yao Yao. I often talked to her about you, so before coming to Tianyue City, she drew this painting and asked me to give it to you. She is the daughter of me and Cho Yaoer. Of course, she is not just Cho Yaoer. In short, she is the smartest and cutest child in this world. She is a pixie gifted to me by the heavens. Ning Yuanxian took the painting and carefully looked at every line. He used his trembling hands to touch it. Then, he smiled and said, then can you share a little of this pixie with me? Alright, I have a bunch of children at home waiting for you to teach them, Shenlang said. Ning Yuanxian looked at the painting while eating the jelly. He felt sweet in his heart. Then, he waved his hand and said, alright, go ahead and finish the act. You have appeased this old man. Next, it is time to meet your subjects. He had originally wanted to say appease them, but he changed his words because subjects didn't need to be appeased. Their loyalty was a matter of course, and using the word appease might taint the loyalty of Ningxing, Zhangcheng, and the others. Shenlang said, okay, I will ask someone to bring concubine Bian here. Eunuch Li, I will leave this to you. He handed the spoon to Li Sun and then left the room, heading for the hall outside. Li Sun continued to feed the jelly to Ning Yuanxian with the spoon. Old dog, have a bite. It's delicious, Ning Yuanxian said. Li Sun said, Your Majesty, this is made by His Majesty. I am a dog. I don't deserve to eat such delicious food. Ning Yuanxian said, just eat it. Don't talk nonsense. Li Sun took a small bite and put it in his mouth. Ning Yuanxian looked at Li Sun expectantly and said, Is it delicious? It's delicious. It's delicious. I have never eaten such delicious food. Li Sun's eyes widened and he said exaggeratedly, Your Majesty Shenlang is indeed capable. Most importantly, you are filial. Otherwise, you can't make such delicious food. Your Majesty will enjoy a good life from now on. Ning Yuanxian said in a trembling voice, Let's go together, together. Li Sun held back his tears and said, Okay, okay. This old dog will enjoy a good life with Your Majesty. Shenlang stood at the back door of the palace. He took a deep breath and wiped away the tears at the corner of his eyes. After which, he once again returned to his menacing appearance and walked back into the palace. Clap, 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 Zhu Hongzhu and his son were still clapping their hands. Their hands were about to swell. There was nothing they could do. Shenlang did not ask them to stop. If they stopped, they would probably hear that familiar phrase again, I'll kill your entire family. All the civil and military officials stood there, trembling like quails. They even felt like they couldn't breathe. At this moment, all of them had already reacted. The numbness from the shock they felt earlier had faded away and was replaced with endless fear. Shenlang's methods were too terrifying. Previously, he was already very terrifying when he was just a favored subject. Now, there was no need to even mention how terrifying he was now. Shenlang didn't care about the others. He went directly to Ningxing and gently unlocked the shackles on him. But he didn't say a word. The moment he saw Shenlang, Ningxing was so ecstatic that he felt like he was about to explode. The endless excitement was like a volcano erupting. This feeling was very familiar. It was just like the sacrificial ceremony a few years ago. He had injected some kind of medicine, and his entire body felt like it was about to soar into the sky. All the blood in his body was about to boil, and his scalp was numb. That kind of excitement almost made him roar out loud. But now, an hour had passed. He gradually calmed down and became a volcano that didn't erupt. His heart was surging and his face was calm. But his face kept twitching and his hands kept trembling. "Brother Wang, you have worked hard," said Xianlang. After Ningjing was unlocked, he knelt down in front of Xianlang and kowtowed. "Your subject Ningjing pays respect to your majesty." "Long live your majesty, long live your majesty, long live your majesty." Note, today's update is 16,000 words. You must have a good sleep tonight. I'm really scared. Please support me, thank you for the arrival of the final microbe. Ran Ruirui will reward you with 10,000 yuan. Xianlang looked at Ningjing for a long time. Even though his hair was disheveled, he hadn't changed much. Even his eyes hadn't changed much from 2 years ago. They were still clear and determined, just a bit deeper. The inhumane treatment of the past 2 years hadn't shaken his will at all. This was probably the best king of you in 100 years. But Xianlang was still very embarrassed. Before, he had supported Ningjing. Even though he didn't have any intentions of being a ruler and subject, Xianlang had been the chief clerk of Marquis Chongping's residence and could be considered Ningjing's subordinate. But now, he had suddenly become his ruler. Xianlang instinctively wanted to say that he didn't want to be some *T emperor, but after thinking about it, he gave up. This would probably hurt Ningjing's feelings. "Brother Wang, if you keep being like this, we won't be able to see each other in the future." Xianlang smiled bitterly. Ningjing stood up and bowed to the side. His etiquette was meticulous. Xianlang walked in front of Bian Xiao and picked up his hands. He used an X-ray eye to check his tendons in his legs. Bian Xiao was a grandmaster, so his tendons were destroyed after he was captured. Fortunately, it hadn't been long, unlike Grandmaster Lan Xiao, who had his tendons broken for several years. "I can reconnect your tendons and you'll recover your martial arts in about a year or 2. Xianlang said, "I'll arrange for surgery as soon as possible." Bian Xiao kowtowed. "Your subject thanks you for your kindness." In reality, Bian Xiao was really wronged. He and Xianlang had almost never met face to face. The only contact they had was during the battle for Jinshan Island. At that time, Duke Bianzhao's position was incomparably high while Xianlang was just a son-in-law. In the end, he was also implicated by Xianlang. From a high position, he lost everything and his entire clan was imprisoned. Of course, the Zhu clan had given him a chance. If he was willing to surrender, he could keep his title even if he lost his military power. But Bian Xiao was a tough person. How could he surrender? So his army of 100,000 was defeated by Zhu Hongshua's Blood Soul army and Yanzhou was lost. Xianlang arrived in front of Zhang Chong and said, "Chunhua has done an outstanding job in Raging Tide City. After I rescue you, I'll marry her. But I'm afraid there will only be a very small ceremony, and the marriage certificate can only use Jiang Lang's name." Zhang Chong trembled slightly, then he knelt down and kowtowed, "This subject is terrified, this subject thanks the Lord for his grace." He was really filled with emotion. He didn't expect that the mission of bringing honor to the ancestors would really fall on his daughter. As soon as Xianlang's gaze fell on Imperial Uncle Ning Qi's face, the latter revealed a complicated look. In the past few years, Imperial Uncle Ning Qi did not have a good impression of Xianlang and had reprimanded him countless times. Moreover, he was imprisoned not because he supported Xianlang or the Great Yan Empire, but because he supported Ning Yuanxian and Ningjing. However, it was time for them to take sides. What the Great Yan Empire had done to the state of Yu was too dishonorable. It was too ugly. The entire Eastern world was either surnamed Ji or Jiang. Now that the chaos had been restored, the state of Yu could only be loyal to the Jiang dynasty. "This subject, Ning Qi, greet your majesty." Imperial Uncle Ning Qi knelt down and kowtowed. "This subject, Ning Gang, greet your majesty." Imperial Uncle Ning Gang knelt down and kowtowed. Following that, the hundreds of people present knelt down and kowtowed in an orderly manner. "This subject greets your majesty." "Long live, long live, long live." These people were known as the remnants of Xianlang, even though many of them had never supported Xianlang. They only supported Ning Yuanxian and Ning Jing. After a while, more than 1,000 people knelt down and kowtowed. "This subject greets your majesty. Long live, long live, long live." The entire imperial court was clearly divided. Those who supported the Jiang dynasty knelt down neatly, while those who supported the Great Yan Empire stood upright. At least at this moment, no one was speculating, let alone speculating. This was because everyone was risking their lives to take sides. Xianlang had won the final battle in Tianyue City, but the Xianxia Pavilion was still within the borders of the state of Yu. Their forces were almost unharmed, not to mention that the Great Yan Empire was still at its peak. It was so powerful that it made people feel hopeless. Therefore, those who knelt down and pledged loyalty to Xianlang today might become ghosts under the blade of the Great Yan Empire tomorrow. Xianlang slowly walked back to the top of the stairs. No matter where he went, more than 6 grandmasters followed him closely. He looked at Ning Qi, who was trembling and seemed to be struggling. From the beginning, Ning Qi had never pledged loyalty to Xianlang. He did not even have the courage to resist the Great Yan Empire. He just stuck to his bottom line and did not want to kill Ning Yuanxian and Ning Jing with his own hands. From his personal point of view, he was still unwilling to stand on Xianlang's side. This was because the Great Yan Empire and the Xianxia Pavilion were too powerful. Standing on Xianlang's side would mean disaster in the future. However, in this world, there were many times when there was no other choice. When he was unwilling to kill Ning Jing, he was already forced to choose a side. Sometimes there was a gray area, but sometimes it was black and white. In the entire Eastern world, one could either stand on the Jiang dynasty's side or the Ji dynasty's side. Emotionally, Ning Qi yearned for the Jiang dynasty. Everything the Ji dynasty did was too ugly. However, logically, standing on the Jiang dynasty's side would really lead to extinction. But now, Ning Qi really had no other choice. He could no longer stand in the middle. With a long sigh, Ning Qi knelt down towards Xianlang and kowtowed. "Your subject Ning Qi greets your majesty. Long live, long live, long live." Xianlang said, "Third Highness, you used to be a very outstanding person. You had the sharpest vision, the most ruthless and decisive means, and the art of politics. However, in these 2 years, you have lost your direction. However, I hope that you will be able to find your direction again and find your former self." Ning Qi kowtowed. "Your subject is ashamed. I hope that I will live up to your majesty's expectations." Xianlang said, "I really look forward to your majesty becoming the invincible commander of the state of Yu." Ning Qi kowtowed on the ground and remained motionless. Next, Xianlang looked at Ning Yi. Ning Yi immediately knelt down and kowtowed continuously. "Your subject greets your majesty. Long live, long live, long live." Ning Yi was still the same Ning Yi. In fact, he was not like this when he was the crown prince of the state of Yu. He was full of refinement, superiority, and pride. Moreover, he was not bad at politics. To a certain extent, none of Ning Yuanxian's sons were idiots. Perhaps only Ning Qi and Ning Jing were truly outstanding. However, Ning Zhen, Ning Jing, Ning Yi, and even Ning Xiao were all outstanding talents. Ning Yi's fall was caused by the Zhu family. For a long time, Ning Yi was more like a pet that the Zhu family kept in captivity. He had not experienced any hardships at all and was directly thrown into the tragic battlefield of the South Kingdom. Once the cowardly Ning Yi knelt down, his spirit and backbone were completely castrated. He could no longer stand up and could only continue to fall. For a long time, Ning Yi was one of Xianlang's most important enemies. However, the two of them rarely met each other. This was because during that time, Ning Yi was the high and mighty crown prince of the state of Yu and did not take Xianlang seriously. When he took Xianlang seriously, he was quickly slapped to death by Xianlang. Ning Yi had committed many unforgivable crimes. For example, he had wanted to take Jean Mulan away for a long time. He had tortured Ning Yuanxian and Ning Jing. However, there were different levels of beasts. When Ning Xiao wanted to kill Ning Yuanxian, Ning Yi was also stunned and was unwilling to do it. Xianlang looked at Ning Yi and did not speak for a long time. Ning Yi kept trembling. He kowtowed desperately and cried, "Your Majesty, long live your Majesty. Long live your majesty. Your majesty Xianlang, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. At first, he was just crying a little. Later, he simply burst into tears and collapsed on the ground. Looking at Ningyi, Xianlang was really in a dilemma. He had wanted to let Ningxing deal with Ningyi because Ningxing was the king of Yu. However, after thinking about it, he could not do so. After all, Ningyi was Ningxing's elder brother and Ning Yuanxian's son. Should he let Ningxing kill his elder brother? Should he let Ning Yuanxian kill his son? Ningxing could not do it, and Ning Yuanxian could not do it now either. Therefore, he had to do it. Ningyi tortured Ningxing. To a certain extent, he did not deserve to die. However, as a son, he tortured his father, Ning Yuanxian, so he must die. Soon, Xianlang made a decision. Nominally, Ningyi would be exiled to a deserted island in the east. Then, he would be executed secretly on this island and his bones would be buried outside the deserted island. Xianlang said, Ningyi is disloyal and unfilial. He will be exiled for thousands of miles and will never be able to return to the state of Yu. Hearing this, Ningyi kowtowed desperately and cried, Thank you, your majesty. Thank you, your majesty. Xianlang's gaze fell on Princess Royal Ning Luo's face. He sighed again. He and Princess Ning Luo could have been the best allies. He even saved Princess Ning Luo's life. However, because Prince Jin's queen disfigured Ning Luo's heart was twisted. She hated everything, including Prince Jin and Xianlang. In fact, she did not do many evil things. At least, she did not torture Ningxing or Ning Yuanxian. However, a few months ago, she killed more than 500 people. These 500 people claimed to be the remnants of Xianlang, but they were innocent. Originally, they could have not died, because Xianlang had already negotiated with the Zhu clan. However, Ning Xiao, the madman, did not want to lose face. He delayed for a few minutes and gave the order. Princess Ning Luo's heart was twisted. She could not wait to kill people to satisfy her desire to destroy. Therefore, she would definitely die. Xianlang, kill me or torture me. Do as you wish. Grand Princess Ning Luo stood there motionlessly, looking at Xianlang in an unruly manner as she let out a cold laugh. Take her. Following Xianlang's order, a few female Amazons stepped forward. They shackled Princess Ning Luo and took her away from the palace. Ning Yuanxian left because he did not want to see this scene. Some things must happen, but at least he could not see it. Finally, Xianlang's gaze fell on King Ningxiao. Finally, it was his turn. To be honest, Xianlang had never seen such a person. He was so twisted and crazy. If you said he was smart, he was extremely smart. If you said he was stupid, he was completely subverted. But without a doubt, he was the most selfish and greedy person in the world. He was more ruthless than anyone else in the world. He did not care about his parents, his wife and children. Everything he did was for his own pleasure. He had no pressure killing his father, King Ning Yuanxian. He did not care about killing his brother, Ningxing. During his 2 years as King Ningxiao, countless innocent girls were buried outside his courtyard. He was an evil person through and through. He was so evil that his entire body was oozing pus. He was not fit to be a human. He was worse than a beast. Xianlang smiled at Ningxiao. King Ningxiao also smiled and gave a thumbs up. Xianlang, you are amazing. Even Zhu Hongshua's blood soul army was destroyed by you. You are really amazing. I would never have dreamed of this. Well said, well said. Xianlang said. Ningxiao said, I understand when it comes to losing a bet. I understand. Then, he took off the crown on his head and took off the new king's robe. The throne of the state of Yu originally belonged to Ningxing. Now, it is returned to him. Xianlang said, your title of King Yu is not legitimate. It does not count. Then, Xianlang said, men, bring it up. A few warriors came forward with the new king's robe and crown. Bring it to King Yu. Xianlang said, Duke Benefactor, I will leave this task to you. Yes, your majesty. Duke Benefactor walked forward and tried to control his trembling hands. His meridians had been severed. He needed to bathe and change his clothes, but he didn't care too much. Lian brought a few eunuchs forward and washed Ning Zheng's hair. Then, he changed into a new king's robe. Then, Ning Zheng knelt down in front of the steps. Shen Lang took the crown and helped Ning Zheng put it on. This was probably the simplest coronation ceremony, but it was also the most formal. This meant that from now on, King Yu would be crowned by the Great Gan Empire and the state of Yu would be loyal to the Great Gan dynasty. Everyone, greet your King Yu, Shen Lang said slowly. Instantly, the thousands of people knelt down and kowtowed, "Greetings, Your Majesty." After 2.5 years, the throne of the state of Yu finally returned to Ningxing. Ningxing didn't sit down and said, "Announce to the world that from now on, the state of Yu will no longer be loyal to the Great Yan Empire. We will be loyal to His Majesty." All the officials came forward and kowtowed again, "Yes, Your Majesty." Ningxing continued, "I hereby declare that the cabinet of ministers shall be abolished, the minister of external affairs shall be restored, and Zhu Hongzhu shall be relieved of all his duties. Ning Gang shall be appointed as the first minister of external affairs, Zhang Chong as the second minister of external affairs, and Wang Qingji as the third minister of external affairs." 3 officials came forward and kowtowed, "Yes, Your Majesty." Ningxing said, "Remove Ning Yu, Zhu Yong, and Zhang Zhao from all their positions in the Privy Council. Confer Duke Bian Shao as the Privy Envoy, King Uncle Ning Qi as the first Deputy Envoy, and Duke Ning Qi as the second Deputy Envoy." 3 of them came forward and kowtowed, "Yes, Your Majesty." Although Zhong Yao and Zhong Yi surrendered to the Shen Lang, they were still Yu officials. Moreover, they didn't make any contributions and couldn't get high positions. In fact, even Ning Qi shouldn't be the deputy envoy of the Privy Council because he didn't make any contributions. Although he didn't make any fatal mistakes, his position was not clear enough. However, 2.5 years ago, he was the king of Yu for a moment. At the crucial moment, he would rather give up the throne than to attack Ning Yuanxian and Ningxing. In these 2 years, he worked hard to protect these so-called remnants of the Shen Lang. Most importantly, both the Shen Lang and Ningxing hoped that Ning Qi could regain his former sharpness. Ningzhen, Ningjing. Following Ningxing's summon, the 4th Prince Ningzhen and the 6th Prince Ningjing came forward. Both of them used to be on the side of the crown prince, especially Ningjing, who was like a clown. When the Su clan was in power, he bared his fangs and brandished his claws. After the fall of the Su clan, he panicked and tried to curry favor with the crown prince. After the crown prince was finished, he jumped up and down to curry favor with the 3rd Prince Ningqi. However, when Shen Lang's identity was exposed and the state of Yu's court changed dramatically, the 2 of them were also shocked like never before. They did not continue to be active, but completely hid. After Ning Xiao succeeded the throne, he also asked them to come out and serve him, but the 2 of them still stayed behind and did not help the tyrant. Of course, they did this not because they were loyal to Shen Lang. The 2 of them had never had a good impression of Shen Lang. However, at the crucial moment, they still held their bottom line and were not willing to do beastly acts for the sake of power. Ningxing said, "Family and country, family and country. Although our Ning clan can't be separated from the country, and it's not good to have a world. But the state of Yu is broken. As the children of the Ning clan, you also have to shoulder your due responsibility and start learning to share the country's worries and be loyal to the great Qian dynasty." "Yes, Your Majesty." "Yes, Your Majesty." Ningxing said, "Then let's call it a day." The officials knelt again and kowtowed. "We obey." At the same time, Zhu Hongzhu, Zhu Yong, Zhang Zhao, and the rest took off their official hats and placed them on the ground. Hundreds and thousands of officials took off their official hats. They were also taking sides. Ningxing had already said that from now on, the state of Yu would accept the Great Qian dynasty as the legitimate dynasty. However, these thousands of people were not willing to be loyal to Shen Lang and still recognized the Great Yan Empire as the legitimate dynasty. The stance of the entire court was extremely clear. Those who knelt were willing to be loyal to the Great Qian dynasty, while those who stood were loyal to the Great Yan Empire. What would Shen Lang do with these thousands of people? Kill them all? No way. First of all, these people were the officials of the state of Yu. Even if they were guilty, they were still the guilty officials of the state of Yu and had to be handed over to the king of Yu. Secondly, to a certain extent, they had to fight without being defeated. Shenlang and the Ying family, Ji family, Stupa Mountain, and Sky-Sea Pavilion were already enemies. However, the civil and military officials of the various countries did not have a death grudge. Should they be killed just because they were not loyal now? That way, they would be the only man in the world. To a certain extent, it was about tacit understanding. Previously, when Shenlang was exiled overseas, hundreds of thousands of people were arrested and called Shenlang's remnants. However, other than the hundreds of people killed by Ning Xiao and Ning Luo, most of the remaining people did not die. When others were pleased with themselves, they did not kill your people. Then, when you are pleased with yourself, you should not start a massacre. Of course, those lackeys who had committed capital crimes still had to be killed. After winning the decisive battle in Skyu City, Shenlang had to kill many people. If all the people in the court who did not kneel were to be killed, then 80% of the aristocrats and 70% of the scholar officials in the state of Yu would be killed. Capture all these people and send them to prison. Deal with them according to their crimes. Ning Jing ordered. Yes. Ning Qi said, My lords, I do not have many troops in my hands, so I will not be shackling them. Please be aware and do not make things difficult for me. Shenlang smiled and said, There are still shackles, just not many. Everyone looked towards the ground. There were hundreds of shackles. They had all been worn by Ning Jing, Zhang Chong, and the hundreds of so-called remnants of Shenlang's remnants. Shenlang picked up a pair of shackles and came in front of Zhu Hongzhu. He smiled and said, Darren Zhu, your Zhu clan still follows the rules, so I, Shenlang, also follow the rules. Come, I will put these shackles on for you. Next, Shenlang put shackles that weighed dozens of caddies on Zhu Hongzhu. The shackles on his hands, legs, and even the shackles on his neck were not spared. Shenlang then said, Duke Ning Qi, you will personally put on Zhu Yong's shackles. Ning Qi had no choice and said, This subject obeys. According to Ning Qi's thoughts, he should more or less give some dignity, but His Majesty Shenlang was a person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. He wasn't willing to give even the last shred of dignity. He could only personally put shackles on Zhu Yong. And Darren Ningyu, you must not fall behind. You must also put on the shackles, Shenlang said. The original state of Yu's Grand Principal Ning Yu trembled all over. His face was ashen as he was put on the shackles. Next, all the high-ranking officials in the state of Yu's court were put on the shackles. All the officials and nobles above the fourth rank were not spared, including Qingan Wu Zhaozhong and Nujiang Prefecture Governor Tang Yun. Wu Zhaozhong Count, Tang Yun Count, we can be considered old friends. Shenlang smiled and said, But I was too busy today, so I didn't have time to reminisce with you too. But it doesn't matter, there will be plenty of time in the future. You two go to Blackwater Platform Prison and stay there. Very soon, I will come and have a good time with you too. As soon as these words came out, the two people's expressions changed. You are already a Ren Huang. Do you still want to personally torture us two insignificant people? Are you so vengeful? Shenlang's eyes were cold. He didn't kill the innocent, but he wouldn't let go of anyone who deserved to die. Ning Qi, don't rush to send these 2,000 people to Blackwater Platform Prison. First parade them around the streets, let the whole capital see them clearly, and then lock them in the prison. Oh, that's right. Lord Zhu Hongzhu is getting old. At the start, you can let him walk with shackles on him. When he can't walk anymore, you can let him sit in a prison carriage. Moreover, it must be a prison carriage with his head exposed. You must let others see Lord Zhu Hongzhu's face clearly. Understand? Ning Qi's scalp went numb again. He bowed and said, Your subject understands. At this time, he was glad that he was still a subject of the state of Yu and not a direct subject of the Deqian dynasty. Otherwise, he didn't know how many ridiculous decrees he would have to accept. At this time, Zhu Hongzhu really wanted to bang his head against the wall and kill himself in court, so that he wouldn't have to suffer endless humiliation. He was already more than 80 years old. Why didn't Shenlang leave him with the last shred of dignity? He wanted him to be paraded around the streets in shackles and bear such humiliation, but now, Zhu Hongzhu didn't even dare to die. No matter what the humiliation was, he had to bear it. Only then could he protect the entire Zhu clan of the state of Yu. Ningqi said, "Everyone, please." More than 2,000 officials and nobles walked out in a line as if they had lost their parents. In particular, the hundreds of high-ranking officials and nobles at the front all wore shackles and walked with heavy, shameful steps. But this was just the beginning. Following this, they would have to walk at least 50 miles, and the hundreds of thousands of people in the capital would see the scene of them being turned into prisoners. They had come to court happily this morning, thinking that they would be able to witness Xianlang's death. They didn't expect that after court, they wouldn't have to return home and would be sent directly to prison. The changes in the world were really too terrifying. Ha 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 ha. Ningxiao said, "Interesting, interesting, interesting. I will never forget this scene in front of me. These past 2 years as the so-called king of Yu are really like passing clouds to me." Following which, he cupped his hands towards Xianlang and said, "If that's the case, I will take my leave and return to where I came from. I will return to Tongtian Temple and continue being a monk." Ba, good indeed, Sir Xianlang, we will meet again." After saying that, the former king of Yu, Ningxiao, put his palms together and walked out. Ningxing didn't say anything because the right to deal with Ningxiao belonged to Xianlang. Xianlang said indifferently, "Men, take down the beast Ningxiao. In front of the people of the state of Yu, cut him into 1,000 pieces and execute him by 1,000 cuts. Note, the first update has been sent. Hypoglycemia again. Hurry up and go eat. Please support me. I recommend I Really Live Forever and Never Grow Old. It's a really interesting book." Ningxiao was stunned for a moment when he heard Xianlang's words. After that, he smiled and said, "Xianlang, don't joke around. My Skylink Temple still has 2,000 to 3,000 monk soldiers in the palace. In the great battle a few days ago, the monk soldiers of Tongtian Temple had suffered a great defeat under the attack of Xianlang's cannon fire. Master Kongjing could not bear to see his own army completely annihilated, so he rushed to the battlefield and desperately saved the last 2,000 to 3,000 people. These 2,000 to 3,000 monk soldiers had indeed been stationed in the royal palace all this time. At first, when Xianlang's army had disguised themselves as the Blood Soul Army, the Tongtian Temple's monk soldiers did not react. Now that Xianlang's army had completely revealed themselves, they still did not move. From Ningxiao's point of view, Xianlang's army had only entered the palace with slightly more than 3,000 soldiers. Furthermore, without cannons, even if their combat power was stronger than the monk soldiers of the Tongtian Temple, it would still be limited. Therefore, Xianlang would not fight to the death with the monk soldiers of the Tongtian Temple just for Ningxiao's life. If that was the case, Ningxiao's life should be safe. Xianlang smiled and waved his hand. Instantly, a few martial grandmasters closed in on Ningxiao. "Xianlang, do you want to fight to the death with my Tongtian Temple?" Ningxiao said fiercely. Then, a shocking baleful aura burst forth from his body. Xianlang said, "Is Master Kongjing here? Let's talk?" After a moment, Master Kongjing said, "Okay, I will wait for you in the backyard." Xianlang walked towards the backyard. Only one person followed behind him. It was Chou Yao, who was wearing the Blood Soul Army armor. She had said that she would not be able to make a move in the next few days. In a small garden, Master Kongjing was kneeling in a small pavilion. Xianlang walked in and sat in front of him. Chou Yao stood beside him. "My Tongtian Temple is the last of the 6 great factions," Master Kongjing said. Xianlang said, "Then who is second to last?" Master Kongjing said, "It should be Xiankong Temple. However, their new abbot is too mysterious and powerful, so no one dares to offend them." Xianlang originally wanted to ask who the third last transcendent force was. But after thinking about it, he decided to let it go. "His Majesty Jiangli has fallen, and the world is full," Grandmaster Kongjing said. "Among the 6 great forces, which one has received the greatest favor from His Majesty Jiangli? Without a doubt, it is my Tongtian Temple. However, after His Majesty Jiangli fell, if we were to say who ate the least, it would be my Tongtian Temple." Xianlang didn't say anything, even though he understood what the other party was implying. Master Kongjing said, "I misjudged. I originally thought that you would lose this battle for sure, but I never expected that it would actually be such an outcome. The Blood Soul army was actually completely annihilated. Xianxia still didn't say anything, because the other party hadn't said that, but Master Kongjing said, a person continuously creates miracles, but there are still people who constantly doubt him. Is that normal? Xianxia said, that's normal, because the inertia of thinking is too strong. Back when I was still a young son-in-law, the impact of every miracle I created would only last for 2 months at most. After that, countless people would forget about it, and they would start to doubt me again. Then, they would get slapped in the face by me again and again, and so on. It could even be said that if my identity hadn't been exposed, I would still be a negative character in the hearts of the people in the capital. Master Kongjing said, since you already know, then I don't need to say anything. His words were very clear. Even though Xianxia had obtained victory in the Tianyue Great Battle, he still wasn't optimistic about Xianxia's future outcome. In other words, he felt that the situation would still change, and Xianxia's victory might only be temporary. Then can I take Ningxiao away? Master Kongjing asked. Xianxia said, no, Master Kongjing, it's fine if you don't think highly of my future. But even if I lose in the future, Tongtian Temple won't have a chance in the state of you. Whether Ningxiao dies or not is no longer important to Tongtian Temple. Master Kongjing said, face is still important. Xianxia said, your Tongtian Temple wants face, but I don't? Master Kongjing said, currently in the palace, our Tongtian Temple still has close to 3,000 monk soldiers. Just now, when you revealed your identity, I didn't do anything because I wanted to retreat with dignity. If I let you kill Ningxiao, I won't be able to retreat with dignity. Xianxia narrowed his eyes, looking at this Master Kongjing in front of him, and said slowly, Master Kongjing, what exactly do you want? Master Kongjing said, give Ningxiao to me, I will bring him back to Tongtian Temple. Xianxia said, no, you don't want this. Master Kongjing said, Benefactor Xianxia, this is what I want. If you don't agree, we still have 3,000 monk soldiers. Xianxia suddenly smiled and said, interesting, interesting. Kongjing, I know what you want, I will fulfill your wish. Then, he stood up and said, let's fight. Master Kongjing said, either hand over Ningxiao, or we fight. Then, Master Kongjing suddenly waved his hand, and 3,000 monk soldiers surged out like a tide. There was one thing that was very interesting. Previously, Tongtian Temple's monk soldiers were wearing monk robes and not armor, but now, their entire bodies were wrapped in armor, and this armor was the Iron Blood Army of the Yinyuan Association. Master Kongjing said, this is the spare armor of the Iron Blood Army, young Master Shu Tingyu gave it to us when she left. Xianxia sneered and said, don't Tongtian Temple's monk soldiers not wear armor? What kind of monk soldiers are wearing armor? Master Kongjing said, in order to win, of course we have to keep up with the times. Your Excellency Xianxia, your cannons are very powerful, but they are not in the palace, and your Amazonian female warriors might be weaker than my Tongtian Temple's monk soldiers. Of course, it is very advantageous for you to wear the armor of the Blood Soul Army, but there are many damages on these armors that have not been repaired in time, so if 3,000 against 3,000, you will suffer heavy losses. It is not worth it for Ningxiao, return him to me. You can't sacrifice 1,000 people for a mere Ningxiao, right? Xianxia left without another word. This world was too laughable. Even if he showed a little kindness, he would be seen as weak and easy to bully, on the square of the palace. 2 armies were in a standoff, and a battle could break out at any moment. On the left was Xianxia's Amazonian army, and they were all wearing the armor of the Blood Soul Army. On the right was the Tongtian Temple's monk soldiers, and they were all wearing the armor of the Yinyuan Association. Of course, the armor of the Blood Soul Army was much stronger, but against ordinary cold weapons, the armor of the Yinyuan Association was also impenetrable. It was difficult for sabers to cut through, and it was also difficult for arrows to pierce through. After all, this was a thick steel armor. Master Kongjing was right. In terms of pure combat power, the Tongtian Temple's monk soldiers might be stronger. Hand over Ningxiao. Master Kongjing said, otherwise, if we fight, you will bear the consequences. Ningxiao laughed out loud and said, Xianxia, I didn't say anything wrong, right? You can't bear the price of killing me, so you shouldn't have opened your mouth to say that you want to dismember me. Isn't that a slap to the face? A ruler doesn't go back on his words. Then, he slowly walked out of the palace and walked towards the Tongtian temple's monk soldiers. Master Kongjing said, "Benefactor Shenlang, hand Ningxiao over to me, and I will leave in one piece. You are a smart person, and you should know what to do." Ningxiao walked out of the palace and clapped his hands. A ruler doesn't go back on his words, a ruler doesn't go back on his words, a ruler doesn't go back on his words, ha 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 ha. No one stopped Ningxiao, and they watched him walk towards the Tongtian temple's monk soldiers. Soon, Ningxiao walked to the Tongtian temple's side, and walked to Master Kongjing's side. "Your Majesty Shenlang, a ruler doesn't go back on his words, a ruler doesn't go back on his words, this is a slap in the face." Ningxiao sneered, and as he laughed, he even slapped his own face. He said, "Your Majesty Shenlang, this is too much of a slap in the face. You just said in front of the officials that you want to dismember me to death, and now I walked out unscathed, and swaggered back to the Tongtian temple. Where is your face? What a joke, what a joke." Master Kongjing said, "Almsgiver Shenlang, you have made a wise choice." Ningxiao waved his hand at Shenlang, and said, "Shenlang. Your Majesty, let's go." "Your Highness Ningjing, the officials of the state of you, this is the human emperor that you are loyal to, ha 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 ha. Human emperor, a human emperor who turns his back on himself, this is too funny." Shenlang still didn't say anything, and neither did Ningjing. The officials of the state of you all had pale faces, and their bodies were trembling with anger. If they allowed Ningxiao to leave just like that, it would be too humiliating. "Uncle Master, let's go, the show here is over." Ningxiao said, "A show of human emperor? A monkey show." Shenlang said indifferently, "Master Kongjing, you are trying to blackmail me. It's fine if you don't think highly of me, but is there a need to use this kind of method to express your loyalty to His Majesty the Emperor?" His words said what Master Kongjing was thinking. The so-called taking Ningxiao away was for the Tongtian temple's face? That was utter nonsense. Kongjing could not bear the responsibility of withdrawing from the palace peacefully. This would cause the Empire of Great Yen to suspect that he had compromised with Shenlang, and then suspect that the Tongtian temple was trying to get close to Shenlang. After all, the Tongtian temple was once on Jiangli's side. Therefore, by putting on this show of forcibly taking Ningxiao, they can express their stance to the Empire of Great Yen, that the Tongtian temple is still an enemy of Shenlang. "It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter." Ningxiao said, "The Tongtian temple is protecting my life," slapping Shenlang's face, and showing their loyalty to His Majesty the Emperor. "This is killing 3 birds with 1 stone, what's wrong with that?" Shenlang smiled and said, "Do you know why I let you go? Because I want to fulfill your wish. Isn't the Tongtian temple trying to show its loyalty to Great Yan's emperor? Are you trying to blackmail me? Fine, 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 I'll fulfill your wish. However, don't put on an act. If you want to shed all pretense of cordiality, you might as well go all out. I asked the Tongtian temple's monk soldiers to leave just now, but you refused. Then, there's no need for you to leave now. Close the doors." Shenlang ordered. Bang, 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 immediately, all the doors of the palace and the great hall were closed. "My lords, please wait." Shenlang said slowly, "Amazon army, prepare for war." Following Shenlang's order, the 3,000 Amazon army soldiers all put on their helmets, and instantly got into battle formation. Master Kongjing said coldly, "Benefactor Shenlang, you better think about it. Once the war starts, both sides will suffer. Your Amazon army will suffer countless casualties, and your cannons are not in the palace." Shenlang did not say anything else. He ordered calmly, "Kill them all, don't leave a single one alive." Master Kongjing's expression changed drastically, and he said with a trembling voice, "All right, if you want to fight, then let's fight. Tongtian Temple's monk soldiers, get ready." Immediately, the 3,000 Tongtian Temple's monk soldiers once again used their best moves. Long-handled battle blades and electric fans, and they used their inner force to spin rapidly. Whoosh, 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 loud noises immediately rang in the palace's plaza. Once the 3,000 long-hilted sabers started to spin, the power was truly astonishing. Next, the 3,000 monk soldiers only needed to keep advancing. They could kill and crush everything in their path. Kongjing did not want to fight at all. However, as Xianlang said, he wanted to express his stance to Great Yan's emperor. Ready! With Princess Duola's order, the 3,000 Amazon army soldiers knocked their arrows. Bam! A unique energy seemed to explode in the air. This was the activation of the ancient energy control center. Master Kongjing immediately felt that something was amiss. Although he could not see, he clearly felt as if a gust of wind blew past his face. Ancient bow and arrow? Ancient weapon? Kongjing almost did not dare to believe it. Where did Xianlang get this ancient weapon from? Even if Zhu Hongshua's Blood Soul army was defeated, they should have destroyed the ancient weapon, right? 3, 2, 1. Princess Duola began counting down. The 3,000 ancient bows and arrows were aimed at the Grand Heaven Temple's monk soldiers. Wait. Master Kongjing said, Benefactor Xianlang, I'll return Ningxiao to you. We'll meet again. Then, he prepared to leave with the Grand Heaven Temple's monk soldiers. He wanted to prove to the world that he did not compromise with Xianlang and express his stance to the emperor. He had no intention of making a huge sacrifice for Ningxiao. Xianlang's army had nothing to fear without cannons. However, the ancient bows and arrows were terrifying. Let's go. Master Kongjing ordered. Xianlang said coldly, You want to extort? Then I'll ram you to death. You want to shed all pretense of cordiality? You want to express your stance to Great Yan's emperor? I'll fulfill your wish. What better way to express one's stance than death? You're shameless. Kill. With Xianlang's order, the 3,000 Amazon army soldiers fired a volley of arrows. These were not ordinary arrows. These were heaven-defying ancient bows and arrows. They could pierce steel armor from a distance of several hundred meters. Moreover, the two armies were less than 300 meters apart. Whoosh 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 whoosh, countless ancient arrows shot out like a torrential rain. They dragged long flaming tails and whizzed through the air like lightning. Stop, fight, Master Kongjing roared angrily. Then, the 3,000 Grand Heaven Temple's monk soldiers charged forward. Then, the primordial arrow easily pierced through their armor and pierced through their bodies. The Grand Heaven Temple's monk soldiers fell to the ground and died. They kept spinning their long blades and charged forward. Charge. A moment later, 3,000 became 2,000, 1,000, and 100. Charge. They became one person. Splat. The last monk soldier's head was pierced and he fell to the ground, dead. The 3,000 Grand Heaven Temple's monk soldiers were completely annihilated. Master Kongjing and Ningxiao were completely stunned. They looked at Xianlang, trembling. Is there a need for this? Master Kongjing said sternly, You clearly saw through my thoughts. I just want to show my determination to the Great Yan Empire. Can't I even put on a show? Once this show is over, I will return to my Grand Heaven Temple. I will no longer care about you and Skyseed Pavilion. I will no longer touch the state of you. Is there a need for you to offend the Grand Heaven Temple? Xianlang said coldly, Kongjing, is it because my magnanimity towards the officials of the state of you that you think I am weak and easy to bully? Is it because I did not exterminate the entire Zhu clan that you think I am easy to talk to? You want me, Xianlang, to put on a show with you? Sure, of course I can. Today, I teamed up with the Zhu clan to put on a good show. But everyone else cooperated with me, not the other way around. I will always be the one slapping the other's face, not the other way around. Do you think that if you confront me on the surface and show goodwill to me on behalf of the Grand Heaven Temple, I will cooperate with you to put on a show? Dream on. Your Grand Heaven Temple has been speculating since 20 years ago, and you are still speculating today. Ever since your so-called rise, you have been born malnourished. What a joke. Master Kongjing said in a trembling voice, Xianlang, even if the Grand Heaven Temple is the last transcendent force, it is still a transcendent force. Originally, after the war with the state of you, both of us could live in peace as long as you cooperated with me to put on a show. Now, we will not rest until one of us is dead. Xianlang said plainly, Kongjing, I don't care if the Grand Heaven Temple wants to fall and learn the evil techniques of the Great Tribulation Temple. I don't care if you favor the Empire of Great Yin and think that I will lose. But from the moment you pretended to threaten me, the Grand Heaven Temple is finished. There is no need for you to threaten me about not resting until one of us is dead. If you had left like a coward just now, the Grand Heaven Temple would still have a way out. Now, it is gone. I, Xianxia, will not rest until the Sky Sea Pavilion and Stupa Mountain are dead. Do you think I care about one more Grand Heaven Temple? You are really seeking your own death by being so opportunistic. Seeking your own death. Following Xianxia's shout, more than 7 great grandmasters charged at Master Kongjing. In an instant, they fought fiercely. Master Kongjing was very strong. His martial arts surpassed Li Xianxia and Princess Duola. But no matter how strong he was no match for 7 great grandmasters. A few minutes later, the powerful Kongjing vomited blood. The tendons in his limbs were all broken, and he was forced to kneel on the ground. Xianxia walked over slowly and said, I don't really like killing, but there are always some idiots who force me to kill. You should know my character. When I killed the Grand Heaven Temple's Niao Juiqing, you should know that I am a lunatic. Why did you still provoke me? Kongjing's mouth was full of blood as he said, You have already won the Battle of Skyu City. You are already wearing shoes, so you are not a lunatic. Besides, this ending might not be too bad. You are right, the Great Yin Empire should not suspect that I have compromised with you. We have used our lives to prove our stand. My opportunism failed. Before he could finish speaking, Xianxia's saber slashed down. The incomparably sharp manganese steel saber directly cut Kongjing in half. At this point, all the people sent by the Grand Heaven Temple to the state of you were dead. This world was really full of surprises. Originally, Xianxia thought that everything was over. This Master Kongjing would leave peacefully with the Grand Heaven Temple's monk soldiers. He did not expect such a scene to play out. Xianxia walked in front of Ningxiao and said slowly, Is the Grand Heaven Temple afraid of the Great Yin Empire to this extent? Ningxiao trembled and said, After all, they are the last transcendent force. F***C Kami, side issues, side issues. Xianxia said, Do you people from the Tongtian Temple all love to take advantage of others? Ningxiao trembled and said, Think about it. A force learning 2 different martial arts, 2 different paths. How can they maintain their unwavering will? Xianxia said, I was originally very calm today, moreover, I was in a very good mood. After all, I was reunited with father-in-law, reunited with Ningxing and the others. Moreover, I even fiercely slapped the Zhu clan in the face. I was originally in a very good mood, so why did it have to be like this? Why? Why did you force me to go crazy? Why do you have to create hatred before you die? Can't you just accept the death of 1,000 cuts? Ningxiao's martial arts were very high, very high. However, he had completely lost the courage to resist. His legs were trembling. Because at this moment, Xianxia looked very scary. Really, I was originally in a good mood today, Xianxia sighed and said, So good that I almost forgot my nickname, the castrator of the bridal chamber. After saying that, the knife in Xianxia's hand suddenly slashed. Ningxiao felt his body turn cold. Then, he looked down and saw that he had been castrated. He didn't scream, but just breathed with all his might. Take him away. There's no need to wait. Now, at the entrance of the palace, give him the death of 1,000 cuts. Xianxia said, Hong Yan? Or Zhu Yao? I hope you don't hold back this time. Make sure you cut him 1,000 times. Yes. Then, the former king of Yu, Ningxiao, was dragged out of the palace. He was first stitched up and stopped the bleeding. Then, in front of countless people of the state of Yu, he was cut into 1,000 pieces. The mood of the people in the capital was really fluctuating today. Since yesterday, their hearts had been filled with despair because they received news that Xianxia's army was completely wiped out. Then, the state of Yu would undoubtedly fall into an even darker period. It wasn't because Xianxia was bright, but because before the war, the people of the state of Yu had shouted slogans such as Victory for Xianxia and Long live Xianxia. After Xianxia lost, the Great Yin Empire would definitely settle accounts with the people of the state of Yu. It was impossible to capture and kill all of them, but it was definitely possible to kill 1 out of 100 and capture 1 out of 100. Many people began to feel fear and even regret. They were too impulsive at that time and shouted those slogans in the heat of the moment. However, the atmosphere at that time was too contagious, and they couldn't help it. Moreover, over the past 2 years, the White Terror of Ming Xiao and the Zhu clan was too unpopular. They used the name of the remnants of the Shenlang to capture more than 100,000 people, causing everyone to live in fear. This morning, at the instant that the 3,000 Blood Soul army entered the royal palace, the citizens of the capital finally fell into complete despair. They even hid in their homes, shivered, and cried bitterly while hugging their heads as they awaited the arrival of the next great reckoning. However, they didn't expect that they would rise from hell to heaven so quickly. They saw an unprecedented scene. Thousands of prisoners walked out of the palace, led by Zhu Hongzhu, Zhu Yong, Ning Yu, Ning Yi, and the others. Oh my god! The Zhu clan had dominated the state of Yu for decades, and Zhu Hongzhu was almost the supreme ruler of the state of Yu. Now, he was actually reduced to a prisoner? What the hell was going on? At first, no one dared to believe the scene before their eyes, but the news soon spread. In yesterday's battle, Shenlang won a complete victory, and the Blood Soul army was completely annihilated. The Blood Soul army that entered the palace was played by Shenlang's army. Soon, the king of Xianxia issued the Edict of Ningjing. Hundreds of cavalrymen galloped and shouted in the capital, reading the Edict of the king of Xianxia. The content of the edict was very simple. The state of Yu would no longer be loyal to the Great Yan Empire, but the Great Qian dynasty as the legitimate dynasty. At this time, the citizens of the capital finally believed that Shenlang had won. Instantly, countless people were so excited that their eyes were brimming with tears. They no longer had to be afraid. Perhaps the Great Yan Empire would attack again in the future, but at least in the short term, they didn't have to worry about being punished. In order to vent their excitement, countless people rushed into their homes, found some filthy things, and threw them at Zhu Hongzhu, Zhu Yong, and the Zhu clan officials in chains. There were no rotten eggs. How could something as precious as eggs be allowed to rot? But there were rotten carrots and cabbages. Pft, pft, pft. Countless rotten things rained down on Zhu Hongzhu and his son, Ning Yu, Ning Yi, Ning Luo, and the hundreds of officials who were loyal to the Zhu clan. Zhu Hongzhu endured it silently. Soon, there was not a single clean spot on his body, and the stench was so strong that it made people want to vomit. These people didn't just throw rotten cabbages and carrots, they also threw even more disgusting things. After a few hours, the torture finally ended. Zhu Hongzhu, his son, and hundreds of important officials were locked in the prison at Blackwater Platform, while the remaining thousands were locked in the Supreme Court's prison. In Princess Ning Luo's cell, she sat quietly without moving. The conditions of her cell were not bad. At least she could take a shower, change into clean clothes, and sit on the ground without moving. Creak. The cell door opened, and Shenlang walked in. Princess Ning Luo said lightly, "Shenlang, don't waste your breath. You don't have to say anything. I won't beg for mercy, and I won't admit my mistakes." Shenlang said, "You think too much. I don't have anything to say to you. I'm here to give you something. After all, you are my father's daughter. Even if you have to die, you have to be dignified." After saying this, Shenlang took out a bottle and placed it in front of her. He turned and left without another word. Princess Ning Luo trembled all over. She took the bottle, opened it, and sniffed it. It was colorless and odorless. Sniffing it more closely, she found a hint of bitter almonds. "Sha Jin, I will never forgive you. Never. Shenlang, thank you for letting me die with dignity." Then, Princess Ning Luo drank the poison in the bottle. After a few seconds, her consciousness began to blur. After taking 5 breaths, her heart stopped, and then her breathing stopped. She died very peacefully. She thought she would die with everlasting regret, but she didn't expect that she would still slowly close her eyes. Before she died, her mind seemed to be fixed on a certain moment. The moment when Prince Jin married her and called her sister. My life, Ning Luo's, is a complete tragedy. It was like the end of the world for the Zhu family in Tianyue City. Zhu Hongzhu's wife was dead. Zhu Hongzhu, Zhu Yong, and all the important members of the Zhu family were in prison. Zhu Lin was also dead. Therefore, only Zhu Rong's wife and Zhu Hongping were in charge of the family. Zhu Hongping was the one who became the top scorer in the imperial examination and was called my 1,000 miles horse by Ning Yuanxian. Zhu Hongping was the one who was engaged to Zhong Shishir. Although he was the top scholar in high school, he never became an official. He stayed at home and studied. No one knew what Shenlang was thinking. He was not arrested and sent to prison. In the afternoon, another person entered the Zhu family's mansion. It was Empress Dowager Zhu, Ning Yuanxian's wife. She had done something wrong to Ning Yuanxian, but neither Shenlang nor Ning Jing had the right to punish her. Ning Yuanxian wrote a divorce letter with trembling hands, and then asked her to go home. Therefore, Empress Dowager Zhu returned to her parents' home. Because of the death of his first wife, Ning Yuanxian was filled with infinite guilt. Therefore, he treated all his concubines well from beginning to end. No matter what happened, he didn't kill them or imprison them. Empress Dowager Zhu had always looked down on Ning Yuanxian since she married him. She mocked and trampled on Ning Yuanxian's dignity many times. She even stood on the opposite side of Ning Yuanxian at the critical moment and supported Ning Qi to ascend to the throne. Later, she used the title of Empress Dowager to support Ning Xiao to ascend to the throne. Today, Ning Yuanxian could easily kill her, but he still didn't hurt her, nor did he say a word of evil. When she walked out of the palace, Empress Dowager Zhu was still arrogant and cold, seeming inviolable. But when she returned home and sat alone in the room, she finally couldn't help but cry slowly. I, Zhu Minmin, have lived a tragedy from beginning to end. Then she couldn't help but look at herself in the mirror. Her hair was half white, and the brilliance was gone. In this life, she looked down on Ning Yuanxian, looked down on him, and despised him. But now, the image of her husband became taller, and he stood up. Thinking about it, in this life, who left a deep impression in her mind, she didn't give birth to a daughter, and Ning Yi was just adopted by her. In these decades, she seemed to have nothing, and the only thing left in her mind was her husband, Ning Yuanxian. All the news had wings. In a short time, the result of the final battle in Tianyue City spread all over the world. It was like a huge stone smashing into a depressed lake, and it exploded in an instant. The whole world was in an uproar. Note, here is the second update. Please support me, brothers. I'm really tired and need strength. Thank you for the 20,000 yuan tip, Black Raindrop 21 and Tai Huhu for the 10,000 yuan tip. The first to explode was the state of Yu. This nation suffered the greatest damage and hated Ningxiao, the Zhu clan, and the Great Yan Empire the most. Hence, wherever the news of victory reached, it caused an uproar and celebration. Wherever the imperial edict was posted, there would be a huge crowd. Indeed, many scholarly families were still on the side of the Great Yan Empire. This was because they knew how powerful the Great Yan Empire was. They felt that Shenlang's victory was only a flash in the pan. However, most of the scholars had deep feelings for Jiangli. If it were not for Jiangli, many ancient classics would not have seen the light of day. Recently, they had focused their feelings on Ning Yuanxian and Ning Jing. For a long time, Ning Yuanxian had made the scholars in the state of Yu miserable. On the other hand, the Zhu clan had been winning the hearts of the people. However, most scholars in the state of Yu were still clear-minded. The state of Yu had 100 years of history. After all, they had been loyal for hundreds of years. The Zhu clan's final act was to sell the state of Yu to the Great Yan Empire. Soon, the state of Yu might cease to exist as a kingdom. Of course, there was nothing wrong with unification. After all, it was the Eastern Empire. However, the Great Yan Empire allied with the six transcendent forces to seal civilization and used dishonorable means to kill Emperor Jiangli. This was too dishonorable. Everyone in the world knew this. 2 to 3 years ago, Ning Yuanxian and Ning Jing would rather die than betray the Shenlang. In the end, they were reduced from kings to prisoners. Such a tragic hero instantly won the hearts of the people in the state of Yu. For the past 2 to 3 years, Ning Xiao had been the king of Yu. Due to his improper position, it was difficult for him to clear up the political situation. Let's not talk about the White Terror that captured Shenlang's remnants first. The key was corruption and robbery. Because of Xianlang and Ning Yuanxian, how many people were implicated? How many families had gone bankrupt? The newly rising families would definitely try their best to seize wealth and power. Yan Nanfei's rise in raging tide city was due to the bankruptcy of many merchants and nobles. The rise of Zhuo Zhaoyan Anting's count house, how many families had suffered the calamity of annihilation? Not to mention anything else, Su Qianqian had just built up a huge family business, but in the blink of an eye, it was snatched away. More than 100,000 people in Xuanwu City used to be self-employed farmers, but in the end, they became the tenant farmers of the Zhuo family and lost their own land. When Ning Yuanxian was in power, he was quite lazy. Whenever he encountered a headache, he would take shortcuts and not solve the problem thoroughly. Therefore, the problem of land annexation in the past 20 years was already very serious. However, Ning Yuanxian was mean to the nobles, but he was kind to the people. Therefore, he had been suppressing the rich and powerful nobles. However, when Ning Xiao ascended to the throne, it was time for the nobles to celebrate. They frantically plundered the wealth and land of the common people. In just 2 to 3 years, the nobles had annexed more land than they had in the previous 20 years. Therefore, in the past 2 years, the people at the bottom of the state of Yu could be described as having no way to make a living. Countless farmers and merchants went bankrupt. Even with Zhu Hongzhu's talent, he couldn't stop it. This was because Ning Yuanxian and Ning Jing had shocked the court of the state of Yu too much. All the righteous people were unwilling to help the evildoer. The entire court was changing, and the new officials would definitely want to take advantage of the situation. Under such circumstances, when the good news spread throughout the state of Yu, countless people felt like the dark clouds had dispersed and the world was clear. Long live the King of Yu, long live the King of Yu. Long live His Majesty Xianlang, long live the King of Yu. Countless people shouted, sang, and danced as they walked on the streets. Of course, countless people's yearning for a better life was pinned on Ningjing and not on Xianlang. This was because when Ningjing was the crown prince, his policy was already very clear. He was determined to implement new policies, impose taxes on the nobles and scholar officials, measure all the land in the state of Yu, and eliminate land annexation. These new policies were originally very difficult to achieve, even more difficult than reaching the sky. But now, after 2 upheavals, all the obstacles were gone. The whole state of Yu seemed to have been completely cleaned. Now, no interest group or nobles could stop the administration. None. Therefore, after Ningjing became the crown prince, the people of the state of Yu would really have a good life. As for Xianlang's ability to manage the country, people didn't dare to trust him. But they absolutely believed in his ability to criticize people. When he was just a son-in-law, how many giants had he eliminated? Therefore, with the protection of Xianlang's Deqian Empire, and Ning Zheng's implementation of new policies in the country, it was absolutely a perfect combination. Xianlang said that he was going to look for Qingan Wu Zhaozhong and Duke of Jin Hai Tang Yun, so he came that night. His mind was filled with the conflict with this Qingan Wu Zhaozhong. When the world besieged the Black Tortoise Count's estate all those years ago, this Wu Zhaozhong was one of the lackeys, and he charged at the front with the intention of fiercely biting off a mouthful of flesh from the Jin clan. His son-in-law, Lin Zhua, was sent to Xuanwu City as a Qianhu. He sent troops to cause trouble for the Kim family every day. Of course, Xianlang just casually used a vicious scheme and caused Lin Zhua to beg for death. In the end, he died miserably. From then on, Count Jing'an, Wu Zhaozhong, faded from his sight. It wasn't until he got into trouble again that Wu Zhaozhong reappeared and became the governor of Tianbei province. In just 2 short years, his influence had increased by 2 or 3 times. Your Majesty Xianlang, we did have a conflict, but you have already taken your revenge. Wu Zhaozhong knelt on the ground and said with a trembling voice. This Wu Zhaozhong was definitely a fierce general, second only to Nangong Ao at that time. At this time, his tendons and meridians were not destroyed, but he knelt on the ground and did not dare to resist at all. Xianlang had indeed taken his revenge. After Lin Zhua was infected with the plum blossom disease, it was passed on to hundreds of people in Wu Zhaozhong's family. Wu Zhaozhong made a prompt decision to kill all these people, including his 2 sons and concubines. Wu Zhaozhong continued to tremble and said, Your Majesty Xianlang, since then, I have never done anything to the Kim family, nor have I done anything to you. I have never opposed you again. When you went overseas, I was summoned by Ning Xiao and revived, but I have never done anything to offend you." Then, Wu Zhaozhong knelt on the ground and kowtowed, "Your Majesty Shenlang, I do not deserve to die. I do not deserve to die." Shenlang glanced at him, then took a name list, picked up a cinnabar pen, and kept drawing crosses on it. These were all members of the Wu family. As long as Shenlang drew a cross, it meant that he was going to kill one person. In the end, the whole name list was densely covered with crosses. Shenlang came to Tang Yun's cell. This former third prince was no longer young. His face had been through the vicissitudes of life, and he had grown a beard. "Tang Yun pays respect to your Majesty Shenlang. When we meet again, everything has changed." Tang Yun knelt down and kowtowed. This person was also one of Shenlong's earliest enemies. But after the Battle of Jinshan Island, this person also disappeared from Shenlong's sight. Because of the success of the strategy of ruling across the sea, Zhang Chong's new policy failed, and the Jin High Count house became a victim. All the fiefs of the Tang family were taken back, their titles were also deposed, and almost all the members of the Tang family were killed. At that time, Tang Luan, the Earl of Jin Hai, felt that a great disaster was coming, so he asked his son Tang Yun to take the initiative to expose it. Finally, under the protection of the Zhu family, Tang Yun survived. But even so, Tang Yun had no chance to stand out during the years when Ning Yuanxian was on the throne. It was not until Ning Xiao took the throne that Tang Yun regained his title of Earl of Jin Hai and became the governor of Nujiang Prefecture. In fact, Tang Yun was very wise. Even after regaining his title, he only took back the Tang family's count house and tens of thousands of acres of manor. All the previous fiefs were postponed, and he only occupied 20% of the Jinshan Island. During the 2 years when he was the governor of Nujiang Prefecture, he had arrested many people, all of whom were known as the remnants of Shenlang, but he didn't start a massacre. "Regardless of whether your Majesty believes me or not, I've always wanted to take revenge. But the moment your identity was revealed, the enmity between you and the Tang clan has vanished into thin air." Tang Yun said, "I can only look up to you, and there's no way to talk about revenge anymore." Shenlang didn't say anything. Tang Yun said, "In the 2 years when I was the governor of Nujiang Prefecture, I have arrested many people, but I have to be loyal to them." This was not wrong. From the moment he was saved by the Zhu family, he had no other choice. Shenlang said, "Do you know Zhu Wenhua?" Tang Yun said, "I do." Shenlang said, "My grievances with him have been written off. You, Tang Yun, actually had a chance. When my army conquered the Marquis Xuanwu's mansion, you had a chance to see me. Of course, you didn't think highly of me, so you didn't come. When I attacked Tianyue City, you still had a chance. You didn't have to surrender to me, but at least you didn't have to go to the court. But you didn't take this chance. So you don't have a chance. It's a pity for your talent." Tang Yun knelt down and kowtowed, and didn't say anything. Shenlang said, "The grievances between you and me have been written off. What are your next charges? It should be up to King Yu to decide. Also, let me tell you, your brother Tang Yan's martial arts have broken through the Grandmaster level. Next, I will choose a marriage for him and bring him to the bridal chamber to have children." Tang Yun kowtowed again, "This subject thanks your Majesty for your kindness. Goodbye." Shenlang left. "Your Majesty." Tang Yun suddenly called out to Shenlang. "All the scholars in the world, especially the smart ones, may stand on the great Flame Ji family's side because of benefits, but in their hearts, they stand on the Jiang family's side," Tang Yun said. He didn't say this to beg for his life, but to express his true feelings. Zhu Hongping came to Blackwater Platform Prison to see her grandfather, Zhu Hongzhu. Zhu Hongping said, "Grandfather, should I bring my people away? Back to Yan capital?" Zhu Hongzhu shook his head. "Our roots are in Yan capital. If we complete His Majesty's mission, we can be promoted to Yan capital. But our roots are in the state of Yu. If we return to Yan capital now, we will be like stray dogs, with nothing." Zhu Hongping said, "Then what should I do next?" Zhu Hongzhu said, "Wait. Keep waiting." Zhu Hongping said, "Wait for what?" Zhu Hongzhu said, "Wait for another change in the world." Zhu Hongping said, "Wait for Sky Sea Pavilion to act." Zhu Hongzhu shook his head. No, not Xianxia Pavilion. Good grandson, when do you think Xianxia Pavilion will attack Tianyua City? Destroy Shenlang? Zhu Hongping said, it should be soon. Zhu Hongzhu shook his head. No, the entire world will enter a strange period of peace. Of course, this period of peace will be short, but it will be frighteningly quiet. Shenlong's overwhelming victory in the decisive battle of Tianyua City should have shocked the world. But Yan capital will not react, Xianxia Pavilion will not react immediately, and neither will Stupa Mountain. Why do you think this is? Zhu Hongping said, I can't say. Alright. Zhu Hongzhu said, good grandson. You are humble and cautious. You will not make irresponsible remarks about things you cannot understand, nor will you make rash judgments. Logically speaking, the Yan capital would be enraged and send millions of troops to the Yu kingdom. The Xianxia Pavilion would also use their power to destroy the raging Tide City. However, such a thing will not happen, because the emperor is preparing a bigger move. Zhu Hongping sat down cross-legged, quietly listening to her grandfather's teachings. Zhu Hongzhu said, 2 to 3 years ago, His Majesty made use of Shenlong's reputation to greatly accelerate the competition to unify the world. All the kings were conferred the title of imperial prince, and the cabinet was reshuffled. Especially the Wu kingdom and the Chu kingdom. These two young kings have been under great pressure from the empire for the past 2 years. If they do not explode in silence, they will die in silence. Originally, they should have died in silence, but Shenlong's victory in Tianyua City will give them great confidence, so they may choose to explode. Zhu Hongping said, but although Shenlang won this battle, his power is still insignificant. Against the empire of Great Yan, he is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. If King Wu and King Chu dare to explode, they will be courting death. Zhu Hongzhu said, you don't understand these kings, especially these two young kings. They are so hot-tempered. Even if there is a 1% chance, they will stake everything on one throw. Look at Ning Yuanxian. When he decided to fight against the empire of Great Yan, did he have confidence in Shenlong's return? He was just holding on to a sliver of hope. This is a king. Most of the time, you need to be rational, but at crucial moments, you need courage. Zhu Hongping said, blessings, are you saying that the empire of Great Yan and the entire world are waiting for King Wu and King Chu's response? Yes. Zhu Hongzhu said, if these two young kings do not explode and choose to endure humiliation, then the Xianxia Pavilion will immediately send troops to destroy Shenlang. If these two young kings explode and respond to Shenlong's call to fight against the empire of Great Yan, then the world will truly change. Zhu Hongping asked, how much will the world change? Zhu Hongzhu said, the empire of Great Yan's millions of troops will sweep through the 3 kingdoms of Chu, Yu, and Wu, killing all the royal families of the 3 kingdoms. From now on, these 3 kingdoms will no longer exist. They will all become provinces of the empire of Great Yan. Zhu Hongping could not help but tremble. Was this the wrath of the emperor? Wu, Yu, and Chu were kingdoms that had existed for hundreds of years. These royal families were not much later than the Ji clan. Why would they all be wiped out? These kingdoms that had existed for hundreds of years were going to be completely wiped out. These 3 kingdoms added up to more than 2 million square kilometers and had a population of about 70 million. Zhu Hongzhu said, in the eyes of the emperor, Shenlang must always have his value. Sometimes, enemies are more useful than comrades. 2 to 3 years ago, the emperor used Shenlang to carry out a huge reform and reshuffled the cabinet in all the kingdoms. Now, he is once again using him to take back the 3 kingdoms and make them the direct territories of the empire of Great Yan. Zhu Hongping said, the secret armies of the Xianxia Pavilion and Stupa Mountain are so powerful that they can easily sweep through the 3 kingdoms. Why not just send troops to destroy them? Zhu Hongzhu said, the secular world is the secular world, and the transcendent forces are the transcendent forces. If the secret armies of the transcendent forces conquer these secular lands, who will have the final say in these lands? Zhu Hongping said, then does the empire of Great Yan not have its own secret armies? Zhu Hongzhu said, this is a good question, a very good question. However, I am unable to answer you. Think about it yourself. Zhu Hongping said, then this grandson will go home and quietly wait for the arrival of the heavenly change. One more thing, Shenlang has said to let Zhu Ning marry Jin Muzong. Zhu Hongzhu shook his head and said, our Zhu clan can maintain a tacit understanding with Shenlang without breaking our ties, but we will definitely not unite through marriage. Zhu Hongping said, however, Shenlang is a rude and unreasonable person. He cannot afford to lose face. Grandmaster Kongjing of the Tongtian Temple made him lose face, so he killed all 3,000 monk soldiers of the Tongtian Temple. Even Grandmaster Kongjing was chopped into two. If we reject him directly, I am afraid our Zhu clan cannot withstand his thunderous rage. Zhu Hongzhu sighed and said, then let Zhu Ning commit suicide. Zhu Hongping trembled and said, is it real suicide or fake suicide? Zhu Hongzhu said, of course it's real. If it's fake, it will anger Shenlang. Zhu Hongping's face suddenly twitched. He had grown up with Zhu Ning. Although they often bickered, they were the closest siblings. Zhu Ning was the apple of his grandfather's eye. How could he let her die just because he said so? Zhu Hongzhu said lightly, child, anyone can die for the clan. Of course, that includes the little girl. When you reach my age, you will know that dying for the clan is easy. Working hard to live for the clan is the hardest. If he could, Zhu Hongzhu would rather die than suffer such humiliation. However, he didn't even dare to die. Inside the palace of the State of Yu. From now on, the State of Yu will have no war. Shenlang said, Ningjing, you can show your strength, set things right, implement new policies, and restore the nation's strength. To anyone, Shenlang's words were rather absurd. At this time, preserving the victory and preparing for war was the most important thing. Although the decisive battle at Tianyue City was won, the State of Yu was in a precarious situation. The Sky Sea Pavilion could launch a fatal attack at any time. The Great Yan Empire could unleash a thunderous attack that could instantly crush the State of Yu. How could you talk about restoring the nation's strength instead of preparing for war? How could you talk about implementing new policies? Even Ning Qi and Ning Gang thought so. In today's small court meeting, a few of the chancellors and the Privy Council wanted to immediately form a million-strong army to prepare for the upcoming super war. They even said that the theme of the State of Yu was war, not peace. Everything had to make way for war. They would not hesitate to shed their last drop of blood to protect the fruits of this victory. However, Shenlang said that the State of Yu had no war and wanted to develop new policies. Deputy Chancellor Zhang Chong said, Emperor Jiang is right. The State of Yu will have no war. King Yu Ningjing said, Premier Zhang, please elaborate. Zhang Chong said, the Emperor of the Great Yan Empire is a man who will stop at nothing. In his eyes, Emperor Jiang is not only an enemy, but also a pawn. The Emperor Jiang he mentioned was, of course, Shenlang. The Emperor is naturally unwilling to see the great victory at Tianyue City. However, since it has happened, he will make full use of it to extract the most value from Emperor Jiang. He is waiting for the kings of Chu and Wu to respond. Once they respond, they will launch a fatal counterattack and uproot the Great Yan Empire's forces in the Wu and Chu kingdoms. After that, the Yan capital will take advantage of the situation and dispatch an earth-shattering army to annihilate the Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms. From then on, these three kingdoms that have existed for hundreds of years will completely disappear from history. The royal families of the three kingdoms will be exterminated and the territories of these three kingdoms will become provinces directly under the Great Yan Empire. Therefore, before the kings of Chu and Wu declare their positions, the world will be at peace. Ning Gang said, once the kings of Chu and Wu declare their positions, it will be a world war in the east. That will further prove that war will be the mainstream in the future. The State of Yu should prepare for the coming world war. Shenlang shook his head and said, Premier Ning, this world war will definitely break out, but not now. I will try my best to prolong its outbreak. Moreover, the world has changed, and the mode of war has also changed. It is impossible to win by relying on an ordinary army. Therefore, I do not need the State of Yu to prepare for the war. Instead, I need the State of Yu to develop its national strength. I want to build an unprecedented army that can fight against the Great Yan Empire's secret army and the six transcendent powers. Once the kings of Chu and Wu declare their positions, it will be a disaster. I know these two young kings. They will definitely not be ambiguous. They will either continue to endure and surrender, or they will start a massacre within the country once they make their stand. Blood will flow like rivers. They will choose to fight against the Great Yan Empire and pledge their loyalty to the Great Qian dynasty. They will not be ambiguous. Therefore, I will not only protect the state of Yu, but also the Chu kingdom and the Wu kingdom. The moment Shenlang's words left his mouth, everyone present was stunned. This was because Shenlang only had a few tens of thousands of troops. It was barely enough to protect the raging Tide City. It was not enough to protect the state of Yu, let alone the Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms. However, up until now, Shenlang had not made any empty promises. Everything he had bragged about had come true. Zhang Chong could not help but ask in a trembling voice, "Your Majesty, do you want me to secretly visit the Wu kingdom and the Chu kingdom and ask them to keep in touch with your Majesty and delay their declaration? Give your Majesty enough time to prepare?" "No, there is no need." Shenlang said, "We will not take the initiative to contact the two kings. If they are passionate enough and trust me, they will do as they wish. If they continue to compromise and submit to the Great Yan Empire, let them be. However, if they publicly declare their loyalty to the Great Qian dynasty, I can protect these two kingdoms at any time. I do not need any preparation time. Before the Battle of Tianyue City, I had already made preparations to welcome the upheaval of the world. As long as the King of Wu and the King of Chu are willing to pledge their loyalty, I will dare to take over these two kingdoms and bear the responsibility of protecting them." Everyone present was completely convinced. This Shenlang's character was completely different from Emperor Jiangli's. However, his bearing was exactly the same. He had the will of a true emperor, and his aura was like that of a tiger. Shenlang said plainly, "Next, let's wait patiently for the King of Chu and the King of Wu to declare their stance and for the upheaval to come. Note, the first chapter is here. I will eat first and write the second chapter later. I recommend Nanny's Restaurant in the Other World." What an interesting book. Thank you, Yu Xiaoyao, for the 50,000 coins. The Zhu clan's residence had been changed. It was no longer surrounded by Shenlang's army, but by Ningqi's army. But from beginning to end, Shenlang's men didn't break into the Zhu clan's residence, nor did they harass their families. The entire Zhu clan was in a state of semi-house arrest. After all, Zhu Hongzhu did his part in protecting the remnants of Shenlang. Otherwise, who knew how many people would have been killed by that madman Ning Xiao? After Zhu Minmin returned to the Zhu clan, even without the title of Empress Dowager, she still became the most respected person in the residence. "Girl, Shenlang proposed to you on behalf of the Kim family. What do you think?" Empress Dowager Zhu asked. Zhu Ning smiled, "Marry Jean Muzong as a concubine?" Empress Dowager Zhu said, "This should be Shenlang's joke. He's a bastard, but Marquis Jin Zhua still cares about his reputation. Once you marry him, you can't be a concubine, you can only be a wife." Zhu Ning said, "With our Zhu clan's position, I can't marry Jin Muzong no matter what." Empress Dowager Zhu said, "Then don't worry about the Zhu clan's position. Are you willing to marry Jin Muzong?" Zhu Ning thought for a while and said, "Aunt, were you willing to marry King Yu?" Zhu Minmin couldn't help but recall. She was similar to Zhu Ning. She didn't like politics at all. She liked to immerse herself in the world of books, so she was considered a talented woman. "I probably didn't want to marry," Zhu Minmin said, "because I looked down on Ning Yuanxian in my heart." Zhu Ning said, "But you had to marry King Yu for the clan?" Zhu Minmin said, "Yes. And after I married him, I looked down on him even more." When a man looks down on a woman, he might feel pity for her over time, and they can still live. But when a woman looks down on a man, then their marriage will be a tragedy, and they won't be able to live. Zhu Ning didn't continue to ask because her aunt's marriage was already set in stone. It was a complete tragedy. She had never been happy in her life. Now, she was divorced and had no children. She returned to her parents' home alone. Zhu Minmin said, "Will you look down on Jin Muzong?" Zhu Ning shook her head and said, "I'm not looking down on him. In fact, I think he's quite cute. He's a good man." Zhu Minmin looked at her for a long time and said, "No, you just look down on him. It's just that your pride and upbringing prevent you from saying such things. These things force you not to despise a good person." Zhu Ning was silent. Her aunt was right. Deep in her heart, she had always looked down on Jin Muzong. Zhu Minmin said, "Sometimes people are very strange. I've been superior to Ning Yuanxian all my life, and I've always despised him. But now, he had become tall, and I had become lowly. He didn't even bother to look down on me. So, people shouldn't feel too good about themselves. Hearing this, Zhu Ning couldn't help but be stunned. This didn't sound like something her aunt would say. In the Zhu clan study, Zhu Ning was still reading. She had originally prepared to fulfill her family duties and marry Ning Qi. She didn't expect the marriage to fall through. She returned to the study and immersed herself in the sea of knowledge. Did she become happy? On the surface, she even said she had regained her freedom. But in reality, she wasn't as carefree as she imagined. Her heart was filled with an inexplicable anxiety, but she didn't want to admit it. Zhu Hongping walked in and sat directly in front of her. "Are you willing to marry Jin Muzong?" Zhu Hongping asked. Zhu Ning shook her head and said, "No." Zhu Hongping let out a long sigh of relief, as if the answer made her feel better. "The family also doesn't want you to marry Jin Muzong." Although Shen Lang won the battle at Tianyue City, it was destined to be a flash in the pan. The Zhu clan would rather be imprisoned than have anything to do with Shen Lang, much less a marriage alliance. Zhu Hongping said, "And we don't have much time left." Zhu Ning said, "Yan capital is waiting for the reaction of King Wu and King Chu, right?" Zhu Hongping said, "Soon, the great Yan Empire's army will sweep through the 3 southern countries. If the Zhu clan can hold on, we will still be the ruler of this land." In fact, the Yan capital's cabinet has long discussed that once the eastern world is completely unified, the entire state of Yu will be changed to Yu province. It will have 4 provinces under its jurisdiction, and the highest official will be the governor. Zhu Ning said, "If you have anything to say, just say it." Zhu Hongping said, "But at least the state of Yu is still in the hands of Shen Lang. You know this person is very crazy, and he values his reputation as much as his life. That's why he could have let the 3,000 monk soldiers of Tong Tian Temple go, but because Master Kongjing humiliated him, the 3,000 monk soldiers were killed, and even Kongjing himself was split in half. For the sake of his reputation, Shen Lang didn't hesitate to fight the entire Tong Tian Temple to the death." Zhu Ning said, "Continue." Zhu Hongping said, "Therefore, if Shen Lang were to send someone over to propose marriage to the Zhu clan, and we were to reject it, it would be the same as slapping his face. This person is narrow-minded, he would definitely retaliate crazily." Zhu Ning's face paled, "So?" Zhu Hongping said, trembling, "So, grandfather wants to not give him a chance to speak." Zhu Ning said, "So you want me to die prematurely?" Zhu Hongping's breathing quickened, and she said, trembling, "Grandfather said that for the family, anyone in the Zhu clan can be sacrificed, including himself." Then, he took out a bottle of medicine and placed it on the table. "This is medicine from Stupa Mountain. After taking it, it will be like contracting tuberculosis. This is a terminal disease, and it is also contagious. So, no one will dare to marry you." Zhu Ning trembled, "You don't want me to die?" In fact, Zhu Hongzhu said death, and anyone in the Zhu clan could die. However, Zhu Hongping and Zhu Ning had a deep sibling relationship, and he did not want Zhu Ning to die, so he felt that contracting tuberculosis was the most suitable choice. Zhu Hongping said, "In a few months, the great Yan Empire's army will be here. When that time comes, perhaps everything will change, and Shen Lang will be finished. The next few months will be the darkness before dawn." Zhu Ning picked up the bottle and looked at it. It was a green liquid, and there seemed to be countless mayflies in it. "If you are not willing to marry Jin Muzong, and do not want to have anything to do with Shen Lang, then drink it." Zhu Hongping said, "But I want to make it clear to you, this symptom is exactly the same as tuberculosis. It is very painful, and you will cough as if your lungs are about to burst, and you will vomit blood." Before he finished speaking, Zhu Ning had already opened the bottle and drank it in one gulp. After drinking, Zhu Ning grinned and said, "I'm going to continue reading." Zhu Hongping walked out. Just over 2 hours later, Zhu Ning's violent coughing could be heard from the study. Soon, the news spread throughout Skybridge City that the capital's most talented lady, Zhu Ning, was infected with the incurable disease tuberculosis. She had invited countless doctors to treat her, but they all said that it was hopeless. She was sallow and emaciated, and she coughed up blood every day. When Shenlang heard this, he could not help but be stunned. Then, he laughed out of anger, and personally went to the Zhu residence. "Greetings, Lord Shenlang." Zhu Yong's wife, Zhu Hongping, and the others bowed respectfully. Shenlang asked, "Zhu Ning has tuberculosis?" Zhu Yong's wife cried, "Yes, who would have thought? This illness started a few months ago. She has been weak since she was young, and her coughing was not serious at first, so we did not think that way. Too many things have happened in the family recently, and her symptoms have worsened. We have already diagnosed her with tuberculosis, and she does not have much time left." Then, Zhu Yong's wife burst into tears. "The heavens are too cruel to me. They want me to send my daughter off." Shenlang said, "I will go and see her." "No, please don't. Lord Shenlang, you are a precious person. This incurable disease of tuberculosis is contagious." Zhu Yong's wife trembled. Shenlang did not say anything and directly entered Zhu Ning's room. As expected, as soon as he approached, he heard violent coughing. It was continuous, as if she was really coughing her lungs out. When he entered the room and saw Zhu Ning, it was as if he had seen a female ghost. Her face was dry and yellow, and she was so skinny that she was just skin and bones. The floor was filled with white papers, and they were all bloodstains from the coughing. In just a few days, Zhu Ning seemed to have become a completely different person. She was really on her last breath, as if she could pass away at any time. Shenlang walked to the bed and asked, "Zhu Ning, are you suffering from tuberculosis?" Cough, cough, cough. Zhu Ning coughed violently and said, "Yes, it is tuberculosis. Lord Shenlang is a medical expert, you should be able to tell at a glance." Shenlang sighed and said, "Madam Zhu, I originally wanted to be a matchmaker and let Zhu Ning marry my Jin Mutsong." Madam Zhu said, "Jin Mutsong is a good child. He is of noble birth and outstanding talent. He is a good match, but it is a pity that our Ning doesn't have the fortune. This is all destined. Ning can't match up to Crown Prince Jin Mutsong." Shenlang said slowly, "Zhu Ning, when I came back from the west, I smiled and told Jin Mutsong that I would find a good girl for him to marry. In the end, he still said your name. That is why I wanted to propose to the Zhu family. Of course, I have a cheap mouth, and all the good things that come out of my mouth are exaggerated. I said that I would make you Jin Mutsong's concubine. With my father-in-law's character, how could he let you be his concubine?" Shenlang's voice was very calm, but Zhu Ning's expression changed and she even held her breath. "It's fine if you don't agree. A melon that is forcefully picked won't be sweet." Shenlang said indifferently, "It has been a long time since the battle at Tianyu City ended, and I did not mention this matter. I originally wanted Consort Bien to secretly come over and ask about it. If you are willing, Zhu Ning, I can even let you fake your death and secretly send you to New Tianchao City to marry Jin Mutsong. Who asked that silly fatty to like you? He is the same age as me, 27 years old, but he still doesn't have a wife and has never been in love." Shenlang's voice became even calmer as he said, "Previously, when I proposed to the Zhu family on behalf of Jin Mutsong, my identity was not exposed. Indeed, I had the intention of a marriage alliance. I wanted to let the state of Yu have a smooth transition of power. If the Zhu family can support Ning Yi, can they also support Ningjing? In the end, I found out that the Zhu family is not loyal to the state of Yu, but to the Great Yan Empire's pawns in the state of Yu. They eat the food of the state of Yu, but they do the Great Yan Empire's work. This time I intend to propose to you purely for Jin Mutsong's happiness. Now, I no longer need a marriage alliance with the Zhu family. Of course, if you, Zhu Ning, are unwilling, I will not force you. Otherwise, I would have made a big fuss. If you are unwilling, you can just say it. There is no need to pretend to be sick, and there is no need to pretend to be terminally ill with tuberculosis." When he said this, Madame Zhu said, "Lord Shenlang, Zhu Ning really has tuberculosis. All the doctors have seen her. She is really suffering from tuberculosis." Shenlang said, "This is not tuberculosis. This is a bacterial infection, a very stubborn one. If I'm not wrong, this medicine should have come from Stupa Mountain. You thought yourselves clever and made Zhu Ning pretend to be terminally ill with tuberculosis. This way, you won't have to worry about my family proposing to Zhu Ning. Moreover, when the Great Yan Empire's army arrives in a few months, the world will change drastically again, and you will have safely survived this crisis. You are afraid of me. You are afraid that if you reject my proposal, I will fly into a rage and start a massacre. This is very good. Fear is a good virtue. Of course, this is actually very dangerous. According to the current course of the disease, although it is not tuberculosis, Zhu Ning may die even faster. Xianxia said, if she does not receive treatment from Stupa Mountain, Zhu Ning will not live for more than half a month. Tuberculosis will not die so quickly. When he said this, fear appeared in Zhu Ning's eyes. No matter how intelligent she was still a young girl. Of course, she did not want to die. Xianxia stretched out his hand. Immediately, a box appeared in his hand. He opened it and found 10 penicillin vials. Stupa Mountain may not be able to save you, but I, Xianxia, can. Xianxia said, this is the miracle medicine I researched. It can cure Zhu Ning's disease immediately. She will recover in less than 10 days. When he said this, the expressions of the Zhu family members changed drastically. Madame Zhu trembled and cried, Lord Xianxia, my Zhu Ning is only a bookworm. She is not worthy of Crown Prince Jin Muzong. We are not worthy of her. Xianxia said, from now on, this marriage will never be mentioned again. Your Zhu family looks down on me, Xianxia, and the Kim family. This is nothing. Then, Xianxia said to the people behind him, do you see that? There is no good ending to being a bootlicker in this world. This marriage will never be mentioned again. Your Zhu family will not have to worry about me forcing you to marry. After saying this, Xianxia walked outside. When he was halfway out, he stopped again. Madame Zhu trembled in fear. Xianxia said, fear is a good moral character, but do you think that I, Xianxia, am a fool? Am I a fool? Do you feel no psychological pressure deceiving me? Zhu Ning, you are a very intelligent girl. Do you feel at ease deceiving me, Xianxia? Zhu Ning trembled and said, Lord Xianxia, didn't you force me to do this? If you didn't force me to propose to Jin Muzong, why would I pretend to have tuberculosis to deceive you? Did I force you? Xianxia said, did I force you? The reason why I let the Zhu family live until now is because you still keep to the rules. Even until now, you have maintained a state of fighting with me without breaking the rules. You let Zhu Ning pretend to be sick to deceive me. Is this not fear? Deep in your heart, you still don't fear me and look down on me, the so-called emperor? Fine, fine, fine. Does Zhu Ning know why I gave you the miracle medicine to save you? Xianxia slowly said, I want all of you to know the consequences of your actions today. Originally, I had opened a window for your Zhu clan, but all of you have closed this window. Don't worry, I still won't kill you, because you still haven't felt true despair. If I kill you, it will be too easy. Zhu Ning, I let you live so that you can see with your own eyes the true despair of the Zhu family in the future. At that time, you will regret deceiving me today. Even at that time, Zhu Hongzhu, Zhu Rong, and you, Zhu Ning, will kneel in front of me and beg for my forgiveness. They will cry and beg for my forgiveness, and try their best to please Kaneki Satoshi and become one of her concubines. Please remember, the Zhu family, today you have walked a dead end. Wu country, things were indeed as Wu Wang had predicted. That insignificant case had finally reached the head of the Shimashi, Wu Ji. And the cabinet of Wu country was more anxious than expected. In almost half a month, this small case became a shocking one. More and more people were arrested, and more people died. In the end, it became a monstrous event. According to the joint investigation of the Cabinet and the Supreme Court, the number of farmers and tenant farmers killed in this land merger case was more than 1,000, and the number of innocent women who were raped to death was more than 100. And the climax of the development was the digging of a huge corpse pit. There were dozens of corpses, from the elderly to the children. This was an ordinary farming family, the Lin family. There were 2 scholars in the family, but because of a few hundred acres of mulberry fields, the whole family was buried alive. After investigation, the main culprit was General Wang Qinggan of Mian Commandery. Who was this Wang Qinggan? The Shimashi was Wu Ji's uncle's personal guard. His entire family had been loyal to the Wu family for generations. Wang Qinggan's martial arts were not bad, but his talent in commanding troops was average. Therefore, even with Wu Ji's support, he was still a military warfare officer in his 50s. However, the entire Wu kingdom knew that he was Wu Ji's absolute confidant. Once this big case was exposed, it immediately caused a huge uproar in the Wu country. Under the guidance of countless people, Wang Qinggan became a beast that was condemned by thousands of people, a demon that had lost all humanity. In order to fight for the Lin family's several hundred acres of mulberry fields, he actually buried a family of tens of people alive. The whole Wu country was clamoring for Wang Qinggan's death. They wanted to cut Wang Qinggan into 1,000 pieces and kill his entire family. Countless impeachment memorials flew into the palace like snowflakes. Countless scholars cowed out in the palace, begging Wu Wang to give the world an explanation. Even the millions of citizens of the Wu country were strongly influenced, and they wanted to kill Wang Qinggan's entire family. Although he had already expected this to happen, Wu Wang was still troubled. He did not expect the other party to go to such extremes, burying dozens of people alive. Wang Qinggan's entire family had been arrested and imprisoned, but they had not been executed. This was because he had confessed many shocking secrets. He said that he was just a puppet, and that he was only following orders. The mulberry fields that he had seized belonged to him in name, and the real owner was Wu Ji's son. Moreover, Wang Qinggan had even handed over the land register. He alone occupied more than 30,000 acres of fertile land, but these lands were all under the name of Wu Ji's son, Wu Tian. Moreover, he had confessed that there were many people like him. Wu Ji had sent his servants everywhere to become officials, and had seized hundreds of thousands of acres of land. He was the biggest corrupt official in the entire state of Yu, and the biggest murderer. In the process of taking over hundreds of thousands of acres of fertile land, he had killed no less than 1,000 innocent people. However, these confessions were only mentioned by the cabinet, but not actually presented. Without a doubt, this was to force Wu Wang to take a stand, and force Wu Ji to step down. If Wu Ji was unwilling to resign from his position, they would make these confessions public, and the fire would burn directly on him. But did Wu Ji do these things? He really did not. He had countless generals under him, and there were definitely some who had done evil. Some even used his name to seize the fertile land. However, Wu Ji's family was extremely strict, and he had been a member of the royal family for generations. He no longer had much need for material possessions. He was born with wealth, and he had no selfish ambitions. Why would he need so much gold and silver? This Wang Qinggan was a traitor. He had already been bribed by the cabinet, or perhaps threatened, to bite Wu Ji to death. Not only that, they had also fabricated these land registers flawlessly. They were indeed under Wu Tian's name, and the evidence was conclusive. However, Wu Tian still did not know that he had more than 100,000 acres of fertile land. Wu Wang was still young, and his succession to the throne had not caused many disturbances. He had been the crown prince since he was in his teens, so he had not experienced any dirty fights. At this moment, he was completely shocked. In order to bring down Wu Ji, in order to reach into the Wu kingdom's army, the other party had actually done such an inhumane thing. Scholar Lin's family of dozens would be buried alive? Of course, it was not Wang Qinggan, but someone else. Black water platforms Wu had already investigated clearly, but the other party had destroyed all the evidence. Moreover, sometimes the truth was meaningless. The other party had already created such a huge storm, and it carried the monstrous will of the people. Wu Kingdom's cabinet prime minister Zhang Danfeng once again came to see Wu Wang. Your Majesty, this is Wang Qinggan's confession, and the relevant evidence. It is truly shocking. Zhang Danfeng presented it with both hands and said, but because this case involves the upper echelons of the royal family, this old official is really trembling with fear, as if treading on thin ice. I do not know what to do, and I hope that your Majesty can make a decision on your own. Wu Wang took the confession, and the relevant land registers as evidence. The moment had come, and the real dagger had been revealed. Previously, the cabinet had been constantly leaking information, saying that this case might involve Wu Ji. If Wu Ji had been sensible and immediately resigned, then this fire would not have burned his head, and he would still be innocent. But Wu Ji did not respond, so the cabinet decided to simply expose the matter. Wu Wang looked at these confessions, and his whole body trembled with anger. The Empire of Great Yan has indeed infiltrated the Wu Kingdom deeply. When you civil officials and the Empire work together, you can indeed cover the sky. Such a non-existent matter has been turned into an ironclad case by you people. The Wu Kingdom was adjacent to the Empire of Great Yan, so it had received the most infiltration. Basically, after Wu Qi succeeded the throne, his struggle with the civil officials began. A few years ago, Sunan of the state of Yu rebelled, and Wu Qi led his troops south to invade the state of Yu. He even sent Wu Mu to secretly attack Raging Tide City. The original plan was very good, to create a diversion and cross the sea by deceiving everyone. But in the end, Wu Mu still lost. Ning Yuanxian's risk succeeded, and Bianzhao's army invaded the Wu Kingdom, causing the young Wu King to suffer his first major defeat. After that, he was attacked by the civil officials of the state of Yu. The Minister of State tried to make the young Wu King a mere figurehead, and then move closer to the Empire of Great Yan. At that time it was the privy envoy Wu Ji who stepped forward and started a massacre, shocking the civil officials of the Wu Kingdom. 2 to 3 years ago, after the Xianxia incident, the Empire of Great Yan took the opportunity to reorganize the various countries. Because the Wu Kingdom was too close to the Empire of Great Yan, the cabinet of the Wu Kingdom officially took control of the internal affairs, and once again began a fierce counterattack. A few years ago, Wu Ji killed the civil officials, and was hated to the bone. Now, the cabinet wanted to put him to death. Wang Qinggan deserves to die, he deserves to be hacked into pieces. Wu Wang roared in his heart. As Wu Ji's servant, Wang Qinggan had betrayed his master at a critical moment, viciously accusing Wu Ji of this heinous crime. Your Majesty, please tell me how the cabinet should handle this case. Zhang Danfeng kowtowed. Wu Wang said calmly, Prime Minister Zhang, your Zhang clan rose to prominence in the Wu Kingdom, right? You should be considered a Wu official, right? Prime Minister Zhang Danfeng said, I have always been a Wu official. Wu Wang said, is that so? Oh, have you heard? Xianxia has sent troops to Tianyu City, and the decisive battle has already begun. Prime Minister Zhang Danfeng said, Xianxia is a traitor and a clown. He will lose without a doubt. Your Majesty need not pay too much attention to him. This person is unknown, and too much involvement might bring disaster. Wu Wang said, I do not believe that Uncle Wang would do such a thing, so all of this is just Wang Qing'an's wild accusations. What do you think, Prime Minister Zhang? Zhang Danfeng said, I also believe in the character of the privy envoy, but now that the evidence is irrefutable, perhaps Lord Wu Ji has been too lenient with his family. Wu Wang said, what does the cabinet intend to do? Zhang Danfeng said, this case is inhumane and sensational. Not only Wu Kingdom, but the entire world, even His Majesty, is paying attention. Of course, the public opinion of other countries can be ignored, but the people of Wu Kingdom are grieving every day, longing for a bright future. Therefore, I feel that I cannot let down the people's hearts because of my personal feelings. The people's hearts are like water, and if the people's hearts are divided, the Wu Kingdom's court will be like a boat without water. Wu Wang said lightly, you know the people's hearts. What are the people's hearts to you, Zhang Danfeng? As soon as he said this, Zhang Danfeng kowtowed and said, Your Majesty's words make me incomparably terrified. Wu Wang waved his hand. All right, I understand your intentions. You may leave. Zhang Danfeng cried and kowtowed. Your Majesty, please make a decision quickly. The people's hearts cannot be deceived. Then, he bowed and left. After this person left, Wu Ji, General Wu Mu, and Wu Yu from the Blackwater platform all walked out. How is the battle? How is it? Wu Wang trembled. What is the outcome of the battle at Skyleap City? What is the outcome of the battle between His Majesty Xianxia and Zhu Hongshua's Blood Soul army? Wu Yu trembled. Your Majesty, there is no news yet. Wu Ji was silent for a long time. Your Majesty, this old subject can give the world an explanation at this crucial moment. Wu Wang said, explanation? What explanation? You didn't do it, so what explanation? Are you talking about committing suicide? Wu Ji said, I can commit suicide, but in exchange, Wu Mu must become the privy envoy. Ha ha ha. Wu Wang said, my dear uncle, if you commit suicide, you will never be able to wash away the stain on your name. You will go down in infamy for 10,000 years. Wu Mu is too young. Even if he becomes the privy envoy, he won't be able to keep his position. Wu Ji said, but if things continue as they are, it will be even more disadvantageous to your majesty. Why don't you cut your losses on this old subject? Your majesty will still have some leeway. Wu Wang patted Wu Ji's shoulder and said, my dear uncle, the world has changed. The other party has no bottom line. After killing you, their next target will be me. There is no room for compromise. There is no room for compromise. Following that, the young Wu Wang walked to the map and said slowly, this battle is no longer within the Wu kingdom. Don't even think of using political means to solve this problem. If nothing unexpected happens, the Yan capital's edict will soon arrive. Even the imperial envoy will come personally to investigate this case. If I don't compromise, if I don't listen to you, I will be the one to blame. Uncle, Wu Mu, don't worry about anything else. Just wait for the outcome of the battle in Xianxia City. If the heavens bless His Majesty Shenlang and he wins, then we will start a massacre and change sides. If the heavens are blind and His Majesty Shenlang loses, then we will fight to the death. I, Wu Qi, would rather die a heroic death than become someone's pet pig. What happened next was just as King Wu had expected. The cabinet kept spreading rumors and creating a frenzy of public opinion. The land acquisition murder case was directly blamed on Wu Ji and Uncle Wang. Then, the Yan capital sent an imperial envoy to oversee the case. The imperial envoy was still Prince Lian, Ming Yuanxian's former in-law. When Prince Lian arrived, he only met with King Wu and read out the great Yan emperor's imperial edict. Then, he entered the cabinet and personally supervised the case. He was determined to make this murder case an ironclad one. Even if King Wu did not issue an edict to dismiss Wu Ji, the imperial envoy would capture Wu Ji and bring him back to the Yan capital. It would be a slap to King Wu's face. At this moment, King Wu no longer cared about the progress of the cabinet, nor did he care about Prince Lian's cold attitude. He was waiting for news from Xianxia City. His attitude was clear. If Shenlang won, he would do it. If Shenlang lost, he would do it. The butcher's knife was already at his neck, and he still wanted to negotiate? You still want to compromise? How childish was that? Your Majesty, Prince Lian has summoned the people of the capital and personally declared that no matter who is involved in this case, he will handle it impartially and give an explanation to the innocent victims of the Wu nation. Your Majesty, the Supreme Court has concluded the case. Wu Ji, the imperial envoy, is the culprit. Your Majesty, the imperial envoy, Prince Lian, has led the empire's warriors to the palace to capture Uncle Wu Ji. News came in one after another, each worse and more urgent than the last. However, King Wu was not angry. Instead, he smiled and said, why is Prince Lian in such a hurry? It's as if he's in a hurry to force me to compromise before a certain point. I have a feeling that there will be good news soon. Order the imperial guards to prepare for battle. King Wu paced anxiously in the great hall and said, I have a feeling, no, I'm confident that the good news will arrive soon. His Majesty Shenlang is about to win. He was so excited that his whole body was trembling. His eyes were bloodshot and his breathing was rapid. He could not even sit still. At this moment, Wu Yu rushed in and said in a trembling voice, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Shenlang has won the decisive battle at Xianxia City. Zhu Hongshua's blood soul army has been annihilated. King Wu's body froze on the spot. Incomparable ecstasy shook his whole body like a bolt of lightning. The excitement and ecstasy seemed to be about to explode. Even though he had expected it, he was still shocked to the core when he heard it. Your Majesty Shenlang, you really won? And you even annihilated the blood soul army of Tianyasi Pavilion? How is this possible? Isn't this too amazing? My Majesty Shenlang, you really are omnipotent. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, King Wu laughed out loud. He walked to the table and punched it with all his might. Then he went to the wall where the map was hung and punched it again and again. The heavens have eyes, the heavens have blessed Your Majesty Shenlang. Men, help me put on my armor. Imperial guards, get ready and follow me to the cabinet to quell the rebellion. I'm going to start a massacre. The Wu Kingdom is going to change. Note, the second update is here. Today's update is 15,000. Double the monthly votes. Brothers, give it to me. I recommend I'm Really a Rich Second Generation, a very unique urban novel. Perhaps you can't imagine that kind of state. Every night, after I finish writing the second chapter, it's already 3 or 4 in the morning. After that, I take a sleeping pill to sleep, but I still can't fall asleep until after 6. This sleep will last until 5 in the afternoon the next day, because I have to wake up at least twice in the middle of it. Every time I wake up, I have to take a third of the sleeping pill or drink a lot of alcohol before I can continue sleeping. In total, I can sleep for 6 to 7 hours a day. That's a huge surprise. So as long as I'm not in bed, I'm basically in front of the computer typing. Writing 15 to 16 words a day is already my limit. Next, I'll find a day to try my best to adjust the update time. I'll really try my best to adjust it. I feel really uneasy letting my brothers stay up late with me. 27 days have passed this month, and I've written a total of 423,000 words. That's an average of 15 to 16 words a day. It's been half a year, and I've been working hard for half a year without a single day of rest. This book has almost 17 million words. How long do I have to work hard for? I don't know. I'll probably keep working until the end of the book. Then, I'll rest hard for a few months to get over this insomnia. Labor Day is coming, and the double monthly votes that I'm most afraid of are coming again. Every time my monthly votes are exceeded, I get very anxious, and then my insomnia worsens. I still can't get over it, brothers. I want to keep my 5th place on the monthly votes. I don't want to be killed. I don't want to fall into anxiety again. Benefactors, please lend me your help and vote for me with double the monthly votes. Pastry Cowdow, thank you. There was a reason why Great Yan's imperial envoy, Prince Lian, had come in such a hurry. He wanted to settle the matter as quickly as possible. What was done could not be undone. In his opinion, once King Wu had come to a complete compromise, news of Shenlang's victory would not be able to stir up any more waves. Once he led the imperial envoy army into King Wu's palace and captured Wu Ji, then King Wu's authority would be completely destroyed. Whether it was the people of Wu country or the army, he would no longer be able to establish his authority as a king. That was why Prince Lian of the empire took such a risk. Enter, enter, enter. Under Prince Lian's lead, thousands of Great Yan's warriors marched straight into the palace. They did not encounter any resistance along the way. This was the imperial envoy, and without King Wu's decree, who would dare to resist? Just like that, the 3,000 imperial warriors passed through layers of palace restrictions and arrived at the Great Lofty Hall. The Great Lofty Hall was the central hall of the Wu Kingdom's palace. Every court meeting was held here. At this time, Prince Lian had received the secret report that King Wu and Wu Ji were inside. The Great Lofty Hall had a huge plaza with 90 steps. There were also palace walls and gates outside. Break the gates! Prince Lian shouted. Immediately, 2 giant-like imperial warriors stepped forward and broke through the gates. 3,000 Great Yan's warriors surged in like a tidal wave. However, when they entered, everyone was stunned. 10,000 Wu Kingdom's imperial guards were lined up neatly on the plaza. A few thousand warriors stood in front with their shields raised. Behind them, thousands of imperial guards knocked their bows and aimed at the charging Great Yan's warriors. Prince Lian's expression changed drastically. He walked over and asked in a low voice, King Wu, what are you doing? Are you going against the Empire's central command? Are you going against His Majesty? Are you going to resist arrest for a mere Wu Ji? King Wu replied coldly, Prince Lian, do you think I'm going to resist arrest by force? Ha 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 ha. Prince Lian said coldly, Wu Ji, are you there? Are you going to put King Wu in a disloyal and unfilial position just for your name? What kind of loyal subject are you? His meaning was clear. He wanted Wu Ji to surrender himself or commit suicide in front of everyone. This way, King Wu could avoid a direct confrontation with the Empire. King Wu said slowly, Prince Lian, I welcome you as a guest, but it's best if you don't interfere in the internal affairs of my Wu Kingdom. Also, what right does the Great Yan Empire's army have to enter my palace? All Imperial guards, get ready. Whoosh 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 whoosh, a few command arrows were shot into the sky and exploded. Then, one army after another surged in like a tidal wave. They surrounded the Great Yan's imperial envoy army from the inside out. Prince Lian, please have your troops put down their weapons and surrender. Otherwise, they will be killed without mercy, King Wu said sternly. Prince Lian of the Great Yan Empire trembled as he said, King Wu, are you trying to rebel? King Wu nodded. That's right, His Majesty Xianlang is right. If we don't erupt in silence, we will die in silence. Prince Lian's expression changed drastically, you know? King Wu sneered, paper cannot hide fire. His Majesty Xianlang won the decisive battle at Skymoon City, and the Sky Sea Pavilion's Blood Soul army was annihilated. Prince Lian said, however, everyone knows that Xianlang's victory was short-lived. His strength is nothing compared to the Great Yan Empire. Are you really going to be so muddle-headed as to follow him to your own destruction? King Wu nodded and said, it doesn't matter. There's nothing bad about dying with a bang. King Wu roared, Great Yan Empire's army, put down your weapons and surrender. Otherwise, they will be killed without mercy, killed without mercy. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ready, kill. King Wu roared. Stop. Prince Lian raised his hands and shouted, stop. All Imperial Envoy guards, put down your weapons. Put down your weapons. Following Prince Lian's order, the 3,000 Imperial Envoy guards put down their weapons. Squat down. King Wu ordered. The 3,000 Imperial Envoy guards squatted on the ground. A moment later, they were all captured. Prince Lian said, King Wu, you've shown off your might. Can we negotiate now? King Wu glanced at him and said, negotiate? I'm sorry, but there's no more negotiations. Then, King Wu shouted, all Imperial guards, move out and head to the cabinet to quell the rebellion. Following King Wu's order, more than 10,000 Imperial guards marched out of the palace and headed for the cabinet. Whether it was the Wu Kingdom or the state of Yu, the secretariat and cabinet were both located within the palace. After all, it was more convenient to handle official business. However, last year, Zhang Danfeng led the entire cabinet out of the palace and moved into Deer Villa, a temporary residence in the west. This caused a huge uproar at the time. It meant that the cabinet had broken away from King Wu and formed its own system. Since then, the core of the Wu Kingdom's internal affairs was located in Deer Villa, not the palace. Deer Villa was about 19 li away from the palace. The wide Vermilion Bird Avenue in the middle connected the two core districts of the royal city. At this moment, King Wu was leading more than 10,000 Imperial guards toward Deer Villa. In an instant, everyone was stunned. Countless people trembled. What is the king trying to do? Is he going to start a war within the royal city? The scholars spread the news, feeling as though the world had changed. The ordinary people were shocked, but they were also excited. After all, ordinary people liked to watch a good show. However, there was another group of people who were excited. This was the Wu Kingdom's army. For the past 2 to 3 years, King Wu had been greatly suppressed, and so had the Wu Kingdom's army. At first, the Great Yan Empire passed through the Wu Kingdom in the name of eliminating Xianlang. However, more than a year had passed, and more than 100,000 soldiers were stationed within the Wu Kingdom's borders. They only left about half a year ago. During this period of time, the civil officials continuously extended their hands into the army. The status of the civil officials became higher, while the status of the generals became lower. Now, most of the logistics of the Wu Kingdom's army had been taken away by the cabinet. The Privy Council still held the power to promote the generals and mobilize the army. However, the distribution of the army's pay and rations was handed over to the Ministry of War, which was completely under the control of the cabinet. Remember the time when the Great Yan Empire lent the Wu Kingdom a large amount of rations? It was the time when King Wu planned to use it for the war between the 4 kingdoms. From then on, the Great Yan Empire began to meddle in the logistics of the Wu Kingdom's army. Once the civil officials gained power, they would definitely suppress the generals. Just like in the late Ming dynasty, the generals became the servants of the civil officials. Even a 4th-rank general would have to bow in front of a 7th-rank civil official. Moreover, in order to capture Wu Ji, how many generals had the cabinet made a move on? More than 100 generals had been arrested in this case. Although they were all middle and low-ranking generals, it was enough to make the Wu Kingdom's army feel extremely uneasy. At this moment, King Wu was brimming with killing intent. He led the imperial guards and charged towards the cabinet. Along the way, countless warriors joined in. "Greetings, Your Majesty. I request to join the battle." Army after army joined in. By the time they reached the halfway point, the army behind King Wu had already exceeded 30,000 soldiers. Prince Lian of the Great Yan Empire rode his horse and caught up with King Wu. He said in a trembling voice, "King Wu, think about the consequences. Think about the hundreds of years of your Wu clan's history." King Wu did not reply. Prince Lian said, "How about this? Wu Ji will not be arrested. Wang Qinggan will change his confession. The annexation of land and murder this time has nothing to do with Lord Wu Ji." King Wu remained silent. He charged towards the cabinet with killing intent and pain. Prince Lian said in a trembling voice, "King Wu, the Chancellor of the Supreme Court will step down and be publicly beheaded. The cabinet will publicly admit their mistakes and clear Wu Ji's name." King Wu still did not reply. Soon, the army behind King Wu swelled to 50,000 soldiers and surrounded Deer Villa where the cabinet was located. "Ready!" Wu Ji shouted. Prince Lian said, "King Wu, Prime Minister Zhang Danfeng will step down. You will appoint a new Prime Minister. He must first swear loyalty to the Wu Kingdom." King Wu was stunned. He did not expect the Great Yan Empire to be willing to make such compromises. "Prince Lian, doesn't the Great Yan Empire want me and the King of Chu to openly oppose the Great Yan Empire? Then, the Great Yan Empire will send 1,000,000 soldiers to destroy the Wu, Yu, and Chu kingdoms. Then, they will become the Great Yan Empire's provinces." King Wu sneered. Prince Lian said, "It would be best if things did not develop to this stage. If it can be resolved through political means, try not to resort to military means." King Wu said, "The Great Yan Empire is unwilling to mobilize the Transcendent Faction's secret army, but the Great Yan Empire's own secret army is not yet fully formed." Prince Lian sneered, "King Wu, don't speculate too much. I have already given the final order. Zhang Danfeng will step down and the cabinet will be reorganized." "King Wu, the cabinet is the Wu Kingdom's cabinet, but it is also subordinate to the Great Yan Empire's cabinet. Many of its officials were sent by the Flame Capital's cabinet. Once you attack, there will be no turning back." King Wu said, "I have never thought of turning back." "Attack." King Wu gave the order. Tens of thousands of soldiers surged into Deer Villa like a tidal wave. A moment later, wails and howls could be heard from inside. The cabinet had its own soldiers, but they were only a few thousand. Moreover, King Wu had been enduring humiliation all this while. The cabinet thought that they would be safe with the Great Yan Empire's protection. They did not expect King Wu to be so decisive as to send an army and wipe out the cabinet. In less than 2 hours, the battle inside was over. There were thousands of officials and soldiers in the cabinet, but most of them had been turned into corpses. Deer Villa's temporary residence was filled with blood and corpses. A few moments later, hundreds of high-ranking officials were captured. "Your Majesty, should we lock them up in the Supreme Court prison or the Blackwater Platform prison?" Wu Yu asked. King Wu shook his head and said, "There's no need. Just send them to the execution ground." The hundreds of officials trembled when they heard this. They could not believe their ears. Was King Wu crazy? He must be crazy. A few hours later, the plaza in front of the Wu Kingdom's palace was crowded. More than 100,000 people had come to watch. This was a shocking turn of events. The king had wiped out the entire cabinet. The people of the Wu Kingdom were filled with mixed emotions. The people of the state of Yu were on Shen Lang's side. The people of the Wu Kingdom were more or less on Jiang Li's side because he was too famous. At the same time, the people of the Wu Kingdom did not resist the Empire of Great Yan. The people of the Wu Kingdom were too close to the Empire of Great Yan. The entire group of officials controlled public opinion and led the people of the Wu Kingdom to side with the Empire of Great Yan. However, the people of the Wu Kingdom were not completely indifferent to King Wu. After all, they had been loyal to him for hundreds of years. The prime minister of the Wu kingdom, Zhang Danfeng, was still in a daze. Was this young King Wu crazy? Was he going to walk into a dead end just like that? Without the slightest bit of hesitation? It was an unspoken rule in every country that one should not punish a doctor. Therefore, even though Zhang Danfeng had always been at odds with King Wu, he never thought that his life would be in danger. Your Majesty, you must not be blinded by passion. The Wu kingdom's century-old foundation cannot be destroyed in your hands. Zhang Danfeng kowtowed to King Wu and said, Your Majesty, everything I do is for the safety of the Wu kingdom and the Wu kingdom's royal family. King Wu said plainly, There's no need to say anything else. Kill. The young King Wu's shout was not heroic at all. Instead, it was filled with fatigue. Swish, 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 with a swing of the knife, hundreds of cabinet officials were beheaded. More than 100,000 people felt their hair stand on end. These high and mighty figures were suddenly killed? Kill. Once again, the saber in his hand fell, and more than 100 heads fell to the ground. This time, the officials of the Wu kingdom's cabinet were so scared that they wet their pants. They kowtowed and shouted, Your Majesty, I want to report and expose you, I want to report and expose you. The Chancellor of the Supreme Court came out on his knees and shouted, Wang Qingan seized the mulberry fields and buried Scholar Lin's entire clan alive. This monstrous case is fake, it's fake. The murderer isn't Wang Qingan, and it has nothing to do with Uncle Wu Ji. Everything was done by the embroidery office. The embroidery department belonged to the Wu kingdom's cabinet. It was an intelligence agency that had only been established for a year and a half. It was created to compete with the Blackwater Group. From burying Scholar Lin's entire clan alive to registering the names in the fields, it was all done by the embroidery department. They were directly following the orders of Prime Minister Zhang Danfeng. Everything we've done is to slander Imperial Uncle Wu Ji. Everything was done by Prime Minister Zhang Danfeng. The crowd was in an uproar when they heard this. Very few people knew about this secret. The Chancellor of the Supreme Court was a key figure in this case, so he naturally knew about it. King Wu waved his hand, and the Chancellor of the Supreme Court was immediately brought away from the execution ground. It was as if he did not have to die. Immediately, more and more officials knelt and kowtowed, saying, Your Majesty, I also want to report and expose you. I also want to report and expose you. The entire execution ground was like a dance of demons. It was true that they were loyal to the great Yan Empire, but now that they could not even keep their lives, what else could they care about? Bang, 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 another army entered the execution ground, escorting hundreds of people. All of them were Prime Minister Zhang Danfeng's clansmen. Following that, more and more people were escorted into the execution ground. The family members of all the officials who were rank 4 and above were brought to the execution ground. Thousands of people knelt neatly on the ground. Your Majesty, I want to report and expose you. I want to report and expose you. However, King Wu still ignored them and gave the order. Kill. Swoosh, 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 hundreds of executioners brandished their swords continuously. Rows after rows of heads fell to the ground. Everyone's hair stood on end as they trembled in fear. Had King Wu gone mad? Were they going to kill all the civil officials? Who was going to manage the country's internal affairs? Your Majesty, I want to expose you. This is all a conspiracy by the Great Yan Empire. The Great Yan Empire ordered us to create these unjust cases. The people from the Blackwater platform of the Great Yan Empire instructed us to commit these unjust crimes. It was the Great Yan Empire who ordered us to annex our lands. The Great Yan Empire bribed our civil officials and generals. Wang Qingan was bribed by the Great Yan Empire. As long as he accuses Lord Wu Ji, his sons will immediately become Jinshi of the Great Yan Empire. Otherwise, his entire family will be wiped out. What happened next was the real chaos. In order to survive, these people desperately reported and exposed the conspiracies. A small part of them was true, but most of them were just guesses and fantasies. This group of people was actually very smart. Of course, they knew what King Wu wanted, so they did not hesitate to use their last bit of madness to exchange for their lives. Prime Minister Zhang Danfeng trembled. He seemed to want to say something, but he could not. He was not like Zhu Hongzhu. In order to survive and protect his entire family, he wanted to expose them. Even though the Great Yan Empire would attack soon, and those who exposed the Great Yan Empire would die, at least they would not have to die now. However, he did not dare to do so. His most outstanding sons were all in Yan capital. Even if he exposed the Great Yan Empire, he would still die. King Wu needed a head to show that he was breaking off relations with the Great Yan Empire. Zhang Danfeng could not help but look at King Wu. His heart trembled as he said, "Your Majesty, you are indeed a young man. You are truly ruthless." Swoosh. Another wave of executioners chopped down. Row after row of officials were beheaded. Finally, it was Prime Minister Zhang Danfeng's turn. He thought that King Wu would say something, but he did not. The executioner chopped down. The executioner chopped down fiercely, and the cabinet Prime Minister Zhang Danfeng, along with his entire clan, were beheaded without a trace. The imperial envoy of the Great Yan Empire, Prince Lian, watched the scene. After a moment of shock, he sneered. "Ha ha ha ha. King Wu, did you have a good time killing them?" King Wu did not answer. Instead, he said plainly, "From today onwards, the Wu Kingdom will no longer obey any orders from the Great Yan Empire. The Wu Kingdom will no longer recognize the Great Yan Empire as the Eastern Orthodoxy. The Emperor of the Great Qian Empire, Xianxia, has won the decisive battle at Tianyue City. With less than 20,000 men, he defeated 500,000 men. The 20,000 Blood Soul army of the Sky Sea Pavilion was completely annihilated. Wu Yu, accept my conferment." Black water platforms. Wu Yu immediately knelt down. "I will accept your sister and confer her the title of Princess in you. Please represent me to the Raging Tide City and ask the Emperor of the Great Qian Empire, Xianxia. I, Wu Qi, wish to serve the Great Qian Empire and serve him as my master. Will he accept me?" The crowd was in an uproar when they heard this. So suddenly, the Wu Kingdom rebelled against the Great Yan Empire and was going to serve Xianxia's Great Qian Empire? But where was the Great Qian Empire? Wu Yu knelt down and kowtowed. "Yes, your Majesty." Wu Yu did not delay at all. She led a few thousand warriors south to the Raging Tide City. In the Chu Kingdom Palace, the new King of Chu and the Empress Dowager were playing chess. The King of Chu was in a better position than the King of Wu in the imperial court because he had a better grasp of the imperial court. Even the reorganized cabinet did not completely listen to the Prime Minister. There were many civil officials who were loyal to the King of Chu. After all, the Chu Kingdom did not share a border with the Great Yan Empire. The two generations of kings of Chu had great prestige among the officials. However, the King of Chu was in a more dangerous situation than the King of Wu. He was more outstanding and feared by the Yan capital. In the Wu Kingdom, after the cabinet led by Zhang Danfeng seized the power of the internal affairs, they began to encroach on the military. They did not hesitate to cause a major case to oust the privy envoy, Wu Ji. In the Chu Kingdom, the forces of the Great Yan Empire directly attacked the King of Chu. The crime was simple. He had violated the imperial harem and harmed his mother before the old king's body had even cooled. Of course, this was a fabricated crime, but it was not completely unfounded. Many people saw a disheveled concubine of the old king of Chu run out of the new king's room. Not long after, she committed suicide by hanging herself. It was another desperate move. The Stupa Mountain planted more than one woman in the Chu Kingdom Palace and detonated them at the critical moment. Concubine Yan killed the old king of Chu, and this concubine Lian splashed a basin of dirty water on the new king of Chu. Following that, the wife of the old king of Chu, the Empress Dowager of the Chu Kingdom, was under great pressure. Because she was the birth mother of the new king of Chu. If she were to step forward and accuse the new king of violating his mother, she would never be able to clear her name. This Empress Dowager of the Chu Kingdom had once surrendered to Xianxia and suffered countless humiliation. Therefore, some people felt that she would definitely compromise. In the end, she held on. Because of this, most of her clansmen had died, and she herself did not have long to live. The Stupa Mountain and Ingwuming used their deaths to force her to compromise, forcing her to admit that the new king of Chu had violated his mother. Either she publicly accused the new king of the Chu Kingdom, or she would die. At this moment, the mother and son were playing chess. Mother, I will go and beg His Majesty Xianxia right now. He should be able to cure you. The king of Chu was trembling. He was reluctant to place the last chess piece for a long time, because once it was placed, the game would be over. The Empress Dowager of the Chu kingdom shook her head and said, "There is no need." Ning Yuanxian had once knelt down and compromised, but now he has stood up and paid the price of almost his life. So I want to stand up too. My result is good, very good. The Empress Dowager of the Chu kingdom looked even younger at this moment, and she had a beauty that did not match her age. I was once humiliated and had to compromise and surrender to Xianxia. I was even paraded through the streets. At that time I should have committed suicide, but I could not do it. Now that I am dead, I would rather die than submit to protect my son. I should be able to redeem some of my reputation. The new king of Chu could not control himself anymore. He knelt on the ground and cried, "My son, please place the chess piece." The Empress Dowager of the Chu kingdom trembled and said, "I really cannot hold on any longer." Her face became more and more beautiful, and the light in her eyes became more and more strange. Roar, roar. The new king of Chu roared like a wild beast. Empire of Great Yan, Stupa Mountain, Yingguang, Yingwuming. He kept repeating these names. Hatred, deep-rooted hatred. You killed my father, and now you used despicable means to kill my mother. Finally, the king of Chu raised his head and placed the last chess piece on the chessboard. The game was over, and he had won. The Empress Dowager of the Chu kingdom said, "My son, go out. The next scene will be ugly and terrible." The king of Chu kowtowed to the Empress Dowager with all his might, and said with blood dripping down, "Mother, I swear that I will avenge my father and mother." Good, good. The Empress Dowager waved her hand and said, "Let's go. My time is up." The king of Chu left and closed the door. The Empress Dowager of the Chu kingdom looked at herself in the mirror. She was becoming more and more beautiful, younger and younger. In the end, it was impossible to look at her directly. Her eyes were already as beautiful as fire. The next moment, her beautiful body cracked open inch by inch, and then countless insects swarmed out of her body. Endless pain. Even in death, she had to endure this hellish torture. The Empress Dowager of the Chu kingdom did not want to scream, but she could not help it. She let out a blood-curdling scream that became more and more shrill and terrifying. Bang, her body suddenly exploded, and she died completely. At the same time. Boom, 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 the entire palace was burning fiercely. The Empress Dowager's body and the countless terrifying poisonous worms that had surged out of her body were all burnt to ashes. The king of Chu looked at the raging fire from outside. He wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes, and his expression became cold. Sad, inconsolable? Come as much as you want, come like a landslide or a tsunami. But he had to go over as soon as possible. The Great Yan Empire, Yingguang, Yingwuming, Stupa Mountain. He kept chanting. At this moment, the crown prince's tutor, Li Xuanqi, walked in and bowed. "Your Majesty, it's over." The king of Chu asked, "Is it over?" Li Xuanqi replied, "Yes." The king of Chu opened his arms, and a few eunuchs immediately came forward and helped him put on a new crown and a new royal robe. The king of Chu slowly walked out and pushed open the palace doors. The stench of blood filled the air. The ground outside was densely covered with corpses. Some were civil officials, some were military generals, and there were even those of his two younger brothers. There were also a few of the late King Chu's concubines. To sum it all up, it was rebellion. Tens of thousands of rebels had been killed by the king of Chu. The Great Yan Empire's infiltration into the Chu kingdom had been uprooted. Corpses were strewn everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. Tens of thousands of soldiers stood orderly on the plaza, bathed in blood. When they saw the king of Chu walk out of the palace doors, they immediately knelt down in an orderly manner. "Greetings, Your Majesty." "Greetings, Your Majesty." The king of Chu came to the palace doors and looked at the flag in front of him. It was the flag of the Great Yan Empire, and it fluttered high above. The king of Chu drew his sword and slashed it. The flag of the Great Yan Empire fell. Soldiers and officials, from today onwards, the Chu kingdom is rebelling. The Chu kingdom is no longer loyal to the Great Yan Empire. The Chu kingdom is willing to serve the Great Qian Empire as the Eastern Orthodoxy. Then, the king of Chu knelt towards the east and kowtowed. Greetings, Your Majesty Shenlang. Long live the Great Qian Emperor. Note, double monthly votes. If I don't want to be exposed, help me, brothers. I will continue to write the second chapter. I recommend Dungeon Player. This book is super interesting and very entertaining. The purge of the Wu and Chu kingdoms had only just begun. There was bound to be a complete bloodbath to uproot the officials who were loyal to the Great Yan Empire. King Chu returned to the palace and looked at the burning palace. He had no intention of sending anyone to put out the fire. In any case, the Chu royal palace had already been burned down by Shenlang once, and the newly built royal palace was in some ways very simple. It was also very spacious, so there was no need to worry about the fire spreading. However, there were still more than 1,000 palace maids and eunuchs surrounding the burning palace with water. Let this palace be buried along with Empress Mother. King Chu appeared especially calm at this moment. Even the restless aura in his body had calmed down. Grand Preceptor Xianxia stepped forward and asked, Your Majesty, we should send an envoy to His Majesty Shenlang. King Chu said, Let the Crown Prince go. Xianxia was stunned. Crown Prince? He was only 15 years old this year. Your Majesty, what should we do next? Xianxia asked again. King Chu said, We are waiting for Ying Wuming to lead his army to attack from the west, north, and south. The army of the New Qian Kingdom, Great Liang Kingdom, Stupa Mountain, and even the army of the Great Jing Kingdom. Xianxia asked, Can we win? King Chu said, We can't. We will definitely lose. Xianxia's face trembled, but he did not doubt King Chu's words. In fact, he also felt that they would lose. Even if the Chu kingdom mobilized its entire army, they would not be able to defeat Ying Wuming. The New Qian kingdom was many times stronger than the Chu kingdom, not to mention Ying Wuming had the full support of Stupa Mountain. Even if the Chu kingdom overdrafted its national strength and gathered 1 million soldiers, it would still lose. Xianxia said, What if we lose? King Chu spoke in a hoarse voice, Grand Preceptor, His Majesty Shenlang has created miracles time and time again. However, he only has less than 50 to 60,000 soldiers under his command. It's barely enough to defend the Raging Tide City, and it's not enough to defend the Yu country, much less help us defend the Wu country and Chu country. King Wu's temper is even fiercer than mine, so he will not be able to hold back. Not to mention King Wu, I have pledged my loyalty to His Majesty Shenlang. I have never dared to hope that he could help me protect the Chu kingdom. He continued to look at the burning palace. His mother should have been burned to ashes. King Chu said, Actually, I can endure it. Who doesn't know how to swallow humiliation and endure humiliation? But sometimes, it's useless to endure. The butcher's knife is already on your neck. If you can't endure it anymore, then don't. On this point, Xianxia did not stop King Chu. In fact, he was the one who led the troops in this massacre. Living in this world, all we want is to be happy. As kings, it's rare for us to have a good time in our lives. But this time it's really good, too good. King Chu laughed heartily and said, What happens after the good time? Then, you can die. Xianxia shuddered at those words. The Chu emperor continued, Ying Wuming's army will soon arrive. As the Chu emperor, I will fight with all my might and die a horrible death. The entire Chu country will fall, and I will definitely die in battle. I have to die in battle. If the king died, then his spirit, energy, and spirit would stand. Even if Ying Wuming's army completely occupied our Chu country, in the hearts of countless Chu citizens, Chu will never perish. Because I, the Chu king, will die in battle. I will die for my country. What is a country? Is a country a territory? Is it a city? Isn't it? A country is a spirit, a will of the people. How many years has it been since His Majesty Jiangli died? More than 27 years, right? But why is it that the entire world is reminiscing about him? When His Majesty Shenlang's identity was revealed, countless people immediately pledged their loyalty to him. Some people died, but he is still alive. Next, I will fight Ying Wuming and die a glorious death. This way, I will forever live in the hearts of the people of Chu, and Chu will never perish. Didn't the Crown Prince go to His Majesty Shenlang? I believe that His Majesty Shenlang will create miracles one after another. He won't be able to protect Chu, Wu, or even the state of Yu, but he will be able to protect my Crown Prince. In the future, he will definitely lead his army to kill his way back to Chu. At that time it will be the time for my Chu country to be reborn. I will fight to the death. That's why I must die in battle. Inside the royal palace of Wu country. Good, I'm already satisfied. King Wu said heroically. After that, he poured himself a cup of wine and drained it in one gulp. The young crown prince of Wu country picked up the wine pot and poured wine for his father, Wu Ji, and Wu Mu. The three of them drained the wine in one gulp. The crown prince said, "Father, this wine is too strong. Granduncle is already old, so you should drink it slowly." No worries, no worries. King Wu laughed. In all these years, today is the most satisfying day. It's too satisfying. In the past, there were many times when I wanted to go on a killing spree in my dreams. I wanted to kill all the traitors of my country. However, I didn't dare to do so because the Wu country was still mine. I didn't dare to destroy the bottles and jars in my house. In the end, they wanted to take over my house, and even chased me away. Don't blame me for being merciless. I'll kill every last one of them. That's too satisfying. The crown prince said, "Father, then what should we do next?" King Wu said, "Of course, we'll have the Empire's army swarm over like a tidal wave. To our north is the Punishing Heavens Pavilion. That's the transcendent power closest to the great Yan Empire. They'll have 1,000,000 soldiers swarming into our Wu country." The crown prince said, Then what? King Wu said, "Of course, we'll have our Wu country's army annihilated. Your granduncle, your uncle Wu Mu, will all die in battle." The crown prince's tears flowed down his cheeks as he said in a trembling voice, "Father, is there really no other way? Are you going on a killing spree today just so that your army will be annihilated in the future?" King Wu said, "Yes, that's right. I'm going on a killing spree today. I've killed all the traitors loyal to the great Yan Empire. I've already foreseen the inevitable. I can almost see the Empire's army swarming into the Wu country like a tidal wave. Our army will die in droves. In a few months, the entire Wu country will fall into the enemy's hands and become one of the 4 provinces of the great Yan Empire." The crown prince shouted, "Since you've already foreseen it, why are you still doing this?" "Because I have no other choice." King Wu said, "If I allow Prince Lian to capture Uncle Wu Ji, or allow Uncle Wu to commit suicide today, then in the eyes of the people of the Wu country, I'll be useless. Then, those traitors will continue to steal everything from the Wu country. In the end, I'll be reduced to a puppet that's worse than pigs and dogs. That way, even though I'll still be alive, I'll be dead. If I resist the great Yan Empire and die in battle, then even if I die, I'll still be alive. In the future, when His Majesty Shenlang's army sweeps through the world, our Wu country will be reborn in an instant. There are many people in this world who are eager for quick success, but kings cannot. We must look far ahead. Our Wu country is loyal to His Majesty Shenlang, not for the present, but for the future." The crown prince sobbed, "Will we have a future if we follow His Majesty Shenlang?" "I don't know." King Wu said, "Who knows? This is a gamble, but if the Yu king can gamble with his life, then why can't I?" "Ha ha ha, poor. The crown prince cried as he poured wine for the 3 of them. "All right, crown prince, you can go to Raging Tide City," King Wu said. The crown prince kowtowed, "Yes, father. I will not let you down on this trip to Raging Tide City. I will not embarrass the Wu country. Without teachings, you will lose face. You won't have any missions in Raging Tide City. Just learn from His Majesty Shenlang and fight," King Wu said. The crown prince was taken aback. "Father, then when will I be back?" "I'm not coming back," King Wu said. "Why would I come back? The Wu country will fall soon, and our army will be wiped out soon. Why would I come back? Of course, if the heavens bless you, you will come back one day. That is when His Majesty Shenlang's army attacks the Wu country." The moment he said this, the crown prince knelt on the ground and sobbed. King Wu was about to curse. Why were you crying? As the future King Wu, you actually cried like a girl? What kind of future do you have? But King Wu didn't curse. He reached out and patted his son's head. This might be the last time the father and son would meet, so it was fine for the child to cry. Then, King Wu took down the map on the wall. This was the territory map of the Wu country. He handed it to the crown prince. Take it. This is our Wu country. Whenever you feel like you can't hold on any longer, take it out. The crown prince took the map and kept it in his bosom. Let's go, let's go. After a while, the crown prince secretly left the palace and the city. He first headed east and took a boat to the raging tide city. He was sobbing at first, but when he left the palace and looked back at the towering palace walls, he couldn't help but burst into tears. Let's go, the old eunuch said. If the heavens bless us, we can still come back. This old eunuch was called Wu Huayan. He was King Wu's personal eunuch and a grandmaster. His next mission was to protect the crown prince. The crown prince knelt in the direction of the palace and kowtowed. Father, I'm leaving. In the palace of the state of Yu. Alright, don't pack. Ning Yuanxian said helplessly. The raging tide city has everything. Why bring so many things? He looked much better now. His skinny body had gained some weight. His Parkinson's was still very serious, and he was still trembling. But he was no longer paralyzed like before. At this time, concubine Bian was packing. She thought of this and that, and the more she packed, the more things she had. Sufei had no idea, so she quietly followed behind concubine Bian to pack. Concubine Zhong put her hands on her waist and said casually, yes. What's there to pack? I think we should just bring a few clothes to wear on the road. There are many good things in Shenlang. Isn't he going to open up trade routes with the Western world? I wonder how many new things there will be. Ning Yuanxian and concubine Zhong looked like a good match. One was young and handsome, and the other was beautiful. Now a few years had passed. Ning Yuanxian was old, but concubine Zhong was still beautiful. She looked like she was in her 50s, but she didn't even look like she was in her 40s. She didn't deliberately take care of herself. They looked like husband and wife before, but now they looked like father and daughter. And she didn't know how to keep a low profile. She still dressed up every day, trying to show off her sexy curves. On the contrary, concubine Bian had aged quickly in the past 2 years. She had been implicated by Shenlang the most. Even though she was a woman, she was imprisoned. Now her skin was smooth, but her hair was a little white. Some things are still old and convenient to use. Anyway, there are many carriages. Why don't we take them with us? Concubine Bian said softly. In her mind, Ning Yuanxian might not come back in this life, so it was better to take all the things with her. Finally, after another half an hour, concubine Bian reviewed the booklet again and confirmed that there was nothing left behind. Okay, we can go. She packed up dozens of big carriages, but most of them were daily things, nothing valuable. Then Ning Yuanxian got on the big carriage and left the palace with hundreds of people. At the palace gate, Ning Jing, Ning Qi, Ning Zhen, Ning Jing, and others came to see them off, along with their wives and children. Father, have a safe journey. Ning Jing held back for a long time and said this. Ning Yuanxian looked at his son and then at his wife, Xue. This was his fault. At that time, he didn't pay attention to Ning Jing and let him marry the daughter of a small businessman. Of course, there was nothing wrong with the daughter of a small businessman. Xue was gentle and virtuous, so good, but unfortunately, she had no children. There were 3 ways to be unfilial, and having no children was the worst. Moreover, Ning Jing was the king of Yu. So it was reasonable to say that Ning Yuanxian, as a father, should marry several concubines for him, give birth to a son, and then let Xue adopt him. But Ning Jing didn't seem to have any intention of marrying a concubine. Ning Yuanxian had asked concubine Bian to ask him indirectly, and even let Bian Zhao's daughter directly enter the palace to meet Ning Jing, but it still didn't work out. Forget it. Everything depended on the children's fate. Ning Yuanxian didn't say anything in the end. He just patted Ning Zheng's arm, and then he patted Ning Qi, Ning Zhen, and Ning Jing's arms. He didn't miss any of his sons. He used to be very partial. He loved the children he liked very much, and he didn't even want to look at the children he didn't like. As a result, Ning Yuanxian felt that he had a lot of responsibility for the tragedy of these children. Let's go. Don't send us off. Ning Yuanxian waved his hand, and then the carriages left the palace, joined up with Shen Lang's army, and left the capital in a mighty manner, returning to Furious Tide City. They traveled by land and by sea. Half a month later, Shen Lang, Ning Yuanxian, and the others finally returned to Furious Tide City. They almost didn't recognize it. Was this still Furious Tide City? It had been about 3 months since he left Raging Tide City, and Raging Tide City had undergone earth-shattering changes. A few months ago, Furious Tide City was burned to the ground. Except for the 3 castles, everything else was in ruins. But now, there were many buildings. Of course, the current Furious Tide City was still not beautiful, because the construction speed was very fast. Many functional buildings had to be built in the shortest time, such as all kinds of workshops, secret laboratories, and so on. Jinshan Island was Shen Lang's manufacturing base. Almost all the smelting workshops and munitions factories were located there. Furious Tide City also had to have a backup factory, because if Jinshan Island was in danger, all the factories had to be transferred to Furious Tide City in the shortest time possible. As long as all the workers were evacuated, production could start immediately. As for the blue sky and white clouds? The magnificent Furious Tide City? Then sorry, there really wasn't any. Furious Tide City would become a huge industrial base. But then what about Ning Yuanxian's retirement? He couldn't possibly be left to live among the countless factories and chimneys, right? Liizhou Island was huge, a full 5,000 square kilometers, and more than 150 kilometers from north to south. About 150 kilometers north of Furious Tide City, Shen Lang had planned a huge manor, and it was already under construction. The manor had everything: farms, pastures, plantations, tea plantations, gardens, and so on. There were several swimming pools, saltwater pools, freshwater pools, and more than 4 or 5 natural ponds. There were valleys, grasslands, and beaches. The area of the manor was more than 15,000 mu, and it was divided into 3 parts. There was an Eastern-style bridge with flowing water, a Western-style castle, and a modern Earth-style villa. Of course, the most important things were all kinds of laboratories and a school. There would probably be more than a few hundred children studying there. Children of nobles and commoners could all enroll. In short, Shen Lang would think of a way to make this manor into a paradise. Not only would Ning Yuanxian live there, his children, mother-in-law, adoptive parents, and even Shen Lang would spend most of their time there. Back to Furious Tide City, this city still didn't have any walls, but the port had been expanded several times, and there were plans to open up a super deep water port. This was because Shen Lang planned to build ships with a maximum displacement of more than 10,000 tons. The biggest addition to the city was the cannon turrets. When he left, there were only 3 cannon turrets and 15 cannons. Now, there were 25 cannon turrets and more than 90 large cannons. These weren't 122mm cannons, but 250mm cannons, and even 400mm cannons with a maximum range of more than 10,000 meters. These cannons, together with Shen Lang's artillery fleet, could barely be considered impregnable. However, this was not enough. Shen Lang was currently designing an even more terrifying 3D defense system because the Raging Tide City would be his everything. He had to be prepared to face any enemies on the surface of the ocean, be it within his imagination or beyond. In the past few months, we've built 350 new rifled howitzer cannons, which have been sent to Wind City and Jinshan Island. We've also further strengthened Furious Tide City's defenses. 3 months ago, the modification of the new artillery warships has begun, and the 3 plans for the howitzer cannons have also been fully implemented. The construction of the first armored battleship has begun, and it will be launched in about 13 months. There will be a total of 2 ships. The what plan is progressing smoothly. Because we basically controlled the Eastern Sea, the first trade fleet to the Western world has already set off a month ago. There are a total of 3,000 people and 50 ships. Their target is Duke de Bus's Jade Gold City. We've sent out a total of 30 teams to search for the ancient ruins, but there's still no news. Liuzhou Island has a population of more than 150,000, and the total population under our jurisdiction is more than 290,000. A month ago, civilian trade between Liuzhou Island and the State of Wu officially began. Today, the daily trade volume is increasing exponentially. This month's steel production has increased by 39%. After meeting Xianxia, Zhang Chuanhua's mouth moved at lightning speed. She had to finish reporting the work of the past 3 months in the shortest time possible. Then she hesitated. She must have wanted to remind Xianxia to marry me, marry me, marry me. You bastard, don't tell me you've forgotten again. If she had read Infernal Affairs, she would definitely be moved by that line. 3 years later, 3 years later, 3 years later, 3 years later, 9 years, big brother. At first, you said you'd marry me in Milan City, then in Jade Gold City, then in Furious Tide City, and then you said you'd rescue my father and brother. Don't tell me you're going to marry me after defeating the Great Yan Empire? By then, I might already be menopausal. Xianxia said. Sir Zhangchong is now the deputy minister of the secretariat. He's very busy and can't find the time to come to Furious Tide City. But in a few days, he, your big brother, and second brother will be here. In an instant, tears welled up in Zhang Chuanhua's eyes, and her face glowed with happiness. Someone's waiting for you, Zhang Chuanhua said. Princess Wu Yu of the State of Wu greets your majesty. Long live your majesty. A beautiful woman knelt in front of Xianxia. Not far away stood a child of about 4 or 5 years old. He looked strong and dignified, and his expression was solemn. He looked like he had suffered a lot. Sister-in-law, please rise. Xianxia then walked in front of the child and said, You're called Leopard, right? That child stared straight at Xianxia and nodded his head vigorously. It was as if he would do everything by the book no matter what he did. There was a feeling that he was overexerting himself, which was similar to Jin Shuriying's personality, but even more serious. This is a gift for you. Xianxia took out a sword. It was only 1.5 feet long, and the scabbard was very beautiful. But when it was unsheathed, the blade was as black as ink. After receiving it, Leopard's body tilted slightly. This sword was very heavy, and a real black iron sword was very precious. This subject thanks His Majesty. Before the child could say anything, Jin Shuriying had already kowtowed. Xianxia said, Let mother-in-law make preparations. I'll hold a wedding for you. Jin Shuriying continued to kowtow. This subject thanks His Majesty. Wu Yu wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince of the State of Wu and State of Chu are both here. Pick a time to formally summon them, Zhang Chuanhua said. Xianxia said, Let's do it now. Let's go to the fort. After Xianxia left, Jin Shuriying came to Wu Yu's side and said, My wife, this is His Majesty's decree. We can't go against it. Wu Yu laughed coldly. It seems that General Jin married me because of His Majesty's decree, and not because of his own will. Jin Shuriying said, My wife, you've already hit and scolded me. Please spare me. Wu Yu's heart was filled with sweetness, but it was also in a mess. Finally, her gaze fell on her son's face. She let out a long sigh and snuggled into Jin Shuriying's embrace. This subject greets His Majesty. Long live, long live, long live. The Crown Prince of the State of Chu and State of Wu both knelt down and kowtowed. Both of them were very young, only 15 or 16 years old. Xianxia said, I know what King Wu and King Chu are thinking. They want to fight to the death. They are already prepared to sacrifice themselves. They are prepared to have their armies wiped out and their countries destroyed. They will be crushed to pieces, and their kings will perish. They are loyal to me for the future. They hope that when my army sweeps through the great Yan dynasty, the State of Wu and State of Chu will be reborn. Therefore, they sent the 2 crown princes to my side. Hearing this, the Crown Prince of the State of Chu was still fine. Although tears were streaming down his face, he bit his lips and did not speak. The Crown Prince of the State of Wu could no longer control himself. He kowtowed with all his might. Your Majesty Xianxia, please send your troops and save my father. please save my father. I don't want to see him die, and I don't want to see the state of Wu destroyed. Please save the state of Wu. Hearing this, the old eunuch Wu Huaiyan immediately said in a low voice, Your Highness, this was to prevent the crown prince of the state of Wu from speaking carelessly. He did not want to make things difficult for Shenlang. The king of Wu had made it clear that Shenlang's army only had 50 to 60,000 soldiers. It was barely enough to defend the raging Tide city. It was impossible to defend the entire state of Yu, let alone the state of Wu and state of Chu. The king of Wu and the king of Chu were prepared to sacrifice themselves. By sending their sons to Shenlang's side, they were leaving behind 2 seeds of hope for the future. Shenlang looked at the 2 young crown princes and said, The king of Wu and the king of Chu are very brave and tragic. They are right. Once they declare their loyalty to me, the whole world will be shocked. Then, the great Yan Empire will use its power to sweep through the state of Wu and state of Chu with millions of soldiers. This time, the number of soldiers mobilized will be unimaginable. The great Yan Empire's army, the new Qian Kingdom's army, the great Liang Kingdom's army, and even the great Jin Kingdom's army. Once the Emperor's secret army is completed, there will be the armies of the transcendent forces attacking the state of Wu and state of Chu. The armies of Stupa Mountain, the Pavilion of Retribution, and even the Tongtian Temple. It will probably be an astronomical number. The state of Wu and state of Chu will not be able to stop it. Once the war starts, the king of Wu and the king of Chu will die. These 2 countries will fall within a few months. Even the state of Yu will fall. The crown princes of the Wu and Chu kingdoms were in despair. However, Shenlang said, I have already told the king of Yu, Ningjing. Since I have just accepted your father's allegiance, I can take on the responsibility of protecting the state of Wu and state of Chu. Crown princes, I will protect your father and your countries. I will make sure that they are safe and sound. The crown princes of the 2 kingdoms were completely stunned. Even their eunuchs were shocked. If the great Yan Empire were to attack the state of Wu and state of Chu, it would not just be 1,000,000 soldiers. There would even be a huge army of transcendent forces. How would Shenlang support the state of Wu and state of Chu with only 50 to 60,000 soldiers? That was impossible. In the previous war, it was impressive that Shenlang had annihilated 20,000 soldiers of the Blood Soul Army. However, it was all because of the Nightmare Stone magnetic bombs. Even so, he had to expend all of his secret weapons and pay the price of several thousand casualties to eliminate the 20,000 soldiers of the Blood Soul Army. After learning about Shenlang's accomplishments at Skyu City, the great Yan Emperor had mobilized more than 20,000 soldiers. In fact, he had redeployed all of his secret weapons against Shenlang. After the war, Shenlang's army was exhausted. Their weapons were depleted. On the other hand, the great Yan Empire's army was invincible. How would Shenlang defeat the enemy's army of 1,000,000 soldiers and countless secret armies? Shenlang said, Your Highnesses, sometimes, there are many modes of war. There's no need to send out armies to fight to the death. Strategic level attacks and strategic level deterrence are the most powerful forces. I said that I will protect the king of Wu and king of Chu, as well as your country. I will definitely do it. The next day, a very brief ceremony was held in Raging Tide City. The state of Yu, the state of Chu, and the state of Wu presented their letters of credence. The state of Yu's royal uncle Ning Qi, the Wu kingdom's crown prince, and the Chu kingdom's crown prince each represented the 3 kingdoms. They knelt before Shenlang to express their loyalty. Shenlang announced the official establishment of the Great Qian dynasty. The 3 kingdoms of Yu, Wu, and Chu became the first vassal kingdoms of the Great Qian dynasty. The capital of the Great Qian dynasty was Qian capital. However, because the capital was still in the hands of the traitor, Yingguang, Raging Tide City was chosen as the secondary capital. This was probably the most shabby founding ceremony in history. More importantly, this was not a small kingdom. It was another legitimate dynasty in the Eastern world. At its peak, it was a few million square kilometers in size. Even now, the Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms were part of the Great Qian dynasty's territory. They were large empires with more than 2 million square kilometers in size. However, this ceremony couldn't even be compared to Prince Jin's Great Southern Kingdom's coronation ceremony. There were at least tens of thousands of people, including envoys from the western region. As for the establishment of the Great Qian dynasty by Shenlang, there were less than 100 people. There were no foreign envoys. There were only 3 important figures: the Wu Kingdom's crown prince, the Chu Kingdom's crown prince, and the state of Yu's privy envoy Ning Qi. As the temporary capital of the Great Qian dynasty, Raging Tide City was a huge construction site. There was no military parade or banquet. There was only a flag of the Great Qian Empire raised to the highest point of the castle. Then, hundreds of cannons roared, boom, 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 boom. Tens of thousands of troops knelt in the direction of the dragon flag. Long live the Great Qian Empire! Long live! At this point, the Great Qian Empire was officially established. 3 days later, Zhang Chong and his son came to Raging Tide City. Shen Lang married Zhang Chunhua under the name Jiang Lang. She finally got her wish. At the same time, a familiar person appeared. It was the peerlessly beautiful, frosty Princess Ning Han, the heir of the Sky-Sea Pavilion. Note: today's update is 15,000. The double monthly votes are so scary. It's going to explode soon. Protect the 5th place. Help! Help! Thanks to Black Curse, Book Friend 201801220000176686, Pre-Addictor, Ami 1216, Evie Inc., Smiling Dinessa, Books or Time, Ran Ran, Rue, and others for their 10,000 renminbi tips. Thank you, Xiaoyao Yu, for the 60,000 coins. Thank you. And, a skinny boy bowed to Zhang Chunhua. He was Zhang Chong's grandson and Zhang Sun's son, Zhang Yun. This child was only 10 years old this year, but he had already suffered a lot. When he was only 4 years old, Zhang Chong was imprisoned. His father, Zhang Sun, knelt outside the Supreme Court every day. He lived in fear. Finally, Zhang Chong was released from prison and was promoted. However, he only had a few thousand soldiers to fight against Sun An's tens of thousands of rebel soldiers. At that time, he was only 5 years old and was taken hostage by Sun An. He almost lost his life. After 2 or 3 years of peace, Shen Lang's identity was exposed. Zhang Chong's entire family was dragged into prison and the children were no exception. At this time, there was a scar on Zhang Yan's face that went all the way to his neck. It was obvious that his injuries were very serious. However, these hardships had also tempered him. Although he was only 10 years old, he was completely unfazed. Does it hurt? Zhang Chunhua lovingly caressed the scar on her nephew's face. Zhang Yun shook his head. Shen Lang stepped forward and rubbed Zhang Yun's head. He then turned to the other children and said, "This is big brother Zhang Yun." Shen Mi and Shen Li were very obedient. They called big brother Zhang Yun and smiled. Shen Mi had always tried not to speak. Zhang Chong brought 3 children with him. 2 grandsons and 1 granddaughter. I heard that His Majesty wanted to open a school in Liezhou Island, so I brought the children here, Zhang Chong said. Shen Lang said, "Just nice, the children need a class monitor." Zhang Chunhua walked in front of Zhang Chong and looked at her father with tears in her eyes. They hadn't seen each other for more than 6 years. Her father had aged more than 20 years. "Chunhua, you really make me proud." Zhang Chong smiled. In the next second, Zhang Chunhua rushed forward and hugged the skinny Zhang Chong, catching Zhang Chong by surprise. Easterners were very reserved in their emotions. They almost never hugged. Even between a father and a daughter, they had to pay attention to the precautions between men and women. Only people in the Western world liked to hug. After a long while, Zhang Chunhua finally let go of her father and said, "Let's go. We're all waiting for you. I'm going to dress up now. Sisters-in-law, come and help me." Following that, Zhang Chong's 2 daughters-in-law followed Zhang Chunhua to her room and began to bathe and change into the bridal gown. This wedding was so rushed. There was no auspicious date, and there was no announcement to the world. Moreover, there was more than one bride. There were also Ning Yan and Xiao Bing. This was not in line with the rules. Taking a concubine was not like taking a concubine, nor was it like taking a wife. It was not like an emperor taking a concubine. But in Shenlang, there were no rules. Of course, the most important thing was that he did not want anyone to be like Mulan. She was unique. Night fell. A simple wedding was in progress. There were not many guests, only less than 100. Ning Yan was fine. She did not care much about this kind of ceremony. However, Bing'er was so emotional that she couldn't stop crying. From today onwards, she was no longer a little servant girl. She was someone with status. Especially her daughter, Shenmi, was a legitimate princess. Moreover, she could boldly give birth to another child. First bow to heaven and earth. Second bow to the elders. There were so many elders in this wedding. There were Shenlang's adoptive parents, Jin Zhua and his wife, Zhang Chong, Ning Yuanxian, concubine Bian, concubine Zhong, and concubine Su. Husband and wife bow to each other. The officiator of the wedding was King Ning Qi. When he was shouting the last item, a voice suddenly came from outside. This was really like the scene of a certain TV drama. At the critical moment of the wedding, someone would always rush out and say, "I object." Shenlang. This was Princess Ning Han's voice. Shenlang acted as if he did not hear it. He meticulously bowed to Zhang Chunhua and the others. Shenlang. Ning Han's voice came again. At the same time. Dong 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 dong, all the bells in the entire New Tiao city rang without being struck. What did this mean? Was this a funeral? When Shenlang got married, she was here to send him off. Shenlang walked out and came to the balcony. It was night time. Nothing could be seen on the sea outside. The bells in the city rang, followed by countless torches. All the searchlights of the lighthouses shone towards the sea, but Ning Han's voice could not be seen at all. Shenlang, am I here to celebrate the establishment of your Deqian Empire? Princess Ning Han said with a smile. Her voice seemed to come from all directions. It was impossible to find the source of the voice. Dang 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 dang. The bells in the city rang even more intensely. They rang crazily and became sharper and more ear-piercing. It was almost deafening. Countless people in the city covered their ears and even felt the pain. Pung 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 pung. A moment later, the big bell on the port suddenly exploded, followed by all the bells in the city. What kind of power was this? It resonated to the extreme and shattered all the bronze bells. After all the bells shattered, a figure appeared on the sea not far away. The beautiful Princess Ning Han stepped on the sea barefoot and leisurely walked over. She had changed. She had changed a lot. She had become more beautiful and powerful than before. Princess Ning Han, how have you been? Shenlang said. Princess Ning Han said, how have you been? Should I call you Your Majesty Shenlang? Shenlang said, how have you been during this period of time? Princess Ning Han said, not good at all. When you ran away, how many viruses did you put in the syringes? How many terrible things did you put in? In just a month, I suffered from more than 10 illnesses. It was really painful. Shenlang said, but I look very good now. I'm even more beautiful than before. Princess Ning Han said, I've been reborn. Shenlang said, that's not very pleasant. After all, you are my fiancé. Are you here to attend my wedding today? Princess Ning Han said, no, I'm not. I'm here to deliver the bell. Shenlang said, that's right. My other fiancé, Princess Ji Xian, is she doing well? Princess Ning Han said, she went to White Jade Jing. She wasn't in good condition at the time. She hasn't returned yet. The things you injected into our bodies are too poisonous. Shenlang said, it's nothing much. It's just some viruses that can destroy the immune system, metabolism system, and so on. I collected them from thousands of animals. Don't tell me that there aren't any strange things growing in your body? Or has your blood not gone through any drastic changes? Princess Ning Han said, yes, but I have to thank your father for giving us a powerful bloodline. I also have to thank the Life Research Department of Skyseed Pavilion. Of course, I have to thank the ancient marrow cleansing essence for helping us complete the final transformation of our bloodline and get rid of those terrible illnesses. If I'm not wrong, many of the things you injected into our bodies were extracted from the blood of your sister, Princess Ji Ning. Shenlang said, no wonder you've grown taller, your breasts bigger, and your figure so devilish. I almost don't recognize you. Congratulations, Ning Han. You've reclaimed the throne of the most beautiful woman. Your beauty can almost compete with Queen Medusa. While Xianxia was talking, more than a dozen cannons and dozens of ancient giant crossbows took aim. Fire, following the order, more than a dozen cannons and dozens of ancient giant crossbows fired wildly. Whoosh, 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 in the blink of an eye, these cannonballs and giant arrows were shot thousands of meters away. They drew long arcs in the air and smashed toward Princess Ninghan's figure. Boom, 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 there was a series of earth-shattering explosions. In an instant, countless flames swallowed Princess Ninghan's figure. These super cannonballs would explode even if they hit the surface of the water. Each cannonball weighed more than 100 kilograms. This explosion instantly caused the sea within a few hundred meters to be filled with raging flames. Dozens of ancient giant arrows were even more accurate. Even though they were thousands of meters away, a few of them shot through Princess Ninghan's figure and exploded, bursting with blue light. In the blink of an eye, Princess Ninghan's figure disappeared. After a long while, all the flames and blue light dissipated, and the surface of the sea regained its tranquility. Princess Ninghan's figure was still quietly floating on the surface of the sea. She smiled and said, "Your Majesty Xianxia, why such a big scene as soon as we meet?" Xianxia said, "This is to express a warm welcome to you. Not only do we have to fire cannons, but we also have to shoot at you." At this moment, a figure suddenly rushed out of the sea. She was Chou Yaoer, the strongest martial force on Xianxia's side. She was not present at this wedding because she said that there was no need for a wedding. She could sleep with Xianxia if she wanted to and travel to the ends of the world if she wanted to in the future. There was no need for any ceremony. Her figure was like lightning as she directly stepped on the waves and rushed toward Princess Ninghan. Xianxia said, "Princess Ninghan, may I ask what kind of ancient marrow cleansing essence you injected? Which ancient human are you closer to right now? Wow, you've become round and perky, a real magical figure. What kind of bloodline is this? If the Sky-Sea Pavilion had such good stuff, why didn't they let you use it before?" Princess Ninghan said, "Your Majesty Xianxia, is this body beautiful?" "Beautiful, very beautiful," Xianxia replied in Hunan dialect. Princess Ninghan said, "Now I have a very difficult choice. Should I abandon this body and change to another?" Xianxia said, "Why? Why is that? Such a beautiful body, it hasn't been F***ed yet, right? Why don't you just abandon it? Why don't you break that layer before you change it? I will be very happy to help." Princess Ninghan said, "To a certain extent, the bloodline of this body was given to me by your father." At this moment, Chou Yaoer had already arrived, and the ghost head blade in her hand slashed down. Boom, with a loud bang, the sea dozens of meters wide was directly split in half. However, Princess Ninghan was still safe and sound. She disappeared on the spot, and in the blink of an eye, she appeared on the sea hundreds of meters away. "Your Majesty Xianxia, do you think you are righteous?" Princess Ninghan asked. "Of course I am righteous," Xianxia said. "Of course you are righteous too. Looks are righteous, and you are the pinnacle of righteousness. We are not children, so why talk about righteousness? We talk about hatred. I have never said that I will destroy you on behalf of justice. My goal has never changed. There is no hatred in the world." Then Xianxia took a pen and paper and wrote 2 words on a piece of paper, Ninghan. "Look, you are on my list of enemies," Xianxia said. Princess Ninghan smiled and said, "Xianxia, I am actually very busy, and I am making a very difficult decision. I really don't have time to look for you, but I did not expect you to win the battle in Tianyue City." Xianxia said, "Yes, what reason do I have?" Princess Ninghan said, "Your nightmare stone magnetic bomb is very good. It immediately paralyzed our ancient energy control center. We have been guarding against your graphite bomb, but I did not expect you to upgrade it." Xianxia smiled bitterly. "Now, you must have a way to defend against the nightmare stone magnetic bomb. My weapon has lost its effectiveness." Princess Ninghan said, "And your rocket is not bad. What is it called?" Xianxia said, "Hell rocket." Princess Ninghan said, "It is very powerful. It can release such a high temperature that it directly melted through our blood soul armor." Xianxia smiled bitterly. "Then your armor will have to be upgraded again. My hell rocket and thermite bomb will not be able to burn through it." You will be truly invulnerable. Actually, if Xianlang had enough time, he could also upgrade the armor. He just needed a large amount of tungsten. A layer of tungsten on the surface of the armor would be able to withstand temperatures of 3 to 4,000 degrees Celsius. Of course, this was not enough. There also needed to be an absolute heat insulation layer inside. Only then would it be able to resist the damage caused by the high temperature. Princess Ninghan said, I am really busy. After returning this time, I did not even have time to return to Xianxia Pavilion before I came to find you. Xianlang said, then where did you come from? Princess Ninghan said, guess. At this time, Chou Yaoer rushed over like lightning, slashing at Princess Ninghan's figure. But there was a flash of light, and Princess Ninghan disappeared 100 meters away. Xianlang, I'll be back soon. I'll bring the Xianxia Pavilion's army to destroy your Fury Tide city. I promise I'll raze the entire city to the ground and kill everyone here. Princess Ninghan smiled and said, goodbye then. Then, Princess Ninghan's figure gradually dimmed, completely disappearing from everyone's sight. Bang, 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 the dozens of ancient giant crossbows on the Fury Tide city suddenly exploded, directly smashing into pieces. Everyone was completely shocked. Princess Ninghan had completely displayed a terrifying and unknown power. Xianlang returned to the main hall and said, okay, the unwelcome guest is gone. Let's continue with the wedding. What should we do next? Send her to the bridal chamber. Yes, send her to the bridal chamber. On the night of the bridal chamber, Zhang Chunhua got what she wanted, and Xianlang almost lost half his life. You are the bride. How can you be so desperate? Xianlang said, trembling. Zhang Chunhua said, other women give in to you, but I won't. I need you to know the truth. You can't even beat me, so don't add more people to the harem. This woman could not help but remind Xianlang of a certain author. When she was the third party, the heroine was the third party. When she was the main wife, the heroine was the main wife, and the villain was the third party. Before he entered the sect, Zhang Chunhua repeatedly said that Xianlang's identity was special, and he needed to spread the family and take a concubine. She just entered the sect, but she already told Xianlang that his ability was average, and he would not be able to handle more women. Vixen, vixen. Xianlang drank 2 cups of honey water in a row, and even wanted to soak some wolfberry. This feeling is too beautiful, I missed 6 years. Zhang Chunhua breathed beautifully, a whole 6 years, more than 2,000 days, I wasted at least 1,000 happy hours. You compensate me for my youth, you compensate me for my beautiful years. Xianlang climbed to his feet and draped a robe over his shoulders. Where are you going? It's our wedding night, can't you spend more time with me? Zhang Chunhua asked. Xianlang said, there's no time, I didn't hear you. Ninghan will be here soon. This time, it's the real Xianxia Pavilion's main force. Come, I hope the more, the better. Then, Xianlang put on a robe, left the room, and walked toward the basement of the big castle. The Eastern dynasty was in troubled times. King Wu started a massacre, purging the forces of the Great Yan Empire, and publicly announced that he was rebelling against the Great Yan dynasty and was loyal to the Great Qian dynasty. Then, King Chu was even more ruthless. He directly killed tens of thousands of people in the Chu nation, almost uprooting the forces of the Great Yan Empire, and then announced to the world that he was rebelling against Great Yan and joining the Great Qian dynasty. Finally, the Great Qian Empire was officially established, and the capital was temporarily set in Furious Tide City. The empire's grand ceremony was very shabby in Furious Tide City, but it was like the formation of a typhoon. It was small at first, but it grew larger and larger, and in the end, it was earth-shattering. When this news spread to the Eastern world, it set off a stormy sea. It was like a real hurricane, sweeping half of the world. The Great Qian dynasty was officially established. From now on, the entire Eastern world had 2 dynasties and 2 empires. The sky could not have 2 suns, and the people could not have 2 masters. The entire Eastern world could only have 1 true dragon and son of heaven. From a political point of view, the Great Yan dynasty suddenly lost 3 vassal kingdoms and more than 2 million square kilometers of land. The air in Yan capital seemed to have frozen, as if there was a super bomb above their heads that could explode at any time. The Supreme Emperor seemed to be on the verge of exploding with the wrath of a true dragon at any moment. However, the Emperor did not make a sound, causing the entire imperial court to hold their breath. It was as if the sky was covered with dark clouds, waiting for the thunder to come at any time. The people of Wu, Chu, and Yu did not feel good either. In fact, they felt even more depressed and terrified. The state of Yu was fine. Almost all the people were on Xianxia's side, and the people of Chu were on the king of Chu's side. However, they were far more afraid of the great Yan Empire than the state of Yu, because they had not witnessed the scene of Xianxia defeating the Sky Sea Pavilion Blood Soul army. Therefore, the more silent the emperor was, the more afraid the people of Wu and Chu were. They were like little beasts before an earthquake. They knew that a disaster was imminent, but they could do nothing but tremble in fear. To them, it even felt like doomsday was coming. The emperor still did not make a sound, but the dark clouds were gathering, and so was the lightning. Countless troops were gathering. The troops of the New Qian kingdom were gathering. The Great Liang Kingdom, the Great Jin Kingdom, the Great Yan Empire, the Great Qi Kingdom, and so on. Other than the three southern kingdoms, almost all the vassal kingdoms in the north were gathering their troops, especially the New Qian Kingdom and the Great Liang Kingdom. The number of troops gathered was astronomical. Looking down from the sky, from the east to the west, from the south to the north, countless roads were densely packed with troops. The scene from 2 to 3 years ago was about to reappear. The gathering of this army was like the gathering of rivers. Countless streams converged into rivers, countless rivers converged into great rivers, and finally, the great rivers converged into the sea. The countless troops of the Great Yan Empire were like a shocking tsunami. Once all the power was gathered, the sky would fall and the earth would crack. The tsunami would sweep down and engulf the three kingdoms in an instant. This army would be divided into 3 groups. The commander of the Western Army would be the Crown Prince of the Great Jin Kingdom, the commander of the Northern Army would be the Crown Prince of the New Qian Kingdom, Ing Wuming, and the commander of the Eastern Army would be the Great Yan Empire's Prince Wu. These 3 armies were too large, so it would take a long time to gather. The emperor still did not make a sound. Perhaps he did not intend to make a sound. He was listening to the thunder in silence. Just like a great earthquake, it needed countless years to brew, but only a few minutes to erupt. However, the energy that erupted in these few minutes could destroy everything. It could truly destroy heaven and earth. These 3 legions were already enough, and it was shocking enough. However, they were still gathering. It was like a huge reservoir that was about to burst, but the water level kept rising. At this moment, the Great Qian Empire announced to the world and sent a letter to the Yan capital, the New Qian Kingdom, the Great Jin Kingdom and all the other kingdoms. From today onwards, the Wu, Chu and Yu kingdoms officially became the vassal kingdoms of the Great Qian Empire and received the protection of the Great Qian Empire. No country or force was allowed to invade the territories of the 3 kingdoms. Otherwise, it would be considered a declaration of war against the Great Qian Empire. Any army that entered the territory of the Great Qian Empire would suffer a devastating blow and be completely erased from this world. There was no need to say that it was not forewarned. In this letter of credence, there were a few big and bold words, completely erased from this world. His tone was simply too arrogant, too shocking. After the initial shock, all the kingdoms burst into laughter. Xianxia, your words are really going to swallow the heavens. How many troops do you have in total? About 50,000. 20,000 Blood Soul Army soldiers, and they were not even fully prepared at that. Yet, you, Xianxia, had to risk your life to win. Nearly all of your weapons had been holed up, and you had to pay the price of several thousand casualties. Now, what did you rely on to destroy the astronomical number of the Great Yan Empire army? What did you rely on to completely erase us from this world? Indeed, Xianxia had created many miracles. However, this time, he was really bragging too much and wanted to swallow the heavens. Xianxia's letter was not only unbelievable to the enemy kingdoms, even his own people did not dare to believe it. After the citizens of the Wu and Shu kingdoms saw this letter, their hair stood on end. Then, they looked at each other speechlessly. We know that His Majesty Xianxia is very powerful. However, isn't this boasting too much? His Majesty, we are about to be annihilated. You can't save us with words. Show us your actions and send troops to help us. However, Shenlang's army had all retreated to the Fury-Tide city. Not a single soldier came ashore. However, the citizens of the state of Yu had witnessed countless miracles that Shenlang had created. When they saw Shenlang's letter, they immediately cheered. For the past few years, His Majesty Shenlang loved to boast. However, we have also witnessed that all his boasting had come true. If he said he could do it, he would definitely be able to do it. If he said he could protect the three kingdoms, he would definitely be able to do it. Following which, countless citizens of the state of Yu stretched their necks and widened their eyes as they waited for His Majesty Shenlang to perform another shocking miracle. There were even countless people surging towards the Xuanwu city and the eastern coast, waiting for the Shenlang army to once again disembark. However, after waiting for a few days and nights, not a single soldier from Shenlang's army had landed. In fact, his fleet had even started to retreat. Everyone was puzzled. What did His Majesty Shenlang mean by this? The enemy's million-strong army had already started to gather and their numbers were increasing. Very soon, they would engulf the three kingdoms like a tsunami. Not only did his army not disembark, they were also retreating. How could he use this to erase the enemy from this world? What right did he have to protect the three kingdoms? What right did he have to prevent the enemy from entering the Great Qian dynasty? You are the emperor of the Great Qian dynasty, you are the hope of the three southern kingdoms. If you fail to keep your words, once the enemy army enters the borders of the three kingdoms, no matter which kingdom among the Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms is destroyed, no matter which king dies in battle, Your Majesty Shenlang's image will be ruined, and the Great Qian dynasty will be destroyed. That was because he had personally said that he would protect the three kingdoms from being invaded and the three kings. Furthermore, he had even announced it to the world. Instantly, the eyes of the entire world were focused on Shenlang and the Fury-Tide city. Everyone was waiting for the movements of Shenlang's army. However, at this moment, Shenlang's army moved. However, they didn't head north but south. First, an army landed in Xuanwu city. Then, this army headed south, followed by a fleet. Moreover, these two military operations were not kept secret, and many people saw them clearly. Where was His Majesty Shenlang's army going? Could it be that they were going to attack the Sky Sea Pavilion? In a secret building in the Sky Sea Pavilion. Pavilion Masters with CI took the letter from Shenlang and read it twice. Any army that enters the territory of the Great Qian dynasty will be destroyed and completely erased from this world. Don't say that I didn't warn you. He even read it again and shook his head. This writing is too simple. It doesn't look like someone who could write endless romance at all. The key is that it's too exaggerated, an elder said. Yes, it's too exaggerated, a grand scholar said. Pavilion Masters with CI said, we don't have time to waste here and we don't have time to act with him. The most important thing is to develop the ancient ruins and the vast desert. Otherwise, we will be completely left behind by Stupa Mountain. Is the fleet assembled? Is the army assembled? Almost. Pavilion Masters Wetzi said, Ning Han, when the army and the fleet are assembled, immediately head north to destroy this so-called Great Qian dynasty's capital, Raging Tide City, and end this drama. Once we destroy this tiny Great Qian dynasty, we'll continue to develop the great wasteland of death. Yes, I will obey the Pavilion Master's orders, Princess Ning Han said. At this moment, a large eagle descended from the sky and a female scholar walked in. Pavilion Master, Shenlang's army is heading south. They are divided into land and water armies to attack the Sky Sea Pavilion. In an instant, everyone present was stunned. You want to divide your army into land and water armies and still want to attack the headquarters of the Sky Sea Pavilion? You're crazy, you're completely crazy. Note, the monthly votes have been destroyed. It hurts. Brothers, lend me a hand. I recommend the Heaven Spoiler Group. It's very imaginative. Only Pavilion Masters with CI and Ning Han were left in the building. You're back? Master, I'm back. Pavilion Masters with CI looked at her for a while and said, You've changed a lot, very much. Is this some kind of blessing? Everything is a gift from Sky Sea Pavilion. Princess Ning Han asked, Zhu Hongxue lost this battle. Is he okay? Pavilion Masters with CI said, he's in a dilemma and can't get out of it. Princess Ning Han said, Master, if you had told him some things a few years ago, he wouldn't have suffered so much this time. Pavilion Masters with CI shook his head and said, "No, he is different from you. Although you have received some sort of favor from Jiangli, you are not one of his people." Zhu Hongxue, from inside to outside, from top to bottom, was indeed created by Jiangli. You also know that the remnants of Jiangli's people have very extreme hearts. It has already been engraved in their brains and blood. Princess Ninghan said, "But I believe that Zhu Hongxue will come to his senses. Everything we do is true justice." Of course, the word justice is a bit ridiculous for us. Justice, justice. Pavilion Masters with CI laughed sarcastically. How many sins have been created because of you? Then, Pavilion Masters with CI immediately changed the topic and asked, "Do you think we should focus on developing the Devil's Triangle or the Great Desert? We can't fall behind in this competition." Princess Ninghan was silent for a while and said, "Master, it's actually very funny. On the one hand, we have to suppress the ancient civilization. On the other hand, we have to explore the ancient ruins and obtain the power of the ancient civilization. It seems really contradictory." Pavilion Masters with CI laughed and said, "Who says it isn't? But the world itself is contradictory. It was like modern Earth. On one hand, people were claiming to reduce nuclear weapons and keep mankind away from the abyss of destruction. On the other hand, several major powers were desperately developing more advanced nuclear weapons." Princess Ninghan said, "The Devil's Triangle belongs to an ancient lost empire. It is incomparably huge, but it seems to have been developed more than once. A lost empire was born thousands of years ago, and even now, people are still developing these ruins. On the other side of the Great Desert, it has never been developed. Maybe it means a greater surprise and harvest." Pavilion Masters with CI moved the celestial globe in front of him. He first moved it to the position of the Devil's Triangle, then to the position of the Great Desert, and fell into deep thought. Ninghan was right. The Great Desolate Desert was more meaningful to develop. Stupa Mountain's harvest from excavating the ancient ruins in the southern sea region was too great. It had given the other transcendent powers a huge shock. It had been more than 3 years since Stupa Mountain had started exploring the ancient ruins, but the other party had not taken the initiative to disclose any results. This was the scariest thing. It was impossible for such a large ancient relic to not have any results. Moreover, in order to monopolize the southern sea, Stupa Mountain had not hesitated to create a few major earthquakes, directly destroying the Shui clan, the Southern Sea Sword sect, and the entire South Continent city. After paying such a huge price, how could there be no results? Furthermore, if it was a mid-tier achievement, the Stupa Mountain would have announced it long ago. This way, they would be able to compete against the 6 transcendent forces and obtain more resources. However, Stupa Mountain did not announce anything. This meant that they had obtained a huge harvest, far exceeding the resources that the Transcendent Forces Parliament could allocate. They wanted to silently make a fortune. "This Shenlang has wasted at least 5 months of our time," Pavilion Masters Wetzi said helplessly. Originally, the passage to the Great Desolate Desert was about to be opened. This person really knows how to cause trouble. We were already pressed for time. Princess Ninghan said, "Right now, Stupa Mountain can't wait for us to be delayed by Shenlang. I heard that the Punishing Heavens Pavilion and the Hollow Temple have already secretly sent people to the Great Desolate Desert in an attempt to excavate the ancient ruins before us." Pavilion Masters Wetzi said, "It's useless to casually send a few hundred or a few thousand people to the Great Desolate Desert. We don't need to destroy the countries of the western region. It's a desolate desert. Although it's said to be 10,000 miles, it's far more than that. It's harder than finding a needle in a haystack." Pavilion Masters Wetzi was not wrong. Excavating such a large ancient ruin required an astronomical amount of manpower and resources. When Stupa Mountain had discovered the ancient ruins in the southern sea region, because it was discovered on an island, many people thought that the ancient ruins would not be very large. At most, it would be on the same level as the Sand Barbarian tribe. But unexpectedly, it was thousands of miles long, an ancient city that had sunk to the bottom of the sea. Even so, Stupa Mountain had mobilized tens of thousands of manpower from the start. Just the sea fleet alone had more than 30,000 people. And once they had determined the size of the ancient ruins, Stupa Mountain had directly destroyed the Shui clan and the southern Sea Sword sect, marking the 3,000 to 4,000 miles of the sea region as a forbidden area. Stupa Mountain's army had been stationed there continuously. Now that 3 years had passed, what had happened in the southern sea region? No one knew, because it had become a forbidden area. All trade routes had been blocked. Any ship that approached would immediately be sunk by Stupa Mountain. How many people had Stupa Mountain invested in the ancient ruins? No one knew, but it was definitely no less than 100,000 people. Pavilion Master Xuezi's spending was also enormous. In order to excavate the Great Desolate Desert, they had to first conquer the countries of the western region, then build a huge logistics base, occupy all the entrances to the Great Desolate Desert, and then carry out exploration and development. Hurry, hurry. Pavilion Master Xuezi waved his hand and said, every day that passes, Stupa Mountain will become a little stronger. Time waits for no man. Quickly get rid of the trouble that is Xianlang, don't delay important matters. The fleet is gathering, and so is the army. It will still take some time, after all, it is quite far away. Princess Ninghan said, moreover, our operations in the countries of the western region have not stopped. Several bases have been built, and troops are continuously stationed there. Pavilion Master Xuezi said, our manpower is limited, and we need to focus on developing the Great Desolate Desert. Only after this matter is completed, the Xianxia Pavilion's position can be considered stable for the next 100 years. Developing the Great Desolate Desert was the Xianxia Pavilion's 100-year plan. The Wu Kingdom's palace was extremely desolate. Not only the palace, but the entire royal city and the entire Wu Kingdom were extremely desolate. The Empire of Great Yin had put too much pressure on them, and the Wu Kingdom's people did not have as much confidence in Xianlang as the people of the state of Yu. They did not believe that Xianlang's so-called Great Qian dynasty could protect them. It would have been better if Xianlang's edict had not been issued. Now that it was issued, the people were even less confident. This Emperor Xianlang was too good at bragging. In their panic, the Wu Kingdom's people voted with their feet and began to flee. Most of them fled in the direction of the Empire of Great Yin, fighting to become Great Yin citizens. There were also some who were afraid of destruction, but they hated the Empire of Great Yin, so they fled west, passing through Yan Province, Chu Kingdom, Liang Kingdom, and Nuqian Kingdom. Of course, as long as they headed west, no matter where they fled to, they would end up in the Empire of Great Yin. Only a small portion of the Wu Kingdom's people were loyal to Xianlang, but they were afraid of the flames of war, so they fled south to the state of Yu. The number of officials attending the King of Wu's court meetings was decreasing. When the cabinet was first destroyed, there were still more than 100 officials attending the court meetings. Later, the number increased to 100, and then to a few dozen. Today, there were only slightly more than 30 officials attending the court meetings. These were the true descendants of King Wu, and they were willing to live and die with him. Your Majesty, shouldn't we stop the people from fleeing? King Wu shook his head and said, the Empire of Great Yin is gathering more and more troops. They're already many times more than our troops. It's like a huge mountain bearing down on us, sweeping away everything in its path. We have to allow others to be afraid. Killing the cabinet and rebelling against the Empire of Great Yin was ultimately the willful decision of the Wu Kingdom's royal family. Of course, I'm grateful that someone wants to live and die with me, but I don't have the right to ask all my subjects and troops to die with me. But now, not only are the people fleeing, but many of the troops are fleeing as well. The morale of the troops is dropping by the day. King Wu said, His Majesty Xianlang has said that he can protect the Wu Kingdom and the Chu Kingdom. Any troops or forces that enter the Great Qian dynasty's territory will be wiped from the face of the earth. When he said this, the expressions of the dozens of civil and military officials changed. Do you believe this, Your Majesty? We don't dare to believe it. King Wu said, Of course, it doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. If His Majesty Xianlang can do it and create another great miracle, then the Wu Kingdom's troops will be useless. If His Majesty Xianlang can't do it, then it'll be useless even if we have 1,000,000 troops. We'll definitely lose this war. Didn't we agree that we would fight to the death? Now, be prepared to die in battle. When he said this, King Wu's expression was indifferent. He was no longer impassioned. Open the city gates. Regardless of whether it's the civilians or the troops, let them escape. However, they must not take the opportunity to cause trouble, and they are not allowed to kill or plunder during the chaos. Otherwise, they will be killed without mercy. Yes, Your Majesty. Following King Wu's order, all the city gates of the Wu kingdom were opened, no longer preventing anyone from leaving the city. Thus, countless civilians of the Wu kingdom fled like the tide, distancing themselves from this kingdom that was about to be destroyed. After returning to Raging Tide City, Xianxia didn't stop to rest at all. He only appeared for half an hour during the wedding ceremony, and then slept with Xianxia for half an hour. The rest of the time was spent in the huge underground laboratory. He was completing an incomparably huge project, one that had never been done before. Back in the Zhu clan's secret base, apart from the secret weapons, he had also obtained countless components and nightmare stones. Xianxia stayed in the underground laboratory to assemble these secret components. What would these components become after they were assembled? An incomparably powerful launcher that could fire the destructive arrow Regret of the Dragon. The more he understood, the stranger Xianxia found the ancient world to be. What was Regret of the Dragon? It was a strategic killing weapon, equivalent to modern Earth's nuclear warheads. Otherwise, the ancient empire wouldn't have needed to build an entire base on a secret island just to serve Regret of the Dragon. But now that nuclear warheads were so powerful, they could be launched from land or sea. Almost all the advanced electronic devices were inside the nuclear warhead, and the so-called silo was more for concealment. But the ancient empire's Regret of the Dragon required a complete launcher, and this launcher was incomparably huge. Just the components alone filled up hundreds of square meters of the ground, and there were more than tens of thousands of them. Next, Xianxia needed to assemble these components from scratch. Fortunately, he had the AI, which could perform countless calculations in a short period of time, and countless trials and errors in his brain. Otherwise, if he relied on the human brain, he probably wouldn't be able to assemble it even after a few years. The scholars in the Zhu clan's secret base not only couldn't assemble the launcher, they couldn't even get control of Regret of the Dragon. It took them more than 10 years. But it wasn't like they came out empty-handed. At the very least, they had completed 90% of the launcher's assembly. Even though they destroyed all the blueprints after being attacked by Xianxia, they were still scientists, and that was, they absolutely couldn't bear to destroy their own research. They would try their best to hide it, and then swear that they wouldn't confess even if they died. In the end, after Xianxia used the truth serum, they revealed all the hidden locations of the secret blueprints. Xianxia only needed to complete the remaining 10% of the blueprints. So in the past few months, whenever Xianxia had time, he would complete the remaining 10% of the blueprints in the AI. On the 6th day after the battle at Xianxia City, the blueprints for the launcher's Regret of the Dragon were officially completed. After returning to Raging Tide City, he immediately started assembling it. After a few days and nights of work, the launcher was already 90% complete. It was simply a huge object, weighing more than 200,000 kilograms. Once it was completely assembled, the huge underground laboratory would be completely opened, and then Xianxia would use a large pulley to transport it back to the surface. Husband, His Majesty King Yu is going to the manor. Xianxia walked into the laboratory and said softly. Her voice was like honey, so sweet that it made people feel sour. Xianxia couldn't help but get goosebumps. Xianxia, speak properly. That wild and bold attitude from before was very suitable for you. Don't speak so sweetly and softly. What are you trying to do? Okay, I'll go send him off, Xianxia said. In the next second, Xianxia stretched out her lily-white hand and said softly, Husband, you have to strike a balance between work and rest. You've been busy for a few days and nights, why don't you take a break? There's still some time on His Majesty's side, and I feel that this place is pretty good. Otherwise. Then, she climbed onto the huge Regret of the Dragon launcher and said to Xianxia, Husband, hurry up. You have to hurry up. Xianxia was stunned. Was she that awesome? At most, she would be in a luxury car. At best, she would be in the cockpit of a plane. You're going to be on a strategic weapon launcher? An hour later, Xianxia showered and changed before sending Ming Yuanxian off. Zhang Chang's family left the day after the wedding, returning to Tianyue City. The three of them were all important officials of the state of Yu and had to attend to numerous affairs every day. They didn't even have half a day to spare. Although the Paradise Manor on Liuzhou Island hadn't been completed, it was already livable. This time, it wasn't just Ning Yuanxian, Shenlang's parents, and Su Peipei who were going to live there. Several hundred children would also be transferred there. Is there no problem? Ning Yuanxian asked. He had seen Shenlang's imperial edict and knew what the current situation was like. Shenlang smiled and said, "No problem, of course there's no problem. Father-in-law, you can live in the manor without worries. However, there might be an earth-shattering explosion one day, followed by an earth-shattering fireball rising into the sky. I hope you won't be startled when you see it. Of course, I will try to make it explode as far away as possible. It will be best if you can't see it." Ning Yuanxian said, "I hope I can see it, but the children are all there, so it's better not to see it." "Alright, let's go. Continue with your work." Ning Yuanxian waved his hand. Then, a few thousand people left Angry Tide City and headed for the Paradise Manor in the north. "Husband, we're leaving." Princess Ning Yan rubbed her bulging belly. She wanted to stay, but the previous pregnancy had been difficult. Although it was better this time, she still couldn't be careless. Hence, she had to move to the manor. The environment there was very good and suitable for nurturing the fetus. Was the Angry Tide City going to conduct explosion experiments? There were explosions every day. Ning Yan didn't care, but she was afraid the baby in her belly wouldn't be able to take it. Before leaving, Princess Ning Yan warned, "Zhang Chunhua, husband's body is weak. You better control yourself." Because of Ning Yan and Xiao Bing's departure, Zhang Chunhua was already timid. She couldn't hide the charm in her eyes. After being warned by Princess Ning Yan, she immediately retorted, "De Wu, please be clear. It has been 11 days since I got married, and I've only done it twice. How can I control myself? You might as well let me be a widow." Ning Yan couldn't win against her in an argument. She stomped her feet and left. After sending off Ning Yuanxian and the others, Zhang Chunhua pretended to be indifferent and said, "Darling, it's sunny today. All the windows in my office have been replaced with glass, and the sunlight shines directly in. There are also many mirrors in the office, so you can see everything clearly. Do you want to go there and have a cup of tea?" When she said this, her beautiful eyes seemed to be dripping water. Who would believe that going to her office was for tea? Shenlang was a little tempted, but he gave up. The war was more important. It was more important to complete the regret of the dragon launcher as soon as possible. Next time. Shenlang said, "I'll treat you to milk tea next time." Zhang Chunhua said coquettishly, "Okay, you treat me to milk tea, and I'll treat you to green tea. Black tea is not bad too." Shenlang fled. He felt that he couldn't beat Zhang Chunhua in a race. She was too wild and knew too much. Xianxia Pavilion was at the southern end of Tiannan province. It was right on the seaside. It was a beautiful building complex. Part of it was on land, and the other part was on the sea. It was full of fantasy. It didn't look like a superpower at all, but more like a university. It was hard to imagine that Shenlang had come here not long after he married into Xianwu Mansion. He even became its VIP. At that time, it was so amiable that Shenlang even felt like he was on a pilgrimage. He felt that this was a temple of knowledge. It was like a high school student who had a beautiful and gentle female class teacher. She was like a dream lover and a model teacher. In the end, she turned out to be a big boss who destroyed the world. How many troops did Shenlang send to attack Xianxia Pavilion? The land army had 3,000 people, but they had 50 large-caliber howitzers, all of which were 155 mm howitzers. There were 15 ships in the fleet, a total of 4,000 people. They were all rifled howitzers, about 200 in total. The two armies covered each other and headed south, closing in on Xianxia Pavilion. The beautiful scholar, Zhang Yuan, was back to her carefree and unruly self. Her hair was disheveled, and she wore no makeup. She scolded people at the slightest provocation. If one was not careful in her classes, they would be scolded to the point of questioning life. At this time, she was still tidying up the library. As long as someone did not put a book in the right place, she would scold them until their faces turned ashen. She was tidying up a bookshelf when she found 2 empty spots. She immediately roared, "Where did these 2 books go? Where did they go? Who borrowed them and didn't return them? How many years has it been? Did you tear the books because you didn't have any paper?" Suddenly, all the scholars in her field of vision lowered their heads. They didn't dare to talk back or look at her. "You don't want to say?" Zhang Yuan rolled up her sleeves and said, "If no one will admit it, everyone in my field of vision will clean the toilets for a month." "Zhang why are you running? Do you think you can get out of my field of vision by running?" The scholar with white hair and beard said, "Scholar Yuan, I really need to go to the toilet." "I didn't want to run." "Need to go to the toilet? Very good. Then stand still and don't move. Confess. Who borrowed these 2 books and didn't return them? Are you going to pee in your pants if you don't tell me? If you force me into a corner, I'll tie you up with a rope and make your bladder explode," Zhang Yuan said coldly. The scholar said weakly, Scholar Zhang Yuan, those 2 books were borrowed through you. One was borrowed by Shenlang, and the other was borrowed by Zhuning. They haven't been returned yet?" Zhang Yuan asked in puzzlement, "Really?" All the scholars nodded desperately, indicating that it was absolutely true. The scholar said, "Scholar Zhang Yuan, may I go for a kidney transplant now?" Zhang Yuan roared angrily, "What do you mean? Everyone knows that I was the one who borrowed these books. Why didn't you remind me? Are you joking? What are you trying to do?" Everyone lowered their heads helplessly, allowing Zhang Yuan to roar like a lion. Second Scholar Zhang was trembling from holding back his anger. "Scholar Zhang Yuan, please let me off. I'm old and can't hold it in any longer. I'm already 70 years old. You can't just watch me lose all my elegance, right?" Zhang Yuan glanced at him and said, "On account of your surname being Zhang, go ahead." Second Scholar Zhang felt like he had been pardoned as he ran for the toilet. A few minutes later, he came out feeling extremely comfortable. He sighed and said, "It's true that when one enters a school, one is in a hurry. When one leaves, one is in a good mood." Good poem, good poem. All the scholars marveled. Second Scholar Zhang, if you take 3 minutes to enter the side door, what about the main door? How long will it take to finish? A scholar asked. I'm afraid not even half a minute, a scholar said with a smile. Second Scholar Zhang stroked his beard and said, Nonsense. It'll take at least an hour. Don't underestimate me just because I'm old. They really looked like a very amiable group of people, right? They were very much like those professors in the ivory tower. They didn't put on any airs with each other and often made dirty jokes. At this moment, a scholar slowly walked down and said, The Xianxia army is attacking. Oh. All the scholars looked up and then went back to what they were doing. They read and worked. They didn't even pause for a moment when the scholars were peeing. This revealed their endless arrogance and contempt in their eyes. When they heard that the Xianxia army was attacking, it was like hearing a flock of chickens, ducks, and geese. The Xianxia army was attacking. The few scholars on the watchtower of Xianxia Pavilion discovered the Xianxia army from dozens of miles away. Then they went back to what they were doing. They didn't ring the bell or shout that the enemy was attacking. It was as if nothing had happened. The old man guarding the gate was still dozing off. The old man sweeping the floor was still sweeping. Everything seemed so calm. Xianlong's land army and the navy fleet were always in line. They were getting closer and closer to Xianxia Pavilion. 30 miles, 20 miles, 10 miles, 5 miles, 4 miles, at this distance, the fleet stopped and so did the ground army. The 50 cannons of the ground army began to be installed and aimed. The dozens of ships on the sea also began to adjust their direction and aimed at Xianxia Pavilion. The rifled howitzers could easily hit a distance of 2,000 meters. Moreover, this was a huge building complex. There was no need to aim at all. They could just blow it up. Aiming complete. Ready, fire. Boom, 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 boom. The 50 cannons on the ground and 100 cannons on the sea opened fire at the same time. In an instant, more than 100 grenades whistled across the sky and smashed towards Xianxia Pavilion. Everyone in Xianxia Pavilion continued to do what they were doing. They dozed off and continued sweeping, as if the thunderous sound of the cannons outside did not exist. However, the more than 100 cannons of Xianlong's army only flew into the air. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Ancient arrows were shot out from Xianxia Pavilion. In an instant, thousands of them shot out and formed a net in the air, directly intercepting Xianlong's cannons in the air. These ancient arrows could also explode. Although they were not powerful, they could detonate the impact fuse of the cannons. Boom, 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 boom. All the cannons exploded in the air when they were more than 1,000 meters away from Xianxia Pavilion. Xianxia Pavilion was safe and sound. It was as if a huge firework had been set off. Amazing. They even intercepted them in the air? Moreover, these thousands of ancient arrows were not shot by people, but by some kind of ancient weapon collectively. Reload. With an order, all 50 cannons were reloaded. There were 3 nightmare stone magnetic bombs and 47 graphite magnetic bombs. Fire. Following the order, the 50 cannons once again fired wildly. Then, they were intercepted by Xianxia Pavilion in the air again and exploded more than 1,000 meters away. Poof, poof, poof. A blue light flashed and everyone felt a numbness on their faces. These were nightmare stone magnetic bombs. Previously, Xianlang had relied on these things to paralyze the ancient energy control center of the Blood Soul Army. Boom, 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 boom. Dozens of graphite bombs exploded in the air. In an instant, the entire sky was covered in graphite powder. Reload again. Next, the 150 cannons of Xianlong's army changed their cannons again. This time, they were timed cannons. Even if they were intercepted in the air, they would not explode. Instead, they would continue to fly and explode when they landed. Fire. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. 150 timed cannons shot out violently. Just as they were flying in the air, countless ancient arrows flew out from Xianxia Pavilion again to intercept them in the air. As expected, Xianlong's nightmare stone magnetic bombs could no longer paralyze the opponent's ancient energy control center, even with dozens of graphite bombs. Bang, 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 bang. The ancient arrows of Xianxia Pavilion exploded in the air once again. But this time, Xianlong's cannons did not have impact fuses, so they did not explode. These cannons only shook for a moment and then continued flying in the direction of Xianxia Pavilion. Swoosh, 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 more than 100 cannons whistled through the air, getting closer and closer to Xianxia Pavilion. However, when they were about 200 meters away from the building complex, a strange scene occurred. These cannons seemed to have hit an invisible net and were suddenly bounced off. Boom, boom, boom. After a moment, these cannons exploded in the air again like a huge firework. Xianxia Pavilion was still intact. Your Highness, everything is exactly as His Majesty Xianlang predicted, General Kuei-ning said. Note, on the last day of this month, asking for monthly votes and support. Everyone, benefactor, please make your move. Thank you for Bayonet H's 20,000 yuan tip. Love Meat Pig's 10,000 yuan tip. Xianxia Pavilion was different from Stupa Mountain. Stupa Mountain had a huge floating sea, and the water level of the floating sea was rising every year. As long as it spread, it was Stupa Mountain's territory. Not only that, Stupa Mountain had many isolated cities at the borders of several countries. However, Xianxia Pavilion only had this one building complex. Although it was not small, it was at most the size of a modern university on Earth. How could it support such a powerful force? Just the armor of the Blood Soul Army required a huge amount of industrial equipment. The attack on the Sand Barbarians' Danan Kingdom was all thanks to Zhu Hongxue, so the ancient ruins of the Sand Barbarians also fell into Xianxia Pavilion's hands. However, the ancient ruins were not large and should still be under development. Therefore, Xianlang had always suspected that Xianxia Pavilion had 2 addresses. One was on the surface, which was the Temple of Knowledge that everyone could see. The one in the dark was the real Xianxia Pavilion. On the surface, Xianxia Pavilion was like a huge library. Many scholars taught here, and many young people studied here. It was a sacred place. But the Xianxia Pavilion in the dark was the one that truly took on the responsibility of developing a secret force. Zhang Chunhua had been in Xianxia Pavilion for a period of time. She was in the Life Research Department, which could be considered the core organization of Xianxia Pavilion. According to her memory, she had never seen the sun outside. Suddenly, Xianlang could not help but think of the schools in Fallout 4. The entire force was underground. Therefore, he sent the artillery and a fleet to bombard Xianxia Pavilion. It was purely a probing attack, and also to test out various weapons. Boom, boom, boom. The roar of the cannons outside continued. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. More than 100 cannons rained down on Xianxia Pavilion as if they were free, and each time, it was completely useless. After dozens of rounds of bombardment, Xianxia Pavilion's building complex was still undamaged. There was not even a hole, and the white and flawless marble was not even blackened. It was as clean as new. This was really frustrating. Xianlang's army tried all kinds of methods, but they could not break Xianxia Pavilion's defenses, even on the surface. The bombardment outside was still going on, and the old man inside was still sweeping the floor. However, the old man guarding the door was dozing off and could not continue. Ayaya, it's so noisy, can't you let me sleep? He couldn't help but start to fly into a rage. Then, he pulled out 2 balls of cotton and stuffed them into his ears, continuing to doze off. In the Xianxia Pavilion, all the scholars did what they were supposed to do. Even listening to the sound of the cannons outside made going to the toilet a little smoother. At this moment, Zhang Yuan, the female scholar, became quiet instead. She tidied up her book silently, sighing in her heart, Xianlang, don't waste time. Although she was arrogant and domineering in the Xianxia Pavilion, as if all the scholars and grand scholars were afraid of her, she knew in her heart that she was just a nobody. Even in this big library, she was just a nobody. On the surface, as long as she roared like a lion, all the scholars around her would tremble and bow down to her. However, as long as she dared to say a good word about Xianlang, as long as her position was slightly improper, it would immediately bring about disaster, and she would not be able to see the sun tomorrow. Of course, not being able to see the sun tomorrow did not mean that she would die. Death was a good thing. The most terrible outcome was to be dragged to do all kinds of horrible experiments. Somewhere in a huge underground city, there was no doubt that this was another ancient relic. From the outside, it was hard to tell that this was underground, because everywhere was as bright as day. The master craftsman of the Xianxia Pavilion was experimenting with a brand new Blood Soul Army armor. Princess Ninghan was inspecting it, accompanied by the Blood Soul Army General Ningba. The original armor only had 1 layer of alloy, but now there are 3 layers of armor. The outer layer is coated with a layer of tungsten, so it can resist almost all metals, because its hardness is almost the highest in this world, and its melting point has reached 5,000 degrees Celsius. Xianlang's thermite cannons and hell rockets can no longer penetrate it. Next, let's do the experiment. Thermite cannons, detonate. Boom. After a huge burst of light, an astonishing burst of flame sprayed almost everywhere on this new type of armor. Sure enough, the new Blood Soul Army armor was safe and sound, and it was no longer burned. We don't have Xianlang's hell rockets, but we can use similar materials instead. Fire arrows, ready, fire. Whoosh 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 whoosh, all of a sudden, dozens of sharp arrows flew at an astonishing speed, far faster than Xianlang's normal arrows. Bang, bang, bang. These fire arrows hit the new armor and instantly exploded, emitting flames with an astonishing temperature of more than 3,000 to 4,000 degrees Celsius, and the explosion lasted for a full 20 seconds. In the end, the Blood Soul Army's new armor was still safe and sound. It turns out that our new armor is enough to block any bow or cannons of Hell Xianlang. The master craftsman said, of course, if the other party uses tungsten steel bullets, it still can't defend and will be directly pierced. But Xianlang's army can't be equipped with so many tungsten steel armor-piercing bullets, and it's almost impossible for the cannons to hit a fast-moving target. The above experiments prove that our Blood Soul Army armor is completely invincible and impervious to swords and spears when facing Xianlang's army again. Ningba, the general of the Blood Soul Army, said, in the last big battle in Tianyue City, Xianlang won a great victory and seized 20,000 sets of Blood Soul Army armor. After repair, they will definitely use it to equip their own army. The master craftsman said, we should underestimate the enemy. We know how to modify the new armor, and so will Xianlang. But the melting point of tungsten is extremely high, And normal flames in this world can't reach it, so he should be unable to coat the surface of the armor with tungsten steel. That's why our fire arrows can easily pierce through their armor. But I still suggest not to use fire arrows on a large scale. The price-performance ratio is too low, and it's far inferior to ancient bows and arrows. At least they can be recycled. Also, this time, Xianxia can't paralyze our energy control center. We've already added 2 layers of protective shields and 3 layers of protective mechanisms. Not only that, we've prepared 9 energy control centers this time. As long as one of them works normally, it can provide the special magnetic environment that the entire army needs. This is the Nightmare Stone Battle Saber. It's a replica of the ancient civilization's battle saber. The master craftsman pulled out a battle saber. This battle saber was very light, only about 30 kilograms. The blade was blue, and it didn't even look like it was made of metal. This is made of blue secret gold, and it came from ancient ruins. Currently, no blue secret gold mineral has been found in the world. This blue secret gold has top-notch hardness and toughness, and it has properties that are close to superconductivity. We've studied it for decades and found that it can't be replicated. It should be a new material created by the ancient civilization. Although it's blue, for convenience's sake, we still call it the Nightmare Stone Blood Soul Battle Saber. Then, the master craftsman brought the battle saber to the brand new Blood Soul Army armor and slashed it. The originally indestructible armor was easily cut open like a piece of paper, and the cut area completely melted and dripped like molten iron. When this Nightmare Stone Blood Soul Battle Saber slashes, it can release a temperature of more than 10,000 degrees. It can instantly melt any armor, including tungsten steel armor. Because it's powered by the Nightmare Stone, each battle saber can slash about 3,000 times. This is the limit of our current experiments. The Blood Soul Army general took the battle saber and started slashing. It really cut through everything effortlessly. Be it the most impressive weapon or armor, it was like paper. Meanwhile, the master craftsman's facial muscles were twitching wildly. This thing was very precious, and it could only be used once. The Blood Soul Army general said, "How many of these Nightmare Stone Blood Soul battle sabers are you going to equip us with?" 500, the master craftsman said. According to the pavilion master's orders, we're sending 500 special martial arts troops this time. They're all top-notch martial arts powerhouses from the Life Research Department. All of them will be equipped with new armor, ancient battle boots, ancient crossbows, and Nightmare Stone Blood Soul battle sabers. A moment later, the 500 special Blood Soul Army soldiers appeared in the underground city square. They didn't look like an army of this world at all. They looked more like an ancient army. In fact, they didn't even use ancient bows. Instead, they used ancient continuous shooting crossbows, which were shot with nightmare stones. Not only were they equipped with ancient battle boots, but even the new armor had nightmare stones installed on them. Whoosh 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 whoosh, with a single command, the 500 special warriors easily leaped more than 30 meters into the air. Their ancient combat boots provided them with an incomparably powerful electromagnetic elasticity. Now, they could not just jump directly onto the city wall. They could jump over any city wall. Whoosh 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 whoosh, next, they kept jumping like lightning. They instantly jumped 30 meters high and dozens of meters away. With such high-speed movements, even large-caliber cannons couldn't hit them. Then, they started experimenting with ancient crossbows. Whoosh 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 whoosh, as soon as the trigger was pulled, more than a dozen arrows shot out like a torrential rain at an astonishing speed. The advantage of this ancient crossbow is very obvious. It can shoot any arrow, not just ancient arrows, but also ordinary arrows and flame arrows. It relies on the Nightmare Stone system to eject power. Each ancient crossbow can shoot more than 300 times in a row. Ningba said, in other words, fully armed special warriors can defeat a grandmaster. Easy. The master craftsman said, and it's a massacre. Of course, unless they encounter abnormal powerhouses like the Big Fool or Cho Yaoer. Other grandmasters who rely on internal strength are no match for special warriors. Powerful equipment can make up for all the differences, whether it's speed, strength, or defense. The general of the Blood Soul Legion said, Princess Ninghan only needs to bring these 500 people to destroy the raging Tidewater City and kill Xianxia and everyone else. The master craftsman said, of course, as long as there is enough nightmare stone equipment. The ancient civilization was extremely powerful, but everything was built on the nightmare stone. Once the stone's energy is exhausted, all weapons will be disabled. Your Highness, please follow me. I will take you to see a warship. Princess Ninghan saw a brand new warship, one that did not belong to this world. This was completely excavated from the ancient ruins. It took 13 years to repair it before it was successfully launched. This time, it will be your flagship to destroy Xianxia. The master craftsman said, when we excavated this warship, it was already greatly damaged. The hull was damaged, so most of the hull you see now was repaired later. This is an ironclad battleship. The majority of the battleship is made of steel and there are a total of 398 nightmare stones in the entire battleship. There is also an independent energy control center with a diameter of 2 meters and a displacement of 8,000 tons. Thank you, Xianxia, for providing these new units of measurement. This ancient warship's normal cruising speed is 35 kilometers per hour. It can carry more than 2,000 people. The entire warship has 23 ancient giant crossbows that can attack any ship within 3,500 meters. It also has a nightmare stone aiming system. Next, I will test it for you, the master craftsman said. The target ship was a wooden sailboat 3,000 meters away. It was sailing normally. Start aiming. With the master craftsman's order, the nightmare stone aiming system shot out a beam of light, shining on the target ship. Then, the relevant personnel adjusted the ancient giant crossbow and began aiming according to the light. Calculate the wind speed and the movement speed of both ships. Adjustments complete. Aiming complete. Fire. Bang. With a loud bang, the ancient giant crossbow fired. A giant arrow over 5 meters long shot out. When it had just shot out 200 meters, the tail of the giant arrow emitted a blue light, and the giant arrow's speed increased. The distance of 3,000 meters was covered in less than 10 seconds. Bang, the giant arrow shot through the wooden sailboat that had a displacement of more than 1,000 tons. Boom. The entire giant arrow's nightmare stone exploded. Its power was not as great as Xianxia's cannonball, but it easily blasted a huge hole in the sailboat. Seawater continued to pour in, and the sailboat gradually began to sink. This ancient warship has 23 ancient giant crossbows, 15 of which are used for attack. In other words, it can destroy 15 enemy ships on the sea at the same time. A normal ship can be pierced and sunk by one crossbow. The other 8 are used for defense. They can shoot thousands of ancient thin arrows at the same time. Any attack from the enemy of hell, be it the ancient giant crossbow or Xianxia's cannons. The most important thing is, if we ignore the cost-performance ratio, this ancient giant crossbow can hit enemy ships 5,000 meters away. Ning Ba, the general of the Blood Soul Army, said, if you have such an ancient warship, why didn't you take it out before, especially when you were exploring the Devil's Triangle? The master craftsman said, this ancient warship has a very high level of confidentiality. It can't be shown unless it's absolutely necessary. Ningba said, what's the point of destroying Xianxia now? The master craftsman said, no, the main purpose of the pavilion master showing the ancient warship at this time is not to destroy Xianxia, but to deter punishing Heaven Pavilion and Stupa Mountain. Don't interfere with our plan to develop the Great Desert, and don't try to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. We, the Xianxia Pavilion, have strategic level weapons. Ningba said, I understand. We'll use Xianxia's stage to put on a show to warn the others. We'll use Xianxia's death to deter the other transcending forces. The master craftsman said, that's right, after developing the ancient ruins in the southern sea, Stupa Mountain has gone too far. We have to catch up, or we'll fall behind. In the Xianxia Pavilion, on top of a tall pavilion. Ninghan, these are the observers from Stupa Mountain, Punishing Heaven Pavilion, Tongtian Temple, and Xiankong Temple. They will also board your flagship and follow you to attack Fury Tide City. Immediately, dozens of observers bowed to Ninghan and said, greetings, young Master Ninghan. This is interesting. It's very similar to the modern sea wars on Earth. There are even observers. During the Sino-Japanese War of Jiawu, Western countries also sent observers to supervise and watch the entire sea war. After some small talk, dozens of observers left. Ning Han, you should know how to fight this battle, Pavilion Masters with CI said. Ning Han said, I know. With a thunderous blow, we'll destroy all of Shenlang's troops, the so-called Great Qian Dynasty, and Fury Tide City. Pavilion Masters Wetzi said, eliminating Shenlang in this battle is secondary. The most important thing is to intimidate the other transcendent forces, especially the Stupa Mountain and the Execution Heavens Pavilion. We must show our might and ensure that they won't interfere with our development of the Great Desolate Desert. Princess Ning Han said, where are the observers from the Empire of Great Yin? Pavilion Masters with CI said, they're here too. The team led by Prince Lian's son will board directly. Ning Han said, the one who married Ning Yan? Pavilion Masters with CI said, yes, that's him. That guy doesn't care about men or women. Not only can he attack, but he can also defend. He's an extremely chaotic guy. Shenlang is still bombarding our Sky Sea Pavilion at the seaside of the Tiannan province, Ning Han said. Pavilion Masters with CI said, this little fox has seen through us. He knows that it's only the Sky Sea Pavilion on the surface. He's fishing and experimenting with new weapons. Ignore him. Lead the fleet to destroy Fury Tide City. You must perform a thunderous blow to its fullest. Princess Ning Han nodded and said, understood. It's like going out in the morning and stepping on a group of ants outside the courtyard. Then, go home and continue drinking tea. Pavilion Masters with CI said, yes, very good. Go. Princess Ning Han said, by the way, teacher, what about Zhu Hongxue? Pavilion Masters with CI said, he's still stuck in a dead end. Ignore him. Princess Ning Han walked out. At the door, she suddenly turned and said, teacher, do I have to take this risk? The risk of abandoning this body of mine? Pavilion Masters with CI said, I'm your teacher, but you have to make this decision yourself. You've already been reborn once. Princess Ning Han said, I understand. I'll be leaving then. Go and come back quickly, Pavilion Masters with CI said. The Sky Sea Pavilion's fleet seemed to have emerged directly from some sea. There were 500 warships and more than 80,000 people. There was a heaven-defying ancient warship and dozens of semi-armored warships. There were 50,000 Blood Soul Army and 500 fully armed Special Martial Arts Corps. There were more than 800 ancient giant crossbows and 9 ancient energy control centers. There were 10,000 ancient bows and 3,000 ancient crossbows. According to normal circumstances, this army was enough to destroy Shenlang more than 10 times over. The son of the Empire's Prince Lian was indeed very special. He boarded Princess Ning Han's ancient warship. Not only did he bring a dozen imperial observers, but he also brought a few stunning beauties and handsome men. Just this ancient warship alone is enough to destroy all of Shenlang's fleets without suffering any damage. Just these 500 Special Martial Arts Corps are enough to kill all of Shenlang's tens of thousands of troops. Not even a blade of grass will be left. Yes, the Sky Sea Pavilion doesn't have to make such a big fuss. Don't scare His Majesty Shenlang. The dozens of observers observed the ancient warship within the permitted range. They clicked their tongues in wonder, especially the observers from Xiankong Temple and Tongtian Temple. Their eyes were full of envy. The observers from Punishing Sky Pavilion looked indifferent. The observers from Stupa Mountain smiled without saying anything. They didn't understand, but they thought it was amazing. Where's the White Jade Capital's observer? Someone suddenly asked. No one answered, because the White Jade Capital didn't care about such things. The Emperor's decree could only make their small boat appear. They didn't even have to show their faces. As for the others? Sorry, they didn't even bother to send a small boat. The White Jade Capital's arrogance was unparalleled. Shenlang had come into contact with the White Jade Capital many times, but he had never seen even half a face of the White Jade Capital's people. The Sky Sea Pavilion's destructive fleet could travel very fast. Even their ordinary ships were equipped with nightmare stones to power them. However, because energy was too precious, they didn't want to use it. Just 2 days later, Ning Han's destructive fleet entered the waters of Tiannan province. Then, the fleet that Shenlang had sent to attack the Sky Sea Pavilion fled and returned to the Fury Tide City. The 3,000 troops on the ground also disappeared without a trace. they stopped bombarding the surface of the Xianxia pavilion. Ning Han's destructive fleet was like a fierce tiger that had broken into a herd of sheep. It was unscrupulous as it charged toward the fury-tide city. Suddenly, it felt as if the Grim Reaper had come. Everywhere it passed, a murderous aura filled the sky. It's done. Xianxia clapped his hands. The ancient giant launcher was finally installed. Move this thing to the surface and connect it to the ancient energy control center. Following the order, thousands of people began to work. Hundreds of steel cables and hundreds of pulleys began to work. Up. 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 The giant device was slowly lifted from the underground laboratory. In order to put this big thing down, Xianxia even remodeled the entire castle and built a giant platform that was more than 1,000 square meters. It took a few hours for the giant device to be hoisted onto the platform. Activate the energy control center. Suddenly, the entire fury-tide city was enveloped by the ancient energy center. Activate the Dragon's Regret launcher. Xianxia gave the order and activated it himself. The process of activating the ancient energy device was very complicated. More than 10 nightmare stones had to be activated. Finally, the key nightmare stone mechanism was suddenly twisted. Suddenly, a miracle happened. The huge and cumbersome launcher suddenly became light, and a single person's strength could change direction 360 degrees. However, the aesthetics of the ancient civilization made the launcher look like a giant crossbow. It was more than 100 square meters and weighed more than 200,000 kilograms. This was already a strategic weapon. Couldn't it change its appearance? It couldn't be called a giant crossbow, so Xianxia gave it a name, Dragon's Might. Dragon's Might strategic launcher. Prepare for the first test. After reading the blueprints and related ancient texts, Xianxia found that the launcher itself was a super powerful weapon. Not only could it fire Dragon's Regret, but it could also fire any other giant arrow. Not only could it fire individually, but it could also fire in clusters. Several Amazonian female warriors carried a giant steel arrow. It was dozens of meters long and more than a foot thick. Its appearance was almost exactly the same as the Dragon's Regret, but it was hollow. If it was completely solid, then its weight would be too shocking. Nightmare Stone aiming device, activate. Target 13,000 meters away. Suddenly, a beam of light shot out more than 10,000 meters and landed on a giant ship that was about to be scrapped. Aiming complete. Fire. Xianxia suddenly twisted the Nightmare Stone's firing switch. Bang, there was a loud sound, and a blue light flashed. The air in the entire raging tides trembled. Suddenly, the simulated giant arrow shot out like lightning. Its speed was close to the speed of sound, and it almost caused a sonic boom. Whoosh, in less than a minute. Bang, there was a loud sound, and the simulated giant arrow hit the giant ship on the sea. Even though it didn't explode, the simulated giant arrow easily pierced through the ship, creating a huge hole. This was just a simulated giant arrow, and Dragon's Regret was powered by nightmare stones. Once it was shot, it would spit out a tail flame. How far could it shoot? Xianxia didn't know, but it was definitely more than 100 kilometers, maybe far more. But Xianxia only had one Dragon's Regret, so he couldn't experiment. But he knew that even an ordinary giant arrow could be shot tens of thousands of meters away. But in order to save the ancient energy center, Xianxia couldn't bear to experiment a second time. This was because the Dragon's Strength device didn't have its own power source. It relied entirely on the energy core. Reporting, Your Majesty, Ning Han is leading the Xianxia Pavilion fleet toward raging tides. They are 2,300 kilometers away. Xianxia, is the fleet large? Yes, very large. Xianxia, are there many secret weapons? Nightmare stones? Are there many energy control cores? Yes, very many. Xianxia was incomparably excited as he said, Everyone, we might be going to strike it rich. Your Majesty, what about the Xianxia Pavilion in Tiannan Province? Xianxia, happy, wipe it off the face of the earth. Note, the next chapter is to destroy the Xianxia Pavilion fleet. Please vote. It will be May after midnight, and I will still get double the monthly votes. It will be very tragic. Everyone, please remember to vote for me. Don't let me suffer too much. New by Chinese website. Thank you, Alliance Master, for your 50,000 yuan red packet. It had been a long time since the battle at Xianxia City had ended. It had even been a long time since the Wu and Chu rebelled against the Great Yan Empire and the establishment of the Great Qian dynasty. The Great Yan Empire's army was still gathering at a crazy pace. It would take a few months for an army of this level to be completed. However, it was as if there was a pair of hands controlling the entire world. When the Sky Sea Pavilion's destructive fleet was dispatched, the entire northern part of the eastern world was also surging. The Supreme Emperor still hadn't issued any orders, but countless troops had already begun to move. The first to move was the Crown Prince of the Great Jin Kingdom. He led 300,000 troops southward. Of course, his Western army was far more than these troops. Even if the Western army had more than 5 countries participating in the war, the scale of this military operation was too big. It was impossible to gather all the troops together like the last time. The Great Jin Kingdom was the furthest from the Chu Kingdom. Therefore, the main force of the Western army was the first to move. The troops of the other vassal states also moved southward. Finally, they met in the wilderness west of the Chu Kingdom. The central army led by Ing Wuming was the largest in number and had the most important mission. First, they had to attack the Chu Kingdom from the Chang Kingdom. Then, they had to attack the northern border of the Chu Kingdom from the south from the Liang Kingdom. As the Sky Sea Pavilion sent out their troops, the Xianxia Kingdom also began to move. They flooded into the Liang Kingdom. This time, the main force of the Great Yan dynasty was Ingguang's Xianxia Kingdom and not the Great Yan Empire. After all, the title of Shenlang was also the Great Qian Emperor. There was only one China in the entire eastern world. Moreover, the discovery of the huge ancient ruins in the southern sea at Stupa Mountain was too much. The emperor also needed to balance things out and let the Ying father and son contribute more. In the Chu Kingdom Palace, there was a stifling silence. There was also a tragic atmosphere in the silence. The king of Chu quietly put on his armor. He was going to defend the country. His wife hugged him tightly from behind and cried, "Your Majesty, when are you coming back?" The king shook his head and said, "I don't know. I might not be coming back." The queen asked, "What should I do when the enemy invades the palace?" "What about the children?" King Chu said, "See for yourself. I can't order you on such matters." The queen sobbed. "I know I should kill myself, but the children are still young. How about we send them to Raging Tide City?" King Chu said, "There's no need to send me off. If His Majesty Shenlang wins, all of you will be fine. If His Majesty Shenlang loses, there's no point in sending him over." The queen cried, "Then I know what to do. Don't worry, I won't bring shame to His Majesty, nor will I bring shame to my family." The king of Chu gently stroked the queen's hair without saying a word. "Let's go." King Chu walked out of the palace gates. The square outside was densely packed with 20,000 imperial guards. King Chu mounted his horse, and the 20,000 imperial guards strode out of the palace. Outside the palace, 100,000 soldiers were waiting quietly. He didn't shout, "Long live the emperor," nor did he shout, "Long live the Chu country." He only stared at the Chu king and silently joined his army. Just like that, King Chu's army of more than 100,000 marched westward along Vermilion Bird Avenue. On both sides of the street, countless citizens walked out of their houses and silently sent them off. Similarly, they didn't shout loudly. It was a pity that there was no such poem in this world. The wind is bleak and the water is cold, but the warrior will never return. The Chu country's people had a stronger temperament than the Wu country, and their loyalty was also much higher. Before the battle began, the Wu country's people were fleeing. Even the army had fled. Some of the Chu country's people had fled, but the Chu country's army was still intact. There weren't many who fled. This could be seen from the battle between Chu and Yu. The Chu country's attack on western Garrison City was a bloodbath, wishing that every last drop of blood would flow. Countless Chu country citizens watched their king leave. They couldn't even give him their blessings in their hearts. This was because they knew that their king was going to fight a battle that he would definitely lose. It was a battle of death. The children's thoughts were more romantic. They plucked many flowers, and when King Chu's army passed by, they threw these flowers on the ground to send King Chu off. 2 hours later, King Chu's army left Vermilion Bird Avenue. The entire 200,000 Chu country's army was gathered here. They had been here for a long time. When they saw King Chu's army, the 200,000 Chu country soldiers knelt down in an orderly manner and stood up. Move out. As the commanders of the various armies gave the order, the 200,000 soldiers also joined King Chu's army. These 300,000 soldiers were almost the entire Chu country's army. A few years ago, the Chu country and the state of Yu had fought a great war, resulting in countless casualties. In addition to Xianxia's surprise attack on the Chu country, the Chu country's army didn't have much left. It took 2 to 3 years of recuperation to recover to this scale. The 300,000-strong army marched towards the west. King Chu knew that the enemy would surround them from the north, west, and south. Furthermore, the enemy's numbers would be astronomical, and their battle prowess far surpassed that of the Chu country's army. This was a battle to the death. The Chu country and the Chang country were separated by a huge snowy mountain. There were only 2 valleys that could be passed through. However, these 2 valleys had already been built with huge and dangerous city passes, and tens of thousands of soldiers had already been sent to guard them. After the army marched for 5 kilometers, King Chu finally couldn't help but turn back to look at the capital. This was his capital, the capital that the Chu royal clan had ruled for hundreds of years. Would he be able to return to this capital after this battle? In the capital of the state of Yu, King Ningxing was also seeing them off. After the decisive battle at Tianyue City, some of the soldiers who were originally loyal to the Zhu clan had fled, while the rest had pledged their loyalty to the king of Niu. Even so, the state of Yu's main force only consisted of 300,000 soldiers. However, these 300,000 soldiers had to be divided into 3 groups. Bian Shao would lead 180,000 soldiers into Yan province to defend against the Nuqian kingdom's main force. Ning Qi would lead 60,000 soldiers westward to reinforce the Chu country's northern defense line. Zhong Yao would lead 60,000 soldiers north to reinforce the Wu country. The state of Yu had to reinforce the Wu and Chu countries with such a small army. As the state of Yu was not connected to the Great Yan Empire or the Nuqian kingdom, even if a war broke out, the state of Yu would not be defeated immediately. Ningxing's attitude was to tell the king of Wu and the king of Chu that the state of Yu would never back down. They would definitely fight alongside the 2 countries to the end. Prepare for war, Ningxing said. However, this war may not happen. Believe in His Majesty Xianxia. He still did not know how to speak boldly. Understood. Ningqi said, I shall take my leave. Then, Ningqi led the army westward. Ningxing asked Bian Shao, have you recovered your martial arts? 80 to 90%. Bian Shao said, His Majesty Xianxia's surgery was very successful. Ningxing said, this world war probably won't break out. However, Yan province's location is too special. I'm afraid that something might happen. Therefore, Lord Bian Shao, you should give it your all. Bian Shao said, Yes, Your Majesty. I shall take my leave as well. Then, Bian Shao led the army northward. Lord Zhong Yao, because the Wu country is adjacent to the Great Yan Empire, their morale is the lowest. However, the probability of a war breaking out in the Wu country is the lowest. Ningxing said, you are leading the army to reinforce the Wu country. It is more of an attitude to boost the morale of the king of Wu. However, if a war really breaks out in the Wu country, you cannot force it. Immediately cover the king of Wu's retreat to the eastern sea. His Majesty Xianxia's fleet should be there to receive you. Zhong Yao bowed and said, Yes, Your Majesty. I shall take my leave as well. Then, Zhong Yao led the army eastward. They first entered the Tianbei province, then headed north to the Wu country. At this point, the entire capital of the state of Yu was almost empty. There were only a few city guards left. Governor Yan Yi, I'm afraid the safety of the capital will be in your hands. Ningxing said, please tell the Zhu clan not to cause trouble at this time. Although His Majesty Xianxia only has 2,000 soldiers in Tianyu City, it will be easy for him to wipe out the Zhu clan. Many times, history really took a turn and returned. Yan Yi used to be the governor of Blackwater Platform. However, he stepped down because he supported Ningqi. Now, he was back in his position. However, he also proved his loyalty. Although this loyalty was to Ningqi and not Ningxing. At least, during the most dangerous times of the past 2 years, he did not seek refuge with the Zhu clan. Your Majesty. Yanni kowtowed. Everyone left. Under the protection of Li Mu and Lian, Ningxing still stood at the entrance of the palace. He could not help but look towards the east. He thought to himself, Shenlang, you will definitely be able to protect the Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms, right? A world war will definitely break out. However, it is not now. What was interesting was that Ningxing would always call Shenlang in his heart. However, when he spoke, he would always address Shenlang as His Majesty. This was because in his heart, Shenlang had never changed. He was still his best friend. Every time someone called him His Majesty, Shenlang would feel uncomfortable. In fact, it was not only him. Ningxing also felt strange. His Majesty, when the people outside saw Ningxing, they did not kneel down. Instead, they shouted loudly. Ningxing did not act like he was close to the people. He always had a serious and rigid expression. On the other hand, Ning Yuanxian did not know how to put on a face that was close to the people. However, when the people saw Ning Yuanxian, they would tremble with fear and kneel down almost immediately. However, when they saw Ningxing, their attitude was more casual. Of course, it was not that they were not afraid of Ningxing. In fact, Ningxing's management of the country was much stricter than Ning Yuanxian's. He did not even blink when he killed people. However, everyone knew that Ningxing was an upright and tolerant monarch. He would not be bothered by the superficial disrespect of others. Unlike Ning Yuanxian, who was smiling on the surface, he was holding grudges in his heart. Ningxing nodded and returned to the palace. He still did not have any intention of being close to the people. The entire eastern world was in turmoil. The armies of dozens of countries were moving like dragons and snakes. It was as though a storm was coming and a world war was about to break out. It was like a huge barrel of gunpowder that was about to explode. Once it exploded, the Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms would instantly be destroyed. What Shenlang wanted to do was to completely extinguish this fuse. He wanted to use an earth-shattering strategic destruction to deter all the armies of the Great Yan dynasty so that they would not dare to invade the Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms. In order to fulfill his promise, any country that dared to invade the territory of the Great Qian dynasty would be completely erased from this world. The eastern sea of the state of Yu, or rather, the sea of the Great Qian Empire of Shenlang, was very quiet. Wherever Ninghan's destructive fleet passed, all the birds and beasts disappeared as if a king of beasts was patrolling. Neither the trading fleet nor the fleet of Shenlang dared to come within 10,000 meters of Ninghan's fleet. Isn't this Shenlang a little too cowardly? All of his fleets have fled at the sight of him. This battle is meaningless, said the son of Prince Lian. He even yawned to show that he was bored. Everyone sneered in their hearts. Shenlang was not stupid. His fleet was not at the same level as the Sky Sea Pavilion. Did he send them to court death? Moreover, the Battle of the Sky Sea Pavilion was not fought for Shenlang, but for the punishing Sky Pavilion and Stupa Mountain. Ning Ba, the general of the Blood Soul Army, said, Crown Prince, it will be interesting when we reach the Furious Tide City. Crown Prince Lian said, by the way, I almost forgot. My ex-wife is still in the Furious Tide City. Don't kill her. I can bring her back. I didn't want her to leave me. Someone beside him said, I heard that Princess Ning Yan is pregnant. Crown Prince Lian said, that's even better. I like it the most. Ning Han frowned and looked at Crown Prince Lian. Immediately, everyone shut up, not daring to provoke Ning Han. Look, is that Shenlang's battleship? General, I found Shenlang's battleship 5,000 meters ahead. A warrior on the mast of the Sky Sea Pavilion's flagship spotted one of Shenlang's ships through his binoculars. Ningba said, how many? One, but it's very big. It has dozens of cannons. What was Shenlang doing? Was he crazy? In any case, Ninghan's destructive fleet would go straight to the Furious Tide City. His fleet could all stay in the port. This was also bad luck. All of his fleets had retreated to the Furious Tide City. Only this patrol ship had been hit by lightning a few hours ago. Its mast was broken, and its sails were on fire. It had to be repaired. Because they didn't pass through the Devil's Triangle, the probability of a warship being struck by lightning was very low. Therefore, the warship would definitely carry out lightning protection measures, but it wasn't the most important. Not all warships could carry out lightning protection modifications. For example, this warship in front of him was captured from the Bloody Baron's fleet. It was huge, but it could not be fully armored or protected against lightning. "Captain, we've discovered the enemy fleet." The skeleton party sailor shouted and rang the bell. The captain shouted, "Is it repaired? Is it repaired?" "Not yet. We only have 2 masts and half of the sails left." The captain said, "Can we still escape at this distance?" "Captain, we can't escape. The enemy fleet is very fast." The skeleton captain gritted his teeth and said, "No, we can't escape. Let's charge forward and destroy one." Following the captain's order, the large warship opened the remaining sails and rushed toward Ninghan's fleet. Ninghan could not help but be stunned. Had Xianlang's warship gone mad? Not only did it not escape, but it also rushed forward. At this moment, Xianlang's warship was indeed like Don Quixote rushing toward the windmill. Go, go, go. Soon, the warship entered the firing range of Ninghan's fleet. "When you can tear Xianlang's warship apart, then open fire," Ninghan ordered. Yes. Xianlang's warship was getting closer and closer to Ninghan's fleet. From the sky, it looked very lonely, like a wounded lion bravely charging toward a group of beasts. The distance between the two sides was 5,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 2,000 meters. "Fire!" the skeleton captain ordered. Suddenly, dozens of cannons on the warship roared, 5 of which were rifled howitzers. Swoosh 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 swoosh. Dozens of shells flew toward Ninghan's giant flagship. Most of the shells from the smoothbore cannons had already scattered, but the rifled howitzers were very lucky and shot directly toward Ninghan's flagship. All the observers could not help but be shocked. Xianlang's cannons could fire so far and so accurately. The Empire's Prince Lian was a little frightened as he watched the black dots in the sky getting closer and closer. Will they hit us? Ninghan, can't your warship intercept them? Hurry up and intercept them. Hurry up and intercept them. Ninghan turned a deaf ear to him, as if she did not hear anything. She raised her beautiful face and quietly looked at the shells whistling through the sky. Prince Lian's entire body trembled as he shouted, "Stop them! Stop them! Hurry, hurry, hurry!" He was really suffocating. The shells fired by Xianlang's fleet were too fast. They were in front of him in an instant. He could almost see them clearly. 500 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters. The shells were about to hit the Sky-Sea Pavilion's flagship. Ninghan suddenly waved her hand. Swoosh 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 swoosh. Suddenly, the 8 ancient giant crossbows on the flagship fired hundreds of ancient arrows at an extremely fast speed. They flew into the sky in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The hundreds of ancient arrows exploded, violently detonating all the shells of Xianlang. A few stunning flames bloomed in the air. These were 122 mm grenades, and the explosion range was more than 600 square meters. At this time, just 100 meters away, countless shrapnel flew like raindrops, and a powerful shock wave swept over. The Arab Prince Lian suddenly closed his eyes and shouted, "Protect me." However, the shock wave did not reach the warship. When it was still a dozen meters away, it seemed to hit an air wall and suddenly bounced back. All the shrapnel fell into the sea, and none of them came within 20 meters of Ninghan's ancient warship. Everyone could not help but be shocked. Was the Sky-Sea Pavilion's warship so powerful? Not only did it intercept all the shells of Xianlang, but it could also release such a powerful force field to bounce all the shrapnel away. Ninghan did it on purpose. She deliberately showed off her power in front of the observers from other forces. Then Ninghan ordered, "Aim at the Xianlang warship and destroy it in one shot. If it takes 2 shots, I will cut off your heads." Yes. The ancient warship's 15 giant crossbows began to aim and shot 15 beams of light, all of which were concentrated on the warship of Xianlang. Aiming complete. The captain of the skeleton party saw the beams of light and could not help but feel a strong sense of foreboding. He shouted, "Prepare for the second round of bombardment. Fire!" Ning Ba, the general of the Sky Sea Pavilion's Blood Soul Army, shouted. Fire! The captain of the skeleton party's fleet shouted. Both sides fired at the same time. More than a dozen giant ancient arrows shot out like lightning. Dozens of shells shot out like meteors. Only 5 seconds later. Bang, 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 bang. The warship of Xianxia, which had a displacement of more than 2,000 tons, instantly disintegrated on the surface of the sea. More than a dozen giant ancient arrows easily pierced through the entire warship and exploded. It was an extremely terrifying scene. Such a large warship was directly smashed into pieces. It did not even have the chance to sink. The dozens of shells from the second round of bombardment were all intercepted and detonated in the air when they were more than 1,000 meters away from the Sky Sea Pavilion's flagship. Boom, 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 boom. Countless flames exploded in the air again, blocking everyone's vision. After half a minute, all the smoke in the air dissipated. Everyone was shocked to find that Xianxia's warship in front of them had disappeared. Countless debris floated on the surface of the sea. Instant kill, a complete instant kill, the entire warship fell into complete silence. All the observers were silent. How could the ancient warship of the Sky Sea Pavilion be so powerful? In fact, the power of Xianxia's warship was already very shocking. If it was the previous warship, it could destroy Yan Nanfei's entire fleet. However, in front of Ninghan's flagship, it did not even have the ability to resist and was instantly killed. After a long while, someone said, actually, the Sky Sea Pavilion did not even need to send such a huge fleet. This flagship is enough to destroy all of Xianxia's fleets. Princess Ninghan did not respond. Instead, she ordered coldly, increase the speed of the fleet and reach the Fury Tide City before nightfall. Yes. Instantly, the super fleet of the Sky Sea Pavilion sped up. All the nightmare stones were activated, and the entire fleet reached a shocking speed of 23 kilometers per second. They headed towards the Fury Tide City in a mighty manner. Not long after, many pirates from the skeleton party emerged from the sea and looked at the back of the Sky Sea Pavilion's fleet. Captain, is the Fury Tide City finished? The enemy's fleet is too strong, will our skeleton party be finished? Is the Great Qian dynasty finished? At the top of the Fury Tide City's huge castle, Xianxia used a high-powered telescope to monitor everything on the surface of the sea. The strategic weapon, Regret of the Dragon, was placed on the huge launch device. Have all the fleets returned to the port? Xianxia asked. All returned to the port. Only the Bloodlust is left. Gila trembled. Should we send a fleet to receive them? Xianxia closed his eyes and shook his head. It's too late, too late. I hope they have not entered the sights of Ninghan's fleet. It doesn't matter if the ships are destroyed, but the people must be saved. At this time, Xianxia's huge fleet was divided into 3 parts. One part was at the northern port of Liuzhou Island, one part was at the port of Wind Island, and one part was at the port of the Fury Tide City. Hundreds of battleships and hundreds of merchant ships were densely anchored in the sea south of the Fury Tide City. It was almost endless. It's about time. All the hot air balloons, take off. Following Xianxia's order, dozens of hot air balloons all took off, flew a few thousand meters into the sky, and floated towards the south. Because the planet was round, they had to be high enough in order to find the target. A few hours later, Princess Dora's hot air balloon had already floated more than 200 miles south, and dozens of hot air balloons were monitoring every corner of the sea. I see it, I see it. Your Highness, we found the Sky Sea Pavilion's main fleet. It's there, it's there. Princess Dora held her breath and quietly let the hot air balloon float. Soon, the Sky Sea Pavilion's fleet completely entered her field of vision. Even if they were a few thousand meters in the sky, even if they were tens of thousands of meters away, they could still feel the size of this fleet. There were hundreds of battleships, endless, stretching for dozens of miles, like a huge war beast, constantly moving north. Send a signal to Her Majesty. Report the coordinates, direction, and speed of the enemy fleet. Yes. Bang 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 bang. Princess Dora's hot air balloon fired signal flares, and the different colors of the flares were clearly visible even in the day. Bang 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 bang. The hot air balloons at the back continuously sent out the same signal flares. passing the information layer by layer to the Fury Tide City. In just a short 10 minutes, Xianxia received the information from a few hundred miles away. He immediately deciphered the color information of these signal flares and wrote a string of numbers on the blackboard. Then, he restored the specific location of Ning Han's fleet. The Xianxia Pavilion's main fleet is here, and it hasn't split up. Xianxia stuck the symbol of a ship on the big map. At this time, it's 420 miles away from our Fury Tide City. Next, Xianxia quickly used the AI to calculate when to launch the Dragon's Regret and where to launch it. Dragon's Regret will be launched in 3.5 hours. Target, 15 southwest corner of the Fury Tide City, 200 miles away. Every few minutes, the hot air balloon in the sky would continuously send out signal flares, continuously reporting the specific coordinates of the Xianxia Pavilion's main fleet. The Xianxia Pavilion's powerful destructive fleet kept approaching the Fury Tide City. 350 miles, 300 miles, 230 miles, when it was still 220 miles away, another hot air balloon rose into the sky. This was the Xianxia Pavilion's hot air balloon. The principle of hot air balloons was not difficult, so the Xianxia Pavilion had also copied a few, and their performance was even better. A few Xianxia Pavilion warriors on the hot air balloon took out binoculars to observe the Fury Tide City. After rising to an altitude of a few thousand meters, everything in the Fury Tide City could be seen. Your Highness, the Xianlong's main fleet is at the dock of the Fury Tide City. All of the Xianlong's troops are also gathered at the Fury Tide City. The Fury Tide City is more than 200 miles away from our fleet. The Xianlang fleet is the closest to us, about 150 miles away. After hearing the report from the hot air balloon in the sky, Ning Han calmly ordered, "Fleet, change formation." Suddenly, the Xianxia Pavilion's destructive fleet changed into a battle formation. Like a sharp knife, it once again madly accelerated and fiercely stabbed toward the Fury Tide City. The general of the Blood Soul Army, Ning Ba, shouted, "It's time for a massacre." Princess Ning Han did not say anything. Instead, she fell into silence. This was destined to be a boring war, destined to be a one-sided massacre. How long could the Xianlang fleet last? 2 hours? How long could the Xianlang Fury Tide City last? 2 hours. Ning Han only knew that as long as her destructive fleet got close, it would immediately be able to slaughter all of the Xianlang fleet on the sea. Then, the 50,000 Blood Soul Army would land, and in less than 2 hours, they would be able to kill all of the Xianlang troops in the Fury Tide City. The Xianlang cannons were useless and could not harm the Blood Soul Army at all. This was because the Blood Soul Army's new armor could withstand the thermite cannons and the hellfire arrows. The Xianlang troops were even more useless. They could not resist the Blood Soul Army or the Xianxia Pavilion's hellfire arrows. The Grandmaster level experts by Xianlang's side were of no use at all. At most, they would be wiped out by the special warriors equipped with ancient weapons in a few minutes. In at most 4 hours, the great Qian dynasty of Xianlang would be destroyed. What about protecting the Wu, Chu, Yu, and the Three Kingdoms? What about completely erasing them from the world? What about not saying that I did not warn you? It was a complete joke. All of this was very boring, and the duel with Chou Yao could still slightly interest Ning Han. Let's end this quickly, I'm still very busy, Ning Han thought. She still needed to go to the south to decide her own fate. Then, she gave her only order, before nightfall, wipe out the Fury Tide City and destroy the laughable great Qian dynasty of Xianlang. The commander of the Blood Soul Army, Ning Ba, took out an hourglass and placed it in front of all the observers. Everyone, please open your eyes wide. The following process will be extremely quick. Perhaps in the blink of an eye, Xianlang's army will be gone. Fury Tide City Castle, dang 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 dang. The alarm clocks that Xianlang had prepared rang at the same time. It was time for the Regret of the Dragon to launch. Xianlang came in front of the launch device and twisted all the nightmarish switches. Everyone turned their backs because Xianlang was going to turn the super password with more than 10 digits. The password was complete, then, Xianlang bit his finger and mixed it with the blood of ancient humans to form a mixture of sunlight. Then, he smeared his blood on the 3 words Regret of the Dragon. The Zhu clan's efforts were in vain. Even if they were given another 10 years, they would still not be able to control the Regret of the Dragon. Only Xianxia had the bloodline authority. Whoosh, instantly, the 3 words regret of the dragon shone with blue light. This strategic weapon was completely activated. In that instant, everyone heard a dragon's roar. It was as if a giant dragon had sighed, causing everyone to tremble from the depths of their hearts. Xianxia inputted the target location again. Then, he took a deep breath and said slowly, "This is a historic moment, regret of the dragon. Goodbye, Ninghan. Goodbye, Xianxia Pavilion Fleet." Then, Xianxia twisted the Nightmare Stone's launch switch. Whoosh, with a loud bang, the giant regret of the dragon shot out like a bolt of lightning, traveling a few hundred meters and then flying into the sky like a giant dragon. Bam, then, its tail was instantly ignited, shooting out blue plasma flames. The already fast speed increased once again, breaking the speed of sound. Bam, a deafening sonic boom resounded in the sky above Raging Tide City, shattering countless pieces of glass. The giant regret of the dragon drew a blue arc in the sky and instantly disappeared from everyone's sight, flying hundreds of miles away. Princess Dola and the others' hot air balloons had already been rising, and moving away. They were now more than 100 miles away from Ninghan's destruction fleet. Then, they quietly waited for the historic moment to arrive. "Princess, it's coming, it's coming." An Amazon female warrior trembled. Even without her reminder, Princess Dola had already seen it. This scene was simply too beautiful. The giant regret of the dragon arrow had completely turned into a blue meteor, quickly streaking across the sky. Its speed was extremely fast, more than 600 to 700 meters per second. As the sun set, a blue arc could be seen in the sky. It was infinitely beautiful. Everyone, put on your glasses. Try not to look, don't look. Get ready for a huge impact. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Princess Dola saw that the Xianxia Pavilion's destruction fleet seemed to be desperately shooting into the sky, shooting ancient giant arrows like a storm. But it was all in vain. The regret of the dragon arrow reached its destination, right in the middle of the Xianxia Pavilion's huge fleet. The world fell into a deathly silence. The sunset was infinitely beautiful. Then, boom, 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 no one knew how to describe this kind of explosion. The sun in the west was dim. The frightening fireball was boundless, and it exploded in an instant. This was not a red fireball, but a blue one. Then, everything on the surface of the sea turned into nothing. All the ships in the center of the explosion were instantly turned into ashes and disappeared. After the explosion, a strange and terrifying energy instantly swept out. Like a hellish storm, it swept in all directions. This was not a hurricane, because no hurricane could have such power. Wherever this death storm passed, the Xianxia Pavilion's invincible fleet was smashed into pieces and turned into powder. Instant kill, total annihilation. Note, today's update is 16,000. Brothers, monthly votes, count out to everyone. I had originally wanted to write a moving chapter asking for votes. But after writing this chapter, the explosion of Dragon's regret seemed to have detonated all my emotions. Then, my mind became empty, and all the strength in my body faded away like the tide. I could not write any passionate words. The following vote requests would be a little dry. April passed, and I updated 462,000 words. I actually endured another month. It was really like Kwafu chasing after the sun. Every day, I ran like a madman, burning oil and burning fire. This crazy burst of chapters had been going on for half a year. May came. There was no rest, no buffer. I continued to fight, and fight. Previously, I had expected the monthly votes at the beginning of May to be very tragic, but I did not expect it to be this tragic. I was actually ranked in the top 10, it was simply mind-blowing. I really wished there was no such thing as double monthly votes. That way, I could write quietly and not be so anxious. Brothers, please cast your double monthly votes and help me maintain my ranking. Let me be able to focus on writing like crazy without any distractions. Brothers, please cast your monthly votes so that I don't have to be so anxious, so that I can sleep well. Please, brothers and sisters, help me hold on. Thank you, the tree who was punished, for tipping more than $10,000. This book finally has its first silver treasure chest. I'm so grateful. Princess Dola had heard from Shenlang that even if they wore goggles, they shouldn't look at it directly. Otherwise, it would burn their eyes. But they couldn't help it, because the scene was too beautiful. Even though Shenlang didn't find any radiation when he checked the dragon's regret, he still prepared fake radiation suits for everyone just in case. Not only Princess Dola, but every Amazon female warrior present couldn't help but widen their eyes. They didn't want to miss a single moment. This was because they had never seen such a breathtaking scene in their lives, especially when they were high up in the sky with the blue ocean as the background. Such a scene of destruction might never be seen again. Seeing the explosion of the Hell's Lotus, goosebumps appeared all over their bodies, and their scalps went numb. This scene was created by Shenlang. Princess Dola felt that for this scene, it was worth it even if she was taken advantage of by the scumbag king a few more times. A few minutes ago, on the Xianxia Pavilion's destruction fleet. In order to fulfill Pavilion Master Zhuezi's highest wish and to shorten the battle time, so Ning Han and Ning Ba decided to put on an even more breathtaking scene. Other than the entire fleet heading towards the new Tidewater port to annihilate Shenlang's fleet, the 500 special warriors would not wait for the fleet to land. Instead, they would directly jump into the sea and ride the waves to kill their way into the new Tidewater port, ensuring that they could annihilate Shenlang's army and navy at the same time. Ning Han even closed her eyes slightly building up her fighting spirit, because she was going to fight Chou Yaoer alone later. Zhu Hongxue losing to Chou Yaoer was not a disgrace, but Ning Han felt that she could finish the battle in half an hour. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace. Princess, this Shenlang person? Blood Soul Army General Ning Ba asked. Princess Ning Han said, I'll leave him to you to kill. Just cut off his head. This was also Pavilion Master Zhuezi's will. Killing Shenlang had to be downplayed and not exaggerated. It was as if Shenlang was such a great person. This battle was for the Transcendent Forces observers to see. Kill them in an instant without any hesitation. Just as Ning Han and Pavilion Masters Zhuezi had said, they would walk out of the door and trample a group of ants to death, then come back and continue drinking tea. The fleet of destruction is like a lion that bit Shenlang to death, tore him apart and threw him to the side of the road, not eating a single bite, Crown Prince Lian said. Ning Ba felt that this metaphor was more complete. Right at this moment, a deafening roar suddenly sounded from the sky. Look at the northern horizon. What's that? Someone pointed at the horizon, his voice trembling. Everyone looked up and saw an incomparably beautiful scene. It was as if a shooting star was flying over. At that moment, Regret of the Dragon was flying in the atmosphere. Its speed was more than 600 to 700 meters per second, and the intense friction caused the air to be ignited. Therefore, from the sky, it looked like a ball of flame flying at high speed, more like a meteor. His speed was too fast, and his aura was too shocking. Everyone was horrified. What was this? What kind of secret weapon did Shenlang develop this time? Even the giant ancient arrow wouldn't be able to shoot so fast, and this was clearly a huge monster. Dragon. Regret of the Dragon? The observer from Stupa Mountain cried out in shock. Instantly, everyone looked at him. That one sentence of yours had revealed a lot of information. I didn't say anything. I don't know anything. The observer from Stupa Mountain quickly shut his mouth. Everyone's eyes were still staring at him quietly. The man smiled sadly and said, but it doesn't matter now. It doesn't matter now. No one will survive. Everyone, our end is here. Ning Ba, the general of the Blood Soul Army, shouted, prepare to intercept, prepare to intercept. All anti-air giant crossbows in the fleet, prepare to intercept. All anti-air magnetic nets in the fleet, prepare to intercept. Suddenly, all the battleships of Xianxia Pavilion began to operate frantically. Don't bother, it's useless. No weapon in your fleet can stop this killer weapon. Oh my god, how could Shenlang have such a thing? How could he have such an ancient strategic killer weapon? It's really used to destroy heaven and earth. No one paid attention to the chatter of the man from Stupa Mountain. Ning Ba roared, all anti-air crossbows, fire. Swoosh 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 swoosh. Hundreds of ancient giant crossbows in the fleet fired into the air. Giant arrows a few meters long flew into the air and exploded. It was completely useless. Forget about intercepting it, they did not even change the trajectory of the regret of the dragon. All anti-air ballistic devices, activate. All anti-air magnetic nets, fire. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, hundreds of nets were launched into the air and spread out, forming a giant net that was a few thousand square meters wide. It really blocked the regret of the dragon. But it was still useless. The regret of the dragon easily tore the giant net apart and continued to fly. Swoosh, everyone's ears were deafened. The air was heated up, causing waves of tremors. This was not even an explosion. It was just the regret of the dragon flying a few hundred meters above their heads. All protective force fields, activate. Activate. All protective energy control centers, activate. This was the fleet's ultimate defense, and it was incredibly powerful. It could instantly release a powerful electromagnetic force, sending all cannonballs, arrows, and other things flying away. It was just that it could not be activated easily because it would cause a huge loss to the energy core. But it did not matter now. Bang, 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 the air above the entire sea shook violently. The protective force field of the Sky Sea Pavilion's destructive fleet was activated. Ninghan's ancient giant ship was too powerful. The magnetic storm it released even overturned the ships next to it. Not only that, the entire fleet fired dozens of special cone-shaped cannonballs with giant crossbows. Bang, 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 the dozens of special cone-shaped cannonballs exploded in the air, releasing countless blue rays of light. It looked very much like Xianxia's Nightmare Stone magnetic bomb. In order to stop the regret of the dragon, the Sky Sea Pavilion's destructive fleet used up all its strength. It was really a desperate situation. But it was all meaningless. Everyone watched as the regret of the dragon smashed into the middle of the fleet. It was a semi-ironclad ship. When the regret of the dragon smashed into it, it broke directly in the middle. At this time, Princess Ninghan pushed everything away and rushed into the deepest part of the ancient giant ship. Hundreds of special warriors were like birds flying out of the forest, jumping into the sea with all their might and sprinting towards the north. They were using the Nightmare Stone's ejection mechanism to the maximum, jumping and escaping frantically. Whoosh, 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 hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of people jumped out of the warship. But it was all in vain. Boom, 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 a hell's flower that was countless times brighter than the sun suddenly exploded. It looked beautiful in the air, but on the sea, it only lasted for a moment. All the ships in the center of the explosion vaporized and turned into nothing. Wherever it passed, everyone was vaporized, and all the ships were destroyed. Ninghan's ancient giant ship was actually very far away from the center of the explosion, more than a few thousand meters. The son of Prince Lian trembled. So far, so far. We should be fine, right? Protect me with your shields, protect me. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Ningba, the general of the Blood Soul Army, was wearing a full set of ancient armor. He roared fiercely, I can definitely block it. This ancient armor can definitely block it. Shenlang, you can't do anything to me. Soon, the hellstorm swept over. All the shields protecting the son of Prince Lian melted and were blown away by the storm. All the warriors protecting him, as well as a few handsome men and beautiful women, were instantly turned into charcoal, including the son of Prince Lian himself. There was no pain. He died instantly. On the other hand, Ningba, the general of the Blood Soul Army, was extremely miserable. His armor was still very powerful. It did not melt directly. However, he was completely unable to withstand such a terrifying shockwave and was directly sent flying. Then, the 3 nightmare stones in his armor detonated. A huge hole appeared in the armor, and the terrible hell storm swept into his body. He let out a shrill scream. His body was first melted, then part of it was turned into charcoal. Finally, his whole body was burning. Not only him, but 500 special warriors of the Sky Sea Pavilion were also frantically jumping on the sea surface to escape. Suddenly, all the ancient armors failed. Some of them suffered the same fate as Ningba in the air. They were directly burned into charcoal inside the armor. Some of them were very smart. They dived into the sea, desperately trying to reach the bottom of the sea. However, bang, 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 bang. The nightmare stones in their armor exploded one after another, instantly riddling their bodies with holes. Princess Ninghan was very selfish and decisive at this critical moment. She pushed everyone away and rushed to the control room of the ancient warship as fast as she could. This was the core area of the entire warship, and it was surrounded by thick armor. She believed that it would be able to withstand the shocking shock wave and high temperature from such a distance. After she rushed down, she immediately picked up a set of ancient armor and prepared to put it on. It was the kind without the nightmare stones. This was a pure ancient armor that was even more advanced. It was something that belonged solely to her. However, it was too late. Just as one of her legs entered the armor, the shock wave of the explosion came. The entire warship shook violently and made a loud noise, as if it was about to be torn apart. Even the outer armor of the ancient warship could not withstand such terrible heat. It was directly burned red and melted into molten iron. The terrible heat was about to seep into the control room. Although Ninghan's martial arts were very high, she was still immortal. It was impossible for her to withstand the shocking heat of hell. She was not like the group of people from the White Jade Jing, who had mastered more advanced ancient energy martial arts. The temperature in the air was getting higher and higher. Ninghan put on the armor as fast as she could. She could feel her hair burning, her skin drying up, and even her eyeballs drying up. She put on the armor. She finally put on the armor. Although the temperature inside the armor was still very high, at least it was not fatal. There was also a small canister of air inside, which could last for more than 10 minutes. The terrible power of the explosion could not last long. The seawater would soon absorb most of the heat. She could leave in a little while. It was impossible to kill her way to Furious Tide City. She had to return to the Sky Sea Pavilion as fast as she could and report everything to her teacher. Sure enough, as Ninghan had expected, everything ended very quickly. When the shock wave of the explosion swept away, the most terrible time was over. If it was a nuclear bomb on Earth, the lethal radiation could kill a person in a short time. However, the dragon's regret had the explosive power of a nuclear bomb but no radiation. It was a clean strategic weapon that modern people on Earth dreamed of. After sitting quietly in the control room for more than 10 minutes, Ninghan waited until everything was calm outside. Ninghan walked out and came to the deck of the ancient warship. The 8,000-ton warship was now unrecognizable. Everything on the deck was twisted. All the wood had been burned into charcoal, and all the steel had melted. The ancient armor was not only close-fitting, but it was also very flexible. It could even fully display the beautiful curves of a person's body. Ninghan quickly jumped to the highest point of the ancient warship and looked down at the entire sea. Then, her whole body trembled. Her fleet was destroyed, completely annihilated. All the ships in the center of the explosion disappeared and turned into nothingness. All the ships within a 2,000-meter radius of the explosion were torn apart. Some of the ships within a 5,000-meter radius were broken, and some were burning, floating alone on the sea. The ships further away could still be relatively intact, but all the sails and masts had been destroyed. They could only spin on the sea. Was anyone still alive? Very few people who were more than 10,000 meters away from the edge of the explosion were still alive. And those who jumped into the sea in time before the big explosion might still be alive. But of these 80,000 people, no more than 10,000 would survive. It was such a powerful destructive fleet that could destroy Shenlang's great Qian dynasty 10 or 20 times over. Yet, it was annihilated. It was just as she had expected. They were killed instantly. However, the Sky Sea Pavilion was the one that was killed instantly. The entire sea was full of casualties and flames. As for corpses, basically, it was impossible. Most people directly turned into ashes when they died, or they would first turn into charcoal and then be blown into powder by the shockwave. Princess Ninghan was full of pain. Why? How could Shenlang obtain such a strategic weapon? She desperately looked in the direction of the Furious Tide City, but she could not see anything. She was really unwilling to accept that she had suffered a more humiliating defeat than Zhu Hongxue. It was time to go back to the Sky Sea Pavilion immediately. Her next test had come. Almost all the ships had been destroyed. How was she going to return to the Sky Sea Pavilion? Her inner strength was very strong and she could walk on the waves, but it was impossible for her to walk thousands of miles. She needed to swim back. The nearest ground should be about 800 or 900 miles away. She could do it with her strength because she had already transformed. Not only did she have inner strength, but she also had powerful bloodline power. Ning Han jumped into the sea. At this time even the seawater was heated up. It was too exhausting to swim in armor. After entering the sea, Ning Han began to take off the ancient armor, leaving only the helmet. "Shenlang, I will be back," Ning Han said and swam south. Ning Han said, then swam towards the south. She swam further and further away. After dozens of miles, Ning Han slowed down a little. She finally left the hellish explosion zone. However, at this time, she suddenly found that the sea not far in front of her was boiling. Hot air kept rising. What was this? This was an ancient energy core that had been blown away and fell here. The energy shield outside had been broken. Metallic hydrogen needed a pressure of millions of atmospheres to be confined. It was very easy to detonate it. One just had to destroy the protective shell. However, under normal circumstances, its protective shell was made by the ancient civilization and could not be destroyed at all. This time, the energy core was in the center of the explosion of the regret of the dragon. At that time, the entire ship had been turned into ashes and the energy core had been blown away tens of thousands of meters. Its indestructible protective shell finally had a little crack. At this time, it was sinking to the bottom of the sea, constantly releasing a terrible power that heated up the nearby seawater. Ning Han suddenly felt chills run down her spine. Her heart trembled. No, please don't. Then, she no longer cared about the internal energy consumption. She directly jumped to the surface of the sea and used her internal energy to quickly walk on the waves, desperately trying to get away from the ancient energy core that had a crack in the protective shell. However, it seemed that everything was destined to be in vain. The shell of the energy core finally could not hold on any longer. Crack, the dozens of tons of metallic hydrogen inside suddenly exploded. Boom 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 boom, a shocking flame rose into the sky. It was an incomparably huge fireball, and this time, it was red. Ning Han ran with all her might, reaching an astonishing speed of dozens of meters per second. However, in an instant, she was like a swan that had been shot in the air. Her beautiful body trembled violently. The flames of the explosion were clearly a few hundred meters away, but her entire body was burning. First, her hair was burning, then her clothes, then her skin, and her entire body was burning. Finally, she let out an extremely miserable scream for the first time and fell directly into the sea. Boom 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 boom, the flames from the explosion of the energy core instantly swallowed everything, including Ning Han's figure. Ning Yuanxian said it nicely, saying that it was best not to see this big explosion because the children were there. However, a few hours before the big explosion, he had someone carry him to the highest point of the Manners Mountain. He sat in the pavilion and looked towards the south. He was clearly playing chess with Bianfei, but it turned out to be a complete mess. Bianfei was very helpless. "How much ability do I have to be to let you win without leaving a trace? Why hasn't it started yet?" Ning Yuanxian was even anxious in his heart. He had already drunk several waves of tea. It couldn't be that he didn't want to explode, right? He was a full 300 miles away from the site of the explosion. If it didn't explode soon, the sun would go down. Ning Yuanxian picked up the teacup and drank some tea in frustration. And at this moment, Bianfei suddenly stared straight at him and said directly to the south, "Your Majesty, look quickly." Where? Ning Yuanxian quickly turned his head, only to see a ball of blue flame suddenly rise into the sky. In an instant, he also felt a burst of creepy. He could see the fireball from so far away. How high must the fireball be? How powerful must the explosion be? At this moment, Ning Yuanxian, who was in Parkinson's, even stopped trembling. "It's done. I'm comfortable now." Ning Yuanxian said, "Let's go back." Bianfei said, "But your Majesty hasn't finished playing chess yet." Ning Yuanxian said, "If we continue playing chess, I think you will cry. It's too difficult to lose to me. The sun has gone down, and the babies are still waiting for us to eat. If we don't go back now, they will be hungry." After receiving the report from Dora and the others on the hot air balloon, Shenlang rode the fleet southward and came to the area of the big explosion to clean up the battlefield. Then, he was completely stunned. This is F** King Dog. He was originally worried that the explosion of Regret of the Dragon was not powerful enough to destroy the Sky-Sea Pavilion's fleet. But now, he hated that it was too powerful. He had wanted to take the opportunity to make a fortune, but now most of it had been blown up. Where were the tens of thousands of Blood Soul soldiers? Where were the tens of thousands of Blood Soul army armors? Where were the more advanced weapons? Don't do this to me. When Shenlang's fleet arrived, there were indeed about 10,000 survivors. They were all at the edge of the explosion. Only a small portion of the Blood Soul army, and some of them were sailors and Sky-Sea Pavilion's servants and warriors. Even if their ship was still intact, it had no mast and sails, so it was impossible for them to escape. Their willpower had also been completely destroyed by the explosion. After a fierce small battle, the surviving Blood Soul army soldiers were wiped out, and the rest surrendered. As far as they were concerned, for Shenlang to be able to unleash such a great killing weapon that could annihilate the heavens and exterminate the earth, he was simply like a god. In the end, Shenlang came to this huge ancient ship. This should be the Sky-Sea Pavilion's strategic weapon. It originally wanted to show off its power to the other transcendental forces, but it was destroyed before the battle even started. Shenlang looked at the miserable state of the ancient ship. At least the surface of the ship was distorted. But it did not stay silent, and it still stubbornly floated on the sea. Can it be repaired? Shenlang asked. Jack Tang grinned and said, it should be possible. Maybe. Shenlang said, it must be repaired. With this ancient ship, we can only guarantee our sea control. Plop, 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 countless female Amazons dived into the water to search for spoils of war and corpses. Shenlang said, focus on searching for Ninghan. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Yes. Shenlang looked at the ancient ship covetously. Even if there were no other rewards from this battle, just this ancient ship alone was a huge profit. Your Majesty, we have a total of 8 ancient energy cores. Shenlang was overjoyed. He had truly struck it rich. The ancient energy core in the raging Tide City had used up a large amount of energy after firing the Dragon's Regret. Now that there were 8 of them, the energy had been replenished. Next, many secret experiments could be started, and many new weapons could be manufactured on a large scale. Previously, there was only one energy core, and they had to use it carefully. Every experiment had to be approved by Shenlang, and then the energy control center would be activated at the right time. Your Majesty, is this battle over? Princess Dora asked. Is it enough to intimidate everyone in the Great Yan dynasty? Is it enough to protect the Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms? Almost, just a little bit more. Shenlang said, our fleet and cannons have been bombarding the Sky-Sea Pavilion's buildings, but we couldn't break through their defenses. Even the old man sweeping the floor didn't stop. It's a great humiliation. Many people are laughing at us, so we'll keep a tail. Wipe the Sky-Sea Pavilion's buildings off the face of this world, and this battle will be considered a perfect end. Note, the next chapter will continue to be fun and explosive. Brothers, give me your monthly votes, count out to everyone, please, thank you, Lord Dumbo with a long name, 50,000 coins. Thank you, Bayonet H, I'm Xiao Long. Thank you, Che Xiao Pao, Tears Turn to Ice, 10,000 coins. Once again, thank you to the Silver Alliance's Punished Tree. Thank you. Enemy spotted, enemy spotted. Suddenly, the shouts of the Amazonian female warriors came from the sea not far away. Bang, 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 then, one figure after another rushed out of the water. They were the Sky-Sea Pavilion's special warriors. Not many, only a few dozen people. They were the ones who had escaped the explosion of the Regret of the Dragon. These dozens of people had already jumped into the sea before the big explosion started. They dived all the way to the bottom of the sea to avoid the explosion. The remaining special warriors who were desperately trying to escape, even though their armor could withstand the terrifying heat, the Nightmare Stone warrior in the armor had exploded, causing cracks to appear in the armor. The explosion of the Regret of the Dragon poured in and burned the people inside to ashes. Kill Xianlang, kill Xianlang. These dozens of special warriors madly rushed towards Xianlang, completely ignoring the people around them. It was clear that they had been submerged in the water all this while and had waited for Xianlang to appear before coming out of the water. Moreover, their ancient armor was still intact, and the Nightmare Stone was still intact. They even had the Nightmare Stone Bloodsoul Blade and the ancient crossbow in their hands. But the tragedy was that all the ancient energy control centers had stopped operating, and these ancient equipment had lost their energy. They were supposed to be killing machines, but now they could only be used as cold weapons. But even so, these dozens of special warriors were still very strong, and they swam extremely fast while wearing armor. Protect His Majesty, protect His Majesty. Countless skeleton warriors and Amazonian warriors jumped into the water and rushed towards the dozens of special warriors of the Xianxia Pavilion. Hundreds of people instantly surrounded the dozens of special warriors, including Princess Dora and General Kuei Ning, who rushed over. What they were best at was fighting at the bottom of the sea. They had to train at the bottom of the sea every day. Protect His Majesty, protect His Majesty. More than dozens of martial arts masters jumped on the surface of the sea and the wreckage like sparrowhawks. In the blink of an eye, there were hundreds of guards in front of Xianlang. The entire sea was a mess. Hundreds of Amazonian warriors were fighting dozens of special warriors of the Xianxia Pavilion at the bottom of the sea, but they could not win. This group of Xianxia Pavilion special warriors was really strong. The key was that their new blood soul armor was too indestructible. There was no way to break it. Princess Dola's greatsword slashed at the enemy's armor dozens of times, but she could only leave a mark on the enemy's armor. She couldn't completely break through the armor because her greatsword was made of tungsten steel, while the enemy's armor was coated with a layer of tungsten. Moreover, out of the 30 special warriors who survived, 4 of them were guru powerhouses, and the remaining 20 or so were top-notch martial arts powerhouses. Therefore, in a short period of time, they broke through the encirclement of hundreds of people. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of Amazonian female warriors were injured. Fortunately, they were at the bottom of the sea, and any sword slashes were buffered by the seawater. Otherwise, it was unknown how many people would have died. Then, the dozens of Xianxia Pavilion special warriors continued to rush towards Xianlang. They knew very well that as long as they killed Xianlang, it would be considered a success. Furthermore, this was not considered an assassination, so his reputation would not be tarnished. Kill, kill, kill. As long as they killed Xianlang, it would be worth it even if the remaining dozens of people were all smashed to pieces. Protect Her Majesty, protect Her Majesty. More and more people rushed to Xianlang's side, and finally, there were thousands of them. Shoot! Hundreds of Amazonian female warriors drew their bows and arrows, shooting at the dozens of Xianxia Pavilion special warriors. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The precious hellfire arrows were shot out as if they were free. It was easy to aim at this distance. Almost all the hellfire arrows hit the target and then burned fiercely. But it was useless. All the hellfire arrows hit the armor of the special warriors and bounced off. They continued to burn crazily and then fell into the sea. The Xianxia Pavilion's new armor was really awesome. The hellfire arrows could no longer penetrate it. Moreover, these were special warriors whose ancient equipment had lost their effectiveness. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to defend against them. Their ancient battle boots allowed them to easily tread on the waves, and they could even leap dozens of meters. Their new armor could even catapult forward, so they could easily rush to Xianlang's head and land on the ground to execute the decapitation operation. But these special warriors were also tragic. They were equipped with flaming arrows, which were no less powerful than the hellfire arrows, but they were only equipped with the powerful ancient continuous shooting crossbow. They did not bring ordinary bows. Now that all the energy control centers were spring-loaded, the ancient crossbow could only be smashed like a brick. Formation, kill Xianlang. In an instant, the dozens of Xianxia Pavilion special warriors once again broke through the encirclement of thousands of people and rushed directly to the ancient warship. They formed a sharp knife formation and rushed towards Xianlang. Their combat power was really amazing. A few hundred Amazonian female warriors could not stop them, and the thousands of Skeleton Party and Nirvana Army could not stop them either. They rushed forward with irresistible force. Shen Lang did not know how many special warriors Ning Han had brought this time. If there were a few hundred of them, and their equipment was not ineffective, then their combat power was simply heaven-defying. At this moment, Cho Yaoer suddenly jumped onto the warship and broke the super crossbow off. The people around were stunned. That was an ancient super crossbow installed on the warship. Then, an even more terrifying scene appeared. Cho Yaoer suddenly pulled the ancient crossbow and knocked a 5-meter-long ancient arrow. Open! In an instant, the people watching wanted to pee their pants, and the steel plate that Ning Han was standing on actually caved in. Sister Cho Yaoer, that thing was originally installed with the Nightmare Stone, and it was pulled with ancient energy. It could not be pulled open by human strength. But Cho Yaoer pulled it open. Whoosh! The 5-meter-long ancient arrow suddenly shot out. Bang! A loud sound rang out. One of the Xianxia Pavilion's special warriors was pierced through. His entire body and armor were pierced. Not just one, but 3. The ancient crossbow and the ancient arrow were really awesome. The Blood Soul Army's new armor could not withstand it even if it was plated with a layer of tungsten. Whoosh! Cho Yaoer fiercely shot a second arrow, and once again, 3 people were pierced through. Shen Lang's heart was bleeding. This was a complete ancient armor, and Sister Yaoer had pierced through it with 1 arrow. Whoosh! After saying that, Cho Yaoer shot another arrow, and once again, 3 people were pierced through. She was about to shoot a 4th arrow, but with a boom, the platform she was standing on collapsed. It had already been melted by the fire, and now it could not withstand Cho Yaoer's shocking strength. In the next second, Cho Yaoer rushed out like a cannonball. Then, the big fool also rushed out, waving his shockingly heavy black gold sword. Li Qianqiu, Shuiyin, Zhong Chuk, Ban Rua, and the other grandmasters also rushed out. In the end, these grandmasters unleashed their internal energy wildly, stabbing out with their sharp swords. No, they couldn't pierce through the opponent's armor. It was simply too tough. Their martial arts were superb, and they could stab out dozens of times in a second. Furthermore, butterflies were usually not hit. However, they were unable to break through the Xianxia Pavilion's special warriors' defense. Li Qianxia was furious. He directly threw his sword away and rushed forward, slashing out with his palm. Countless amounts of internal energy poured out. Bang! This time, it was effective. The Xianxia Pavilion's special warriors were directly sent flying. Since he couldn't use a sword, he actually had to use his palm and internal energy. However, after being sent flying, the special warriors once again jumped up, spat out a mouthful of blood, and continued to rush forward. Li Qianqiu's internal energy was amazing, but it could only penetrate the enemy's body through this layer of armor. As for the big fool and Cho Yaoer, the battle was too tragic to look at. Shen Lang could not bear to look at it. The big fool raised his 500-kilogram tungsten sword and smashed it down. What kind of move was this? The opponent's special warriors used the ancient Blood Soul saber to block. This ancient saber was really amazing. When it had energy, its blade could release an astonishing high temperature, easily tearing through any weapon or armor as if it were made of paper. But now that the ancient energy center was paralyzed, this ancient saber could only be used as an ordinary cold weapon. The strength of the big fool's smash was astonishing. Any weapon would shatter, and this ancient saber only weighed a few dozen kilograms. However, it did not break. Instead, it was only bent. This degree of toughness was truly astonishing. However, the big fool's second slash landed on the Xianxia Pavilion's special warrior's chest. The big fool's sword had no sharpened edge. It was blunt, so it was still unable to cut through the special warrior's new armor. However, that was even worse. The entire armor deflated, and the special warrior's ribs were all broken. His internal organs were instantly crushed into mush, and he died a horrible death. The big fool did not even look at him and rushed to the second one. The second one was even worse. Because the big fool had smashed his head, the entire armor was flattened, and the head inside exploded like a watermelon. Then the big fool rushed to the third one. However, when the big fool reached the fifth, there were no more special warriors left. The rest had been killed by Cho Yaoer. A total of 30 special warriors had been killed by Cho Yaoer's ancient giant crossbow. the big fool had killed 5. Li Qianqiu, Shuiyin, Ban Rua, and Zhongchuk had joined forces to kill 2, and the remaining 14 had been killed by Chou Yaoer. This was not a female T-Rex, but a female T-Rex. Furthermore, she was so beautiful and hot. Li Qianqiu stretched out his palm, which was red and swollen. He had expended a lot of his internal energy, and the web between his thumb and forefinger had split open. Was it easy? He had used 53 palm strikes to kill a special warriors. It was simply too difficult. Looking at the big fool, he killed one with 2 slashes. Chou Yaoer was even more amazing, killing one with 1 slash. I feel like we've been cheated. The Sword King, Li Qianqiu, grinned. We martial grandmasters are nothing. We've been practicing fake martial arts. The remaining 3 martial grandmasters also nodded in agreement. In terms of martial arts, the big fool was inferior to the 4 of them. Why was he so powerful? 7. Countless anti-air force fields. However, it was all in vain. These defensive systems could defend against artillery shells weighing tens of kilograms, but how could they defend against 16 tons of high-speed, mobile energy cores? In the next second, bang! The meteor smashed into the Xianxia Pavilion's library. After a loud explosion, the entire ground trembled slightly. Then, the world seemed to fall silent. No one knew what was going to happen next, but they instinctively held their breaths. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, boom, 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 boom. The 16-ton energy core's self-destruction countdown ended, and it exploded violently. Shocking flames once again rose into the sky, forming a mushroom-shaped fireball. In an instant, the massive Xianxia Pavilion was razed to the ground. The magnificent Xianxia Pavilion seemed to have been torn apart by a giant's hand, directly smashed into smithereens. Shenlang had fulfilled his promise and completely wiped the Xianxia Pavilion from the face of the earth. Note, today's update reached 16,000. Benefactor, do you still have your monthly votes? This is really a crisis. I'll kowtow to everyone. Thank you, Mangbu, and thank Bayonet H, thank you, Yu Xiaoyao, for the 1,000 yuan tip. Thank you. The scholars of Xianxia Pavilion were probably the most difficult people to get along with in the world. They were extremely arrogant and mischievous. Most of the time, they didn't even bother to speak sarcastically. They only needed to glance at you to release all the contempt in their hearts. Although the real Xianxia Pavilion was in a certain underground city, the public Xianxia Pavilion was also very important. These scholars and grand scholars were all valuable people of Xianxia Pavilion because most of the theoretical knowledge was dug out by their research. In order to express their contempt for Shenlang, the group of scholars and grand scholars collectively went to the roof of the library to watch the fireworks. They watched Shenlang's various cannons explode in the air a few hundred meters away. To put it simply, I like it when you can't stand me but can't do anything about it. On the other hand, the female scholar Zhang Yuan had been invited many times. The first 2 times, she had also excitedly gone to watch, because it was indeed very beautiful. Moreover, if she didn't go to watch, it was very likely that she would be labeled as sympathizing with Shenlang. Tonight, many scholars climbed to the roof to watch Shenlang's cannons. However, Zhang Yuan didn't go because most of the scholars and grand scholars didn't go. At this time, there were dozens of scholars standing on the roof of Xianxia Pavilion's library. A few kilometers away stood thousands of Shenlang's army and tens of thousands of people of the state of Yu. The scholars of Xianxia Pavilion turned a blind eye to these people. In their eyes, the countless people were like worker ants. They were a group, but they didn't have any value in existence. After waiting for a full half an hour, Shenlang's army still hadn't fired the cannons. Let's go, let's go. There's no more tonight. Raging Tide City has been destroyed. The so-called Deqian dynasty has also been destroyed. We will never see Shenlang's cannons again. What a pity, what a pity. The group of scholars of Xianxia Pavilion was about to leave the roof to go back to rest. However, it was also at this time that a bright light came from the dark night sky in the east like a meteor. Whoosh, because this energy core's flying speed was not as fast as the dragon's regret, it relied on friction to generate heat and could not emit light. However, in order to achieve a stunning effect, Shenlang smeared a layer of something on the surface to create the effect of a meteor. This was more like a destructive killing intent, wasn't it? What is that? What is that? The scholars from Xianxia Pavilion exclaimed, their hair standing on end. All of their previous contempt and carefree mood had disappeared. They weren't ignorant people, and they instinctively knew that it was extremely dangerous. Moreover, it was launched from the sea dozens of miles away. Xianxia actually had such a terrifying weapon? Then, wouldn't Princess Ninghan's fleet be in danger? Quick, go down, activate all defenses. The group of scholars frantically ran away in panic, wanting to rush to the basement. Dang 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 dang. For the first time, the entire Xianxia Pavilion rang the bell of an enemy attack. The gatekeeper stopped dozing and rang the bell with all his might. The old man sweeping the floor also ran for his life. However, they were all too late. The scholars working on the first floor of the Great Library ran for their lives after hearing the bell and rushed to the basement. The fastest was Zhang Yuan. She had already rushed to the basement as fast as she could when she heard the whistling sound of the energy core coming from outside. You little gigolo Xianxia, I'm your lover after all, yet you didn't even give me a warning beforehand. In a short span of 20 seconds, she ran hundreds of meters underground and hid in the sturdiest underground fortress. Then, there was a loud noise. Even the fortress, which was hundreds of meters underground, shook violently. Boom, 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 the scholars who had been enjoying the scenery on the roof were directly vaporized. The old man sweeping the floor had been rushing to the basement with all his might, but he stopped when the big explosion occurred. He wanted to pick up the broom and be the last sweeping monk, but before he could bend over, the terrible flames and shockwaves instantly tore him apart. As for the old man guarding the door, when the energy core smashed onto the ground, the violent vibration sent him flying. After all, he was a gatekeeper, and his martial arts were very good. His whole body floated up like a willow catkin, and then he used his powerful qinggong to run outside. Ever since he came to Xianxia Pavilion, he had never gone out, but this time, he directly floated out of the door. However, even if he escaped out of the door, it was completely useless. His whole body was like a paper kite, violently shattered in the air, and then burned. The Xianxia Pavilion building complex, which spanned hundreds of acres, was completely reduced to ruins, and almost all the thousands of people inside died tragically. And the countless people watching the battle outside, whether it was Xianxia's army, Tiannan province officials, or tens of thousands of people, were completely stunned. They were completely and utterly shocked. When the big explosion occurred, the entire night sky was completely illuminated. In an instant, it was as bright as day, and then the entire ground began to shake violently. All of a sudden, they lost all ability to react, because they could not believe that there was such a weapon in the world. After a long while, the explosion's shockwaves swept across thousands of meters. The power of the big explosion was too great. Even from thousands of meters away, the shockwaves were still fierce. Although it could not hurt people, it still blew people to the ground, and the scorching air directly licked their faces. Tens of thousands of people watching the battle were blown to the ground, and then they did not get up. They directly knelt on the ground, and excitedly shouted, "Long live His Majesty Xianxia, long live, long live. Long live the Deqian Empire, long live, long live." It was really shocking. They knew that His Majesty Xianxia would have a unique skill, but they did not expect it to be so terrifying. My Majesty Xianxia has such a destructive weapon, what is there to worry about in the next battle? Ha 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 ha, my Majesty Xianxia is invincible, and the Deqian Empire is invincible. Tens of thousands of people went crazy, and desperately shouted, like a tsunami. At daybreak, Xianxia landed in the ruins of Xianxia Pavilion. A dozen special warriors in ancient armor rushed into the ruins with hundreds of Amazon warriors in blood soul armor. Of course, in order to distinguish them, these armors were painted new, so that others would not think that they were Xianxia Pavilion's army. The explosion was really thorough, and almost all the buildings were in ruins. There were broken walls everywhere. Xianxia could not help but recall that he had come here to borrow books as if he was on a pilgrimage, and he had a good relationship with some of the people here. Search the ruins thoroughly. There is at least one ancient energy core and many ancient energy devices. Also, search for possible survivors. Under the protection of a dozen people, Xianxia also used his X-ray eyes to participate in the search, and the result was a lot. Sure enough, there were two ancient energy cores, one big and one small. The big one was more than 3 meters in diameter, and the small one was about 2 meters in diameter. They were buried deep underground, and even such a shocking explosion did not damage their outer shells. It only paralyzed the control center, and the entire energy core was still intact, and there was no danger of leakage or rupture. Your Majesty, we found survivors. Soon, a dozen warriors brought Xianxia to the front of an underground tunnel. Due to the explosion, the entire underground tunnel had collapsed. It was the Amazon warriors who had used force to clear it. Also, the door of the underground secret room at the end of the tunnel could not be opened, because it had been hit by a huge rock, and was somewhat deformed. Princess Dora went forward, took out the ancient nightmare stone sword, and slowly stabbed it into the thick iron door. And the nightmare stone sword was really awesome. Through the nightmare stone, it released a shocking high temperature, and wherever the blade passed, the iron door was easily cut open. Bang! With a fierce kick, a round hole with a diameter of 1 meter appeared in the iron door. Looking inside, there were dozens of Sky Sea Pavilion scholars and grand scholars hiding inside. Come out. Xianxia said, Zhang Yuan, are you there? Yes. A trembling and shrewish voice came from inside. Then, the dozens of Sky Sea Pavilion grand scholars walked out shakily. Xianxia, you will be punished by the heavens. The Sky Sea Pavilion is the palace of knowledge in the entire world. How many ancient books and precious books were there, and they were all destroyed by you. And every building here has more than a few hundred years of history, and now they are all destroyed by you. You will get your retribution early. Before this old scholar could finish, he was directly cut in half. It was not Xianxia who did it, but Hila who was beside him. Xianxia asked, is there anyone else who wants to scold me next? Everyone was silent. Take them all and bring them back to the Raging Tide City, Xianxia ordered. Start searching the entire ruins. The ancient books are a special kind of crystal that is indestructible. They were not destroyed even in the great nirvana of the ancient times. They can still withstand such an explosion. Find them all and bring them back to the Raging Tide City. Yes. Zhang Yuan, the female scholar, walked out, looking a little dirty. The moment she saw Xianxia, she even instinctively ran her fingers through her hair. Her age was really a mystery. She was so young 6 or 7 years ago, but she was still the same now. Xianxia did not ask her to surrender. He just nodded and walked away. At this time, the tens of thousands of people outside were still shouting. Long live His Majesty Xianxia! Long live the Deqian Empire! The cheers were like a tsunami, getting louder and louder. Your Majesty, aren't you going to meet them? Shuayin asked. It's better not to meet them, Xianxia said. Distance makes the heart grow fonder. From beginning to end, Xianxia did not appear in front of the countless people. He only stayed for about a day before returning to the fleet and returning to the Raging Tide City with his spoils of war. Of course, the ruins of the Sky Sea Pavilion were very big, and there were many ancient books and even ancient devices that had not been excavated. This was left to the army to clean up. But even when Xianxia left, the tens of thousands of people still shouted tirelessly, Long live His Majesty! Although Xianxia did not come out to meet them, the image of Xianxia in the hearts of countless people became even more mysterious and lofty. His Majesty Xianxia was really awesome. 6 or 7 years ago, he often stood up and scolded them. Now, after doing such a big thing, he directly turned around and left. This was the true heroic bearing of an emperor. There was no justice in this world. Some people were right no matter what they did, and some people were wrong no matter what they did. After returning to the Raging Tide City, these dozens of scholars were all locked up in the prison. Xianxia did not even summon them to surrender, nor did he have any intention of talking to them. But he still summoned the female scholar Zhang Yuan. This woman had helped Xianxia several times and even saved Marquis Jinshua's life. Enough, you don't have to say any more. I surrender. Before Xianxia could say anything, Zhang Yuan had already raised her hands. Huh? Madam Zhang Yuan, isn't your willpower too weak? It's not like I can torture you. I won't even give you an injection. Zhang Yuan had bathed and changed her clothes. Even her hair had been permed. She looked radiant. Actually, after your identity was exposed, my days in the Sky Sea Pavilion were already very difficult. Zhang Yuan said, I was subjected to dozens of secret investigations and was interrogated by the warlocks of the Sky Sea Pavilion with drugs. Fortunately, I did not have any affair with you. Otherwise, my body would have been rotten. Speaking of which, it is all thanks to Zhu Hongxue. I was his teacher for a year, and he spoke up to protect me. Shen Lang said, but I heard that you are unparalleled in the Sky Sea Pavilion. Zhang Yuan said, the library of the Sky Sea Pavilion is different from the Sky Sea Pavilion. We only do theoretical research. We look noble, but in fact, we have no power at all. Our fate is in the hands of others. Shen Lang asked, you really surrender? Zhang Yuan said, of course. If you don't believe me, I can prove it to you. Then, she was about to lift her skirt. Shen Lang was stunned. You and Zhang Chunhua are relatives, right? Both of them are so wild? Why? The emperor of the great Qian dynasty looks down on women like us. I am only 29 years old this year. Zhang Yuan said. Shen Lang was stunned. If he remembered correctly, she said she was 29 years old 6 or 7 years ago? Okay, I know what you really want. Zhang Yuan said, you also know that we do basic theoretical research. So the entire library is filled with books on basic theories and some martial arts manuals. Sigh, now you know how worthless those martial arts manuals are? The first Sword King, Qiu Ju, spent more than 10 years to decipher the meteor sword technique. He regarded it as a treasure and left the Sky Sea Pavilion to become the Sword King. He became a legend in the outside world, but in the Sky Sea Pavilion, he is nothing. A few years ago, Shen Lang couldn't feel it. Now, he really understood. Martial arts manuals were really nothing in the Sky Sea Pavilion. That's why we don't even know about the core secrets and technologies of Sky Sea Pavilion. Think about it and you'll understand. What are the things that are publicly displayed? Zhang Yuan said. Of course, Shen Lang knew. Just like Einstein's theory of relativity and Newton's 3 laws could be found in any library. But there was absolutely no research progress related to nuclear fusion power stations or the miniaturization of nuclear bombs. The Sky Sea Pavilion has 3 core departments, the Life Research Department, the Ancient Energy Research Department, and the Geological Exploration Department. They all sound very high-end and full of academic aura, but it will never tell you that the first department uses countless living people for research and even mass-produces certain monsters. The second Ancient Energy Research Department is to create and research ancient weapons and equipment. The third is the Geological Exploration Department, which specializes in exploring ancient ruins and destroying enemies. The Blood Soul Army, which slaughtered millions of people in the western region, belongs to the Geological Exploration Department. Zhang Yuan continued, also, what you want to know most now is where the real Sky Sea Pavilion is. This is the top secret of the top secrets, not something a small person like me can know. Even in the Great Library, no one knows. Of course, I have been to the real Sky Sea Pavilion. I was caught there for investigation, but all the relevant memories were destroyed and I lost all consciousness when I was caught. But I will write down all the details and give them to you. Shen Lang was stunned. Why didn't she just say it? Why write it down? Zhang Yuan said, I don't feel it verbally, and these details are more mysterious. By the way, Ninghan's fleet was completely destroyed? Shen Lang nodded. Yes. Zhang Yuan was stunned and said, now, I have no psychological barriers to surrender. Shen Lang said, then have a good rest. Goodbye. Zhang Yuan said from behind, Shen Lang, remember to look for me if you want to have an affair. I am 29 years old this year. Shen Lang walked to the door and immediately saw Zhang Chunhua, who had a furious look on her face. She had originally come to visit Zhang Yuan, but now, she walked up to the door and closed it. Her eyes darted around quickly, trying to think of a way to prevent Shen Lang and Zhang Yuan from interacting in private. In the entire Fury-Tide city, I, Zhang Chunhua, am enough to be a shameless fox. You want to be like me? I will ban you. After Shen Lang left, Zhang Yuan closed her eyes to search for that feeling. When she was caught and interrogated in the Sky Sea Pavilion underground city, she hoped to catch some kind of inspiration and make a breakthrough. In the Skycy Pavilion underground city, Pavilion Master Swetzi was closing his eyes to sense and analyze an ancient secret scroll, but it was taking shape bit by bit under his pen. He was drawing a map, and it was a very mysterious kind of map. Almost no one could understand it. His maps were not just superficial topographic maps, but very detailed data coordinates. They were not written in ordinary words. Even if anyone saw them, it would be like a heavenly book. 10,000 miles of desert, 10,000 miles of desert. Previously, he had two choices. One was the 10,000 miles of desert, and the other was the Devil's Triangle. However, the Devil's Triangle had been carefully explored. It was very shocking, but there was not much room for the Skycy Pavilion to explore. The world was facing great changes, and the first to break out of it was the White Jade Capital. For hundreds of thousands of years, it had achieved supreme transcendence, leaving other forces in the dust. Now that Stupa Mountain was also on the road to rise, the Skycy Pavilion was in danger. Next, the Skycy Pavilion would use 100 years to break out of the shackles of the world order. It would be high and mighty, overlooking the world. Master, Zhu Hongshui is here, someone outside said. Pavilion Master Swetzi put away the ancient scroll and the heavenly book map, and began to make tea. Zhu Hongshui walked in and knelt down. Greetings, Master. Pavilion Master Swetzi said, you've been my disciple for dozens of years. I'll cut to the chase. You're Jiang Li's descendant, you were created by Jiang Li, you're not Zhu Rong's biological son. Zhu Hongshui's face trembled, but he did not say anything. Pavilion Master Swetzi said, it is good that you are a person with a sense of honor, but it is also because of this that you should not fall into narrow thinking. You should have loftier ideals. The Skycy Pavilion's 100-year plan is about to begin, and you are still obsessed with the so-called bloodline? I don't care that you are a remnant of Jiang Li. Why do you care? Zhu Hongshui's beard had grown a few inches, and his eyes were sunken. He still had no answer to Swetzi's question. Shen Lang is Jiang Li's son. Do you still want to be loyal to him? Swetzi asked. Zhu Hongshui was stunned, and then he shook his head. Swetzi said, even if you want to pledge your loyalty to him, there's no way. Ninghan's destruction fleet has already gone to attack the Raging Tide City. He and his great Gan dynasty are finished, they've been completely annihilated. This page has been turned over, and our next focus is on the western region. We've already invested an astronomical amount of power into the Great Desert. Pull yourself together. They still need you there. Do you understand? Zhu Hongshui was still depressed. Swetzi stepped forward and used his palm to lightly slap Zhu Hongshui. He angrily said, wake up. Shen Lang is already dead. The Great Qian dynasty has been destroyed. Jiang Li's last possession in this world has also been annihilated. As a survivor, you should rejoice and have higher aspirations. Then, he took a cup of tea and fed it to Zhu Hongshui. Go, shave your beard and hair. Where's your temperament as the most handsome man? Swetzi patted Zhu Hongshui's chin and then pushed him out. Then, Swetzi shook his head and sighed. Shen Lang, you have delayed so many things for me. The world will be much more peaceful after you are gone. At this moment, a figure rushed in from outside. He didn't even knock on the door. Uncle. A pale-faced young man walked in. What's wrong? Did Ninghan kick you out for causing trouble? I told you not to provoke her. She will never marry, Swetzi said. This person was Swetzi's nephew. He was the supervisor of Ninghan's destructive fleet. His presence was usually very weak, but he had great power in private. He could monitor anyone and report directly to Swetzi. However, he didn't show his face during the entire process. He wore a special ancient armor and seemed very low-key. Uncle, we lost. The entire fleet was destroyed, Swetzi said. As soon as he said this, Pavilion Master Swetzi's body trembled. The teapot in his hand turned into ashes, and even the tea inside boiled into steam. Lost? How was this possible? This battle was like a lion killing a rabbit. It was a thunderous victory. How could they lose? This destructive fleet was powerful enough to destroy Shen Lang 10 times, or even 100 times. How could they lose? Swetzi had experienced many things in his life, but he had never been as shocked as he was today. The last time he was this shocked was when he heard about Jiang Li's sudden death. Both times, it sounded so absurd. Sweatsy, Xianlang used a strategic weapon of mass destruction. It was fired from 200 to 300 kilometers away. Just one shot destroyed our invincible fleet. I can't describe how terrifying that weapon was. The light from its explosion was countless times brighter than the sun. Everything in the center of the explosion seemed to have evaporated. Our fleet, which spanned dozens of kilometers, was destroyed in an instant. Even the fleet at the outermost edge was blown away by the terrifying storm. The surface of our ancient warship was melted and twisted. Uncle, I have never dreamed of this scene, but I will never forget it for the rest of my life. Pavilion Master Sweatsy closed his eyes in pain. He wanted to pour himself a cup of tea, but realized that the teapot was gone. Remorse of the dragon, remorse of the dragon. Pavilion Master Sweatsy said, how did he get the ancient strategic weapon remorse of the dragon? Why does he have the authority? How many people have exhausted their entire lives and spent countless lives, yet they still could not activate regret of the dragon? Sweatsy said in a trembling voice, Uncle, what should we do next? I think that Xianlang only has one such destructive weapon. There won't be a second one. At this moment, a person rushed in from the outside. However, he did not rush into the room. Instead, he said in a trembling voice, Master, Xianlang has launched a terrifying killing weapon from dozens of miles away. He has razed our Xianxia Pavilion complex in Tiannan province to the ground. Instantly, Pavilion Master Sweatsy's face twitched again. Then, he took out a letter of credence from Xianlang and read it again. Any army that enters the territory of the Deqian dynasty will be destroyed and completely wiped from this world. Do not say that I did not warn you. Previously, he had said that the credence was too innocent and exaggerated. It was a complete joke. But now, it had become a heavy truth. It was as if every word weighed 1,000 kilograms. Pavilion Master? What should we do? What should we do? Pavilion Master, we still have an army. We still have a secret army and powerful ancient equipment. We still have many grandmasters. Let's send our troops to destroy the Fury Tide city and tear Xianlang into pieces. Yes, we still have an army in the underground city and many powerful equipment. We still have an army in the West region and the strongest martial arts army in the Great Desert. Let's send all of them over to destroy Xianlang. Pavilion Master Sweatsy closed his eyes. He had never felt such pain in his life. His entire heart seemed to be surging, and all the blood in his body seemed to be about to burst out of his blood vessels. He was the master of the Xianxia Pavilion, one of the 6 supreme leaders. How could he suffer such a crushing defeat? How could he be so humiliated? The entire destruction fleet was destroyed. Even the Xianxia Pavilion on the surface was completely wiped out. At this moment, I, Sweatsy, should be vomiting blood. Phew. Pavilion Master Sweatsy let out a long sigh. Then, he kept the imperial edict from Xianlang and walked out. Prepare the snow sculptures. Yes, Master. Where are you going? Yan capital? Pavilion Master Sweatsy said, No, I'm going to meet Xianlang. Note, I had too much sleep last night. I relied on coffee and strong tea to stay awake. Brothers, do you still have monthly tickets? Give them to me. I recommend Master of Secrets. The protagonist is a witch principal. Xianlang was reading scholar Zhang Yuan's notes. It was about the entire process of her being taken to the Xianxia Pavilion's headquarters in the underground city. It was extremely detailed, even about the direction of the wind, the echo, the vibration, and the light. Of course, there were also many words that teased him. No wonder she had to write it. Moreover, it was clear that she intended to hand over this handwriting in several batches. Moreover, she wanted to hand it over to Xianlang personally. She claimed that it was a top secret and could not pass through anyone else's hands. As expected of the woman who sat on Xianlang's lap the first time they met. Xianlang, can I ask you a question? Zhang Yuan asked. She was wearing a cheongsam with a slit that reached between her legs. The qipao designed by Xianlang was not very popular, and not many women liked to wear it. However, Zhang Yuan had forcefully worn it, making her look like a goddess. When she said that, she even crossed her legs, letting Shenlang see her fleshy legs. Ask away, Shenlang said. Zhang Yuan said, it was a coincidence that you got the regret of the dragon's strategic weapon. This was not what Shenlang had told her, because the fake destruction arrow on the dragon's power launch device had the words Dragon's Regret engraved on it. Shenlang nodded. Yes, it was a coincidence. Zhang Yuan said, but according to your plan, Ning Han will definitely lead the destruction fleet to attack you. Shenlang nodded. Yes. Previously, Shenlang had said that before the decisive battle of Sky Moon City began, they had to make preparations for the next battle. Otherwise, they would not be allowed to fight. If he did not get the regret of the dragon, he would postpone the decisive battle in Skyu City until he was confident of fighting Ning Han's fleet. Zhang Yuan said, if you did not get the regret of the dragon, how do you plan to defeat Ning Han's fleet? You won't be able to defeat him with your normal strength. Shenlang nodded. Yes, but this is a secret. Without the regret of the dragon, did Shenlang have other plans? Of course there was, and that plan was to use 1,000,000 sea monsters to destroy Ning Han's fleet in the Devil Triangle. However, that would require Yao Yao to take action, but Shenlang really did not want that to happen. He hoped that his darling Yao Yao could grow up without any worries. Zhang Yuan didn't ask much. Instead, she asked, did you learn anything from my notes? Can you deduce where the underground city of Sky Pavilion is? Shenlang shook his head and said, there is still too little information. Zhang Yuan came over and sat directly on the armrest of Shenlang's chair. Half of her body was pressed against Shenlang's chest, and the other half was even sitting on Shenlang's arm. However, she acted as if nothing had happened and asked, is there anything else you don't understand? Do you need me to explain? Not yet, Shenlang said. Well, I will continue to recall. Once I remember something, I will write it down and give it to you, Zhang Yuan said. Then, she suddenly leaned over and pressed her red lips against Shenlang's face. Don't move. You seem to have a strand of white hair. Let me pull it out for you. Then, she leaned her whole body against Shenlang's face and pulled out a strand of hair from Shenlang's face. Oh, I'm sorry. This is not white hair. It is an illusion caused by the sunlight. Shenlang was speechless. Scholar Zhang, if you want to cheat on me, you don't have to pull out a strand of my hair. At that moment, Zhang Chunhua pushed the door open and entered. Your Majesty, there is something important. Zhang Yuan did not panic. She gracefully stood up from the armrest of Shenlang's chair and said, Your Majesty, I will continue to write my report. Shenlang walked out. Zhang Chunhua walked to Zhang Yuan and whispered, Teacher, although you have never taught me, don't forget that you are my teacher. Zhang Yuan said softly, What's wrong? Although I am your teacher, I am only 29 years old. I am only 1 or 2 years older than you. Zhang Chunhua said, Don't waste your effort. My man enjoys the process of teasing, but if you really send him to bed, he will not dare to sleep with you. He can no longer tolerate other women. Zhang Yuan said, What a coincidence. I just enjoy the process of teasing. Zhang Chunhua suddenly smiled and said, Teacher Zhang, we are both from Sky Pavilion, so I have brought you a gift. It is a small token of my appreciation. Then, Zhang Chunhua put down a box and walked out. Zhang Yuan opened the box and could not help but smile. It was just a cucumber. Was there a need to put it in such an exquisite box? The observer from Stupa Mountain has confessed, but he does not know much. Zhang Chunhua said, We have already gotten most of the information and formed a report. It is in Princess Gila's hands, and only you have the authority to see it. Shenlang nodded and continued to walk to the underground prison. These observers from the transcendent forces were very tight-lipped, and they had been specially trained. Even with the truth-telling serum, their words would still be mixed. Therefore, they had tortured them for more than 10 days, day and night, using everything they had. Finally, after using the truth-telling serum and the nightmare stone, and even destroying their brain nerves, they could not help but confess. Does Stupa Mountain have the regret of the dragon? Shenlang asked. The observer from Stupa Mountain seemed to have entered a state of madness. He shook his head and said, Yes, yes, yes. Where is it? Shenlang asked. Was it found in the ancient ruins in the southern sea? Yes, 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 the observer from Stupa Mountain said. Then, did you get the authority? Shenlang asked. I don't know, probably not, the observer from Stupa Mountain said. Where is the regret of the dragon kept? Shenlang asked. I don't know, I don't know. The observer from Stupa Mountain said. Shenlang asked, where's Wutuzi? Where is she? Imprisoned. The observer from Stupa Mountain said. Where is she imprisoned? Shenlang asked. She was first imprisoned on the island of Rest in the Stupa Sea before being taken away by Ingwuming. I don't know where she went. What did Stupa Mountain find in the ancient ruins in the southern sea? Shenlang asked. Many, 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 many things. We are rich. This time our mountain elder is not going to the Transcendent Forces Conference. We no longer need the conference to allocate resources, ha ha ha. What is the most important thing you found? Shenlang asked. The observer from Stupa Mountain seemed to have collapsed. I want to fly, ha 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 ha, Princess Gila helplessly said. She went through special mental training, so she lied to us many times during the interrogation. We had no choice but to severely damage her brain, so now, she is almost crazy. How did you do that? Shenlang asked. Gila pulled out another observer, took out 2 needles, and stabbed them into his brain. Then, she connected them to the nightmare stone and twisted them. Ah. 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 The observer from the temple of Tong Tian let out a shrill scream. His whole body trembled violently, and his eyeballs were about to pop out. When Gila pulled out the needles again, the observer from the temple of Tong Tian let out a strange laugh. Again, I want more, I want more. This person has gone crazy, Gila said. This person will be our special interrogation subject, Gila said. Because the temple of Tong Tian is the weakest, there shouldn't be any valuable information. We will be careful with the next captives and try to get as much information as possible. Shenlang was speechless. This world was too realistic. The temple of Tong Tian was the last transcendent force. Even his captives were not worth much, but they were being destroyed like this. Shenlang nodded and walked out of the underground prison. He started to read the secret confessions. Suddenly, he felt a fragrance beside him. He found Zhang Chenhua sitting on the armrest of his chair. She was also wearing a cheongsam, but the slit was even higher. What? Shenlang asked. Zhang Chenhua stared at Shenlang like a kitten. Her gaze was like that of a seductive cat. All right, you can. Do it yourself, Shenlang said. Zhang Chenhua said, I've been waiting for you to say this for a long time. The next day. Your Majesty, the first step of Project What has succeeded. We have created the first steam engine, a scholar came to report. Shenlang could not help but be excited. He stood up and said, Quick, bring me out to see. In the underground laboratory, Shenlang saw the first steam engine. It was really not easy. Almost half a year had passed. This steam engine was completely made by hand. It was the result of the work of dozens of scholars and hundreds of craftsmen. Furthermore, this steam engine was completely different from the first one in Earth's history. It was designed to be used on airships from the very beginning. The steam engine, together with a propeller, could control the direction of the hot air balloon. It would no longer be as passive as the wind. Of course, the most suitable airship would be using helium. This gas was very similar to hydrogen and was very inert. It would not react easily and would not explode like hydrogen. Shenlang also knew the principle of how to extract helium. Crude helium could be extracted from natural gas by using a compressor. Moreover, places with oil would usually be accompanied by natural gas. However, with the current industrial power of Shenlang, it was possible to extract helium. Of course, it was also possible to use methane to fill the airship. Methane was much easier to obtain. Methane could be obtained from a marsh, but it was too dangerous and could explode at any time. It was not as good as ammonia. Although ammonia was also poisonous, it could not be explosive. This was because its ignition point was more than 600 degrees Celsius. Although it was more troublesome to extract, it was at least better than helium. Therefore, in Shenlang's airship plan, the first batch was to use ammonia. Your Majesty, please take a look, the scholar said. He directly ignited the fish oil. A moment later, the steam engine began to operate. After various devices, the water vapor began to push the propeller faster and faster. We used aluminum to build the entire steam engine, but because its melting point is too low, we used other steel in the combustion chamber. According to the current weight, it has already reached the level of an airship, the scholar said. And because of the plasma flame of the nightmare stone, we can create the best propeller blades. Shenlang saw the most contradictory machine in front of him. An extremely backward steam engine coupled with a super advanced propeller. Well done, we need to reward you. Shenlang said, but this body is still too big. It needs to be at least 3 times smaller, preferably 10 times smaller. The scholar said, yes, Your Majesty. We have confidence in shrinking it by 3 times. Because during the manufacturing process, we constantly found mistakes, so we can avoid a lot of detours when we build it again. Shenlang said, send more people to research steam engines. Strive to build large steam engines for warships as soon as possible. Even if they can't be used as the main power source in the beginning, they should be used as auxiliary power. Yes, Your Majesty. Today was destined to be a good day. In the morning, Shenlang had just seen the first relatively mature steam engine. In the afternoon, Shenlang saw an even more important weapon, a gun. Of course, it was not a rifle. Although the principle of a rifle was not much more complicated than a rifled cannon, it was too troublesome to mass-produce bullets, and the requirement for accuracy was extremely high. Currently, Shenlang's workshop still relied heavily on manpower. It could be used to make artillery shells, but it was too low to use it to make bullets, and there was not enough manpower. Therefore, it would be very difficult to mass-produce the more modern primer bullets. Therefore, the gun that was currently available was the paper fire cap percussion gun. It was a paper shell bullet. It was a paper shell that packaged the primer, propellant, and bullet together. Although it sounded very outdated, its power was actually not bad. Because Shenlang used powerful smokeless explosives, the bullets were even more powerful. They were all made of copper. In order to deal with the secret army of the transcendent forces, they could even coat the bullets with a layer of tungsten. Anyway, it was only a little bit on the tip of the bullet, so there was no need to worry about the rifling being damaged. Not only that, because of the nightmare stone device, it could easily release plasma flames with an astonishing temperature. Because of the existence of tungsten steel, it could be used to make the best taps. Therefore, all these guns were made of seamless steel tubes. They were all rear-loading rifled guns. Although they could not be fired continuously, they were powerful enough to surpass most bows and arrows. The most important thing was that they could be mass-produced and equipped. Of course, their power was still far from the ancient bows and arrows, but how many were there in total? Bang, bang, bang. After a series of crisp sounds like beans being fried, more than 10 guns fired. Reporting to Your Majesty, the accuracy of our blazing guns is top-notch, far surpassing that of bows and arrows. Its effective range is more than 300 meters, also far surpassing that of bows and arrows. Experienced soldiers can fire 1 shot every 3 seconds. Because we used the highest quality steel, and because we have the nightmare stone device and the best files, the difference in workmanship is very small, and the possibility of fire leaking is also lower. There are a total of 30 samples and a total of 3,000 shots. This proves that this blazing gun can be directly equipped on the battlefield. Shenlang nodded and took a gun to test it. In the end, Hila took it from him and said, "It's the same for me." Although the structure of this blazing gun was very precise, and there was no risk of fire leaking, it was better to be safe than sorry. What if it burned Shenlang's fragile and handsome face? Your Majesty, we used our hands to make a special blazing gun for you. We used copper shell bullets. Please accept it. A master craftsman on the side handed over the gun. After taking it, Shenlang realized that this was not a gun at all. It was a work of art. There was even a layer of gold on it, and there was a dragon carved on it. There was even a layer of glowing words, Great Qian Imperial Lord Spear. Shenlang was studying the dragon power launcher because this thing was just too huge. After opening it up, it was dozens of meters wide and weighed more than 200,000 kilograms. If it could be miniaturized, it would be super awesome. He did not need too much. As long as it was within 30,000 kilograms, it could be placed on a battleship. Furthermore, it could fire anything, including artillery shells that weighed a few thousand kilograms. After thinking for a long time, Xianxia realized that it was completely impossible. He only had this set of dragon power, and he did not have the parts to assemble a second set. Enemy attack, dang 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 dang. Suddenly, a hurried bell sound came from outside. Then, Chou Yao rushed over, and so did the big fool. Li Qianqiu, Shuiyin, Zhong Chuk, and the other grandmasters did not even have time to walk. They directly climbed the wall and rushed toward Xianxia's room. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Princess Dora and the other 15 special warriors wearing ancient equipment leaped dozens of meters into the air and quickly spread out around Xianxia's room. Prepare the anti-air crossbows. Prepare the anti-air cannons. All ancient bows and arrows. Prepare the ancient crossbows. Fire, fire. Fire. Prepare the dragon power launcher. When Xianxia heard these sounds, he could not help but be stunned. What kind of enemy had come? So many powerful weapons, and they were all being used. I just want to take a look. Xianxia walked to the window and looked out. But he discovered that there was only one enemy. What the F***ck, there was only one enemy, and you guys actually used the stance of a huge army? Furthermore, the dragon power launcher was going to be used. He had only authorized 3 people to use this launcher, Chou Yao, Dora, and Dora. Even if 100,000 soldiers came, there was no need to use such a shocking formation. But very quickly, Xianxia discovered that it was very necessary. This was because the person who came was too invincible. He came riding a white eagle. The anti-air crossbows shot out like a storm, but it was as if they had encountered a wall of air and were all repelled. Hundreds and thousands of ancient arrows and hellfire arrows flew over, but before they could even reach the target, they lost all momentum and fell into the sea. The anti-air cannons that Xianxia was talking about were just delayed cannons that would automatically explode when fired into the air. However, when these cannons were still dozens of meters away from the person, they all plunged into the sea. In the end, Gila used the dragon power to launch a giant cannonball, but it did not hit the person. He actually rode the white eagle as if he had teleported a few hundred meters in the air. Not only did he teleport, but he even teleported with his eagle. Boom 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 boom. The giant cannonball exploded in the air, and the area within a radius of a few hundred meters was filled with flames. The power was already very shocking. However, the next moment, the person riding the white eagle appeared a few hundred meters away, floating in the air. The strength of this person had simply exceeded Xianxia's understanding. Even though he knew that this person definitely had ancient equipment, and it was the kind that had its own energy and did not need an energy control center. But even so, this person was boundlessly strong, and all the weapons in the furious Tide City were helpless against him. Xianxia ordered, everyone, retreat and hide in the bunkers. Change to Extinction Bomb Number 2. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Extinction Bomb Number 1 was a black death bomb. Xianxia had never used Extinction Bomb Number 2 before. This was something he had obtained from the ruins of the Lost Country. This thing would not explode, and it killed 1,000 people with 800 casualties. It did not distinguish between friend and foe at all, and it also ignored any armor defense. Moreover, it would take a long time to clean up after using it, and it might not even be possible to clean it up. There would be endless consequences. Moreover, its range of damage was very small, but the lethality of a single individual was extremely terrifying. Therefore, from the moment he created it, Xianxia did not plan to use it. This was almost a move that would cause mutual destruction. But now that such a powerful enemy had appeared, Xianxia had no choice but to use it. Moreover, Yao Yao and the others were not here. Your Excellency Xianxia, I'm Xianxia from the Sky Sea Pavilion. Can we talk? A voice drilled into Xianxia's ears, and only his ears. Xianxia? It turned out to be Xianxia from the Sky Sea Pavilion. This peerless expert who was ranked among the top few in the world actually came in person? I won't go near the furious Tide City. Let's talk here, Xianxia said. You can speak in a normal voice. I can hear you. We're already thousands of meters apart, and you can still hear me? Aren't you too awesome? Xianxia hesitated for a moment, then walked to the top of the big castle. Since it was a negotiation between the leaders of both sides, he had to speak in a certain tone. Thus, Xianxia rode the white eagle and floated in the air, while Xianxia stood at the highest point of the big castle. The two of them talked thousands of meters apart. Xianxia, we actually have no personal grudges, Pavilion Master Xianxia said. Xianxia said, there is. In order to test my identity, you brought my wife to the Xianxia Pavilion. Pavilion Master Xianxia said, if I remember correctly, she didn't suffer any losses. Moreover, if I say that I didn't know about this beforehand, would you believe me? Xianxia believed this. Pavilion Master Xianxia put almost all his energy into exploring the ancient ruins and did not care about other matters. Many people even said that he, as a long-distance leader, was not in the Xianxia Pavilion most of the time. I'm talking about His Majesty Jiangli, Pavilion Master Xianxia said, at least the Xianxia Pavilion did not play too much of a role in His Majesty Jiangli's death. With regards to this period of history, Xianxia knew nothing about it because it was too secretive. Your Excellency Xianxia, in fact, the Xianxia Pavilion still has a very powerful force. We only need to mobilize the top martial arts army. Pavilion Master Xianxia said, of course, it's a little boring for me to say this, but I think it's necessary to make it clear so that there won't be any misjudgments. Xianxia nodded and said, I believe that. The Xianxia Pavilion's biggest opponent is not you. Do you understand this? Pavilion Master Xianxia said again. The Xianxia Pavilion's biggest enemy was Stupa Mountain, not Xianxia. And this time, the Xianxia Pavilion's main force was completely destroyed. Although Stupa Mountain was extremely shocked, they would probably be secretly happy. In the last battle of Xianxia City, the Xianxia Pavilion's losses were very small, and they didn't even care. And this time, the destruction of the Destruction Fleet was definitely a huge blow to them. The Xianxia Pavilion's century-long plan was to develop the Great Desert. Originally, when its power was not damaged, punishing Sky Pavilion, Xiankong Temple, Tongtian Temple, and other forces only dared to secretly obstruct it. But this time, they suffered a huge loss, and the Xianxia Pavilion's strength was directly reduced. It was hard to say what would happen next. Would punishing Sky Pavilion and other forces compete with the Xianxia Pavilion for the development rights of the Great Desert? It was very likely. Therefore, the Xianxia Pavilion could not afford to lose any more strength. If they could easily destroy Xianxia, they would certainly be willing. But if they had to pay a high price, it would not be worth it. Destroying Xianxia had always been the will of the emperor, not the direct will of the Xianxia Pavilion. Therefore, Xiaxi's attitude was very clear. The Xianxia Pavilion was not afraid, nor was it unable to defeat Xianxia, but they wanted to use their strength to deal with the possible challenges in the Great Desert. Xianxia said, Pavilion Master Xianxia, your fleet was completely annihilated this time, and even the buildings by the sea were razed to the ground. You can be said to have lost all face. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the world? Aren't you afraid of being ranked second to last in the Transcendental Forces meeting? Xianxia said, if face was useful, His Majesty Jiangli wouldn't have lost. I can't wait for the Xianxia Pavilion to be ranked last. For some reason, a phrase rang in Xianxia's mind. We are developing China, and we will be developing China for a long time. Xianxia said, Pavilion Master Xianxia, are you here to sign a truce with me? Xianxia said, yes. Xianxia said, then what are your conditions? Xianxia said, no conditions. Xianxia continued, I will also make a public statement that I will completely withdraw from the state of you. Were the big shots always so decisive? After the battle in Xianxia City, why was Zhu Hongzhu still so unyielding? It was because he felt that he had the support of the Xianxia Pavilion. Of course, he also had the support of Yan Capital, but the Xianxia Pavilion was the one who directly supported him. Now that Xianxia announced that he would directly withdraw from the state of Yu, wouldn't the state of Yu's Zhu family suffer a devastating blow? Xianxia said, in the battle between the two sides, life and death are uncertain. Therefore, we will not hold any responsibility for the destruction of our fleet and the thousands of scholars in the Great Library. We will also not hold any responsibility for the destruction of the Xianxia Pavilion by the sea. We will not take back all the equipment, resources, and weapons that you seized. Xianxia shook his head and said, Pavilion Masters with CI, you must be joking. Regret of the dragon blew everything up, leaving nothing behind. We didn't pick up any equipment. It's true, it's true. Pavilion Masters with CI was speechless. Do you think I'm blind? My ancient battleship is still anchored at your port. Who are those 10 special warriors wearing ancient armors? And why do your dozens of ancient crossbows and anti-air crossbows look so familiar? But he continued, also, if you are willing to hand over all the people you captured, that would be great. But if you don't, I will not force you. All the prisoners of the Xianxia Pavilion, listen up. I have pardoned all of you. You are free to choose whether or not to serve your new master. Xianxia was puzzled. Pavilion Masters with CI, do you really not have any requests? Swiss CI said, I have a personal request. Of course, whether you agree or not, this truce will be signed. Xianxia said, go ahead. Swiss CI said, Ning Han is my disciple and heir. If you capture her, can you return her to me? Of course, I am willing to pay a high price to redeem her, more than you can imagine. Xianxia said seriously, Pavilion Masters with CI, I am very sorry. We did not find Ning Han. I'm telling the truth this time, Xianxia added superfluously. Swiss CI stared at Xianxia. Even though they were separated by a few thousand meters, Xianxia felt his face burn. Was the other party's gaze really that shocking? I believe it. Pavilion Masters with CI sighed. To a certain extent, Ning Han's bloodline was made possible by your father. If something happens to her this time, it will be returned to the Jiang family. By the way, you don't have to help Zhu Hongxue. I will take him away from the state of you to the Great Desert. Xianxia did not answer. Sign it? Yes. Swiss CI said, of course, I have to make it clear to you. Once you sign the truce with Xianxia Pavilion, your opponents will be Ying Wuming and Stupa Mountain. At that time, don't say that Xianxia Pavilion will just sit back and watch. I really don't have that much free time. Thank you for the reminder, Pavilion Masters with CI, Xianxia said. After that, Swiss CI took out a piece of paper from his bosom. It was none other than the imperial edict that Xianxia had distributed to the world. Pavilion Masters with CI had directly written the armistice agreement on the back of the imperial edict and signed his name on it. Then, he released his hand, and the paper floated directly towards Xianxia as if it had grown wings. Xianxia was stunned, and so were the people around him. This level of martial arts was so high that it made people want to cry. The two of them were thousands of meters apart. This piece of paper floated in front of Xianxia's eyes. After a long while, Xianxia reached out and took it. When he looked at it, this truce agreement was too simple. There were only 4 words on it, truce agreement. There was not a single word in the main text, and it was just Swiss's signature. Moreover, this was a real calligrapher. Every word seemed to have a soul, as if it was about to fly out of the paper. Xianxia took the brush and signed his name on the right side of the armistice agreement. After signing it, he had the urge to tear the paper apart, because his handwriting looked very beautiful on its own, but compared to Swiss's handwriting, it was simply too low. However, this truce agreement was priceless and could not be destroyed. It was nothing. What was there to be afraid of if his handwriting was not good? It was fine as long as he was handsome. Wasn't being the world's most handsome man enough for him, however, he looked at Xianxia again. Perhaps, he was the world's most handsome man decades ago, Xianxia said, Pavilion Masters with CI, aren't there always 2 truce agreements? Shall I write one for you and bring it back? There's no need. Pavilion Masters with CI said, you can keep this one. If you want to start a war with the Xianxia Pavilion in the future, you can just tear up this agreement yourself. In that case, goodbye. See you again. Pavilion Masters with CI flew away on the White Eagle and soon disappeared into the sky. The situation was more perfect than Xianxia had imagined. He did not expect Pavilion Masters with CI to be more decisive than Xianxia had imagined. Not only did he stop the war, but he also withdrew from the state of Yu. The main fleet was completely destroyed, and the Xianxia pavilion's buildings were completely wiped out. This was not revenge, but retreating. It looked as if the Xianxia pavilion had been deterred by Xianlang's strategic weapon of mass destruction and had directly admitted defeat. Once this news spread, it would be like a real nuclear bomb. It would be enough to detonate the world and shock all the countries in the world. Note, still updated at 15,000. Benefactor, please give me monthly votes. I will go to bed after bowing to everyone. Bless me with a good night's sleep. Thank you for deciding to fall in love with you, Makui, but no meat, no books, and so on. In the pavilion at the top of the Paradise Manor on Liuzhou Island, Xianlang accompanied Ming Yuanxian and a few children to see the scenery. What scenery? A comet. In fact, this comet had appeared for several days, but because there was not enough light, it could not be seen during the day. It was discovered at night, and it was Xiaoxiao who was the first to discover it. Xianlang had built a super high magnification telescope a long time ago. Of course, it was not comparable to modern telescopes. Lenses could be said to be easy, but it was really difficult. Otherwise, some of the top lenses on Earth could only be made by a few companies. However, this thing could be made by hand after the purity of glass was increased, and it was not bad. His glass factory produced a large number of telescopes. After the Yinyuan Society took over this glass factory, almost the entire Eastern world's army was equipped with telescopes. Tonight, Xianlang arranged for 3 astronomical telescopes to observe the comet in the sky with the children. This comet was very beautiful, dragging a long tail across the sky. It is a condensation of frozen material and dust, more like a pile of dirty ice. Comets revolve around the sun like other planets, but their path is longer and more exaggerated. Because of its special shape, it is also called a comet. When it is far away from the sun, it is a super large block of ice, but when it is near the Earth, it will be dissolved and sublimated by the sun's radiation, becoming a long belt of light. Xianlang explained as he took the children to see the comet. Daddy, is the comet big? Shenli asked. Xianlang said, some are very big, and some are very small. Will it fall down? Shenqing asked. Xianlang said, because of the heat of the sun and the gravity of the planet, it will continue to decompose, so the life of each comet is different. Some are less than a few days, but generally speaking, those less than 200 years are called short-period comets, and those more than 200 years are called long-period comets. Daddy, look, it's cracked. Xianlang hurried to the front of the telescope to observe the comet. Sure enough, it had disintegrated and exploded. This scene was really beautiful. The light and shadow of the whole comet instantly exploded more than 10 times and formed a spiral shape in the air. However, this miraculous scene soon disappeared, because the part that exploded was quickly decomposed into gas. Ming Yuanxian said, speaking of this, I remember something. When Ningjing was born, a meteor shower fell from the sky and destroyed hundreds of houses in the capital. And he happened to have a special birthmark on his chin. So many people said that he was an ominous person and said that he was some kind of evil star. Recently, Ming Yuanxian's complexion was much better. In just a few months, he had gained more than 15 kilograms. He seemed to be much younger than before. Even his trembling was not as severe as before. These days, he was like an immortal. Every day, he would accompany the children to read and eat, grow vegetables and flowers, and go fishing in the sea when he was free. It was simply too beautiful. Zhongfei was bored and would often go to Angry Tide City to play. Of course, her so-called play was mostly to cut clothes with Su Qianqian. Father-in-law, have you ever seen this comet in your memories? Xianlang asked. Ming Yuanxian thought for a while, then shook his head and said, I don't think so. This was also very normal, because many comets usually appeared only once in a few decades. But this comet is indeed very evil, Ming Yuanxian said. Yao Yao, tell me, when did you find it? Yao Yao wrote a number on the paper. 15 days ago. 15 days ago? That seemed to be the day that the dragon's regret exploded. It was indeed a bit of a coincidence. Did you vomit badly? Xianlang asked Ning Yan, who was beside him. Ning Yan shook her head and said shyly, there was no reaction at all. Zhongfei said, with you around, Yan is much happier. She suffered during her previous pregnancy, but this time, she didn't feel anything. She can eat and sleep, and she's as strong as an ox. She's just waiting for the melon to ripen, so that she can close her eyes and stamp her feet and give birth to this baby. You're so annoying. Stop talking. Ning Yan stepped forward and covered concubine Zhong's mouth. She hated hearing such words about being as strong as an ox and giving birth with a stomp of her feet. It made her seem like she was very rough. She was also a great beauty, all right. At this moment, a figure flew up. It was Princess Dora. Your Majesty, there's something. Shen Lang picked up Shenmi and Yao Yao and said, give Daddy a kiss. The two girls kissed Shen Lang on both cheeks and put them down reluctantly. Shen Lang said to Ning Yuanxian, father-in-law, I'll go back first. Go, let's stay a little longer, Ning Yuanxian said. Shen Lang went down the mountain under the protection of more than a dozen special warriors. Something important must have happened, otherwise Princess Dora wouldn't have come to disturb him halfway. But it couldn't be anything bad. The mission we sent to the Western world has returned. Duke de Bus has sent a messenger, Princess Dora said. My sister has also brought a gift. Princess Dora's sister, Queen Ida of the Amazon. Calculating the time, the two of them should have given birth to the baby several months ago. But it shouldn't be just this matter. The Fire God denomination has sent a mission. The leader is still that high priest. She said that she has something very important to discuss with your Majesty, Princess Dora said. Shen Lang nodded, turned around and mounted the huge Amazon warhorse. He held Princess Dora's slender waist and galloped towards the Fury-Tide city. My God, I finally see you again. Where's my male master, the great emperor of the East? The middle-aged eunuch Talon shouted in a very exaggerated tone when they were still far away. He knelt on the ground and said, your most loyal servant Talon pays his respect to the Supreme King Shen Lang. I heard that you have just achieved 2 glorious and great achievements and have become the monarch of 3 kingdoms. You are simply the incarnation of miracles, your Majesty. Moreover, he was speaking in Chinese, and his pronunciation was perfect. Although he knew a little Chinese when he was in the Western world, he could basically read but not speak. It could be seen that he had been studying very hard in the past year. You speak the Eastern language very well, Shen Lang said with a smile. He then gently pulled Talon's arm and got him to stand up. The eunuch Talon trembled in an exaggerated manner, as if being touched by Shen Lang was a great honor. All of this is your glory. I've always held you in my heart, and it's because of this that my studies have been blessed by God. Talon said, not only me, but the Duchess is also learning the Eastern language. I haven't learned enough, so I strive to reach the level of an Eastern scholar before the little prince learns to speak, because I hope to be the first language teacher of His Royal Highness. This is the first prince of our Russo family. Shen Lang said, de Bus gave birth to a boy? Talon said, yes, your Majesty. This is the most beautiful little prince in the world. His hair is like gold, like sunlight, his skin is like white jade, his eyes are like stars, and he has the same pupils as you, deep and three-dimensional. When he was born, blue snowflakes floated down from the sky, and the sun and snow coexisted, so we call him the sun and snow descendant. Following that, Talon presented a portrait. This was drawn in the form of a realistic sketch, and it was colored, very close to a photograph. In the portrait, Duke de Bus was holding her son. It was indeed a super beautiful little guy, and all the advantages of being a mixed race were displayed to the extreme. This portrait can't even reach a tenth of the beauty of the little prince, but there's no other way, this is already the best painter. The eunuch Talon said, for this portrait, the Grand Duchess paid 100 pounds of gold and recruited the most outstanding painter in the entire empire. There was no need to ask the child's name. De Bus had said that if she gave birth to a boy, he would be named Loki. This was Jiang Li's name in the Western world, Loki Jiang Russo. Is the Xiluan Empire still stable? Shen Lang asked. On the whole, it's still stable. Talon said, after the return of Deputy Empress Helen, the entire South united as one and achieved unparalleled development. Their taxes once again far surpassed those of the North. Perhaps it won't be long before our side becomes the true center of the Xiluan Empire. Moreover, after we start trading with the Eastern Empire, we will become even more prosperous. Then, Talon wanted to say something but hesitated. Speak, Shenlang said, does Debus want me to give her a decree or confer a title or something? The eunuch Talon said flatteringly, as wise as you are, your majesty. Shenlang didn't take his position as the great Qian emperor seriously. He didn't even have a cabinet, let alone a decree, so it wouldn't be good for him to write it himself. Who's that, is he here? Shenlang asked. He's still here. Zhang Chunhua, who was outside, said, he was originally accompanying the Supreme King at the Heavenly Manor, but we've been too busy recently, so we asked him to come and help. The person Shenlang was talking about was the former left Prime Minister of the State of Yu, the Crown Prince's Grand Tutor Sua Xian, who was also one of the highest adjudicators in the battle for Jinshan Island. This person was almost like a living fossil, and he was even older than Zhu Hongzhu. He was already 87 years old this year, but his body was still very healthy. When Shenlang's identity was exposed, he didn't say anything. When Ningxiao ascended to the throne, he also didn't say anything against it. He was the type of person who played it safe, but was also unwilling to be a thief. After Shenlang won the battle in Tianyue City, he went to see Zhang Chong, and very vaguely said that he didn't know if he would be honored to attend Shenlang and Zhang Chunhua's wedding. Zhang Chong also mentioned it to Shenlang, but the wedding was very small, and Shenlang didn't invite Sua Xian. Sua Xian was very disappointed that he didn't receive an invitation, but not long ago, he came to Raging Tide City despite his 80 years of age. First, he wanted to see Shenlang, and second, he missed his late master Ning Yuanxian. However, Shenlang didn't see him until now, not because he was dissatisfied with him, but because Marquis Sua Xian had a small conflict with him. At the very least, he didn't side with Ning Xiao and the Zhu clan at the critical moment. I'm Sua Xian, greet your majesty, long live. Sua Xian kowtowed to Shenlang meticulously, with just the right amount of excitement and trembling in his voice. Like Zhu Hongzhu, he was Ning Yuanxian's teacher, and he had seen Jiangli before. At least from the bottom of his heart, he yearned for Jiangli. Moreover, he was the left chief minister when he was in the secretariat, and he couldn't get along with the right chief minister Zhu Hongzhu at that time. Shenlang said, this time I invited you here because you are a calligraphy master. Please help me draft an edict. The former crown prince's grand tutor Sua Xian kowtowed and said, yes, your majesty. Shenlang said, the gist of it is to bestow the protector of the southern border of Xiluan dynasty, Duchess Debus of the Russo family as imperial consort by of the Great Qian dynasty, and her son as Prince Jade of the Great Qian dynasty. Grand Tutor Sua Xian stood up, picked up a brush, and wrote a luxurious and solemn imperial edict. It was absolutely in line with the imperial standards, and absolutely supreme. After he finished writing, Shenlang used his own private seal, and then stamped it with the seal of the Great Qian dynasty. Leave this imperial edict with me first. Talon, play in the Fury Tide City for a few days, and I will prepare some gifts. When my envoy group sets off again, you can return to the Xiluan dynasty, Shenlang said. Eunuch Talon kowtowed and said, this is my greatest honor. In addition, I am extremely eager to be able to serve you, my majesty, in these few days. I can boldly say that when the Archduchess sees this imperial edict, she will be so happy that she will reward the people. This is the supreme honor of the Russo family. In the secret chamber, Shenlang summoned the high priest of the fire god cult. It was the high priest who had assassinated Shenlang, and then came to apologize, offering many gifts, and even offering himself. Before coming here, I passed by Empress Island and paid a visit to Queen Ida. She asked me to bring you a gift. The high priest of the fire god cult handed over a brush. It was a fetus hair brush. Shenlang stroked the tip of the brush. The soft fluff was extremely cute, and it should be made from the hair of Queen Aida's child. As everyone expected, Queen Ida gave birth to a little princess with extremely high bloodline talent. The Amazon kingdom has an heir. Congratulations, your majesty, the high priest of the fire god cult said. She did not want to desperately describe the child's appearance like Talon, so she emphasized the child's bloodline. The child's name is Ellenshin. The high priest of the fire god cult said, it's a very beautiful little princess. Unfortunately, I don't have a portrait, but I think this surprise should be left for you to discover. Shen Lang said, Your Excellency, the High Priest definitely did not come to the east this time just to give me a fetus hair brush, even though it is very precious to me. The High Priest of the Fire God cult said, I'm here for two things. First, as she spoke, she took off the High Priest's red robe, revealing her snow-white body. Then, she used the robe to cushion the chair and asked Shen Lang, May I? Shen Lang paused for a moment before nodding his head. Since this is the first time I'm talking to your majesty in private without clothes, I might as well be frank every time we meet in the future. The High Priest of the Fire God cult said, Oh yes, my name is Shelley. Shen Lang said, Please tell me why you're here. The High Priest of the Fire God cult said, First of all, I would like to congratulate your empire for obtaining two great victories and to celebrate the re-emergence of the Deqian Empire. I hope that the next time I come, you will have become the supreme emperor of the East. On behalf of the highest bishop of the Fire God cult, I would like to first send my utmost respect to you and hope to officially establish diplomatic relations with the Deqian dynasty. Then, the High Priest Shelley handed over a decree. This was the diplomatic relations letter personally written by the Fire God cult king. Shen Lang didn't hesitate and immediately accepted it. He said, I will draft this diplomatic relations letter when you return and send a messenger to the Fire God cult. The High Priest Shelley said, Then, I shall first celebrate our great friendship here. The second thing. The High Priest Shelley said, Your Majesty Shen Lang, I wonder if you've noticed the comet in the sky. Shen Lang nodded and said, Of course, it's a very beautiful comet. Also, it just disintegrated not long ago. The High Priest Shelley said, Actually, this comet appears once every 119 years. Our first-generation bishop comprehended the heavenly Tao of the Fire God because of this comet and created the Fire God cult. Therefore, this comet has a sacred status in the Fire God cult. We call it the Fire Dragon Comet. Shen Lang was stunned. Was this a different way to announce the ownership of the comet? The High Priest Shelley said, Think back to our Fire God cult's totem. Is the fire dragon's eye the shape of a comet? Shen Lang recalled for a moment and realized that it was indeed the case. The High Priest Shelley said, Also, there's an absolute secret. Every time a comet nears our planet, it will disintegrate and create a meteor shower that will crash into our world. Of course, this will bring about destruction, but there are more treasures. The last time the comet was closest to us, it disintegrated and crashed into the Western world. It brought us a lot of precious materials. In fact, a large part of the Fire God cult's strength came from the disintegration of this comet. Shen Lang couldn't help but be stunned. The High Priest Shelley said, This comet first appeared 900 years ago. Actually, there's a legend in the Western world. When this red comet appears, it represents the descent of the dragon. Shen Lang couldn't help but be startled. The descent of a dragon? That was too ridiculous. Did she think this was a Game of Thrones? The High Priest Shelley said, Of course, the so-called dragon is very broad. For example, I heard that you used the dragon's regret to destroy your strongest enemy. To a certain extent, it is also a form of a dragon. Shen Lang understood what she meant. Dragons were the supreme totem in the Eastern world. They were like gods. But in the Western world, dragons meant strength and destruction. The High Priest Shelley said, This comet is called the Eye of the Fire God in our Fire God cult. Thus, we have studied it for over a few hundred years. This time, it will disintegrate again and create another meteor shower. But this time, it will crash into the Eastern world. We have done careful calculations. When it is closest to our planet's gravity will tear a piece of it. In another 29 days, it will brush past our planet. This time, it will be very close. Grand Priest Shelley said, This means that this time, it will split into a huge celestial body and collide with our planet. At that time, it will be an extremely beautiful meteor shower. Of course, it will also bring about a destructive disaster. Maybe its impact will not be any weaker than your dragon's regret. Shen Lang's heart started to tremble. He closed his eyes and started to calculate the trajectory of the comet. He wanted to calculate its final impact point, but he didn't have enough data. In the next second, the High Priest Shelley passed him a detailed report. It was about the comet's period, speed, and impact point. According to the calculations of the Fire God sect, it should hit here this time. Priestess Shelley pointed at the exact location on the map. Xianxia said, the fire god cult's map of the eastern world is very detailed and accurate. The high priest Shelley said, trust me, the fire god cult has no ill intentions towards the eastern world. Plus, you are much stronger than us. Xianxia took a closer look and realized that the impact point was at the western border of Chu. This was a huge desert and could be considered a natural barrier between Chu and the western countries. Xianxia's heart trembled. Are you sure that the impact this time will be very strong, no weaker than my dragon's regret? The high priest Shelley said, I don't know the power of the dragon's regret, but you didn't hide it. The dragon's regret destroyed dozens of miles of fleets, so I think this impact will be weaker than the dragon's regret. Of course, this isn't the important point. What's important is that this meteor shower will bring a lot of valuable materials. Extraterrestrial objects, this is a huge treasure. The fire god cult wanted to keep it to ourselves, but I checked the relevant maps. This region belongs to Chu, and it is a vassal kingdom under the Great Qian dynasty. So this time, the split body of the comet will crash into your territory. I request that you and the fire god cult work together to develop this extraterrestrial object. We wanted to split it equally, but this is your territory, so the fire god cult will get 40% and you will get 60%. Xianxia couldn't help but suppress the excitement in his heart. If all this was true, then it was really a blessing from the heavens. He thought that the ceasefire and Xianxia pavilion leaving the state of Yu was already perfect. He didn't expect it to be even more perfect. The Great Yan dynasty's main force to attack Chu was the Western Army. There were at least a few 100,000 soldiers. Xianxia's dragon's regret had been used up. He couldn't blow up a second energy core, and its power was less than 1%. If the meteor shower really crashed into the Gobi Desert on the western border of Chu, it would be another apocalypse. By then, who would dare to say that Xianxia only had one dragon's regret? This strategic deterrence would be off the charts. Heavens, are you actually so kind to me, Xianxia? Am I, Xianxia, the favorite child of the heavens? Your Majesty, this is already our greatest sincerity. Grand Priest Shelley said, this is also the friendship that the Fire God sect is giving to you. You are the supreme human emperor, and our king is equally respected. Hence, we shouldn't bargain with each other, am I right? If you want more, other than my body, the Fire God cult can't give you anything else. Xianxia said, deal, Madam Shelley. Oh yes, I seem to have heard of your name more than once. High Priest Shelley stretched out her jade-like hand and shook Xianxia's. Yes, Your Majesty. There are only a few names in the Western world. There are too many people with the same name. Then, High Priest Shelley said, since you agree to cooperate, I will hand over the few hundred fire god warriors that I brought with me to you. Time is running out, I think we need to act quickly. Send the Chu Kingdom's army to completely seal off that area. Don't allow anyone to enter. Then, quietly wait for the arrival of the meteor shower. Then, Xianxia suddenly said, the first time this meteor crashed into this world was more than 900 years ago? High Priest Shelley said, yes, Your Majesty. Do you remember anything? Xianxia shook his head and said, no. High Priest Shelley said, in the prophecy of the fire god cult, this meteor will die in about 1,000 years. Its death means the awakening of the dragon. So, when I came to the Fury Tide City and heard that you detonated the dragon's regret, I sighed. This might not be the ravings of a lunatic. Because this big explosion might be called the awakening of the dragon. If this is really the last collision of the meteor, we will have a huge harvest. I have this feeling, Your Majesty. High Priest Shelley said, you detonated the dragon's regret, so I really hope that the awakening of the dragon is referring to you. Because of this, we don't dare to take all the riches that the meteor brings. Xianxia trembled and said, wait a few days, I will calculate. If everything is correct, we will set off to the western border of Chu Kingdom and wait for the meteor shower. Xianxia didn't expect cabinet masters with CI to be so decisive. After he signed the truce agreement with Xianxia, he didn't leave the Fury Tide City quietly. Instead, he represented the Xianxia Pavilion to announce it to the world. He sent a letter to the other 5 transcending forces and all the countries in the world. The content was simple. The Xianxia Pavilion and Xianxia stopped fighting completely. They would not pursue any responsibility from each other. From today onwards, the Xianxia Pavilion would withdraw from the state of Yu. This time around, the effect was just too awesome. It was practically able to shake one's soul out of their body. Originally, Xianxia had wanted to send someone to brag about this great victory, but he didn't expect that there was no need for that at all. Pavilion Masters Xianxia had done it for him, and the effect was 100 times better than if he had personally gone to brag about it. It was really like a nuclear bomb had been thrown into a calm sea, stirring up raging waves and shaking up the entire world. King Ningxing was the first king to receive Cabinet Masters Xi's letter. After reading it, he was completely stunned. His Majesty Xianxia really did it. He really won against the Xianxia Pavilion, and won so thoroughly, the Xianxia Pavilion admitted defeat. They even withdrew from the state of Yu completely, and Cabinet Masters Xi personally announced it to the world. Heavens, Xianxia had once again created a miracle. Ningxing was trembling with excitement. He even found it hard to breathe. Even his hands, which were holding Cabinet Masters Xi's letter, kept trembling. It was as if he had Parkinson's disease. Seeing this scene, countless officials in the court held their breath. They couldn't help but feel terrified. They stared at King Ningxing and their hearts tightened. What was going on? Why was the king's expression so strange? His Majesty had always been a person who wouldn't change even in the face of a landslide. Why was he reacting so strongly now? Could it be that there was some grievous news? Could it be that His Majesty Xianxia had lost? Could it be that the great Qian dynasty had been destroyed? Or even His Majesty Xianxia had collapsed? No, please don't. If His Majesty Xianxia had lost, then the state of Yu would be completely finished. Wu Kingdom and Chu Kingdom would also be destroyed. Ning Qi, Ning Gang, Zhang Chong, and the rest couldn't help but be so nervous that they couldn't breathe. They hoped that it wasn't bad news. King Ningxing knelt towards the east and said with a trembling voice, His Majesty Xianxia has won. It's a complete victory. Cabinet Masters Xi has admitted defeat. The Xianxia Pavilion has completely withdrawn from the state of Yu. Long live His Majesty Xianxia, long live the great Qian dynasty. Note, first update, please carefully ask for monthly votes. If there's more, please give it to me. Recommend the book Salted Fish's Self-Help Strategy to my friend. If there was anyone in the world who trusted Xianxia the most, it was undoubtedly Ningxing, because he had witnessed countless of Xianxia's miracles. He had even given up his life to trust Xianxia, but he was also the one who was under the most pressure. Among the kings of Wu, Chu, and Yu, the king of Wu and the king of Chu had already thrown caution to the wind and were ready to fight to the death. What else was there to be afraid of? Only Ningxing was full of hope, but he had prepared for the worst. He had even sent out all the troops of the state of Yu, and nearly half of them were sent to support the Wu and Chu kingdoms. If Xianxia lost this battle, it would mean the destruction of 3 kingdoms. Now the news of victory had finally come, and it was delivered in such a way. Of course, not long after Xianxia destroyed Ning Han's fleet with the dragon's regret, he had already sent the news to Ningxing, but Ningxing did not dare to make it public. After that, Xianxia completely erased the Xianxia Pavilion complex in the Tiannan province. Ningxing soon found out, but still did not dare to make it public, because everything had not been settled. Anyone would think that the Xianxia Pavilion would definitely try their best to take revenge after suffering such a huge loss. If the victory was announced too early, what would happen if the battle with the Xianxia Pavilion reversed? So even though Xianxia had won 2 battles in a row, King Ningxing was even more nervous. He could not sleep at night because the Xianxia Pavilion was too powerful. If Ning Han lost, Xi would have to personally appear. Of course, as a king, Ningxing had also thought that Xi might ask for a truce, but this was only from the perspective of interests. However, Xi was one of the world's leaders. After suffering such a painful defeat, it was reasonable for him to take revenge. Once Pavilion Masters Xi personally appeared, Ningxing could not imagine how Xianxia could resist. Now that it was finally a foregone conclusion, it was great news. Then, the voice of the eunuch Lian came from outside, Your Majesty, good news. There's news from the Fury-Tide city. Lian rushed in, knelt, and kowtowed. Half a month ago, the Xianxia Pavilion's main fleet, nearly 1,000 warships, and nearly 100,000 secret legions attacked Raging Tide City. They were instantly annihilated by His Majesty Shenlang and erased from this world. 7 days ago, His Majesty Shenlang once again launched a strategic weapon at the Sky-Sea Pavilion from 100 miles away, erasing the Sky-Sea Pavilion from the world. 4 days ago, the Sky-Sea Pavilion's master, Xianxia, personally went to the raging Tide City to ask for peace from His Majesty Shenlang and to withdraw from the state of Yu unconditionally. At this point, His Majesty Shenlang has won a complete victory. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire imperial court of the state of Yu was in an uproar. It was as if they had heard a fairy tale. They could not believe it. We knew that His Majesty Shenlang was powerful, but we didn't know that he was this powerful. This is simply unimaginable. Do you hear me clearly? Annihilating the Sky-Sea Pavilion's fleet of 100,000 in an instant? Well, it was actually only 80,000, but any battle report was boastful. His Majesty Shenlang was no exception. Rounding it up, wasn't it exactly 100,000? Moreover, Pavilion Master Xianxia had said that he did not care about his reputation, so he probably would not pursue the matter of Shenlang's boasting. How strong was the Sky-Sea Pavilion's Blood Soul army? Everyone knew very well that the previous time, the 20,000 Blood Soul army was only the most basic kind, but it was already so powerful that it was suffocating. This time, the Sky-Sea Pavilion sent out 100,000 main forces. This was a power that made people feel hopeless. His Majesty Shenlang not only won, but he also killed them in an instant. Not only that, but he also completely wiped out the Sky-Sea Pavilion? Our great Qian Emperor Lord's strength is truly limitless. Originally, if Shenlang had released such a battle report, many people would probably have doubted it. After all, how could it be so powerful without seeing it with their own eyes? But now, Pavilion Masters Xianxia had personally come out to prove that His Majesty Shenlang's victory report was absolutely true. Congratulations, Your Majesty. From now on, the state of Yu will have nothing to worry about. The great Qian Empire is invincible. Long live His Majesty Shenlang. The courtiers of the state of Yu knelt and kowtowed toward the east, their hearts surging with excitement. Then, the news of this victory exploded like a cannonball and spread rapidly from Xianxia City. Not long after, the entire capital was in an uproar. Tens of thousands of people in Xianxia City spontaneously rushed out of their homes to vent the ecstasy in their hearts. At first, there were only a few thousand people, then tens of thousands, and hundreds of thousands of people marched along Vermilion Bird Avenue to the palace to celebrate this victory. This time, the people of Xianxia City believed in Shenlang, but they were also afraid. This was because the situation was too frightening. The Great Yan Empire had mobilized an astronomical number of troops. It was like a tsunami that could easily drown the Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms. When that happened, the people of the capital would face a disaster. Now, His Majesty Shenlang had won a great victory, and everyone was safe. Long live His Majesty Shenlang. Long live the Great Qian Empire. At this moment, the people of the capital were shouting these two slogans from the bottom of their hearts. They truly felt the power of the Great Qian Empire. Inside the Blackwater Platform prison, the king of Yu, Ningjing, would not add insult to injury, but the Blackwater Platform commander-in-chief, Yan Yi, would. He went directly to Zhu Hongzhu's cell. Zhu Xiang, are you waiting for the battle report from the Sky-Sea Pavilion? Yan Yi asked. Zhu Hongzhu closed his eyes slightly. Although he was in the cell, his complexion was still good. This person cherished himself and paid attention to health. The more adverse the situation, the better he could maintain a good attitude. Moreover, being unfazed by honor or disgrace was his true nature. Therefore, when he heard Governor Yan Yi's words, he did not respond. Zhu Xiang, don't wait anymore. Yan Yi said, Ninghan lost. The main force of the Sky-Sea Pavilion was annihilated. They were instantly killed by His Majesty Shenlang. When he heard this, Zhu Hongzhu's face trembled slightly. Then, he smiled and said, Governor Yan Yi, I have always thought highly of your perseverance in the past 2 years. Now that you are saying this, I will look down on you. Is there any meaning in this? Yan Yi continued, Zhu Xiang, you should be very familiar with the Sky-Sea Pavilion by the seaside of Tiannam province. It is like the back garden of your Zhu family. The ancient books in there are very precious, but Zhu Ning can easily borrow them. And now, that place has been completely razed to the ground. In the words of His Majesty Xianxia, it is completely erased from the world. Zhu Hongzhu laughed coldly and closed his eyes, no longer paying attention to him. Governor Yanni said, "Zhu Xiang, you don't believe me? Not only do you not believe me, even I don't believe it. This is too absurd. Look at this." Zhu Hongzhu took it and saw that it was the imperial edict that Xianxia had once sent to all the countries in the world. It could not be done, or else it would be completely erased. There was no need to say that he did not warn them. He sighed and said, "I have already seen this. His Excellency Xianxia wrote it very impressively and uplifting, but..." Zhu Hongzhu did not continue, but the meaning was very clear. This kind of national prestige had to be fought and not boasted. Of course, he did not dare to underestimate Xianxia at all because he had created too many miracles. But Zhu Hongzhu was full of confidence in Xianxia Pavilion, especially Pavilion Masters with CI. It was because he understood Xianxia Pavilion too well that he knew how strong it was. It was almost 100 times stronger than Xianxia. It was completely easy to destroy New Qiao City. It was also because of this reason that Zhu Hongzhu's attitude was so unyielding. Even if they lost the battle in Tianyue City, he was not willing to yield to Xianxia. He would even rather have Zhu Ning commit suicide than let her marry Jin Muzong. Governor Yanni did not say anything and handed over the second item. This was the personal handwriting of Xianxia Pavilion Masters with CI. It was originally meant for King Yu Ningjing. Pavilion Masters with Ci's handwriting should not be imitated by anyone in the world. Yanni laughed coldly. After Zhu Hongzhu read it, his entire body instantly turned into a statue. He was completely numb and lost all reaction. He actually did not read much of Zhu Ci's handwriting because he would not write to him. But Zhu Ci's handwriting could not be forgotten once he read it. Zhu Hongzhu was a master of calligraphy, but his idol in calligraphy was Zhu Ci. He had studied it hundreds of times. It was obvious at a glance that it was Zhu Ci's handwriting. To use a very popular saying, I know every word on it, but when put together, I don't seem to recognize them. Xianxia Pavilion voluntarily stopped the war and completely withdrew from the state of Yu. What had happened? Zhu Hongzhu was also a wise man, but he was confused by his concern. His brain was absolutely willing to believe that Xianxia Pavilion was invincible enough to kill Xianxia 10 times over. But now that Xianxia Pavilion had actually lost, they must have suffered great losses to choose to stop the war. Could it be that what Yanni said was true? That Xianxia really killed Xianxia Pavilion's main force and wiped out Xianxia Pavilion's buildings, based on what? Even if it was a miracle, there should be a limit. Based on what? Was there still any justice in this world? How could Xianxia Pavilion lose? The godlike Xianxia Pavilion, Yanni looked at Zhu Hongzhu, who had completely turned into wood. He smiled coldly and immediately retreated. Of course, he was not here to persuade them to surrender, but to give Zhu Hongzhu a blow. However, Zhu Hongzhu did not notice his departure at all. At this moment, he could not even feel sorrow. When pain and shock exceeded the limit, one would become numb, as if they had lost their sense of pain and could not even feel the passage of time. Last time in Tianyue City, Zhu Hongzhu lost, and Zhu Hongzhu even vomited blood, but this time, he did not. After an unknown amount of time, all of his senses gradually returned, but Zhu Hongzhu still did not feel pain, only endless confusion. What should the Zhu family do next? Xianxia Pavilion was the Zhu family's biggest backer in the state of Yu. Now that even Zhu Ci had retreated, who could the Zhu family rely on? How could they turn things around? Zhu Hongzhu looked at the ceiling in despair, as if asking God, what should he do to save the Zhu family? Should I kneel and beg Ningjing, or Xianxia? Ask for his forgiveness? Shouldn't the Zhu family surrender? At this moment, he was like a drowning man, with only the instinct to survive. He did not have time to feel pain, and desperately wanted to grab onto any straw that could save him. But very quickly, he calmed down and said to himself, trembling, the Zhu family still has a chance, we are not finished yet. Even if Xianxia Pavilion loses, we still have Yen capital, yes, we still have Yen capital. I firmly believe that Xianxia did not defeat Xianxia Pavilion with his own strength. He must have used some strange trick. As long as we see through his facade, he will be nothing. Right now, Xianxia is baring his fangs and brandishing his claws. He looks very strong, but he is actually at his weakest. We must not let him scare us. We must stake everything on one throw and completely destroy him. If we act now, Shenlang will die. Zhu Hongzhu kept talking to himself. Even though he did not know the basis of his judgment, he felt that he was right. I want to write a memorial to His Majesty the Emperor. Shenlang is just bluffing. Then he rolled up his sleeves, but found that there was no ink or paper. He was in a cell, a prisoner. About 20 days ago, Zhongyao had led an army of 60,000 to reinforce the Wu kingdom. Because Tianyue City was more than 2,000 kilometers away from the capital of the Wu kingdom, the army had not even reached the capital of the Wu kingdom in 20 days. However, the Wu king had long since received the letter. He was so moved that his eyes were brimming with tears. Who would have thought that the state of Yu would send reinforcements at such a critical moment? Not only that, but they had also sent 1/5 of their forces. In the past, the state of Yu was the mortal enemy of the Wu kingdom. Ningjing, from now on, you are my brother. The Wu and Chu kingdoms will become true brotherly kingdoms. Of course, King Wu knew that even if the state of Yu sent 60,000 soldiers, it wouldn't change the outcome. At this moment, Prince Wu of the Great Yan Empire had gathered an army of more than 600,000 soldiers. Moreover, there were also many servant armies from other kingdoms. The Wu kingdom had no way of resisting them. Didn't you see the Wu country's army? Countless citizens of the Wu country had already fled. The military power of the state of Wu was originally inferior to that of the state of Yu. However, it had not experienced many wars, so its military had not suffered many losses. Therefore, it had a total of 400,000 soldiers. Now, not even half of them were left. Most of them had already deserted. Even so, King Wu was very touched. More than 100,000 soldiers were willing to die with him. On this day, King Wu's palace was as quiet as ever. Most of the officials had fled, so there was no need for a court meeting. Everything could be discussed in the study. Moreover, more than half of the eunuchs and palace maids had fled. In the beginning, the eunuchs and palace maids were captured by the imperial guards. They were about to be executed. However, King Wu said that husband and wife were birds of the same forest. In the face of disaster, they would flee separately. If they wanted to flee, then so be it. Hence, in just a few days, King Wu's palace was half empty. Only a few of the eunuchs and palace maids remained. Most of them were old and had no one to rely on. Even if they managed to escape, they would not be able to survive. This was unprecedented misery. Even when Chu and Yu were defeated in the war, they were not as miserable. The palace maids and eunuchs who were left behind were also absent-minded when cooking. As a result, Queen Wu personally cooked for King Wu. Your Majesty, the Great Yan Empire's army has moved. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers have blotted out the sky. Not only is there the Empire's army, but there is also the secret army of the Punishing Heavens Pavilion. They are heading towards our Wu kingdom. King Wu did not feel much shock at this time. The Great Yan Empire had been gathering its army for a few months. It had been a few months of fear. In modern terms, the other shoe had finally dropped. The time of destruction has finally arrived. Good, very good. King Wu sighed. Then let us gather our army and prepare for battle. Death is inevitable. It may be heavier than a mountain, or lighter than a goose feather. I, Wu Qi, will not let down the glory of my ancestors. At this time, no one brought up the imperial edict from Shenlang. They should not have had any hope in the first place. If they brought it up now, wouldn't it be a slap in the face to His Majesty Shenlang? Soon after, a Blackwater Pavilion official rushed in and reported, Your Majesty, Marquis Zhongyao has arrived with 10,000 cavalry. They are still 100 li away from the capital. King Wu said excitedly, Good, good. I will fight side by side with my brothers from the state of Yu. Even if I die, I will not be too lonely. Men, help me put on the armor. I will personally welcome Marquis Zhongyao. The Empress personally helped King Wu put on the armor. Husband, don't worry. When that day comes, I will not bring shame to you, the Empress said softly. King Wu pinched his wife's chin and kissed her pale but delicate lips. He said, Let's go. Then, King Wu mounted his warhorse and led an army of tens of thousands out of the capital city. He first headed south to welcome Xianxia's vanguard cavalry with the greatest fanfare. Then, the two of them joined forces and headed north to defend against the Great Yan Empire's army. Even if I have to die, I will show the Great Yan Empire my will. Put in the face of death and come back to life, put in the face of death and come back to life. Half a day later, King Wu met Xianxia's cavalry. The two armies met and held a welcoming banquet. However, there was no joy in this banquet, only endless heaviness. Xianxia conveyed Ning Zheng's words, saying that even if war broke out, they should not fight the Great Yan Empire head-on. They should preserve their strength and retreat to the seaside as they fought. Shenlang's fleet would be there to receive them, and they could retreat back to Raging Tide City. King Wu did not say anything. If Emperor Shenlang lost, there would be no Raging Tide City. If Emperor Shenlang won, then he would not escape to Raging Tide City. He would die on the battlefield of the Wu Kingdom. Marquis Zhong, I must die. But if I lose, please take my wife and children with you, King Wu said and finished the wine in his cup. The next day, the two armies headed north. They carried a solemn and determined will to die. They set out for the northern border of the Wu Kingdom to meet the powerful Great Yan Empire's army. At this moment, a white eagle descended from the sky. It was Skycy Pavilion's envoy, Xianxia. I am Skycy Pavilion Xianxia. I am here to deliver a letter to the pavilion master. Xianxia handed Xi's handwritten letter to King Wu. It was still Xi's letter. The Skycy Pavilion and Shenlang had stopped fighting and completely withdrew from the state of Yu. When King Wu received it, he was completely stunned. Then, he could no longer control his tears. Not long after Xianxia left, King Yu's envoy arrived. He handed King Yu's handwritten letter. It clearly stated that Shenlang had wiped out the Skycy Pavilion's main force and razed it to the ground. King Wu began to doubt his life. After reading it several times, he handed it to Xianxiao. Xianxiao was also stunned after reading it. Then, he handed it to Wu Ji. After a long while, Wu Ji, the privy emissary, roared, "All soldiers, listen up. His Majesty Shenlang has achieved a complete victory." He instantly wiped out the Skycy Pavilion's 100,000 soldiers and razed them to the ground. The despairing Wu Kingdom's army could not believe their ears after hearing this. But then, Wu Ji took out Pavilion Master Xi's handwritten letter and read it word by word. At this moment, the Wu Kingdom's army finally believed that a miracle had happened. In an instant, the despairing army became excited. Long live His Majesty Shenlang! Long live the Deqian Empire! Long live, long live! In the eastern sea of the state of Yu, there was a man, Pavilion Master Xi. He was strolling at the bottom of the sea, looking for Ning Han. Even at the bottom of the sea, he was as fast as a wisp of smoke, easily traversing dozens of meters. He had been looking for Ning Han for a few days and nights, but he could not find her. Was she really dead? Pavilion Master Xi sat down at the bottom of the sea and closed his eyes in pain. He did not have much time left. He had to hurry back to the Skycy Pavilion and organize the transfer of power. Next, he had to put all his manpower, military force, and troops into the Great Desert. That was the future of the Skycy Pavilion. He knew that his reputation and that of the Skycy Pavilion would fall to the bottom. But it did not matter. In the long history of the Skycy Pavilion, this was just a small wave. Developing the Great Desert was a 100-year plan. He had to seize every minute. But was he going to give up on the search for Ning Han just like that? He was not willing to give up. At this moment, a giant octopus swam over. Its eyes even shone with a hint of wisdom. Octopuses did not live for long. This should be an octopus that was decades old. Xi's figure floated over like a wisp of smoke again. The giant octopus was about to escape. Don't run, Xi shouted. Then, he placed his palm on the octopus's head and released a special spiritual wave. He was communicating with the octopus. He could actually communicate with an octopus? Please help me search in this sea, Xi said. It doesn't matter if it's life or death. Thank you. After a while, the giant octopus swam away quickly and began to release its unique marine life signal. Suddenly, countless marine life swam over. There were thousands of them. After a while, they suddenly spread out and searched the entire bottom of the sea. A few hours later, the giant octopus appeared in front of Xianxia again. It waved its tentacles at him and then swam forward, leading the way. Xianxia followed behind it and swam toward the depths of a trench. Along the way, he changed the nightmare stone so that he could continue to breathe at the bottom of the sea. This trench was really deep. It was also a huge whirlpool. Ordinary people would not dare to enter at all. Even this giant octopus did not dare to go near it. Pavilion Master's Xianxia turned into a bolt of lightning and suddenly drilled into the huge whirlpool. He entered the trench and kept going deeper. After an unknown amount of time, the whirlpool stopped sucking and he entered the interior of the trench. But here, there was no seawater. It seemed to be inside an ancient building. Xianxia was shocked. He had actually found an ancient ruin here? Was this the hall of a temple? This place was not far from raging Tidewater City. Could this be an ancient ruin? Following that, Pavilion Master's Xianxia found a person. To be more precise, it was a charred corpse. The original face could not be seen. The entire body was charred. However, Xianxia immediately recognized it as Ning Han. She was wearing a special bracelet on her arm. It was the nightmare stone that Xianxia had given her to save her life at a critical moment. Xianxia stepped forward and carefully carried Ning Han. She was no longer breathing, nor was her heartbeat. The once unparalleled beauty had now been reduced to a charred corpse. Xianxia blinked and fought back the tears that welled up in his eyes. Child, even if you owe His Majesty Jiangli in the past, you have now repaid your debt. You are free from now on. You have nothing to do with the Jiang clan anymore. Inside the imperial palace of the Great Yan Empire, the Supreme Emperor had also received Pavilion Master Xiaoxi's personal letter. However, this letter was completely different. Xiaoxi's letter to the others was cold. It stated that he would stop fighting with Xunlang and unconditionally withdraw from the state of Yu. However, the letter he sent to the Emperor of Great Yan was a letter of apology. His attitude was very humble. Your Majesty, Xunlang launched a dragon's regret and destroyed the Sky Sea Pavilion's main force led by Ning Han. Then, he used an ancient launcher to launch an energy core and raised the Sky Sea Pavilion's grand library to the ground. Pavilion Master Xiaoxi's letter has spread throughout the world. All the countries in the world are shocked and speechless. With an expressionless face, the Emperor burned Pavilion Master Xiaoxi's letter of apology. He then took Xunlang's imperial edict and burned it as well after taking a look at it. I'm shocked, the king said. Immediately, everyone present knelt down neatly, including the empire's Prince Wu, Prince Lian, the Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, the Great Liang's monarch, the New Qian's King Yingguang, the Great Jin's king, the Punishing Heaven Pavilion's elder, the Tongtian Temple's master, the Stupa Mountain's elder, and so on. The emperor was clearly not angry. He simply said 4 words, but all the important people were already trembling. Xunlang used the dragon's regret to scare everyone. King of Great Liang, are you scared? What about you, Yingguang? What about you, Prince Jin? The emperor said lightly. Those who were named stepped out and knelt on the ground. Prime Minister Zhu, how many dragon's regret do you think Xunlang has? The emperor asked. This Prime Minister Zhu was the master of the Zhu clan in Yan capital. He was also the master of the Zhu clan who developed the secret base. He immediately knelt down and said with a trembling voice, 1. Is there really only one? The emperor asked. Prime Minister Zhu, I really rely on your advice. The master of the Zhu clan said, yes, I think there is only one. Prince Lian said, Your Majesty, I think Xunlang only has one dragon's regret. Now is his weakest time. All the countries in the world are scared by his so-called strategic killing weapons, but I can see his emptiness. He raised the Sky Sea Pavilion library to the ground to increase his deterrence and intimidate all the countries in the world, but this revealed his confidence. He used the ancient energy core to blow up the Sky Sea Pavilion library. He could have simply transported it nearby by ship and detonated it. Why did he use the ancient launcher to launch it with great fanfare? We all know that this thing is huge and very inconvenient to load and unload. He just wanted to create a feeling that he could destroy the Sky Sea Pavilion from 100 miles away. The energy core is not a weapon, but he desperately disguised it as a weapon. He wanted to tell the world that he used 2 strategic weapons. He wanted to deceive the world that he has many strategic killing weapons. Xianlong's imperial edict clearly states that no one is allowed to invade the territory of the Great Qian dynasty. Otherwise, they will be completely erased from the world. Don't say that I did not warn you. This sentence was very impressive, but it revealed Xianlong's strategic intentions. He does not want to fight, nor does he dare to fight. He only wants to stop the Great Yan dynasty from destroying the Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms. However, he does not have the military strength to save them, so he can only use the so-called strategic killing weapons to deter the armies of all the countries in the world. I have already seen through Xianlong's tricks, so I dare to conclude that he only has one dragon's regret. He is extremely weak now and has no power to protect the Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms. So, our army should instead charge straight in and annihilate the Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms. We should fiercely slap Qianlang in front of everyone in the world and expose his false and formidable facade. We should cause the Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms to feel complete despair and completely collapse the so-called Great Qian dynasty. Didn't Xianlang claim to have many dragons' regret? Then he will use it again. Didn't he claim to completely erase the armies that invaded the Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms from the world? If he can't do it, if he can't instantly destroy our hundreds of thousands of troops, then it will prove that he is lying. Everyone's hearts will scatter, and this laughable Great Qian dynasty will be completely destroyed. Prince Lian spoke eloquently, almost saying what everyone wanted to say and what they didn't want to say. The emperor said, "Prime Minister Zhu, do you think what Prince Lian said makes sense?" The head of the Zhu clan kowtowed out and said, "I agree with Prince Lian's words. I also think that we should continue to send troops and expose Xianlong's fake strength. We should completely ruin his reputation and let him watch helplessly as the Chu, Wu, and state of Yu perish." The emperor said, "Yingguang, Prince Jin, what do you think?" The new king Yingguang said, "I agree." The king of Jin kingdom kowtowed out and said, "I agree." The master of the Tongtian temple bowed and said, "I agree." The master of the execution heaven pavilion bowed and said, "I agree." The emperor said, "All right, then let's go." "Yes, your majesty." "Prince Jin, it's been hard on you," the emperor said. The king of Jin kingdom trembled and said, "I will immediately send the western route army to the east and exterminate the Chu kingdom's troops. We will completely destroy the Chu kingdom and reveal the truth of Xianlong's weakness. We will completely bury his fake Great Qian Empire." The emperor nodded and then waved his hand and said, "Disperse." Then, he left the throne and left without saying anything. All the important people in the hall knelt on the ground and didn't move. They respectfully sent the supreme emperor off. They didn't even dare to look at his back. Dozens of eunuchs followed. Almost all of them were great grandmasters, but they were as lowly as dogs. They kept following but didn't dare to get within 10 meters of the emperor. It was as if ice didn't dare to get close to fire, afraid that it would melt. Moreover, they didn't dare to get closer because the emperor had walked into the absolute forbidden area of the palace. This was the most strictly guarded forbidden area in the world. Other than the emperor, no one else was allowed to enter, including the crown prince and princess Ji Xian. It was rumored that this forbidden area hid the destiny of Great Yin. However, what was inside? No one knew. The emperor of Great Yin still didn't have any official decree. However, his will was the supreme decree. After the Yen capital was unified, the crown prince of Jin kingdom led the western route army and charged into the Chu kingdom like a ferocious beast. Kill the king of Chu, destroy the Chu kingdom, completely expose the illusion of Xianlong's strength, and destroy the hearts of the Great Qian dynasty. Note, I really racked my brains for this chapter. It took me a long time to write. If you have a monthly ticket, vote for me to nourish my brain. Thank you to Ran and Ruirue for the 10,000 coins. Congratulations, Master Wan Piao, for becoming the new leader of this book. Thank you. Greetings, Your Highness. Greetings, King Ying. The crown prince bowed at Yingguang. The two of them sat cross-legged on the table. The crown prince poured some tea, and the two of them sipped it quietly. The crown prince said with a smile, "The tea tastes about the same when it's at least 90%. Yingguang said, "You're right, Your Highness." What did the 90% mean? It was 90 silver taels. The crown prince said that there was no difference as long as the tea cost more than 90 silver taels per caddy. Any more expensive tea would just be a gimmick. The imperial crown prince said, "I remember a very good saying in one of Shenlang's books. The Duke of Zhou fears the day of rumors." According to the ancient legend, King Wu founded the Zhou dynasty, but he died of illness 2 years later. His son, Jisong, inherited the throne. The Duke of Zhou supported King Wu wholeheartedly and managed the nation's affairs. He was loyal to no one. However, his younger brothers, Uncle Guan and Uncle Kai, spread rumors that the Duke of Zhou was ambitious and wanted to usurp the throne. This rumor spread throughout the lands, tarnishing the Duke of Zhou's reputation. Many clans even rebelled. Yingguang remained silent and focused on sipping his tea. The crown prince said, "Even a saint like the Duke of Zhou is troubled by rumors, let alone us. Therefore, King Yingguang, you should be open-minded. It won't take more than a few decades for the truth to be clear." Yingguang was one of Shenlang's greatest enemies, second only to the emperor. He was an orphan who was raised by the Jiang family and was put in an important position. However, he betrayed Jiangli at the critical moment and sided with Great Yan. He even killed the entire Jiang family. The crown prince said, "King Yingguang killed so many infants, but Jiangli's son still managed to escape. How many people in the Great Qian Empire sacrificed their children to impersonate Jianglang?" Yingguang remained expressionless as he sipped his tea quietly. The crown prince said, "Father will be very busy these days. I think he'll cultivate in seclusion for a long time in the Forbidden Land. Therefore, I'll be learning from him." Yingguang raised his teacup and gave the crown prince a glance as if he was toasting a toast. When he was under Jiangli's command, he did not like to speak. He only killed people and did not speak. That was why people called him the Butcher King. More than a few thousand people from the Jiang clan had died in his hands. Apart from Shenlang, almost all the members of the Jiang family had been wiped out by him, so Shenlang couldn't even find a decent cousin. The crown prince smiled and said, "Back then, there was a joke that all the experts in the world were in the Jiang clan. Jiangli was number 1, Empress Jiang was number 2, and Jiang Guang was number 3. I wonder if it's true." Yingguang said, "The path of the martial Dao is only a minor path. It's not the king's Dao. Even if you're the number 1 in the world, it's all in vain. Pavilion Master Zhuxi's martial arts might not be inferior to mine, but he has completely retreated." The crown prince shook his head and said, "No, no, no. I know Pavilion Master Zhuxi's martial arts very well. He is not as good as you. Jiang Li's martial arts research is extremely profound, and the people around him are different. However, Zhuxi is a slippery fellow. He probably wants nothing more than to retreat and put on a good show. This way, he can completely stay out of the matter and stake everything on developing the Eternal Desert. He wants to learn from the White Jade capital and form his own system." Yingguang did not respond and continued sipping his tea quietly. The crown prince said, "There are some things that both father and imperial uncle Yingguang know. Therefore, we have a tacit understanding that we should continue as we should." Yingguang said, "All right, we will continue as we should." The crown prince said, "When Jiangli fell, the world was full. Back then, the one who ate the most was probably my imperial uncle Jin." Yingguang continued sipping his tea and said nothing. The crown prince said, "How is brother Fu Ming?" Yingguang said, "Very well. Thank you, Your Highness, for your concern." The crown prince said, "I heard that Mount Stupa is not well at the Transcendental Forces meeting. Is that why you are not coming? Are you planning to let brother Fu Ming represent Mount Stupa?" Yingguang said, "That would be unjustifiable. Mount Stupa's daughter or Fuhai Hall Master are both more suitable than Fu Ming." The crown prince said, "I personally hope to see brother Fu Ming at the Transcendental Forces meeting. If Ji Xian returns, she will represent father in convening this meeting. If she does not return, I will do it." Yingguang once again fell silent. The crown prince dipped his finger in the tea and drew a map on the table. He said, "Imperial Uncle Yingguang, are you not going to help me complete this map?" Yingguang did not wet his tea. He tapped on the map drawn by the crown prince and poked a hole in the hard jade table. The two then looked at each other. As expected, they both knew about this secret. All right, then it's settled. Heaven and earth will know, you and I will know, the crown prince said. Yingguang stood up and said, farewell. The crown prince bowed and said, farewell, imperial uncle. After Yingguang left, a figure walked out and said slowly, this person is really domineering. No wonder people called him Little Jiangli a long time ago. The crown prince smiled and looked at the jade table in front of him. This was a very precious jade, but a hole had been poked in it. The new Qian kingdom and Stupa mountain are about to unite. Everyone in the world will have to give way to them. The crown prince said, did you not see how the other princes instinctively lowered their heads when they saw Yingguang? Just wait and see. If Stupa mountain allows Fuhai Hall master to participate in this transcendental forces meeting, then it will be fine. Letting his daughter participate is also fine. But if Ying Wuming participates, then the last layer of their mask will be removed. The figure said, when we fight against Shenlang, we are indeed afraid of all the countries in the world. The crown prince said, Xianxia left at the wrong time. Or rather, his departure was too coincidental. He did not leave earlier or later, but chose this moment to leave. Moreover, he pretended that the Great Tribulation Temple had left for the western region. Interesting. He and Shenlang are helping each other. The figure said, they are thinking too much. They really know nothing about the power of the Great Yan Empire. In Raging Tide City, Shenlang spent the rest of his time studying the comet in the sky. Following that, he used the information provided by the fire god religion. After more than 20 hours, he finally drew the complete orbit of the blazing dragon comet. On average, it appeared once every 105 years. This was because it also revolved around the sun. Every time it appeared, it would approach the planet where Shenlang lived. However, due to very complicated reasons, its orbit was not fixed. This time, it was very close to the planet where Shenlang lived. This was the closest it had ever been. Previously, every time it approached this planet, it would be affected by the gravity and split apart. Then, it would collide with this planet. This time was no exception. Moreover, the impact this time would be much stronger than before. Of course, it was not easy to calculate the impact force. However, based on the previous patterns, it was still possible to get a rough estimate. This time, the impact force would exceed the regret of the dragon. In fact, it might be 2 or 3 times stronger. The scale of the impact could not be completely calculated. However, Shenlang could roughly calculate the impact location and time. It was more accurate than the fire god religion's data. The fire god religion's calculation range was very large. It was more than 15,000 square kilometers. Meanwhile, the range Shenlang calculated was about 2,000 to 3,000 square kilometers. Zhang Yuan came to submit her report again. She even made a few snacks for Shenlang. The pickled cucumber was especially crisp and refreshing. This pickled cucumber is not bad. It's sour and crunchy. It's just a little salty, Shenlang said. Zhang Yuan said, I'm sorry. I might have added a little too much salt. Then, Zhang Yuan said, I have a question. I don't know if I should ask. Shenlang said, go ahead. Zhang Yuan said, you used the regret of the dragon to destroy Ninghan's fleet and completely erase the Sky Sea Pavilion from this world. Pavilion Masters Xianxia even publicly announced his withdrawal from the state of Yu. This is an extremely great victory. However, can this deter the Great Yan dynasty? Shenlang said, yes, but there is a small flaw. Zhang Yuan said, I don't know what this small flaw of yours is. However, I feel that when you completely erased the Sky Sea Pavilion's buildings, you used an energy core. This is a bit of a leak. Even if you used the power of the dragon to launch it from 100 miles away, and it looked like a normal weapon, anyone could tell that it was not the regret of the dragon. Shenlang nodded. Continue. Zhang Yuan said, now, all the countries in the world must be very afraid. However, they are also full of doubts. They will guess that you only have one regret of the dragon. However, they dare not take the risk, so they will try to test you. Shenlang said, according to your guess, which direction do you think they will test you from? Zhang Yuan said, first of all, the Wu kingdom will definitely not, because that is the great Yan Empire's own army. They will not risk it. Logically speaking, it is very likely that Yan province, which is the central army led by Ing Wuming, will directly attack the Chu kingdom's northern border. From Yan province, they will kill their way into the state of Yu. This will be the biggest blow to Yu. However, now that Stupa Mountain has risen, the new Qian kingdom has become extremely powerful. Therefore, the first to attack will be the Jin kingdom, and the first to attack will be the Jin crown prince's hundreds of thousands of troops. After the fall of Emperor Jiangli, the huge Great Qian kingdom was fragmented. Half of it became the new Qian kingdom, and the other half was annexed by the Great Yan Empire. The biggest winner is the Jin kingdom, which has annexed a few provinces. Now, among all the countries in the world, excluding the warhounds in the north, the Jin kingdom has the largest territory and the most troops. Therefore, even if they are in a balance, the Yan capital will still send the Jin kingdom's western army to attack the Chu kingdom and expose your fake strength. Shen Lang said, your analysis makes a lot of sense. Zhang Yuan said, of course, you can send 30,000 troops to support the Chu kingdom and defeat the Jin crown prince's western army. However, this will be meaningless. Even if you win, you will lose completely. As long as people see that you don't have the regret of the dragon's strategic weapon, the Great Yan Empire's army will flood into the Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms. When that happens, you won't be able to save them even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms. Once the Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms are destroyed, the Great Qian dynasty will be completely destroyed. Shen Lang said, so I have to perform the miracle of the regret of the dragon again, instantly killing the hundreds of thousands of troops attacking the Chu kingdom and erasing them from the face of this world? Zhang Yuan said, yes, unless you can do this, you will lose this battle. If you can do this, you will win a great victory, and the Great Qian Empire's foundation will be stable. Shen Lang said, Teacher Zhang, are you trying to become a strategist? Zhang Yuan said, since Pavilion Masters with CI has left this game, I am no longer of much value. Of course I have to change. It seems that the path of a vixen is no longer feasible. Even if I seduce you every day, you won't sleep with me. I can only try to become a strategist. Shen Lang said, Teacher Zhang, I am indebted to you twice. I won't forget it, so you don't have to worry about anything. Zhang Yuan said, but I am worried about you. Not only do the people of the world think that you only have one regret of the dragon, even I think so. How will the show go? Are you confident? If you can't instantly kill hundreds of thousands of troops this time, your reputation will be ruined. Zhang Yuan was right. In fact, Shen Lang had thought about it even more and had made countless preparations. The only flaw he mentioned was that the regret of the dragon was obtained from the Zhu clan's secret base. Others might not know, but the head of the Zhu clan in the Yan capital knew. Would the Zhu clan hide it at such a crucial moment? He couldn't take this risk. Therefore, before the start of the war, Shen Lang had predicted that after the entire world turned pale from shock, the Great Yan Empire would launch another crazy attack to probe the waters. The Jin nation would definitely become a pawn. But Shen Lang didn't know that the comet would come. The meteor shower would hit the Gobi Desert to the west of the Chu nation, and the destruction would be comparable to the regret of the dragon. Moreover, Shen Lang couldn't detonate the energy core again to destroy the Jin nation's western army, because the power was far from enough. An army of hundreds of thousands of troops stretched for dozens of miles. Other than the regret of the dragon, there was no weapon that could instantly destroy them. Unless it was the super energy core of the Amazon pyramid, which weighed thousands of tons. But even with it, Shen Lang didn't have the ability to move such a huge object. In that case, did Shen Lang have a plan to completely wipe out the hundreds of thousands of Western Army soldiers? Yes, and it was terrifying. Nearly a year ago, Shen Lang had discovered oil on a certain island, and it was accompanied by natural gas. But the natural gas mine on that island wasn't big. According to the map of modern Earth, where were the most natural gas mines? Central Asia, Siberia, and other sparsely populated wilderness. Most of the natural gas mines in China were in the Gobi Desert to the west. So this world was no exception. To the west of the Chu nation was a vast expanse that spanned thousands of miles. It was the Gobi Desert, not the desert. The Great Desert was still very far to the west of the western regions. A year ago, Shenlang had sent out an expedition team of a few thousand people to explore the ancient ruins. Now everyone knew that there would be huge ancient ruins in the Great Desert, but that was Sky Sea Pavilion's territory. With Shenlang's current strength, he wouldn't touch it. Then would there be ancient ruins in the Gobi Desert to the west of the Chu Nation? After exploring for a long time, they didn't find any ancient ruins, but they did find oil and natural gas, especially natural gas, which had an astonishing amount of reserves. So according to Shenlang's original plan, he wanted to use a large amount of explosives to blow up the huge natural gas mine and then detonate an astronomical amount of natural gas. This was a completely destructive mining. How much natural gas would explode by then? It would definitely be a shocking number, and the power of the explosion after the natural gas entered the air was unparalleled. A bottle of liquefied gas weighed only 12.5 kilograms, but once it was spread into the air and completely detonated, the power would be equivalent to more than 100 kilograms of TNT. So once Shenlang detonated the natural gas mine, the power would be inferior to the Dragon's Regret. It could also completely wipe out the Jin Nation's western army and might even cause an earthquake. In Shenlang's heart, he really wouldn't use this method unless it was absolutely necessary. It was too scary. Although it was a no-man's land, natural gas was also a kind of wealth. Once the natural gas mine exploded, the resulting earthquake would affect the Chu Nation. However, if the Jin Nation's Western Army really disregarded Shenlang's deterrence and forcefully attacked the Chu Nation, Shenlang would have no choice but to use such a destructive method to achieve the effective deterrence and save the Wu, Chu, and Yu nations. However, he didn't expect a comet to attack and there would be a huge meteor shower. That would be even more perfect. However, Shenlang still had to make relevant preparations. If the meteor shower didn't come, he would still have to detonate the natural gas mine. However, Shenlang was very worried about one thing. If the meteor shower hit the Gobi Desert and directly hit the weakest part of the natural gas mine, then, that would be too terrifying. According to his calculations, the probability of that happening was still very low. He could only pray that it wouldn't happen, otherwise, the destructive power would be too great. 3 days later, Shenlang had finished all the calculations and preparations. He led a few hundred warriors of the fire god cult, a few hundred Amazonian warriors wearing the blood soul armor, and 15 special warriors out of the raging Tide City, secretly heading for Chu country. At this time, the Crown Prince of Jin Nation had led hundreds of thousands of troops to Dingyuan City, an important town at the border of Chu Nation. The state of Yu had Jinyuan City, and the Chu Nation had Dingyuan City. However, Dingyuan City was really far away from the sea. It was more than 10,000 miles away. For a long time, the countries of the Western region and the Eastern Empire had been at war for hundreds of years. Hence, Dingyuan City was built here to defend against the countries of the Western region. However, with the rise of the Great Yan dynasty, the countries of the Western region were completely defeated by the Eastern Empire, and Dingyuan City was abandoned. It used to defend against the Western region, but now it was used to defend against Jin Nation and China. Dingyuan City was close to the Gobi Desert, and the ecological environment here was already relatively bad. Green vegetation swept across, and there would be sandstorms from time to time. Everywhere was gray and barren. However, the terrain here was flat and boundless, and there was an inexhaustible supply of rocks and soil. Hence, Dingyuan City was very large. The circumference of the city wall was more than 80 miles at one point, but dozens of miles had collapsed along the way. Now, there were less than 50 miles left. Not only that, but there were also many great walls built here, which added up to more than 500 miles. However, many of them had collapsed and were abandoned. The king of Chu's 300,000 troops had been stationed in Dingyuan City for more than 7 days. During this time, he had sent people to build Dingyuan City's defense line. Even so, the city looked dilapidated. The city wall was tall enough, a full 15 meters. However, part of it was yellow soil, and many parts had collapsed. The houses in the city were densely packed, and all of them were made of mud. Such a huge city, but the population was only a few tens of thousands. One could imagine how desolate it was. The king of Chu seized the last bit of time to build various defense lines. Now, he felt that the responsibility on his shoulders was heavier than Mount Tai, even though there was no Mount Tai in this world. When the news of Shenlang's complete victory and Sky Sea Pavilion's complete withdrawal from the state of Yu came, the king of Chu was overjoyed. The entire Chu nation was in an uproar, even more so than the state of Yu. The Chu nation had a strong personality. They didn't want the Wu nation to be weak. Not many soldiers fled, and neither did the people. However, they didn't dare to have too much hope in Shenlang. Hence, the Chu nation's army and people's thinking was very simple. At most, they would die. You have the mace, and I have the crown of my head. The entire Chu nation was determined to resist the great Yan dynasty even at the cost of their lives. In the end, His Majesty Shenlang actually won, and the Chu nation might not perish? Hence, the people and the army were excited. At this moment, the words Great Qian Dynasty were truly engraved in the hearts of the Chu nation's army and people. For the first time, they felt a sense of belonging to the Great Qian Dynasty. However, after the various countries were shocked, the will of the Yan capital arrived. The Western army sped up and attacked the Chu nation. They wanted to destroy it quickly, destroy Shenlang's prestige, and destroy the people of the Great Qian Dynasty. The king of Chu felt that he was shouldering the hopes of the entire Great Qian Dynasty. At this moment, he really didn't expect His Majesty Shenlang to create another miracle and destroy the enemy. He wanted to fight this battle himself. He wanted to rely on the power of the Chu nation to resist the Western army of the Jin nation. The Chu nation's northern border and southern border were fine. Only the Western army was at war. I, the king of Chu, have 300,000 soldiers. How can I not defeat the 600,000 soldiers of the Jin nation? Am I going to lie here and wait for His Majesty Shenlang to save me? If that's the case, what dignity would the Chu nation have? What face would I have to be a member of the Great Qian Dynasty? His Majesty Shenlang has already obtained a complete victory. Now, the eyes of the entire world are on the Chu nation's Dingyuan city. Someone wants to destroy the Chu nation in an instant to achieve the goal of destroying His Majesty Shenlang's prestige and destroying the people of the Great Qian Dynasty. Does the Chu nation agree to this? The king of Chu roared. No, no. The hundreds of thousands of soldiers of the Chu nation roared. Now, our 300,000 soldiers are not only the barrier of the Chu nation, but also the barrier of the Great Qian Dynasty. Now that the crown prince of the Jin nation is leading 600,000 soldiers to break through this barrier and invade the territory of the Great Qian Dynasty, do we agree to this? No, no. The king of Chu roared. Very well, then let the world see the heroism of the Chu nation's army. If any army wants to invade the Chu nation and the territory of the Great Qian Dynasty, they will have to step over our corpses. They have to step over the corpse of the king of Chu. Fight to the last man, fight to the last man. Fight to the last man. Fight to the last man. Long live the Chu nation. Long live the Great Qian Dynasty. Long live His Majesty Shenlang. The aura of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers of the Chu nation was like a tsunami. Even the camp of the Great Yan Dynasty's Western army, which was over 10 li away, could hear it clearly. The commander-in-chief, the crown prince of the Jin nation, pursed his lips and smiled disdainfully. I believe that the Chu nation has a strong character, but that's all there is to it. Back then, the hundreds of thousands of soldiers attacked the western garrison city but failed. Shenlang led less than 10,000 soldiers and conquered the capital of the Chu nation. As for the Jin nation, we fought with the Great Qian Dynasty back then. We were stabbed in the back and made the Great Qian Dynasty feel so much pain that they wanted to die. After Jiang Li's sudden death, the Jin nation annexed the most territory and became the #1 vassal state. It could even be said that the Great Jin Dynasty had never lost in the past few decades, but the Chu nation had never won. The next day, the crown prince of the Jin nation ordered, attack the city and flatten Dingyuan city. Destroy the Chu nation and the Great Qian Dynasty. Immediately, the hundreds of thousands of soldiers charged towards Dingyuan city like a tidal wave. A shocking battle erupted. Countless soldiers from both sides fought on the line that stretched for hundreds of li. On the first day, the Chu nation army pushed the Jin nation army back. As they underestimated the enemy, the Jin nation army suffered heavy casualties. On the second day, the Chu nation army defeated the Jin nation army. On the third day, the Chu nation army won again. The Jin nation crown prince was stunned. He didn't expect the Chu Nation army to be so crazy. Their battle strength was inferior to the Jin Nation army, but they were too tenacious. They fought with the attitude of perishing together. From the king of Chu to the secret emissary, all of them fought to the death without retreating. More than a dozen grandmaster experts spontaneously went to the king of Chu and risked their lives to protect him. The defensive line of Dingyuan City couldn't be broken. The Chu Nation army was strong, and the king of Chu was strong. Hence, the Jin Nation army stopped fighting for a few days. Next, the armies of the northern states continued to march south and join the army of the western route. The Execution Pavilion and Tongtian Temple's secret army of tens of thousands finally arrived at the battlefield. The Jin Nation Crown Prince's western route received strong reinforcements. Their morale was high again, and they attacked the Chu Nation's Dingyuan City in a frenzy. Immediately, the Chu Nation was in a precarious situation. Once Dingyuan City fell, the Chu Nation would no longer have any barriers or armies. The Jin Nation's western route would flood into the Chu Nation and destroy the entire Chu Nation in a short 1 or 2 months. Or it could be said that once Dingyuan City fell, the king of Chu would definitely die. To Xianxia, it would be a strategic defeat. The Jin Nation Crown Prince looked towards the east and sneered, "Xianxia, Dingyuan City will be destroyed soon. Where is your miracle? You said that once you invaded the great Qian dynasty's territory, you would wipe us out completely. Where are you now? Just wait for the king of Chu to die in battle, the Chu Nation will fall, and the Jin Nation will slap you in the face." Then, the Jin Nation Crown Prince shouted, "Mobilize the army. Today, we will completely destroy the Chu Nation army and flatten Dingyuan City." The final battle exploded. At this moment, Xianxia led a few hundred people and charged towards Dingyuan City at lightning speed. Note, this is the first update. Please vote and support. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Alliance Leader Yu Xiaoyao, for your reward of 50,000 coins. The king of Chu was very brave, and so was the Chu army. Even the swordsmen and bandits of Chu were hot-blooded. In the past few days of war, the Chu army had suffered huge losses. Under normal circumstances, the army would have collapsed. However, the Chu army knew that they had nowhere to retreat to. Behind them was their home, their parents, their wives, and their children. Furthermore, among the Western army led by the great Jin Crown Prince, many of them were barbarians from the northwest. These people had just turned from a nomadic tribe to a farming tribe. Their bodies were still very wild. What would happen if they were allowed to enter the Chu kingdom? They would definitely burn, kill, and plunder. Who knew how many innocent young ladies would be tainted and how many wives would be harmed? To be honest, if it was a war between Wu, Chu, and Yu, the people would not have to worry about suffering. After hundreds of years of fighting, the land of the Wu kingdom could become the land of the state of Yu tomorrow. The people on this land could also become the people of the state of Yu. Therefore, it was necessary to buy the hearts of the people and plan for a long time of peace. However, this time, the great Jin dynasty was ordered by the emperor to attack the Chu kingdom. If they could not obtain even an inch of the land, how could they profit from it? Of course, they would have to plunder. Although it was not explicitly stated, the intention of the Yan capital was clear. After conquering the Chu kingdom, the land would belong to the great Yan empire. However, how much they could plunder and how many people they could plunder would depend on their own abilities. Therefore, if Dingyuan City fell, the millions of people in the Chu kingdom would suffer a disaster. Because of this, the Chu army refused to retreat. Moreover, the swordsmen, martial artists, and even bandits within the Chu kingdom all rushed to Dingyuan City to help the king of Chu. Back then, it was easy for Xianxia to take over the Chu kingdom. However, it was impossible for him to conquer the Chu kingdom. It was only because he cured the plague and saved the king of Chu that the feud between the two sides was resolved. However, no matter how brave the Chu army was, they could not defend against the secret army of the Punishing Sky Pavilion and the Tongtian Temple. During the last battle at Tianyue City, the Tongtian Temple paid a huge price to convince the Sky Sea Pavilion to send 10,000 monk soldiers into the state of Yu. This time, however, there was no limit to the number of troops they could send. The more troops Tongtian Temple sent, the more praise they would receive from the emperor. Xianxia had killed Reverend Kongjing, and had also annihilated the 10,000 monk soldiers of Tongtian Temple. The enmity between the two parties was already irreconcilable. In addition, the Transcendental Forces Conference was about to be held. The Xianxia Pavilion had completely withdrawn from the Great Desert in the West region. Stupa Mountain was already so full that even the mountain elder himself would not come. White Jade Jing was incredibly arrogant, so this time, there were only 3 real players from the Transcending Council: the Sky Temple, the Hollow Temple, and the Punishing Sky Pavilion. The White Jade capital didn't care about the resources allocated by the Transcendental Faction Council. Even the Stupa Mountain didn't care about them. However, the Tongtian Temple wanted them very much. Only by currying favor with the Flame Capital would they be able to get the biggest share. The Punishing Sky Pavilion had the closest relationship with Great Yan's imperial family. It would send troops to attack the Chu Nation and the Wu Nation. Now that the Xianxia Pavilion had completely withdrawn from the war, it would also send troops to attack the state of Yu. Therefore, this time, when the Western Army attacked the Chu Nation, the Tongtian Temple sent 30,000 monk soldiers and the Punishing Sky Pavilion sent 20,000. With this secret army of 50,000, the tide of the war turned instantly. The 15-meter-tall earthen wall of Dingyuan City couldn't stop them at all. Kill the King of Chu! Kill the King of Chu! As the Crown Prince of the Jin Nation gave the order, the secret army of 50,000 charged toward the King of Chu. Bang, 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 loud noises were heard. The defensive lines, fortresses, and the damaged Great Wall outside Dingyuan City fell one after another. The combat strength of the Tongtian Temple's monk soldiers surpassed that of the Amazon warriors. Coupled with the armor of the Yingyuan Association, the long sabers in the hands of the monk soldiers were heavier than the sabers of the Nirvana army. When they waved their electric fans, they were invincible. The secret army of the Punishing Sky Pavilion was similar to the Blood Soul army. However, they didn't have as strong armor and didn't have many ancient equipment. It wasn't because they didn't have any, but because they didn't think they needed them to attack the Chu Nation. Of course, there was another worry. If they carried ancient equipment, there would definitely be ancient energy cores. They were afraid that Shen Lang would use tricks to paralyze them or even detonate them. But even so, the Punishing Sky Pavilion's heaven-punishing army was much stronger than the monk soldiers of the Tongtian Temple. Under the charge of the 50,000 secret army, the 15-meter-high earth walls were useless. They didn't even need to climb them. They could use brute force to smash them down and slash them with their long sabers. Looking down from the sky, the 50,000 secret army was like crushing dry weeds and smashing through everything. The Chu Nation's army in front of them fell one after another, and the earth walls in front of them collapsed one after another. The defensive line in front of the King of Chu was getting thinner and thinner. He was getting closer and closer to the 50,000 secret army. Protect His Majesty, protect His Majesty. Countless Chu Nation's army rushed over like a tidal wave, protecting the King of Chu. Countless Chu Nation's martial artists rushed to the front of the King of Chu, planning to use their flesh and blood to block the secret army of the Tongtian Temple and Punishing Sky Pavilion. Your Majesty, leave quickly, leave quickly. The Chu Nation's commander shouted, I will cover the retreat for your Majesty. Leave quickly and bring the Queen to Raging Tide City. King Chu looked at the fallen soldiers and heroes as he slowly said, Why are these people dying for me? It's because I'm standing here. If I were to retreat, I would be letting them down. I would be letting the world down. I originally wanted to fight to the death here. I can't let His Majesty Shen Lang defeat the Xianxia Pavilion make me feel lucky and cowardly. After saying that, the King of Chu let out a long sigh. He thought of the battle with Ning Qi. It was really satisfying. Back then, his martial arts were not as good as Ning Qi's. Maybe he was still not as good now, but he might have caught up. Because Ning Qi had been lost and depressed for 3 years. But the King of Chu had been carrying a monstrous hatred on his back these 3 years. There wasn't a day when he didn't train himself. Everyone, please fight with me. Let's fight to the death. King Chu put on the helmet. The armor he was wearing was the upgraded Blood Soul Army's armor. Shen Lang had sent people to deliver it, and there were a few hundred of them. He had equipped them to his most elite personal guards, as well as over 10 Grandmaster-level experts. There were many people in this world who had reached the Grandmaster level. However, Because they couldn't be conferred a title by a transcendent force, they had strength but no status. There were many such people in the state of Yu, and even more in the state of Chu. The state of Chu was more prosperous in martial arts than the state of Yu. Because of their admiration for the king of Chu's heroic deeds, these grandmasters all came to pledge their loyalty. Following the king of Chu's order, the few hundred warriors in tungsten steel armor shouted in unison, "We are willing to die for the king." The king of Chu shouted, "Kill." Then, he led these few hundred elites and rushed forward to block the breach in the Dingyuan city wall. "Kill the king of Chu, kill the king of Chu." The secret army of the Tongtian temple and the punishing sky pavilion was overjoyed. The king of Chu had actually delivered himself to their doorstep. Ha ha ha. In an instant, the secret army of tens of thousands charged towards the king of Chu in a frenzy. Bang, 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 bang. Under the coordination of the dozen grandmasters, King Chu took the lead and charged towards the monk soldiers of the Tongtian temple. Kill, kill, kill. For the hatred of our country and family, kill, kill. For my king father, for my queen mother, kill. For the dignity of the state of Chu, for the people of the state of Chu, kill. For His Majesty Xianxia, for the great Qian dynasty, kill. The blood in King Chu's body seemed to be boiling. He brandished the tungsten steel saber in his hand and slashed crazily. Boom, 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 boom. At this moment, the blood in his body seemed to have sensed this powerful battle will and released powerful energy. This feeling was very magical, like the explosion of a small universe. King Chu felt a burning sensation in his body. He understood that he had made a breakthrough in his martial arts. He had also become a grandmaster. It wasn't easy for him. He was in his early 40s this year and his martial arts were top-notch in the royal family of the Chu nation. However, he still couldn't break through to the grandmaster realm. 3 years ago, he even lost to Ning Qi. Now, in this desperate situation, he actually broke through. All of a sudden, King Chu became even more unstoppable. The tungsten steel saber in his hand was completely unmatched. The monk soldiers of the Tongtian temple were very powerful and the electric fans were spinning very vigorously. However, under King Chu's saber, the monk soldiers' long hilt saber was directly broken. The steel armor on their bodies was also directly torn apart, and the flesh and blood inside were split open. Kill, kill, kill. The hundreds of personal guards of King Chu actually erupted with astonishing combat power and actually blocked the secret army of tens of thousands of soldiers at the breach in the city wall. Of course, this was because they had a resolute will and powerful combat power, but more importantly, it was because of the new armor that Xianxia had equipped them with, which was absolutely invulnerable. On the high platform a few thousand meters away, the crown prince of the Jin nation was stunned when he saw the blood-soaked King Chu fighting. Then, he could not help but say, "This King Chu is really fierce." I couldn't tell. The elder of the temple of Tongtian and the elder of the pavilion of punishing heaven smiled faintly and did not speak. No matter how fierce the Chu king was, he was only valiant. How many people could he kill, and how long could he maintain his prestige? Was he not doomed to die? This person will be given the posthumous title of Fierce King Chu in the future. At least he's better than his father, King Morning Chu, the crown prince of the Jin nation said with a smile. Speaking of posthumous titles, it was also a pain in King Chu's heart. Originally, he was supposed to posthumously give his father a posthumous title. He had already chosen a very good one, King Mu of Chu. It was the same title as the reverent king in ancient history. In the end, the great Yan emperor directly conferred him the title of Morning Chu. It was a great humiliation. King Chu was killing madly. He had never killed so many people in his life. He kept killing, killing, and killing. Corpses were piled under his feet and beside him. Half an hour, 1 hour, 2 hours. He kept killing, but the enemies seemed to be endless. His armor was indestructible and invulnerable, but it was dented in many places and had hundreds of cuts. He was not the only one with a tungsten steel saber. The warriors of the Execution Heaven Pavilion also had tungsten steel sabers. The tungsten steel saber in his hand had dozens of cuts, and he had already changed more than a dozen of them. He alone had killed more than 100 people. These were not ordinary people, but secret warriors of the transcendent forces. His hundreds of elites had killed more than 2,000 men from the Tongtian Temple and the Execution Heaven Pavilion. King Chu's bravery had attracted the attention of the Tongtian Temple and Stupa Mountain's secret army. Moreover, when the Chu nation's army saw their king leading the charge, they were even more fearless. They managed to stop the momentum of defeat. But no matter how brave King Chu was, it was useless. He had too few elites by his side. He had broken through to the Grandmaster realm, and there were more than a dozen Grandmasters by his side. However, they relied on their inner force and true qi, which would eventually be exhausted. And now, King Chu and the dozen or so Grandmasters by his side had completely exhausted their inner force and true qi. Not many of the hundreds of elites by his side were left. And in front of them, the warriors of the Execution Heaven Pavilion and Stupa Mountain's secret army seemed to be endless. There was no end in sight. King Chu's body was empty, and he no longer had any strength. Looking at the entire Dingyuan city, more than half of the Chu nation's army had died. There were corpses everywhere, and blood was everywhere. The remaining Chu nation's army was also riddled with wounds and covered in blood. Dingyuan city was about to fall. King Chu stood on the densely packed mountain of corpses and used a saber to prop himself up. He was on the verge of collapsing. There were more than a dozen wounds on his body, and his clothes were already soaked in blood. Knowing that he couldn't make it, the Execution Heaven Pavilion and Stupa Mountain's secret army took a few steps back and spread out their formation, surrounding him and the dozens of surviving personal guards in the middle. King Chu found it a little difficult to breathe. He couldn't help but take off his helmet and gasp for breath, as if he wanted to breathe in the last bit of fresh air. He raised his head and looked at the sun. The scorching sun was high in the sky, and it was noon. Because his eyes were filled with blood, the sun that he saw was also blood red. Phew, phew, phew. Because he had lost too much blood, there was insufficient oxygen to his brain. His body was cold and trembling, and it was completely difficult for him to stand. The Jin nation's crown prince said, "I didn't expect him to actually last for 2 hours. He is indeed incomparably brave. I really couldn't tell that he was completely refined before. Elders, which one of you will go and chop off his head?" A majestic and mighty warrior stepped out. He was the Yulan nation's prince, Aslan. He was a typical foreigner. Because the Eastern dynasty was powerful, this nation was also loyal to the great Yan dynasty and could be considered the Jin nation's underling. It was similar to the relationship between the Southern Kingdom and the state of Yu. For this battle, the Yulan nation sent out 50,000 soldiers in an attempt to plunder the territory of the Chu nation and make a fortune, especially women. Aslan could be considered the future of the Yulan nation. He began his legendary career at the age of 6. He killed wolves at the age of 8, slaughtered lions at the age of 9, and was already incomparably brave at the age of 18. At the age of 22, he entered the Execution Sky Pavilion to learn martial arts. At the age of 32, he was conferred the title of Master by the Execution Sky Pavilion. Now that he was already 35 years old, he even had a feeling of looking down on the warriors of the East. He felt that except for a few people in the Eastern nation, no one was a match for him. Ning Qi, Li Qianqiu, Zhong Chuk, none of them were a match for him. However, there were still not many people in the Eastern nation who knew his name. He was very indignant, so he needed to make a name for himself. Killing the king of Chu was enough to make him completely awe the world. The Jin nation's crown prince looked at the 2 elders of the Tongtian Temple and the Execution Sky Pavilion and asked, "Do you have any objections?" The 2 elders shook their heads. The Yulan nation's crown prince, Aslan, suddenly pulled out his huge sword and walked towards the king of Chu. The path was very long, more than 2,000 meters. Everywhere he passed, the ground cracked inch by inch. He left 2 to 3 inches of footprints on the hard ground. His body emitted an aura like that of a male lion, and everywhere he passed, everyone would make way. The Chu nation's crown prince, Aslan, was originally surrounded by the secret army of the Execution Sky Pavilion and the Tongtian Temple, but at this moment, they also made way for him. The Yulan nation's crown prince, Aslan, walked to within 10 meters of the king of Chu. His body exploded like a firecracker, and his powerful inner energy exploded, causing the air around him to heat up and distort one's vision. Following that, he slowly pulled out his huge sword and said, "King of Chu, the person who killed you is the great Yan dynasty's Yulan nation's crown prince, Aslan. Don't worry, I will be very fast. I will directly chop off your head. It won't hurt." After saying that, he held the huge sword with both hands and injected powerful inner energy into it. Buzz buzz buzz. The entire huge sword let out a series of vibrating sounds. At this moment, the Chu nation's inner energy had been completely depleted, and it was difficult for him to even raise his battle saber. Taking a deep breath, he raised his battle saber with both hands. The battle saber was dripping with blood, and blood kept flowing from the corners of his eyes, making it almost impossible to see Aslan's figure. "The king of Yulan guards the country's gates, and I die a worthy death. Your Majesty Xianxia, goodbye," the Chu nation recited slowly. "Yulan nation's Aslan, come," the Chu nation said slowly. "Kill." The Yulan nation's crown prince roared like thunder. Then, he brandished his huge sword and charged towards the Chu nation. Like a cannonball, he looked down on everything in his way. Everywhere he passed, a deep ravine was plowed on the ground. Die. Aslan slashed down at the Chu nation. His huge sword carried an astonishing aura, and was about to split the Chu nation into two in an instant. Everyone's eyes were about to split open. They were in complete despair. Their king was going to die, dang. A loud sound rang out. Aslan realized that he hadn't been split into two. His huge sword seemed to have been blocked, and the Chu nation in front of him had disappeared. In his place was a woman, a very tall woman, a beautiful woman, a woman filled with power and extraordinary charm. Her entire body was filled with a wild aura, and she was so beautiful that it made one's heart jump and unable to breathe. Yulan nation's Aslan's heart shook. His love had appeared, and a woman who was worthy of him had finally appeared in this world. "Woman, congratulations. You will have the honor of becoming the Yulan nation's crown princess." Aslan said slowly, "No matter whose wife you are, whether or not you have a child, you will become Aslan's daughter." Before he could finish his words, his entire body exploded, and his bones were smashed into pieces. That was because Cho Yaoer's palm had smashed the over 2 meters tall Yulan nation's crown prince into pieces. All the bones in his body, including his organs, were shattered. All the men in this world who wanted to conquer her were dead, except for Xianxia. That was because the two of them had slept together hundreds of times, and Cho Yaoer had to be careful every time, lest she accidentally crush that exquisite man. After Yulan nation's crown prince Aslan was smashed into pieces, swoosh 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 swoosh, from a few thousand meters behind them, dozens of giant arrows whistled past, dragging long blue flames in the air as they smashed into the Jin nation's West Army. Boom 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 boom. A series of violent explosions and countless flames exploded. The Jin nation's West Army was blasted into pieces, and their corpses flew everywhere. And just as the explosions ended, there was a series of whistling sounds in the air behind them. Swoosh 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 swoosh. Dozens of giant arrows whistled past and smashed into the West Army's formation, causing another violent explosion. Swoosh 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 swoosh. These giant arrows seemed to know no fatigue as they exploded crazily. Next, hundreds of people wearing the Blood Soul Army's new armor rushed out like lightning. Dozens of top-notch experts wearing special ancient armor leaped tens of meters into the air and landed directly in front of King Chu, using their bodies to build a steel wall. Swoosh 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 swoosh. Dozens of special warriors pulled out their battle sabers, all of which were nightmare stone ancient battle sabers. Xianxia had come. He had only brought a few hundred people with him, but every single one of them was armed to the teeth. He had even brought a few dozen giant crossbows with him. Not only that, he had also modified all of the giant arrows. Every single giant arrow was filled with over 10 kilograms of high explosives. The most difficult thing was to bring the energy core over. The lightest energy core weighed tens of thousands of kilograms. Even so, his hundreds of people still marched at a speed of hundreds of kilometers per day. For this reason, he kept the energy core open the entire time, providing a powerful force for the ancient armor, so that the dozens of special warriors could carry the energy core and run. The distance from Fury Tide City to Dingyuan City was too far, and they finally arrived after running for more than 20 days. However, Xianxia still didn't appear, and neither did the dozens of ancient crossbows. They just shot continuously from a distance of 3,000 meters. It was to create a sense of mystery and make the Crown Prince of Jin Nation feel that Xianlang had at least tens of thousands of troops. Xianlang is here, Xianlang is here. Dozens of generals of the Jin Nation's West Army cheered. After hearing Xianlang's name, everyone instinctively felt a chill run down their spines because this person had just done something earth-shattering. He had just destroyed the Sky Sea Pavilion's main force and forced Pavilion Master Xuetzi to withdraw from the State of Yu. The Crown Prince of Jin Nation, the elders of the Heaven Punishment Pavilion, and the Tongtian Temple looked at each other in shock. Xianlang actually came. His name was really like the Grim Reaper at this moment. Swoosh 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 swoosh, Xianlang's ancient giant crossbows were still shooting wildly and exploding continuously. He was relying on dozens of ancient crossbows to achieve the effect of carpet bombing. Only by knowing oneself and the enemy could one emerge victorious. However, they were really shocked by Xianlang's aura now. They wondered if Xianlang had brought the tens of thousands of troops with him, but it shouldn't be. They were too far away from Fury Tide City, and Xianlang's army couldn't fly. How about we retreat first and wait for the news? The Crown Prince of Jin Nation asked. The elders of the Heaven Punishment Pavilion and the Tongtian Temple nodded. The Crown Prince of Jin Nation then ordered, "Stop attacking the city and retreat 20 kilometers." Countless whistles sounded and countless flags were waved. Countless heralds yelled, "The Crown Prince has ordered us to retreat 20 kilometers, retreat 20 kilometers." The hundreds of thousands of troops of the Jin Nation's West Army then retreated like the tide, leaving behind countless corpses. The round of crazy bombardment just now had slaughtered more than 20,000 people. He was really the Grim Reaper, Xianlang. The entire Dingyuan city wall was already riddled with holes. In Dingyuan City, Xianlang was operating on King Chu and carefully suturing his wounds. There were no less than 100 wounds of various sizes all over his body, and hundreds and thousands of stitches were sutured. The entire operation lasted for a few hours, and a total of more than 1,000 milliliters of blood was transfused into King Chu. Finally, the valiant king was saved. However, due to the anesthesia and excessive blood loss, King Chu didn't wake up. When Xianlang walked out of the temporary operating room, he looked exhausted and his body was covered in blood. He was even wearing special gloves. As soon as he walked out of the door, he was greeted by countless fervent gazes. There were hundreds of Chu Nation soldiers, hundreds of generals, and hundreds of top-notch warriors who survived. "Oh, your King Chu's life is not in danger, but he'll have to rest for a long time this time," Xianlang said. However, there was still silence, and everyone was still looking at him with fervent gazes that were filled with bizarre anticipation. It wasn't the first time that some of them had seen Xianlang. They had seen him at King Chu's home previously, and they were enemies. However, Xianlang was different now. He was shrouded in the halo of the great Qian Emperor. He was their ruler's ruler, the supreme leader that they were loyal to. They had fantasized countless times about seeing Xianlang, majestic, golden, and domineering. In the end, he didn't. Instead, he was covered in blood and looked fatigued. He actually appeared in the image of a doctor. However, for some reason, countless people were overwhelmed with emotions and their blood was boiling. However, this was right. This was the Emperor Xianlang in everyone's hearts. Although he was the son of Emperor Jiangli, Emperor Xianlang was unique and one in a billion. He was like this when he was a son-in-law. Now that he had become the ruler of the East and the leader of billions of people, he was still like this. Such a great Qian Emperor was good, very good, very good. Instantly, hundreds of thousands of people knelt down and shouted in unison, "Long live the great Qian Empire, long live His Majesty Xianlang." Xianlang nodded his head and said, okay, get up." Then, he left and entered the best house in the city. General Kuei Ning helped him to bathe and change his clothes. He had no choice. He only brought a few hundred people this time, and all of them were extremely strong and brave top experts. He couldn't bring maids. General Kuei Ning killed many people, but at least on the surface, she was gentle. However, she was a warrior and didn't know how to serve people. Her actions were gentle but she used too much strength. When she wiped Xianlang's body with a towel, it felt like a layer of skin was peeled off. Sorry, Your Majesty." I usually bathe like this, your skin is too tender. Kuei-ning said. Let me do it. Fire God Sect High Priest Shelley walked in and took the towel to help Shenlang bathe. She even washed each strand of Shenlang's hair clean. Your Majesty, no words can describe your noble cause. Numerous people look at you with fanatical gazes. As long as you give the order, they are willing to die for you. Shelley said gently. She changed the towel and wiped Shenlang's body before helping him change into a soft robe. Then, she took off the red robe and revealed her snow-white body. Shenlang grinned. Madam Shelley, are you going to be honest with me every time we meet in the future? This wasn't the Raging Tide City. My woman wasn't here, so don't test my willpower. High Priest Shelley walked into the bathtub and used the hot water that Shenlang left to bathe. Then, she looked towards Shenlang. Your Majesty, do I have the honor to serve you? I can almost see your desire. Forget it, you don't have to worry about it. Shenlang said. That's a pity. High Priest Shelley said, in our Western world, the pleasure between men and women is very natural. We don't have to take responsibility. I am very happy to spend a wonderful night with you. Shenlang said, do you know? When I heard that Duchess de Beauce had a beautiful son left, my heart throbbed a little, but I didn't feel like I was going to melt. This is very unfair to him. Every child we have must love him, but our love seems to be limited, and we can't give any more. Shelley said, all right, maybe this is the charm of the Eastern world. It was already night time. Shenlang came to the roof and looked up at the sky. He realized that the comet seemed to have disappeared. What happened? He quickly used the telescope to observe and realized that the Fire Dragon comet was still there, but it was very dim. Grand Priest Shelley, who was draped in a thin layer of silk, walked over slowly. She placed the binoculars in front of her and observed the sky. Your Majesty, this comet has reached the end of its life, Shelley said. Originally, most of the comet was ice, and there were all sorts of gases that it emitted, dragging a long tail. Now, it is about to sublimate and evaporate. What's left is something from outer space. If there are no accidents, this will be the last time we see the Fire Dragon comet. Shenlang nodded. This comet was about to die. The death of a star was terrifying. For example, if the sun was about to die, it would expand more than 100 times and reach a diameter of 200 million kilometers. Then, it would explode and destroy the entire galaxy. On the other hand, the death of a comet wasn't as grand and heroic. In fact, it was even silently disintegrating. However, this comet was different. It contained too much matter and was too big. This time, it was approaching Shenlang's planet like never before. Therefore, its death might be very spectacular and shocking, perhaps even incomparably tragic. Shenlang's AI continued to calculate without making any corrections. Then, he drew on a piece of paper and said, when the comet passes through this point in space, it will be pulled by the strongest gravitational pull. It's much bigger than I imagined, and I don't know how much it will be pulled down from our planet. I'm a little worried now. The destructive force of its impact might be even greater than we imagined. How long until the impact? High Priest Shelley asked. Shenlang said, the fastest is 24 hours, and the slowest is 45 hours. To be honest, Shenlang's heart was beating wildly. He instinctively felt that the impact and explosion would be much stronger than he imagined. It might not even be the power of 2 to 3 regret of the dragon. High Priest Shelley said excitedly, but no matter what, we will obtain an astronomical amount of precious matter. It might even exceed the impact of all the Fire Dragon comets. Our two families will become even stronger. We might even level up and change the fate of the world. Then, High Priest Shelley removed the veil on her body again. She opened her arms and hugged the sky. She trembled and said, Your Majesty Shenlang, I am ready for that great moment. What about you? This huge collision can easily wipe out hundreds of thousands of enemies from this world, and even raise everything in front of us to the ground. At that time, you will completely shock the entire Eastern world, and all the countries in the world will tremble under your deterrence. The next day, the Jin Kingdom's crown prince received accurate information. Shenlang only brought a few hundred people and a few dozen ancient giant crossbows. He didn't bring any regret of the dragon. He didn't even bring any dragon power launchers. Shen Lang is acting. He has already exhausted his limited abilities. He is hiding his head and showing his tail, pretending to be mysterious in order to scare us away. That's a fool's dream. He has an ancient giant crossbow, but so do we. He has an ancient armor, but so do we. He has an energy core, but so do we. The execution of Heaven Pavilion has really invested a strong secret army and ancient equipment. This time, not only do we have to wipe out the Chu Kingdom's army, we also have to defeat Shen Lang. Even if we can't kill him, we have to make him escape. He only brought a few hundred people? Shen Lang is addicted to acting. Didn't he say that he wanted to wipe out hundreds of thousands of my army? This time, he is going to become the laughingstock of the world. The so-called Great Qian dynasty is going to become a laughingstock too. Note, the next chapter will be a huge impact. This plot is very important. It might even change the course of history. Please give me a few monthly votes. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to the tree who was punished for tipping 20,000 coins. Subsequently, the Jin nation's crown prince received more detailed information, including the composition of Shen Lang's army and the dozens of ancient giant crossbows. Shen Lang had traveled more than a few thousand kilometers, and he had traveled on the main roads. It was almost impossible to hide his tracks, and there would be countless spies and scouts along the way. Squawk. At the command of the punishing Heaven Pavilion's elder, 2 huge condors took to the sky and flew towards the sky above Dingyuan City. 2 top-notch warriors were riding on them. They were also carrying binoculars to observe the strength of Shen Lang's army from the sky. This kind of eagle was a very precious creature. There were condors in this world, but they were very small and could not be ridden. When Jiangli returned from the Western world, he brought back some giant eggs, which hatched into condors. No one knew where these eggs came from, but they were guessed to be from some ancient relic. These condors were all ancient birds. After these condors hatched, Jiangli did not immediately join the battle because there were too few of them to form an army. He thought of ways to breed these condors, and even hybridize them with the condors of this world. He wanted to breed a large-scale air force. From this, it could be seen that he was a very far-sighted person. If Shen Lang had obtained these condors, he would definitely show them off. For the sake of this air force, Jiangli even allocated a group of people to tame the condors and train warriors to ride them. In the future, this condor air force would become a large part of the Great Qian Empire. However, the second generation of condors had just been bred, and his air force had yet to take shape before it suddenly died. The Heavenly Army Pavilion, which specialized in training the Giant Eagle Air Force, was also completely divided among the transcendent forces. The Sky Sea Pavilion and Stupa Mountain each received a small portion. As the punishing Sky Pavilion had a close relationship with Great Yan's imperial family, they received a larger portion. The Great Yan Empire kept the largest portion of this strategic force and sealed off a mountain range that spans several thousand square meters to train this air force. The 2 condors from the Execution Heaven Pavilion circled above Shen Lang's army. At an altitude of a few thousand meters, almost no weapons could reach them. The giant anti-air crossbows obtained from the Sky Sea Pavilion could shoot very high, but the condors flew too fast, and it was impossible to aim at them. On Stupa Mountain, information about the Great Yan Empire was constantly being transmitted to the Crown Prince of the Jin Kingdom. There are 25 of the strongest special warriors in Shen Lang's army. They wear ancient armor, all of which were seized from Sky Sea Pavilion. The elite martial arts legion has about 300 people, wearing the Sky Sea Pavilion's new blood soul armor and equipped with ancient bows and arrows. In addition, there are 200 Western warriors who are proficient in firearms. Shen Lang modified the giant crossbow and injected a large amount of explosives into it, turning it into an unconventional cannon with astonishing power, a long range, high accuracy, and a fast firing rate. Although these ancient giant crossbows are heavier and larger than cannons, they can be disassembled and assembled, making it easy to transport. Shen Lang brought an energy core with a diameter of less than 2 meters. It will be the source of power for all the ancient equipment. According to our deduction, Shen Lang shot out almost all the giant arrows and cannonballs in one go, and now there are not many left. Along with the Crown Prince of the Jin Kingdom was the Crown Prince's tutor, Wei Yisun. His daughter was married to King Jin as a concubine, and he was also the emperor's father-in-law. Your Highness, the entire world is watching us now, especially the Great Yan Empire and the New Qian Kingdom. Wei Yisan said, the hundreds of thousands of troops of the empire's prince who have been deployed at the border of the Wu Kingdom, the hundreds of thousands of troops of the New Qian Kingdom are at the northern border of the Chu Kingdom, the hundreds of thousands of troops of the New Qian Kingdom and the Liang Kingdom have surrounded the Yan Prefecture defense line, and the Chang Kingdom's troops have already reached the Jinyuan city of the state of Yu. Wei Yisan was right. The current situation was like pulling a hair in one place could affect the whole situation. The entire Great Yan dynasty had an astronomical number of troops from dozens of countries surrounding the Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms. With a single order, they could sweep over and destroy the three countries. The only thing they had to confirm now was whether or not Shenlang had any more destructive weapons. The entire world's attention was focused on the battlefield of Dingyuan City. If Shenlang were to perform an instant massacre again, all the troops would be terrified and would not dare to take another step forward. If Shenlang couldn't instantly kill him, then the Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms would be destroyed. We already have the most accurate information. Shenlang only has one dragon's regret. It is impossible for him to carry out a second strategic attack. Wei Yisan said, the Chu kingdom has less than half of its troops left, so there is nothing to worry about. Shenlang does not have many giant crossbow shells left, so there is nothing to worry about. The only thing we need to worry about is his hundreds of super elites. The Jin Kingdom's crown prince said, the strongest is the ancient armor, followed by the new blood soul armor. Not only is it forged from a secret alloy, but it is also plated with a layer of black gold. Stupa Mountain has a lot of such equipment. Are they not going to support us? Wei Yisan said, Stupa Mountain has changed. After obtaining the giant ancient relic in the southern sea, it may want to become the second white jade Jing. However, the punishing heaven pavilion will not disappoint us. They will not be willing to give up the credit of eliminating Shenlang. Moreover, Shenlang once massacred an entire city of theirs. The Jin Kingdom's crown prince was still frowning. He said slowly, Teacher, things are not looking good recently. Wei Yisan said, Indeed, the situation is not looking good. We should now consider the situation after Shenlang is destroyed. He is just bluffing and does not have the dragon's remorse anymore. Therefore, the destruction of the Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms is already a foregone conclusion. The Great Yan Empire will completely annex these three kingdoms and turn them into provinces. When that time comes, the Xianxia kingdom will join forces with Stupa Mountain, and the Sky Sea Pavilion will completely withdraw from the eastern world to explore the Great Desert in the western regions. We are the #1 feudal kingdom in the world. With the addition of the subsidiary kingdoms, our territory is equivalent to that of the Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms. The Jin Kingdom's crown prince said, the combination of a transcendent power and a secular royal power is a very good way. However, the punishing heaven pavilion completely obeys the orders of the Yan capital. The combination of the powerful Stupa Mountain and the Xianxian kingdom has become a new superpower. The Sky Sea Pavilion has retreated, and the White Jade Jing is high and mighty. The only thing left for us is the Tong Tian Temple. Wei Yisan said, there is also the Xiankong Temple. The Tong Tian Temple is too weak. However, if the two of them join forces with our Jin Kingdom, we will barely be able to fight against Yinguang. The world may enter a new balance. The Jin Kingdom's crown prince said, a new romance of the three kingdoms? Wei Yisan said, in short, we have to consider the situation after Shenlang is destroyed. Moreover, this is a rare opportunity. We still have to consider one thing. Should we defeat Shenlang, or kill Shenlang? The Jin Kingdom's crown prince's eyes narrowed. He said, he has Chou Yaoer by his side. It will not be easy to kill him. Wei Yisan said, however, there is only one Chou Yaoer. There will not be more than 20 masters by his side. Moreover, Shenlang can use the ancient energy core to completely erase the Sky Sea Pavilion's library. If we detonate an ancient energy core, will Shenlang be able to escape? The Jin Kingdom's crown prince's face trembled. He said, he won't be able to escape. Not to mention the explosion of the energy core, even a little bit of the sun will be able to kill him. This person is even more delicate than a woman. I suspect that he and Chou Yaoer will have to be careful when doing things. Otherwise, he will lose a layer of skin. Wei Yisan said, so here is the key question. Should we only defeat Xinlang? Or kill Xinlang? The Jin Kingdom's crown prince said, logically speaking, I should let him escape back to the raging Tide City and continue to be enemies with the great Yan Empire. This way, the empire will not have their eyes on our Jin Kingdom. Wei Yisan said, this is only a rather superficial idea. A deeper level of thought is to seize the opportunity to kill Xinlang and establish an unparalleled meritorious deed, completely offering his loyalty to His Majesty. This is the first step. Next, we will think of a way to rope in the Tongtian Temple and the Xiankong Temple. This is the second step. The third step is to continue to follow in the great Yan Empire's footsteps and play out the situation of the third brother joining forces with the first brother to fight against the second brother. There are rumors that the Futu Mountain Elder will not attend the Transcendental Forces meeting this time. In fact, he will even send Ing Wuming to attend. This will anger the Flame Capital. If we act like we are going to kill Xinlang at all costs, the Emperor should have a good impression of us. If not, it will be bad. The most important thing is that Xinlang is a wild dog that cannot be tamed. We, the Jin Kingdom, were the main force in attacking China more than 20 years ago. We even annexed hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of their land. This hatred cannot be resolved. The Jin Kingdom's crown prince closed his eyes and fell into deep thought. Then, he slammed the table and said, okay, then it's decided. Kill Xinlang. Master Kong Kong, this is a rare opportunity. We have decided to kill Xinlang, the Jin Kingdom's crown prince said. The Tongtian Temple and Xinlang have a blood feud. Can you help? The Tongtian Temple's elder Kong Kong said, how? The Jin Kingdom's crown prince said, an energy core. Explode and kill Xinlang, his special warriors, and hundreds of super elites. The Tongtian Temple's elder said, energy cores are extremely precious. Other transcendental forces might have a lot of them, but the Tongtian Temple doesn't have many. Most of the energy cores were given to us by Jiangli when he defeated the Great Tribulation Temple. The Jin Kingdom's crown prince said, that's the most suitable way. We will use the energy core that Jiangli gave us to kill Jiangli's son. The Tongtian Temple's elder said, this matter is too important. I need to report it to the Buddhist king. The Jin Kingdom's crown prince said, the Transcendental Forces meeting is about to be held. There will be a distribution of resources. Since you used one energy core, the Jin Kingdom will think of a way to compensate you with two. Although we have less energy cores in the secular world, we don't have nothing. The Tongtian Temple's elder Kong Kong said, deal. In this battle, the Tongtian Temple brought an energy core and the Punishing Heaven Pavilion brought one too. They were mainly used to provide energy for the ancient Bao. The Tongtian Temple changed the appearance of the energy core overnight. They put it on a special carriage and disguised it as a siege vehicle. Your Highness, the Punishing Heaven Pavilion's special warriors are here. There are a total of 100 of them and they are all equipped with ancient armor. The Tongtian Temple's special warriors are here. There are a total of 50 of them and they are all equipped with ancient armor. In addition, the Punishing Heaven Pavilion has sent 3,000 Heaven Punishing Blood Army. They are all equipped with the new black gold armor. They are indestructible and invulnerable. They are all equipped with ancient bows. The Jin Kingdom's crown prince came out to welcome them. He saw the powerful elite of the secret army, especially the special warriors. There were 7 times more of Xinlang. The 3,000 Heaven Punishing Heaven Pavilion Blood Army and the original 45,000 Secret Army were enough to crush Xinlang. In these 2 days, the troops of the northwest countries continued to head south and join the Western Route Army led by the Jin Kingdom's crown prince. Hence, after a few days of fierce fighting, the number of the Western Route Army increased and reached an astonishing 650,000. The densely packed military camps stretched for hundreds of miles on this vast desert, seemingly boundless. The area of these military camps added together was several times larger than Dingyuan City. It was a behemoth. The Jin Kingdom's crown prince stood on the high platform, feeling excited. There were a total of 650,000 soldiers. Among them, there were 40,000 to 50,000 secret soldiers, 3,000 high-level secret soldiers, and 150 special warriors. This was the unprecedented power in his hands. It was enough to wipe out the Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms. Ing Wuming, Prince Wu, I know you are waiting for my signal, but I won't give you too many chances. The credit belongs to me. Destroy the great Qian dynasty and kill Shenlang. This was the Jin kingdom's crown prince's new slogan. Shenlang's breathing was trembling at this time. It had been 28 hours since his prediction, but the comet's impact had yet to come. In the following period of time, Shenlang was in front of the telescope all the time, observing the comet's trajectory. Because its light was getting weaker, he couldn't see it clearly at night. 72 hours passed, but the comet still hadn't hit. 48 hours passed, and there was still no impact. Shenlang and High Priest Shelley were shocked. This shouldn't be the case. It had already exceeded the time Shenlang had calculated, but it still hadn't split up or collided. What was going on? Shenlang set up 3 astronomical telescopes and allowed Qiu Yaoer to join in the monitoring of the sky. Moreover, she was never jealous and ignored High Priest Shelley, who did not like to wear clothes. It's getting slower and slower, Qiu Yaoer said. As expected, this confirmed Shenlang's prediction. High Priest Shelley said, This is impossible. The comet's speed wasn't constant because it was constantly being affected by gravity. However, it wouldn't change so much. At this time, the fire dragon comet in the sky seemed to be constantly slowing down. This wasn't normal, as the comet itself didn't have any power. And at this moment, Shenlang's telescope suddenly lit up. The fire dragon comet suddenly exploded into pieces, and an incomparably dazzling halo appeared. It was simply too dreamy and beautiful, but it was almost as if it was only slightly inferior. Due to the gravitational force, it began to split again. However, this time, there still wasn't a huge impact, and it wasn't caught by Shenlang's gravity. It turned into countless pieces and brushed past him. Shenlang's AI once again calculated at lightning speed, rehearsing and calculating again and again. Then, Shenlang ordered, Quick, everyone retreat far away from Dingyuan City. High Priest Shelley trembled and said, Will the impact be so big? Even Dingyuan City isn't safe? Shenlang said, It's hard to say, I don't dare to say. Retreat quickly. When Shenlang issued the order to retreat, the Chu country's generals directly knelt down and kowtowed. Your Majesty, although we have lost more than half of our men, we can still fight. We can't retreat from Dingyuan City. Once we retreat, your supreme reputation will be ruined. Your Majesty Shenlang, your imperial edict clearly states that the enemy can't take half a step into the great Qian dynasty's territory. Dingyuan City is our last territory in the west. Once we retreat, we will lose this battle, and your golden words will be ruined. Your Majesty, we still have over 100,000 soldiers. Even if we all die here, we are not willing to retreat. Shenlang slowly said, I'm very touched, but please remember what I said before. Once any enemy enters the great Qian dynasty's territory, they will be completely erased from this world. I'm going to use a strategic weapon to wipe out the Jin country's crown prince's army of over 600,000 soldiers. The power will be shocking, and even Dingyuan City will be affected. Hence, you have to retreat. As soon as he said that, all the Chu country generals were dumbfounded. Is His Majesty Shenlang bragging again? No, His Majesty Shenlang is going to use the weapon again? Didn't he say that he only has one weapon? However, everything that His Majesty Shenlang bragged about has all come true. The Chu country generals present couldn't help but feel their blood boil with excitement. If they could really wipe out the Jin country's crown prince's army of hundreds of thousands, they would have won the battle. The Chu country would be saved. Shenlang said, Now, follow the order. The king of Chu hadn't woken up yet, but all the Chu country generals present kowtowed and said, Yes, your Majesty. Then, the remaining hundreds of thousands of soldiers of the Chu country carried the wounded and the corpses of their comrades and retreated majestically. This was soon discovered by the warriors of the heaven-punishing pavilion, who reported it to the Jin country's crown prince. Shenlang is escaping? The Jin country's crown prince stood up abruptly, almost instinctively giving the order to chase. However, he quickly gave up on this order. It was already late at night, and if they gave chase at night, they would probably fall into Shenlang's ambush. This person was extremely sinister and cunning, and was capable of doing anything. Next, someone outside suddenly shouted, "Your Highness, the envoy from Shenlang has arrived." The Jin country's crown prince walked up to the platform and discovered that a person and a horse had come out of Dingyuan City. It was just this one person, but she was charging towards the camp of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers. When he got closer, he discovered that it was actually Cho Yaoer. Cho Yaoer acted as if there was no one else around, directly arriving at the entrance of the camp and saying, "This is my family's. His Majesty's Imperial Edict." It really took a lot of courage to hear her say, "His Majesty." How was that little bastard like His Majesty? She only knew how to lick his face and sleep, and every time she did so, she would scream like a pig being slaughtered. After hesitating for a moment, the Jin country's crown Prince Wei Yisan left the camp. He put on his gloves and received the imperial edict from Shenlang. "Miss Cho Yaoer, would you like to come into my camp for some tea?" Wei Yisan invited. He called her Miss, not Madam, because in his heart, Shenlang was not worthy of the heaven-defying and invincible Cho Yaoer. "No." Cho Yaoer turned and left. Wei Yisan returned to the camp, walked up to the platform, and handed the imperial edict from Shenlang to the Jin country's crown prince. When he opened it, the Jin country's crown prince instantly laughed. Shenlang's imperial edict was written menacingly, "Jin country's crown prince, I order you to immediately lead your army and leave. You are not allowed to take even half a step into the Great Gon dynasty's territory, or else your hundreds of thousands of soldiers will be wiped out." Ha ha ha, even at this time, Shenlang still wants to use strategic blackmail and scare people. What a joke. What is he trying to do? Is he trying to play an empty fort? While retreating all the troops, he is writing a letter to threaten me? The Jin country's crown prince sneered, but he immediately sent out eagle-riding warriors and a few thousand warriors to Dingyuan City to investigate. Not long after, all the spies came to report, "Your Highness, the hundreds of thousands of Chu soldiers are retreating, but Shenlang is not retreating. He is standing on the city wall, and the few hundred warriors he brought with him are not retreating either. They are all standing on the city wall, and he is even sending people to draw lines." The Jin country's crown prince laughed. "Draw lines? Draw what lines?" The scout leader said, "It should be the so-called border of the Great Gon dynasty. Once our army crosses the line, they will destroy us." Ha ha ha, interesting, interesting. The Jin country's crown prince said, "Keep an eye on him and his army. As long as he doesn't run. Prepare the army, tomorrow we will go to war, destroy the Great Gon dynasty, and kill Shenlang." The Jin country's crown prince roared. Understood. At 2 a.m. the next day, the Jin country's crown prince and his hundreds of thousands of soldiers had already woken up to eat. At 3 a.m, the army began to gather. At 5 a.m, the army moved out. It was an unprecedented sight. There were hundreds of thousands of soldiers, and there were more than 60 square formations. They were neat and boundless, and they really connected the sky and the earth. They stretched for dozens of miles, and one couldn't see the end of it. Bang, bang, bang. These hundreds of thousands of soldiers listened to the neat beat of the war drums and walked in orderly steps. After the hundreds of thousands of footsteps converged, the entire ground was shaking. It was a grand scene, a super grand scene. Only in the Gobi Desert, where there was nothing but flat land, could one see such a spectacle of an army. Shenlang still didn't leave, and his few hundred elite warriors still didn't leave. They stood alone on the city wall that was dozens of miles long, and they seemed very thin. However, the hundreds of thousands of Chu soldiers had all retreated, and there was no one in Dingyuan City. There wasn't even a horse or a pig, and it seemed very lonely. Therefore, it seemed that Shenlang wanted to use a few hundred people to fight against the army of hundreds of thousands of soldiers. This was yet another miraculous sight. Bang, 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 bang. It was as if there was only the sound of the army pounding on the ground left in the world. Shenlang used the telescope to look at the sky again. At this time, even if it was daytime, he could see the comet's nucleus. It was getting closer and closer. He knew that it would be very close every time, but this time, it was too close. Besides, through the telescope, Shenlang could even see that the comet was constantly breaking up and disintegrating. All the ice had already sublimated and almost stopped shining. If it wasn't for the extremely high magnification telescope, he wouldn't be able to see anything in the sky. God bless, the big impact this time was a day later than expected. What did that mean? It meant that the impact site would still be the same, because it would take an entire day for the planet to rotate. If the big impact didn't happen here, Xianxia would have no choice but to completely detonate the giant natural gas mine. However, in that case, he would have to use himself as bait to lure the hundreds of thousands of soldiers of the Jin Nation Crown Prince to a few hundred miles away. The giant natural gas mine was there, and the detonation site that Xianxia had set was also there. He had to be prepared for both scenarios. If Plan A failed, he would implement Plan B. 20 miles was enough for the hundreds of thousands of soldiers to walk for 4 hours. It was a very strange feeling. The hundreds of thousands of soldiers of the Great Yan dynasty continued to approach, and the comet in the sky also continued to approach. The footsteps of the two sides had actually reached an uncanny synchronization. Sister Yaoer, when the big impact happens, remember to protect me, Xianxia said. Cho Yaoer said, you can retreat or hide underground. Xianxia said, that won't do. I want to stand here and act cool. So I'll have to trouble you to not let a single hair of mine get hurt. Got it, Cho Yaoer said. Xianxia moved closer to her ear and said in a low voice, Yaoer, I'm hurt. It hurts. Cho Yaoer said, then rest for a few days. Xianxia said, I heard that saliva can be used to disinfect. Cho Yaoer's gaze was strange, and Xianxia immediately shut his mouth, not daring to provoke this female Tyrannosaurus Rex. Your Majesty Xianxia, these siege vehicles are a bit strange. High Priest Shelley suddenly said, these walls are broken, and we only have a few hundred people, while the enemy has hundreds of thousands of people. Why would we need siege vehicles? High Priest Shelley was very sharp, and knew that one of the siege vehicles was fake. There was an ancient energy core hidden inside, and it was used to blow up Xianxia. Once it detonated, not only would Xianxia die, but the hundreds of people around him would also die. Although the power of the metal hydrogen explosion was not as strong as the regret of the dragon, it still had the power to kill everyone within 1,000 mu of land. This place was too far to the west, so the sun rose especially late. It only rose at around 8 a.m. A gigantic sun rose from the eastern horizon, radiating a blinding radiance. At the same time, the 600,000-strong army of the Great Jin Crown Prince had finally walked 20 miles and arrived at the so-called border of Xianxia. Xianxia picked up the megaphone and shouted, Stop, stop. The Great Jin Crown Prince waved his hand, and countless flags were waved. It took a few minutes for the army to stop. The army that stretched for dozens of miles stopped in front of the border of Xianxia. Xianxia picked up the megaphone and shouted, In front of you is the territory of the Great Qian dynasty, no one is allowed to step in. If not, you will be destroyed and wiped off the face of the world. Don't say I didn't warn you. Even with the megaphone, Xianxia's voice was too soft, but it still resounded in the sky. Why? Because the big fool was voice acting at the same time, his shout could be heard clearly within dozens of miles. The Great Jin Crown Prince laughed and said, Xianxia, you still want to act at such a time. Did you get that regret of the dragon from an island in the east? You only have one, you don't have any more strategic weapons. Xianxia, you have boasted too much. Your imperial edict will become a complete joke, your Great Qian dynasty will become a complete joke, and you, the emperor of the Great Qian dynasty, will become a joke among jokes. Xianxia, the millions of troops of the Great Yan dynasty have already surrounded the Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms. As long as my army enters the Chu kingdom, it will be a signal to attack. Xianxia, the Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms are finished. Your Great Qian dynasty is finished. You clown, stop your performance. Then, the crown prince of the Jin kingdom rode on his warhorse and slowly crossed the border. He then retreated, crossed again, and retreated again, going in and out of the border. I came in, I went out, I came in, I went out again. The Great Jin Crown Prince laughed and said, Xianxia, I have entered and left the Great Qian dynasty several times. Where is your destructive attack? Where is your strategic weapon? Didn't you want to wipe out my army of hundreds of thousands? Where is it? Where is it? Ha 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 ha. Clown, your ugly show is over. The Great Jin Crown Prince stopped smiling and waved his hand. Attack, kill Shenlang and destroy the Great Qian dynasty. As the great Jin Crown Prince gave the order, the army of hundreds of thousands behind him advanced again. Bang, 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 bang. The entire earth trembled slightly. These hundreds of thousands of soldiers crossed the borders one after another and invaded the borders of the Great Qian dynasty, trampling over the borders of Shenlanghua. The great Jin Crown Prince laughed and said, "Shenlang, I'm not the only one entering and leaving your Great Qian dynasty. My army of hundreds of thousands has also entered. Where is your strategic weapon? Didn't you say that you would wipe us off the face of the world? Ha ha ha, clown, clown." At this moment, Shenlang looked up at the sky. The comet nucleus had finally arrived. When it reached the place closest to the planet, it was torn apart by the huge gravitational force. Whoosh 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 whoosh, meteorites fell from the sky one after another, dragging a long trail of flames across the sky. They smashed towards the Gobi Desert and the army of hundreds of thousands. It was a dense meteor shower. However, it really looked like the regret of the dragon because the light it emitted was green and not the red of ordinary meteors. Shenlang raised his arms up high and roared loudly, "My Great Qian dynasty is sacred and inviolable. Regardless of who they are or how strong they are, I will completely erase any enemy that dares to take half a step into my Great Qian dynasty's territory. Wipe them off." Amidst the earth-shattering whistling sounds, the voice of Shenlang, the big fool, resounded throughout the sky. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Amidst the earth-shattering whistling sounds, the meteors smashed into the ground one after another. Boom, 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 boom. A series of shocking explosions occurred, giving rise to shocking flames. The army of hundreds of thousands led by the great Jin Crown Prince was wiped off the face of the earth. Note, the first update is sent to you. Please vote for me, please support me, my benefactors. End of chapter 536. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.